possible, what do you think we can do to figure out how much drop over distance there would be from any distance? Let's say the far distance that you're imagining.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. What about the far distance that I imagine?
How much? What can we do to test the Earth as it's curving with the drop over distance? What could we do? How could we measure it?
I don't know, dude. Do you know?
I don't know, dude. So you're just see this whole idea that you came in with these videos and these pictures. That's why I'm trying to show you. If they're showing you these ideas that you live on a globe, how is that real if you don't know how to measure the surface of the images that they're showing you? On top of that, what do you have to compare those images to? Like if I hand you an image of something that's really extraordinary, right? Like a globe that you're standing on, like a Earth that looks like a globe, and you're like, "Wow, that's a pretty cool picture. That's cool. That's cool story, bro." But how are you then comparing that to something in reality? What do you seeing globes everywhere? Like how can you take that image or the picture if there's something they're showing you and then say, "Yeah, I see reality looking like this." You don't. Your primary experience of you living on the earth is not one of you standing on this ball that they're showing you. So whatever they're doing to convince you you live on that thing is working so far because you wholeheartedly accept it without even comparing anything in reality to it. Does that make sense, Api? You're just believing it. You didn't
Yeah,
test
you're
to
right.
see if the surface curving.
I drank the Kool Aid, and now I'm caught in the
Well,
propaganda
the
cycle. Right?
problem, yeah, well, the problem is that you were real young when this happened. So they had to convince you when you're impressionable, when you're young and impressionable, and then you believe it. And now, as an adult, you carry this belief as in if it were true, like a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and videos and pictures are all just reifying that imagination.
Can
But
I
you
ask you
can't.
something? Can I ask you something real
Yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
What is the consequence of the Earth not being a globe? What is the
Well,
consequence of that being common knowledge?
Well, the idea that the cosmology is not what they've been telling you it is, because everything hinges on the R value being present.
And
So
what's the
that in
consequence of that? Does that mean that
well,
everything else is a lie then after that?
no, 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 relax, just relax. Don't you guys get way too extreme with this, but you do have to think about this. That if the Earth doesn't have the radius value, then everything we know with the idea that you live in the vacuum of space and floating around in ball planets and all kinds of stuff is really going to be considered as a question versus something as a knowledge that you have.
I always wondered people who believe in flat Earth, do they also believe in other planets? Are there other like discs out there?
Yeah, so think about this, Oppie. Everything that you learned about what you think a planet is has been given to you by secondhand information. It's like hearsay.
So
Some
Jupiter and Mars are like other discs that are out there
no,
in
no, no,
space.
no,
They're
no,
not.
no. You
They're
listen.
He's
not
You
correct.
balls.
don't
He's
have to.
correct. He's
You don't.
correct
You don't have to
already.
go that far, Oppie. Just say that. Okay, we're not making a claim to anything we're seeing in the sky. You are because you have a story that's been given to you. It's like a narrative, and you have to think about it that way. Otherwise, you don't know what to think. Like if I was to tell you, imagine not listening to what they told you about what you think those things are, and then just looking through a telescope and seeing what you see, just based on your observation. What could you tell me?
I always
Just
thought
only.
that flat Earth theory was a little too limited. Like,
Are
could the Earth
you
be like a
listening to
cube,
what
or
I'm saying?
could
Are
like
you
the Earth
Oppie?
be like
Oppie,
a
Oppie,
pyramid? Is you
Oppie,
know?
Oppie, Oppie. Are you listening to what I'm telling you? What
Yeah,
did
I'm
I just
listening to what
say?
you're saying.
What did I just say previous?
I don't know, dude.
So you're not listening, are you?
Not really,
Why?
Well, then you
because
can
it's not
go.
really interesting what you're saying. I'm
Okay,
thinking
so
about the
you just
shape of the
you
Earth.
you just
I'm
want to
trying to
speak.
have a discussion. I'm trying to have
No,
a
you're not.
discussion about the
Bye,
shape of the
bye,
Earth,
No, no, you're
and
not.
you.
bye,
No, you're not
Dave.
Bye,
having a
Felicia.
Bye.
You're not having a discussion. It's a one-way conversation where you just want answers, but you don't want to answer anything that I have to ask you about thinking about all of this. That's sad, Oppie. That's the kind of world you live in right there, where you're entitled when you come into a place where people are having discussions, not you. You said you're having a discussion. No, it's a one-way conversation. You're asking questions and waiting to speak after I'm giving you the answers. That's not a discussion. That's you preaching your dogma.
Hey, OP, watch the video that I posted in chat called Happy 4th of July at
What's
26
up,
minutes
Cyclone?
past the hour.
Right
Certainly good.
here in
Are you
Houston.
gonna be here? Because I'm about to jet. So if you can, I don't know if
I'll
you can
just
take
be,
over.
I'm just going to be on for a little bit, but yeah, I can speak to him for a couple of minutes, but
Yeah, I'm a
you should
dip.
watch the video I posted.
You can just unmute him when you want. I got a dip.
All right. Peace, bro. All right, what's up,
Yeah,
Opie?
Opie, that video that was posted right here in Houston,
Yeah,
as they say.
Nice. I'm about to watch it now. Hold on.
Sweet. You watch it and then let us know when you watched it. I'm gonna try and make everyone watch this video. What's going on? Any good globe claims today? Just everyone in the chat, go and watch that video. You'll have a good laugh about it.
I thought that the horizon discussion was very interesting. So in the globe model, right, let's say you have a 360-degree spherical field of vision, right? In the globe model, necessarily the Earth would be less than 50% of that spherical field of vision, right, at all times, unless there was some topographical occlusion. And I was wondering if there's any way that we could test that sort of thing.
The horizon's the limit of your vision, right? So I don't even think you'd get 50. Not even close.
Maybe since it's dead, you guys can explain what limit of vision is. Finally,
Why don't you explain it, Scott? You're the fucking genius,
I don't know.
right?
It's something. It's something you
Obviously
guys
you
made
don't
up.
know then, right? So then shut the
Yeah,
fuck up. Fuck.
I can't explain it. It's something you made up. I'm just kind of curious what's in your head when you think of it.
Yeah, it's only in our heads. We get it.
No, it is.
What's
And so,
only
what
in
is
our
in your head?
heads? What's only in our
Share with the rest of us what's in your heads.
It's as far as I can see, Scott. Let's leave it at
Stop
that,
your
buddy.
nasal projecting.
Is there any
Put
math
yourself
behind
back
it?
on mute.
What, do we need
Scott,
math?
put
It's
yourself
as
on
far
mute
as
so
I
I
can
can
see,
hear you.
Scott. That's the limit of my vision, dude. Can I get any
So,
clearer for you? It's as far as I can see.
so there's no specifics.
It depends on the day, man. That day, that's as far as I can see. That's the limit of my vision.
Okay, so then the limit of your vision is just how far you can see, and
You want to
you're good
explain
with
it to me with mathematics? Go ahead.
God can see the sun below the horizon.
I didn't say that.
Well, it's not really
I
it's
said
not
below
really
0
like
degrees
a
elevation.
limitation
It's
of
not the same
vision
thing.
thing that I was wondering about. It's like, imagine you're in the middle of the ocean, right? In the globe model, in your spherical field of vision, the globe or the Earth will always be less than 50% of your spherical field of vision. And as you gain altitude, the Earth will decrease as a percentage of your spherical field of vision. Whereas in the flat Earth model, it will always be 50-50. Am I understanding this?
So you talk about raising an elevation, right, dude?
Right.
So we can see boats go over the horizon, right? Right?
I have no idea. I was kind of asking about something else.
But no, from the globe side, you got it completely wrong.
I think it'll depend on like the size as we like get away from it. Like the
How
further
is
we
that?
depart
How is
from
that
it.
wrong, Scott?
Hold
Because
on.
when you're next to the Earth, you're not going to see
We've got a
anywhere
new guy
near
in. What
50%.
happened? You having short-term memory issues again? We've got the new guy in that we're speaking to.
Scott, I'm talking about your 360-degree spherical field of vision, assuming you could see in all directions at once.
No, I want to speak to this OP guy.
Yeah. I
Opie
think
disappeared.
yeah, I'm right here.
No, OP's here.
Oh, okay,
You
never
watched
mind.
some of that. You watched that video, OP?
Yeah, I watched the video about magic and stuff like that. Just feel deception,
magic.
not being able to understand what your real reality is and stuff like that.
How come they said they were here in Houston?
Yeah, about
Yeah, did you
Houston.
catch that?
Yeah, I
Did you
catch
catch that
that.
at the start? They said, yeah, we're here in Houston, but they're supposed to be up in the ISS, no?
Yeah. So those are all deceptions. Those live streams of when they're supposed to be from the International Space Station and stuff like that.
Yeah, so
Those
it's basically showing
I'm not,
you the
and I'm
Hollywood
trying to let me be clear
production.
now. I'm not being sarcastic when I say those things. I'm just asking a question, like generally.
Yeah. So that what that video is showing you is basically collages and compilations of the Hollywood style special effects that are being used in all these different videos, right?
There's a trailer of a movie coming out talking about that.
Well,
I know it's a little
well,
mainstream to talk about, but I find that interesting that they
but
don't
yeah, they're
admit
always
that in the
putting
media and
little,
stuff like that.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
always putting little nuggets of truth in the mainstream fiction.
yeah, because they
But
assume that people believe like reality stranger than fiction and stuff like that.
so it's like your question earlier when you were like, well, what about the images and stuff that we've got? That's what it is, right? It's Hollywood. They can make those images and videos in a million different ways. You know that?
I always just thought that maybe the Earth isn't a disc or a ball. Maybe it could be. It doesn't matter what. It's like it's an amalgamous different. Like how can you decide what shape it is completely? Like is it really
Well, no,
flat? Is it just
either.
because your vision is always that? But that depends like how the size of it compared to you are of the planet that you're living on, right? That depends on your
Well, the
vision.
claim
Like if
is,
the
well, the
further we
claim
get
is,
away from the Earth, maybe it might be rounded at some point when you
right.
see it.
If it's anything other than what they are brainwashing children into believing in school, then we have a massive problem, don't we?
I
Because
hear
then they're
you. You
lying to
can't you
everyone.
can't always you can't always trust the education system because a lot of it's not meant to
Yeah, of
educate people
course.
on how to survive in society and
Yeah, of
stuff like that, or
course, of
teaching them
course.
things that really
Well,
matter.
but this is, of course, and this is exactly what they're doing about the Earth itself. Now, don't you think that's a problem?
I wonder. It begs the question to me, like, what's the consequence of it? Like, does it just open up the can of worms? Like, maybe they're lying about everything, and then everything that they tell us should be questioned because there's something truly
Well, everything they've told
radical
us about,
behind it.
well, everything they've told us about where we are and what we're doing here, how long we've been here, all that stuff, how we came to be, yeah, all
Yeah, and
that
I'm
is
asking, what does
out the
that
window.
mean? Yeah, what does that mean?
Well,
What consequence? What's that change in life now for us? What is that? Where direction should we
well,
go
I
to
mean, it
now?
depends. It depends what your worldview currently is, but basically, what it shows and what they're hiding is intelligent design, right? The system itself, and us included, come here by intelligent design,
Who
not
do you think? Who do you think
accidental
has
Big Bang
actual
theory.
truth? So what do you think is the truth of the shape of our
It's not
reality?
about the shape. It's not about the shape,
Not the
right?
shape, but like
Flat,
the
flat
the
isn't a shape.
rules. I mean the rules. Like, well, who's really truthful about the rules of our reality then, and who isn't?
Well, it's a very vague question. What the rules of reality? I mean, the system has been intelligently designed. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from by that. Like it's been designed by a higher intelligence, something greater
Yeah,
intelligence
there's a
than human.
creator, right? So this is physical proof of a creator. So that's what they're trying to hide from people when they push the globe. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. The fact that we can't really understand what the shape or the real rules of are beyond the world that we're on. We don't understand the rules of what's actually beyond the world that we see and physically can
Yeah, we can
measure
only
and measure and
we can
stuff
only
like that.
observe and exactly we can only deal with what we can experience, observe, measure, and test. But what we can observe, measure, and test tells us that it's not the spinning ball that we get taught at school,
What do you
right?
think
So
it
the
is then?
space photos
What
are
do
all
you
well.
what do
The
you
evidence,
personally think it is? If you, I'm just
well,
curious.
the evidence only seems to point us to a motionless topographical plane of some unknown size right? So it's got hills and valleys, but overall it's a topographical plane, and it must be contained physically. So
You
it's a
know what
closed
I
system.
always felt like when we don't understand what's under us as well, like what's in the earth or anything like that, or what's underneath us. Like we don't know how deep the earth truly is. We never measured,
Well, the
dug,
deepest they've
dug
dug
in
is
deep enough to know
about,
what is in between earth.
well, the deepest that they say they've dug is about 8 miles down,
Yeah, that's
and
nowhere
that's their
near
limit.
the supposed radius or diameter
Yeah,
of the
right.
earth,
And
right?
they're telling us they're telling us they know about 4,000 miles down. So how would they know that if they've only been 8?
Saw all those pictures growing up as a kid when I was seeing like elementary and middle school of like the center of the earth, or was it just bullshit? Like
Well, they
what
were all
it looks
cartoons,
like.
right? Think about it. Those weren't
Yeah,
photographs,
that
were
is
they?
true. They were always cartoons. They never were any actual pictures of anything. Because we
Yeah,
don't
well,
have
that's
the
why.
technology to have anything dig down there that deep to take
Well,
pictures
it's
or
not
anything
that.
like
It's
that.
just that they are concepts. They're not reality. That's why they're cartoons. They're just
Yeah.
fiction. That's like the same. It's the same with think about it, the solar system that you were shown, right? We're not a disk in a solar system, a disk in space, right? That's not where we are. All those solar system images you were shown, they were cartoons as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's never
So,
been actual footage of anything in space because we've never been able to travel out that far to have the understanding the shape of what the space
or
is.
or
We can
because
for
it doesn't
maps and
exist.
stuff like that, right? Like, because we can have a plane, or we can have. There, do you believe, not believe that we've ever gone into space at all? Do you believe that?
No, space doesn't exist.
I feel like space is fake.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in a contained
Like
system.
the idea of space, of the rules of what we've perceivedly, the rules
No,
that they've given
the
us.
idea that there's a low pressure vacuum that surrounds us, and it's just this like infinite, never ending vacuum with all these different planets and all this kind of stuff. That
That
doesn't
would mean
exist.
all that stuff people say about environmentalism when it comes to like how the ozone, how we put a hole in the ozone and stuff. All that is bullshit. Then all that stuff would be bullshit about
Well,
this stuff polluting the atmosphere and stuff like that. All that would be
that's
bullshit.
not to
Then
say that we cannot pollute and there is no pollution of the atmo, right? Because I mean, we're in a contained system, we're in a contained environment, right? It's a sealed system, so you can't leave the Earth. We're in a
so
container.
there's like a barrier. There's still a barrier between us. There's still an atmosphere.
Well, the atmosphere, the atmo, the air, that'd be a gas, but the gas has to be contained by a container, right? For it to be a pressurized gas, it has to press off the walls of a container. So we have to be in a contained system. So there's no leaving the Earth to go into a vacuum. It's the Earth is it. That's the realm. That's the universe, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, I feel
The
you.
Earth and everything in it. Yeah. It might be an
Yeah.
upstairs, might be a basement. Don't know. We're just on this level.
Do you think we'll ever have the technology to reach out and to figure out what we are on or whatever? Do you think we'll ever have that understanding, or that is that understanding already
I don't know.
gathered? You don't know.
No, I don't think anyone really knows the full extent of what we're dealing with here. I'm sure the
I feel
governments
you.
or
I
some
feel the
people within
government's
them
probably tried or
know
whatever, but
they know a lot more probably than we know, but I don't think they have a full idea about it. Like the nature of the system is like it's beyond human comprehension in its entirety. Right? We can't really comprehend the vastness or the intricacies of this system. We can just experience the small aspects of it that we do experience. Yeah. So there are limits to human knowledge. Yeah. And God's eye view of our realm, that's beyond our limit.
do You're giving me a lot of things to think about. I'll catch you later.
All right, peace.
Hey, I watched that video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
the kid is the star of the show.
yeah, it's like well, I mean that part was interesting, but what the background music, I think it's from that band called I just lost. There we go. Yeah, I just lost it. Okay, and they had made cracks. They tried to crack wise against flat Earth. They had said that they had to cancel their world tour after they found the Earth was flat. All kinds of really cringe, like really low brow, cheap shots at flat Earth.
Oh, did I? Didn't see that.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty funny to have their song in the background, sort of playing.
Yeah, it's a good tune.
Nice coincidence, if at all.
Yeah, it's a kind of a tongue-in-cheek slap back at them,
Isn't that bit at the end great though, when the kids are all like, "Look, it's going back down. Look, it's going down."
Yeah, it's crashing. Yeah, it's crashing.
Is it going back down, or is
Crit, if the Earth isn't flat, then why does the military use Globemaster airplanes? Checkmate.
Yeah, because you're using the wrong definition of globe. Remember we talked about adjective noun?
No.
Yeah, we did. Come on.
I don't remember.
Which is the noun? Okay, which is the adjective and which is the noun there? Globe master.
Come on, man.
Come on, you can do it. I know. I've got. Come on, you can. This is 5th grade English now.
I don't know what a noun is, bro.
Okay, what's a master?
Oh, come on.
I don't care about English, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, what about that bit at the start where they're like, here in Houston?
Oh yeah, they've done that a few times. They fucked that up a few times, and they've given away their ground position. And they said, "Oh, we were just talking to
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
So let me explain to you what a noun is. So you talk like when you talk to someone, like you give him usually a title, like, or usually to persons like the person or multiple persons, then the noun is the word you mention towards that person that you mentioned beforehand. So in terms of globe master, globe is here for the noun.
I think he went back into his game queue. It must have popped.
Yeah.
Trig.
Yeah.
You didn't see my question?
No, did you ping me? That's probably why.
I was just wondering how you figure out the tilt of the axis.
I don't know how you'd figure that one out.
No, I figured you could use trigonometry or something to figure that out.
Well, if you could go to the Antarctica or even the North Pole, you could figure out that geographic north and magnetic north are different. That would give you a credence to the tilt of Earth.
You think so?
Yeah, but you'd have to assume it's a globe, obviously.
So by knowing where the North and South Pole are, you can figure out the tilt of the Earth.
Well, yeah, like if you were to draw a straight line between the North Pole, magnetic North Pole, and magnetic South Pole.
There's a magnetic South Pole, dude?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what would be your frame of reference, though, right? Like, what would you be measuring from?
from the magnetic North Pole to the. I'll send a picture of what I'm. Come on. All right, here we go.
You'd probably need a flat line though, eh?
As opposed to a straight
Like
line or
like
a
a
curved line.
horizontal line to
Right.
figure it out.
A compass points north, dude, not south.
Yeah, and there's 2 poles to a magnet, correct?
Well, there's 2 arms on it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
You go anywhere around the north and south is going to point away from north, right? Like, fuck. So everywhere is south, I guess.
Everywhere is south.
Everywhere opposite to north, right? Any side of the north that you're on is south.
Just go to the place until where it flips. Go north until it flips
Why you
to.
guys?
What?
That's why you guys think that magnets only point north, because there is only north. There is no south. Damn, I just
No
realized that.
magnetic south anyway.
There's no south for you guys. I forget.
South is everywhere,
sense.
dude. South is
know.
everywhere away from north, man.
I get that now. That's why you can't have magnets point south.
Can you show me a magnet pointing south, dude?
You can't have a south pointing magnet, Scott. You're the one who doesn't have.
All magnets have north and south polarity.
They point
Just the
south all the
lines.
time. Compasses
Yes.
point south all the time. That's part of it
Yes.
being a compass. Is that it's pointing north, which means that it's also pointing south. It's pointing south, which also means it's pointing north. They're both oriented.
Like the picture I showed there?
What? What is this supposed to be?
The pointing south all the way around north.
One way is retard.
What is the left
Arrow
image, though?
points.
I'm not sure.
Arrow points one
Pretty
way.
sure it's a picture of a star.
I think the best you could do is say that it's pointing away from north.
No,
Yeah,
the best
you
you
have
can
the
do is say it
misconception that
aligns
it's
with
pointing-
the polarity of the Earth.
Yeah,
It
you
just
have the
aligns with the polarity.
So you just gotta
have the
imagine it,
misconception that
right?
it's pointing. No, you have this misconception that compasses point towards something. They're aligning themselves with the field.
Compasses point towards north, dude.
No, they don't.
Sure they
Point towards north, whatever that means.
Compass will always point towards north.
Towards. Why not away? What if I just painted the north thing, the north marker on the compass white?
You can take the south one right off.
Like,
and it'll
yeah,
work.
like
You know that?
you'd be like, oh, it's pointing south now.
You can take the south thing right off of that compass and it'll still work. Did you know that?
You can take the north one off and it'll still work too.
Will it? It'll point north?
Yep. No, it'll point south.
Oh, it'll point south.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
And
Wow.
which way is south, Scott?
The way the remaining part of the compass is pointing.
Like we can find the North Pole. You think you could find the South Pole by pointing south?
Uh-oh.
Well, fact of the matter is the compass will work if you,
You don't
chop
like
off
that
the north
question.
part of it. Well, you guys are the one who white runner from the fact that the compass
You
will
just
still
ran
point
away,
south
dude. What
if
are you
chop
talking
off the
about,
north
man?
part. Do you accept that the compass will still point south if you chop off the north part?
No, like I said, can you get
No.
yourself to the South Pole by pointing south?
Wait, do flat earthers think magnetic monopoles are a thing? Is this what I'm understanding?
I think they must.
Wow, that's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I never made that realization before just now.
I don't know who said that. Maybe you did, Trig, but
It's an inference. If you know what a magnetic monopole is, you'd be giggling right now, right?
well, you're saying
That's
there's
like-
only one pole, right? So,
Well,
I
that'd
kinda
be
get what
like-
you're saying, dude, right?
That'd be me
But I
like
didn't
giving
say that. You did, right? It wasn't us that
hold
said it.
on.
It was you that
That'll be
posed
me
that.
giving you the children's magnets with the blue
Does it mean
and
one
red.
pole or
and,
not?
Oh, come on. All right, and then you snap it in half, and it just turns into a south, and then it turns into a north magnet. Like that would be absurd, right?
Whatever, dude. You can explain it away however you like, man.
Explain it away.
Yeah, go find me
I don't
the
think-
South Pole using a fucking compass, man.
Yeah, so you are a magnetic monopole believer.
No, seriously.
Do you think
I don't know what an
south is
arrow
independent of north? South is
Find me the
independent of
South
magnetic
Pole
north.
using a compass, dude.
So he's referencing the observation that compasses seem to break the further south you go. And if they worked how you described, where they align themselves with a magnetic field, then they would continue to work perfect if you go south.
What do you mean appear to break?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of this phenomenon.
What, the compasses don't work proper in the south?
Yeah, that sounds like I don't know how people would
Fairy tale?
navigate it in the southern heavens
Or they start
hemisphere.
just going wacky or something?
Yeah, what?
So I've never heard this one either.
Damn, you better tell the Spanish for when they were sailing to South America. Do they have to use compasses to do that, or are they just like eyeballing it? They're like, shit, the compasses aren't working anymore.
Dead reckoning to the.
Yeah,
the
how do I know where I
landmass.
am with Dead Reckoning if I can't constantly like update my position? How do I do that
With-
without a?
From they kept land in sight.
They kept landing.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's impressive. Yeah, that is impressive. How
Sailed
do they
right
sail
down the
across-
coast.
From Spain?
Down south, yeah, from America.
What, bro?
Down the coast.
I don't think he knows where Spain is.
You're talking about Spain to North America and then North America down.
Pretty sure I was saying the South Pole the whole way along. I don't know why you're
How
talking
can
about
you
Spain.
How can you keep the land in sight when you're crossing the Atlantic?
That's my question. Yeah.
Very good eyes. Very good eyes.
I
It's 'cause
posted
the
a
Earth is
video
flat,
for
you
you.
can see
I
that.
posted
Yeah,
a video
not
for you
that
if you want to
part.
watch it, dude. It'll show you about compasses in the South Pole.
That's a problem for the flat Earth. If this is what you're describing, they just stop working. They like.
Just watch the video, dude.
It would happen the same in the northern hemisphere.
I don't know.
Unless
I
you
live
get
in the
to the
north.
south
My
or North
compass
Pole.
works great, man.
Yeah,
No,
'cause he's
what it
directly
seems
on
to
the South Pole.
indicate, what it seems to indicate is that the compass is magnetically attracted to the North Pole.
Bro, magnetically attracted to the north. Sir, do you guys believe this stuff? Do you believe this is how compasses work? That they're attracted to one pole, but not like they're not trying to align themselves? The hell?
I guess if we imagine
Yes, compasses point north. I learnt that when I was like 10.
Yeah, why don't they point south? What makes you think that they
Oh my
point
god!
which way
What do you
south,
mean?
dude. Like fuck, man.
What is your
Because there's
argument?
no South Pole. Because there's no South Pole. That's why they don't point
So,
south.
like,
Alright,
This is your
hold on.
mental gymnastics.
There you go.
See, this is why you believe this. Yeah.
Wait. What's the base of the argument? What's the premise?
Why does a compass point a certain direction? How can a compass point a certain direction?
No, that's not the base of the argument. What is the conclusion? What are you trying to get? Premise, conclusion. What is it?
That magnetic monopoles aren't real.
Magnetic monopoles aren't real. Is that your argument?
Yeah, that is my argument.
Based on what? The Earth as a globe? The flat Earth? What are you talking about?
Because it's illogical, right? If I snap a magnet in half, does it mean I create?
Answer my question. Whether the Earth is
Alpha-
based on the
Jeez,
Earth
yeah.
being a globe or the Earth being flat.
Not- What the hell?
I don't know, but it's not going to negate the fact that you haven't made the conclusion yet, based on the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat and stationary.
It wasn't really. We're not talking about the globe.
We
We're talking
are.
about magnets right now.
No, I need to know whether you think this is working on the Earth being or not working on the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat.
Well,
stationary.
I wasn't talking to you, Alpha. So
Answer the question, please.
I don't have to answer to you, Alpha.
All right, then you can sit down quietly.
Yeah, mute me.
On the way, bish.
I don't want to talk to you, Alpha.
Well, it doesn't matter. Everybody here needs to understand whether or not you're coming from an idea that the Earth is being a globe or it's flat and stationary. You can't just waffle on and say that you're just going to talk about
That's
nothing.
only you. You're the only person.
Simple, dude. We're not going to sit here and talk about something that leads to a road to nowhere. It's going to give you the indication you live on the Earth as a globe or the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, which one? Just pick one. You don't want to do so because you just want to bring up a point that leads us to a road to nowhere. So you have a choice. Just pick one of those two.
I'm not going to engage with you, Alpha.
All right.
Come on, now get.
Go on, get.
I'm not engaging with Alpha. Like, mute me, ban me, whatever. I don't care. I don't want to
Mute
talk.
me, ban me. Dude, you
No,
can't get enough of this chat, bro.
Yeah, it's not about muting or banning you. It's like that you recognize a superior opponent, and losing to a superior opponent there's no shame in that.
He just plays the mute button. That's why I can't handle this guy.
That's contradictory. So number one you said that Alpha's going to mute you, so you don't want to talk to him, and then you said by not talking to Alpha you get muted.
Well, I would rather be muted than talk to Alpha. Yeah.
Okay, so you would pick to be muted. That's what you just said earlier. You're not going to talk to Alpha.
Absolutely. Can you mute me?
You're going to self-mute.
Yeah, can you mute me?
No, you can mute yourself, dumbass.
Okay.
Like you said you would. Let's see if you'll follow through with that.
He just triggers these Globers so hard, eh? I love you, Alpha.
Yeah, no, he's just it happens every time. It's a road to nowhere. It's like we like to get to a point whether we're understanding the Earth is a globe or it's flat and stationary. But if there's no conclusion to the premise, then why are we having a discussion?
I like how you pretend you're trying to get somewhere, Alpha. It's cute.
You want to take up the argument, Scott?
Which argument would that be?
The monopole argument?
Well, there's no argument. There's no such thing as a monopole. If you guys think there is, it's just something you guys made up again.
We didn't make it up. Your buddy there made it up. You want to keep on going with it?
Yeah, take it to the touchdown. He brought it to the 50-yard line. Take it the rest of the way. At least a field goal range. And he punts.
Every time. It's crazy. All right. But anyways, yeah, can you have a magnet without a south pole?
So now we're talking about magnets.
We were always talking about magnets. We were talking about compasses.
We were talking about compasses, dude.
Magnets. I know, and compasses are a magnet.
They are they?
Yes, the little needle is a magnet. You knew that though, right? I didn't have to tell you that. Or did you not know that?
Go on, Scott.
Have you ever been in the South Pole to see how magnets compasses work, Scott?
No. Tell me what they do.
I haven't.
Okay, what happened?
I haven't been there, so I'm wondering if you have.
No. No, it's the first time I ever heard just now that they all go wacky in the South Pole, in the South.
Well, so here's the question. Here's the question. So if compasses are magnets and they point north, does that mean that the north side of the magnet is pointing towards the North Pole? Is that how they work?
No.
Well, yeah. Okay. Right.
So, then they are aligning themselves with the field. They're not pointing to one direction, right?
So how do you navigate with a compass if it's just pointing in a field? It's not pointing in a direction?
You have to convert. You have to convert it magnetic north to grid north or map north.
I see.
But do you guys understand what a magnetic field is?
Oh my God! What does it have to do with the Earth being a globe or flat and stationary? For God's sakes!
Well, because on a flat Earth you can't have a south pole, so you can't have a southern. You can have a magnetic field on a globe, on a flat Earth. It's
a south pole.
You can't have a magnetic field.
You think the poles represent the magnetic poles too?
Yeah.
Well, Scott is bricked. You're like, that is not the same thing, homie.
Yeah, I know.
They are magnetic monopole believers.
Yeah, Scott, the poles are not in the globe model. The South Pole and the North Pole are not the same thing as the
Never said they
magnetic
were.
pole.
Never said they
You
were.
just
That's your
did.
crazy.
You
That's
just
your
did.
crazy
You just
talking
did.
Yeah,
again.
you did.
That's your
Yes, you
crazy
did.
talking again.
No, that's what you said. If the Earth is a globe, then it has to be pointing to a south pole. You
Yeah,
dumbass. That
a
was your
magnetic
argument.
south pole. Yes, a
You
magnetic
see?
pole. Yes, not a
That can only
geographical pole. Not a
work.
geographic pole.
That can only
A
work on the
magnetic
Earth as a
pole.
globe. Dumbass.
Yes.
That can only work on the Earth as a globe, right?
Yes. How do you have a south magnetic pole on a flat
There.
Earth?
Yes, he said it. He said it, Crit. You see? It can
How
only
do you
work
have
on
a
the Earth as
south
a globe.
magnetic pole on a flat Earth?
Well, the thing is, compasses work the way they do, but it doesn't tell you the shape of the Earth, does it, Scott?
Yeah. Avoid the question.
Yeah.
That's
Wait,
fine.
no, I'm not avoiding the
If
question.
I were you, I would
That's
too.
the
I would
conclusion.
too.
That's the
I would too.
conclusion of your dumbass argument. The dumbass argument from that you guys are making, you and Euclidean dumbass are
I
making
would
the
avoid
fact
it
that
too.
yeah. So listen.
That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah. No, what's smart is that you're making an argument for compasses telling you that the Earth is a geometric shape. That's your fucking conclusion. That's why, listen, the reason why I wanted you to tell me what you could shut up. The reason why I wanted you to tell me what the conclusion was for your argument is because you're basing magnet compasses on the fact that you can tell the geometry of the Earth. You know how stupid that sounds? That
Yes,
your
there has to be a
argument
magnetic south.
Your argument is because compasses work a certain way, the Earth is a globe.
Yes.
Fucking stupid. Yes.
No,
you see?
it makes perfect
Your
sense. It
dumbass.
makes
Your
perfect
dumbass
sense.
just admitted it. You just admitted it. Yeah.
Yes. I
Because
admitted a truth.
compasses work.
Yes.
See, a truth. So how does a
Yes.
compass tell you that the Earth is a globe?
Because it aligns itself with the magnetic field, and for magnetic field needs both a north and a south pole of the magnetic field. And on a flat Earth, you can't have a south pole of the magnetic field.
I thought it was negative and positive, dude. Like, where are you getting this north and south?
You've just wait a minute. He just made
Because
it.
we know how
Hold
magnetic
on,
fields work.
Scott. You're gonna have to wait.
I've seen magnets that look like a horseshoe.
Guys, hold on a second. He just made a false dichotomy. What flat Earth do you have in your mind that it can't work on? What flat Earth?
The only one you guys ever put forward where the north is in the center and everything radiates out.
So I was right. That's a false dichotomy. How do you know that we all ascribe to that model that you put into your mind?
Because I've been listening to you for like a year now, and I know that's what you all ascribe to.
Have I ever said that?
Have on many occasions.
Bro can't even agree to the AE maps. What are you, Alpha?
You're bullshitting right now because everybody knows I don't ascribe to that model.
Why are flat earthers so scared of making a map, bro?
So what do you
Shut
ascribe
the
to,
fuck up, dude. I'm gonna start muting people. I'm gonna get to this. Nobody in here ascribes. Shut the fuck up, Euclidean, dumbass.
Alpha, why don't you get a map?
Why don't you get a map? Because we're gonna identify the problem, and that's the false dichotomy that's being put forward, which is that flat earthers ascribe to this fucking pizza flying in through space. You guys think that we're all ascribing to that so that you start making the stupid argument that these compasses can only work on a globe.
Where's your map, Alpha? Show me your map.
Mute everybody, right? Dude, fucking, why are you guys spurging out? Why don't you want to hear me tell you that you've just been straw manning us this whole time? You're laughing, Scott, because you guys have been straw manning us into this stupid argument with compasses. Nobody's saying that the pizza disc is where we live on.
But of all of us here, Alpha, who's the one spurging out?
You, because every single time I'm asking you guys to realize the fact that you guys are making this false dichotomy and a straw man argument saying that we live on a pizza disc. That's stupid, dude. Nobody here is saying that. And for you to say that that's the only way that it could work because the globe is the only thing that explains that and not a flat earth, that's a dumbass argument. Because it can work on a flat earth because the earth is not curving. So if you're saying that a compass tells you about geometry, you're going to have to prove the curvature, which you can't do. So therefore, it's not on a globe, Scott. So the dichotomy that you're putting up is this fake pizza model that nobody's ascribing to except for you. You're projecting that onto us and saying that that's what we think the earth is. And that obviously, South Pole can't exist on that. But who's saying that we live on that pizza model? Only you. I never said that. I don't ascribe to that. I don't think anybody ascribes to the pizza model. Except for you.
The hundreds of times that the people explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica by that coffee mug model, and nobody ever objected to it. We ignore that.
Here?
Yeah, here. Yeah, here.
I've never heard of it. Like the people in
Jeez.
24, the people in 24/7 will say there's a conceptual way to think about the sun, but then what ideas they give out has nothing to do with what they say the Earth actually is. They don't know. They wouldn't know what the Earth is. Like as far as like extending out in a horizontal plane. Overall, nobody knows what the Earth is.
Cool. So we're back to the profound
Including
ignorance. Okay.
No.
Once again,
It's
back to
fact
profound
that
ignorance.
the fact that we're not making a claim to an Earth that you can conceptualize in a model. That's what we're saying you can't do. So therefore, your argument for compasses pointing north and saying that there needs to be a south pole is bunk, because nobody's ascribing to a pizza model that you can say that can't work on that. That nice straw man. You're just beating up a straw man. Nobody here's made that claim except for you projecting it onto us.
Okay,
That's it.
so now you're back to no model whatsoever of the Earth. Okay.
Now we're back.
Okay.
Now we're back to that. You can't use compasses to tell us the geometric shape of anything, and on top of that, it can work on a horizontal plane because we're not giving you a pizza model. So therefore,
So what are you giving us?
it can't. So therefore, it can work on a flat Earth, but it just can't work on a globe because you haven't demonstrated the globe, and using compasses doesn't tell us that it's demonstrating geometry either. You dumbass.
Okay. So how about if we say pizza or not?
Identify the problem. Identify the problem.
You can't have a magnetic field on a flat surface.
No, that's bullshit, dude. Why? Because Scott says so?
True.
Because you say so?
True. No, because it's demonstrably true.
Really?
I've seen a magnet that looks like a horseshoe.
Dude, you know you're lying, Scott. How do you feel like when you lie in this chat? Do you feel good about yourself?
That's an invalid question.
Yeah. You just like coming in here and lying about things. You're trying to use a compass to prove geometry, which you can't do. So can you prove geometry with a compass, Scott?
I can show you how a compass works.
No, I need you to answer the question. Can you prove geometry with a compass, Scott?
Yeah, it is proof. That is the proof.
No, you can? No, wait a minute.
No, it is. It is the proof.
No, I need you to tell me how you're proving geometry with a compass, Scott. Tell me.
Because a compass needs two poles.
Okay, so how is it geometry? What if it's a different type of shape other than a sphere?
Come up with one.
No, I'm not coming up with one. It's not my claim. You think that you can prove geometry. So what geometric shape other than a sphere could it possibly be?
It can't be any other shape. That's the point. That's the proof.
I'm not asking it can't be any other shape. I'm asking you, can it be another shape other than a sphere?
No.
Have you checked all the other geometric shapes, Scott?
Don't need to for a proof.
Have you checked the other geometric shapes, Scott?
Don't need to for a proof.
Have you checked the other geometric shapes, Scott, to see if it doesn't verify that you are wrong?
You being ignorant.
No, that's you
being ignorant.
You made a claim. You made a geometric claim, and the claim is that it can't be any other shape. But have you verified that it's no other shape? Have you checked all the other shapes and seen that any other shape could not work?
No other shape can possibly work, yes.
How do you know? How do you know? Did you check them all?
Yes.
Which, really? Well, how did you do that? How many geometric shapes are there, Scott?
Infinite.
All right. Have you checked infinite, Scott?
Yes.
Really? How did you compare that? How did you go through all the infinite shapes and compare each one to see if they're right or wrong? If you're right or wrong?
Yeah, we don't have the time, and you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, we do have the time. We're here 24/7. So go ahead and lay out the argument for you checking. Lay out the argument for you checking every geometric shape that's ever possible, infinite.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What's the argument for that? How did you do it? Show us the method, Mr. Math Wizard. Stay silent, you fucking numpy. That's how you should be. Every time I'm in this chat, fucking silent.
Yeah.
There's no, you can't escape, bro.
Scream.
Every time I'm in here, I'm gonna sting you with truth. Every single time, I'm gonna sting you with truth.
Sting me with something.
You can never escape. I'm always gonna shellac you, Scott.
Nonsense.
You're smiling back behind what you're saying because you know that you failed once again. Once again, you failed. And again, every single time I hear you make a stupid argument, I'm going to have you fail every time. You, Euclidean,
Why are you
everybody
so
else.
angry at the world, Miggy? What did it do to you?
What do you mean, what'd you do to me? You coming in here trying to sound like you're...
Did this world fuck you up somehow? You're so angry at everybody.
Yeah, I'm angry at
angry,
your ignorance. Your ignorance is it's at peak levels, man. How can you be this stupid, dude? And somebody that knows math in some kind of way, because I don't take away from somebody knowing something. So you do know math, but why do you fucking have to be this ignorant, dude? It's irritating. It irritates anybody that has a logical thinking mind. Why the fuck would you say something so stupid if you think you can figure things out in math? Like, I don't get it. Maybe it's how you grew up.
I'm surrounded by people with logical thinking minds. It doesn't irritate any of them. It just irritates you, and maybe that says something about you.
No, it irritates everybody else. Because I hear the people in here with logical thinking brains irritated by not the shit that you say, because you don't know how to like. You can't think outside of this globe model. It's like the only thing you can think of. Because if you realize you
I am
haven't.
stuck to reality. I'll give you that.
No, it's not reality. It's not reality.
I'm stuck to reality.
It's the reality that you made up in your own mind, and you're projecting it out forward into the world, saying, my reality is the way it is, guys. No, it's not. Who else sees the Earth as a globe primarily, Scott? Who? Tell me one person that walks outside and says, man, the Earth's such a globe. Have you noticed how globish the Earth is? It's such a globe. Nobody says that. No one has a primary experience that the Earth is a globe. Not a single human. They have to be told that it is.
Is primary experience the only way we can know something?
If you're going to tell me that the Earth is a globe and I'm standing on a geometric shape,
answer the question.
It better be something that I can experience. If I don't experience it, then how can I know that it's what you're telling me it is? Because you only experience what I experience.
So primary experience is the only way you can know anything.
Objectively.
Yeah, that's your problem.
What do you mean it's my problem?
Yes, because lot of us think there's lots of ways we can know a thing, and primary experience is one of them. The other ways we can infer things and we can deduce things from primary evidence, and we can use all the evidence we've acquired to come to conclusions that are bigger than the primary experience.
Listen, and we have to agree
and those are
upon
perfectly reasonable ways to know things.
We have to agree upon that being primarily experienced, and also empirical evidence will trump at the end of the day. So if you say, I've inferred something to be a certain way, and I've given you an example, okay, well, if that's true, you've inferred that the Earth could be something, but how is it? Have we tested it? Have we validated? Have we falsified? And it doesn't pass the standard for us to say that the Earth is empirically a globe. It's not.
It does pass our standard.
No, it doesn't. Empirical standards?
Yes, of course.
Of course. So how did you falsify the Earth as a globe being your primary experience, Scott?
I couldn't falsify it because it's true.
Answer the question.
You can't falsify something that's not true.
Yeah, you can. If somebody tells you that the orange is a geometric shape and it resembles a sphere, it's got curvature on it, you could test the claim. The claim that it is so will run through like a verification method. You could test it. You could say, I don't know. Let's see. What do we know geometric shapes to be? Well, this resembles a similar shape that I can think of. It looks like resembles a sphere. So you're going to be able to test that. Now, if the Earth is in the same way a sphere, you would be able to test it. Now, it's outside of that realm of testing and verifying. You can only abstract it in mathematical concepts. So it doesn't exist in a reality in which you can test. So it's not empirical, as you so stated.
And so if things get bigger than the orange, I can't figure out their shape.
Apparently, you can only abstract them. You can't actually test them. Now, a surface of an orange, you could test that it does have curvature, but the Earth, you can't do that. For some reason, it only lives in an abstraction. It only lives in a mathematical concept. It doesn't live in reality where you can say, oh, I know the Earth, as everybody's saying, is a geometric shape due to the fact that it has a radius value and a circumference value. Then I'm going to test these values to see if the Earth conforms to that in my test. You can't do that. Can you, Scott? Because I've asked you that numerous times over and over again. And the only thing that you give me in the way of that is distance. You don't tell me that the surface has a surface that's curving, being that the natural consequence of a geometric shape would be such that you could be able to determine, like the orange, that the surface is curving. You can't do that with the Earth. For some reason, it's outside of the realms of primary experience, isn't it, Scott? That's why I'm frustrated with your dumbass.
Well, but once again, you're back to asserting that all you can know is primary experience, and that's just stupid.
No, it's not stupid for people to want to know what the Earth is. It's stupid for you to believe that it just is because you've been told that it is. And you haven't done anything in the way of verifying it. Not you. You haven't got off your lazy ass and go do something and see if it's not what they've been telling you. Everybody in this chat, we've at least applied some measure of verification for this.
Now you're lying.
Oh, yes,
man.
we have. Yes, we have.
Now you're lying. You haven't.
No,
you don't.
No,
don't lie.
I'm talking about the people that's in here as well, not just me.
I know.
Everybody else.
Have you?
Oh yeah.
You said when you changed to flat Earth, you went out and looked at things, and you didn't see what you expected to see, but you had no idea what you expect to see. It just didn't.
What do you mean? No, you're misrepresenting
I remember your story when you're looking at Mandela effects.
Yeah.
And then you came across some flat Earth videos, and they said some things, and you said, "Oh, I'm going to prove this wrong." And you went out and looked at something, and it wasn't what you expected.
What do you mean? Right. That's the reason why I was convinced, because it wasn't what I thought it was as a globe.
What did you think it should be?
If you know my story, what was the thing that I was looking at? If you know my story.
I don't remember that part of your story. I just remember you saying you were looking at things and you saw something that was too far. You saw too far of a distance.
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. That wasn't the thing.
What was it?
It was water.
It was water. And what do you expect to see when you look at water?
The surface of that water to be curving at a rate that the globe predicts. And it didn't do that.
How does it not do that? What do you expect to see? This is what it come back to. I don't think you understand what you should expect to see.
Yeah, you expect to see a drop over distance. I already told you this over and over again, and I'll say it again.
What drop over distance would you expect to see?
So the Earth is supposed to be curving at the specific rate due to the fact that it's a geometric shape. It has a surface that's curving. And so if you got all these pictures from satellites and videos and shit, then the surface of that water would be conforming to that geometric shape.
And
it's a geometric shape. It's a spheroid.
And it is conforming to it.
No, it's not.
What are you expecting to see?
Okay, so then have you
What do you see that doesn't conform?
Nobody measures a drop over distance.
Let's get back to what you said you saw or didn't see. What did you expect to see that didn't conform?
Surface curvature.
How much curvature did you expect to see?
Obviously, it's an 8-inch per mile squared drop. It's a drop rate over a distance. So now, if you're saying that the surface is conforming to that geometric shape, well, that number, those values should comport over to reality every time you look at a line of sight. A line of sight should easily tell you, hey, you know what? I can't see this far because of the fact that the Earth is curving away at a specific drop rate. So you don't see that. Nobody does. Nobody sees that drop over distance.
First of all, do you expect to see? Do you expect to see with your eyes 8 inches over a mile?
No, I expect to see that the surface of the Earth is going to obstruct my view at a specific distance away from my view because the Earth is curving away from me.
Okay, and then when you realize that refraction is a real thing, what did you do?
No. You can't get away from the fact that we're talking about geometry, Scott. So now that you understand, right? I was talking
you're
about
talking
water.
about vision. You're talking about vision.
Yeah, and water.
You're talking about vision.
And water.
Yes.
See, now who's getting upset?
But when you're talking about vision and what you see, you can't ignore refraction.
Yeah, refraction's a generalized term. We already did this earlier. It's a generalized term.
You're ignore it, and you're ignoring it.
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm telling you that the fact that you're not being specific is your logical flaw. You're not saying, hey, wait a minute.
You ignored it.
Yeah, no, I said, wait a minute. If refraction is occurring, well, what are we seeing that refraction has the ability to obstruct the viewer? So the problem is if you're seeing something that's too far or too close, and you're saying it's refraction, and of course, if I even told you that miraging effects are a part of refraction, then how is refraction being a generalized term that you're going to label what you can optically see that changes what you see to be something other than something specific? So I told you, if you say refraction, then I want you to be specific. Categorize what you say that you see. If any type of optical effects are happening, what type of refraction is it? Because you've only used a generalized term. You're not specific, Scott. And everybody knows. Yes, you do. Because
it should have altered what you expect to see.
No, because that's some bullshit.
If it didn't alter what you expected to see, then you left out half of the understanding of it.
No, you did. You're leaving it out because did you tell me what type of miraging effects are taking place? Is it a superior mirage? Is it towering, stooping, lowering? You're not telling me any of that.
It's the kind that'll bend light over a curve.
Nah, that's bullshit. That's a dumb bullshit answer for you to say that it's something that you think it is as a generalized term.
Well,
you're not telling me specifically.
If you're saying
this takes us back to Alpha's
you went out to verify the globe model and you didn't see what you expected.
Well, this takes us back to the first point of Alpha's, yeah? Where do we get this sphere-shaped air and the curvature or the radius to begin with? Because they're the antecedents to your terrestrial refraction. Sphere-shaped air that we don't see in reality, or according to gas law, and the radius of the Earth. You don't have.
Are you asking where we got it or how I can convince you of it? I can explain how we got it and why we understand it.
We didn't get it. You're not. You're
not part of we.
Ball believer. You're a ball
believer.
Not part of
you're
not a we. You're not a we.
I know.
It's they.
But he used we.
They did something. They got off. Listen, they got off their ass and did something. You didn't do shit. You're in here talking shit.
I'll explain how they did it then.
You didn't do anything. What did they do?
Explain how they did it?
Yeah, what did they do?
Yeah. I'm sure they did it in several different ways. One of the ways they could have done it and probably did do it is they were pointing.
That's not bullshit. That's suggestive. That's bullshit. They probably should have, maybe could have, did it some way.
If you guys don't want to understand, that's okay.
Understand what? Your suggestive words that you're using that you don't know what they did because they probably maybe did something? Maybe, perhaps, could be. Maybe. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. You should be doing it for an exasperation. Spurging out. You see, this is what's irritating about you. You want us to listen to your dumb ass. At the same time, you say, well, maybe they did something. I don't know. It could be, possibly they could have did this. How the fuck are you saying that? And you're so sure that the Earth is a globe, yet you're so unsure of the method by which they extrapolated to our value. Weird, right?
I'm just
trying maybe, possibly.
Miggy, you suggested that you understood the globe model. Then you saw some videos which made you question it. Then you went out and looked, and you didn't see what you expected to see. And we've determined that what you expected to see was not based on the globe model. It was based on your misunderstanding of the globe model. So therefore, the fact that you didn't see what you expected to see is only you not understanding what you should have expected to see.
Yeah, you expected to see a geometric shape, or at least the consequence of that being the surface curvature. Now, if the surface curvature is not able to be detected because of your so-called refraction, then was that something they actually figured out a long time ago when they abstracted the Earth as a globe, Scott? Were they thinking of refraction? Oh yeah. Who was thinking about that?
For a long time.
Was it Al-Biruni? Was it Aristotle? Was it any of those fucking ancient guys? Did they know about refraction?
They've known about refraction since they started doing surveying and since they started doing celestial navigation.
You know how you weaseled out? Answer my question. Did those old ancient guys that abstracted the Earth as a globe? Yeah, you should care. That's the premise of the argument.
Why should I care?
Because if they're abstracting the Earth as a globe prior to the fact that refraction was thought of, then how the fuck did they figure out that refraction was going to cause an issue? You dumbass.
Because they saw anomalies in their measurements.
Anomalies?
Small anomalies. They were small.
I call bullshit on that. You don't know that. No. You just made that shit up. A fucking citation on that they saw anomalies. Citation.
Well, I understand how people solve problems in this world.
I understand. You understand
I've been
people?
solving problems for a long time myself. Not these ones, but other ones.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the old guys, the ancient guys, Aristotle, Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, how the fuck did they abstract the idea that refraction's causing an issue?
That's a you problem, not a me problem. I don't
That's
care.
a you problem. They
Why is it a me
conceptualize
problem?
because they conceptualize the abstraction of the Earth being a globe. You dumbass. Prior to the fact that
Well, who
refraction
cares?
existed, dude.
It's a you problem because you're making
You
the claims.
don't think you don't think
You
anybody
haven't
could have figured
supported
out
any
if
of
they didn't
them.
do that first?
Yeah, so they thought the Earth was a globe with the radius value the way that they say that it is. So the radius value is there already. So how the fuck are you saying now that refraction's an issue that you've already understood now because the ancient guys didn't know that shit? So how did they get a ball before, not knowing about refraction? Huh, Scott?
Because refraction only makes the ball. Refraction only seems to make the ball bigger.
So how the fuck are they not giving a bigger ball to you then?
Well, because the measurements they took were at a high enough angle of elevation where refraction played a very little part in it.
You don't know how to answer that question, do you? You fucking
I just answered
moron.
it. You
No,
don't
you
understand
didn't.
the answer.
How the fuck are you speaking for people long ago, man? I could easily ask for citations of all the bullshit that you're saying. You wouldn't be able to produce it. You know that, right?
Yeah, because I don't care. I just was honoring your question and trying to do my best to answer it.
Yeah,
But
because
from my
of the fact
perspective,
it doesn't have an answer.
I look for myself. I don't give a fuck what Al-Biruni did. I don't give a
good
fuck
for you.
what Eratosthenes did.
So
I can open my eyes and see for myself.
If they
Can
gave
you
us
open
the
your eyes
idea,
and see for yourself?
yeah. So I'm not going to go on this fucking meta conversation with you. But if they abstracted the Earth as a globe,
About how we see? All right.
So how we don't see globes. We don't see globes. They didn't see a globe.
All the evidence we ever see points to one.
No. Their primary experience of the Earth was not one of it being a globe. Their primary experience was a flat stationary Earth. They've abstracted the idea that they were seeing a globe in their mathematical concept. Now you didn't see a globe,
what they
nor did
abstracted
they.
from?
Nor did they.
Well,
Do you think Eratosthenes, if he even existed, was proving the globe?
Go ahead, AJ.
I was saying it's just a conceptual fiction. It doesn't really
Yep.
exist in reality.
Yeah, except for Scott's mind, where he thinks he's seeing
It's
globes
just
everywhere.
gibberish.
Gibberish.
So,
It's always
That's
gibberish.
just another thing you guys made up. Conceptual abstraction. No.
Yeah, what's weird is that those guys didn't use any of the refraction ideas that you have right now. So when they're looking upon the Earth, there's always refraction. According to you, sometimes more, sometimes less. Yes.
Yes.
So
true.
how did they come up with the exact radius value in those days?
They didn't. They got it wrong.
They got it wrong. So why are we
Yes.
using the radius value today, numbnuts?
We're not. Not
Yes,
the one
we
they
are.
got. We're not using the one they got. No. No.
Eratosthenes didn't give us
No.
You're using
You
a
got
rough
it wrong.
value. You're using a
We know
rough
he was
value. That's a
wrong.
pretty good assumption.
We know he was wrong because we have better tools to
we
measure
know
it
he was
now.
wrong.
Yes.
Better tools to measure it.
Yes.
So did they
you
figure out?
really think we're going off Eratosthenes' measurements?
Yeah.
In 2024? Are you serious?
What measurements are we? What's the foundation for the Earth being a globe with the radius value? Who measured it, Scott? Go on.
Hundreds of people have measured it. Hundreds of people, if not thousands, have measured it since.
Give me the fucking instance of the one guy or the people. I don't know. I don't even care at this point. Point me to the source where they solidified the radius value being 3969 or 3959. Excuse me. Who did that?
You could do it yourself right now.
Who did that?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not how science. That's not how understanding works.
Thank you.
We don't need to know who came up with an idea.
Argument. Somebody's got a hot mic. Dude, everybody right now.
Do you understand how your way of thinking about this is just flawed?
Check.
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. I think it was you, Heretic.
What the fuck? My phone's always doing this. Can you just mute me? Because I can't actually do it right now.
Yeah, I got you, man.
Hey, Heretic.
Thanks, man.
Miggy, you don't need to know who came up with the measurement in order to understand that it's true. You get that, right?
What the fuck?
You don't need to name the person.
That's not the point, dude. The foundation for the number existing in the first place, it came from somewhere. Where did it come from?
Exactly.
Who
that number
fucking
can be
started?
repeated by anybody who cares to.
No, that's not the point, dude. You're missing the forest through the trees. Where the fuck did this number come from?
It
Who
doesn't
conceived it?
matter.
What the fuck?
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why are you
Why?
focusing on the original measurement?
Why does it matter?
Because you have to find out who actually got the measurement right in the first place. Who was that
Why?
person? Because they have a method, dumbass. And then you're gonna be able to repeat that method.
So all we need to know is their method, and we know the method, and we can repeat it.
Do we? And what was their method? What was their method?
I've heard 3 at least.
Oh my god!
I'm just pick and choose, I guess.
All of them lead to the same conclusion. We can do reciprocal zenith angles,
which
we
is
can
based
do
on
spherical excess, or we can do celestial orientation. They all lead to the same number.
Spherical excess.
Yes.
Yeah, that's presupposing the Earth is a globe. Thanks for that.
No, it's not.
Next. Yes, it is spherical excess. It's in the fucking name.
It's concluding that the Earth is a globe. They do the measurements.
It's actually starting out with the idea that you're going to see if the Earth conforms to a globe.
You just got it backwards. You just got it backwards, Miggy. That's not how it works.
Engineering. You can't say it's spherical excess because you don't know if it's a sphere in the first place.
Here's the thing. Here's how it worked, Miggy. Surveys went on the field, and they took the azimuth distance or the azimuth angles to 3 different points, all referencing each other. They created a triangle. They looked at the azimuth. They added the azimuth angles of those measurements they took, and they went, "Oh shit, they're greater than 180." How do we explain that? That's how it happened.
Yeah, who did that?
Every survey who's ever surveyed anything.
Never. That's bullshit, dude. Point to one surveyor that did that.
All the geodesic surveys who ever happened have done that.
Citation.
No. That's a lie. Yeah, this is just you denying reality again.
No,
Okay,
citation.
here's a citation for you guys.
Dude, look at it. Just Google it. Google's your friend.
No, here's a citation from Anthony Hock.
Google is your friend. If you want to understand this world, Google's your friend.
Geodetic surveying is a surveying in which the curvature of the Earth is taken into account at a high degree of accuracy in linear and angular observations is achieved. The geodetic survey extends over large areas and lines connecting 2 points of the surface of the Earth that are treated as arcs for calculating their projected distances on plans or maps. Correction for the Earth's curvature is applied to the initial measured distances. What are they? Linear and angular measurements. Yeah. So after the fact, they try to fit it. Now, there's different ways geodetic surveying can be divided. Triangulation. Well-defined triangles are formed on the plot of land to be surveyed. Only one line known as the baseline, and all other angles are measured very carefully. Again, triangulation, triangles, baselines, then reified into the belief of the globe to see if it fits after the initial calculations. Secondly, reciprocal leveling. Okay, so this is differences in levels between 2 points which are separated by obstacles, or stadia, which again is the vertical and horizontal distances. Where's the sphere here apart from the calculation?
When they measure the azimuth angles, do they get greater than 180 degrees? Yes or no?
No, see what he's doing, AJ? He wants you to say that because they're doing it after the fact.
The only thing that matters. The only thing that matters. They get greater than 180 degrees, do they not?
Fit them onto a presupposed ball, and when they don't fit onto your presupposed ball, then you get spherical excess and calculate it as spherical trigonometry after.
You guys are just wrong.
Exactly.
The numbers they write down in their notepad that they took directly from their machine
citation
is greater than 180 degrees.
Citation. Do it.
Dude, Google's your friend. If you want to understand, go for it.
Because you're saying bullshit, Scott. You're saying bullshit. You want everybody in this audience to fucking take you for what you're saying. You prove it. Because AJ just proved that it's the opposite.
He didn't prove anything.
Yeah, he did.
Did he say anything about spherical excess?
Yeah, it happens after the fact, not before.
What is that? What does it mean to happen after the fact?
That means you're figuring out that the Earth is a geometric shape due to the fact that you're taking the measurements as these triangles that you're looking through. And so when you're actually saying that you're superimposing the Earth doesn't fit, that the Earth is a curving surface, you have to use spherical trigonometry in order to get that greater than 180 degrees.
Because their primary measurement is greater than 180.
No, they're not. They're
And that's
plane
why
triangles.
that's why they have to,
Plain,
and that's why they have to apply
well-defined
the
plane
spherical geometry to
triangles
it.
are formed on the plot of land to be surveyed. Only one line, known as the baseline. All other angles are measured carefully. Where have you got plane triangles with horizontal baselines?
Yeah,
on your curve?
he just read a
I didn't say anything
citation.
about that, did
He
I?
just hold on, Scott. He just read a citation. Where's yours?
His citation didn't counter mine.
Where's your
It confirmed
citation?
mine.
Yeah, bullshit,
His citation,
dude.
his citation
Are
confirmed
you're
what
full
I
of shit,
said.
Scott? Where's
It's
your
not my fault you
citation?
understand, man.
Yeah, where's your citation?
I will use his.
No, you're not, because that's
I am.
what the fuck?
Dude, if you understood what he read, you'd understand that I'm right.
I don't think you understand what he read.
I understand exactly what he read.
What
I'm
did he
sorry,
read?
but what does spherical geometry imply?
A curve.
Right.
And
If you have to account for the curve of something, does
You're
that
not in the
imply
initial
something about the
measurements.
shape?
You are calculating the sphere after the initial measurements that are taken, which are linear angles.
It's all there, gentlemen.
Do I got someone take over for me?
The fact,
I got you, Scott. I got you,
No,
Scott.
you don't got
you're up.
shit, D'Lo. You're the
So
worst
if
person
you
to argue
have
for this. You're
if
the
you
worst
have
person to argue.
angles 61, 61, and 61, can you form a triangle with that, numpty?
After the fact or before?
Yeah,
When
no,
you
no,
take
no, no. If you have
but that's
3
not it.
points that you
That's not it.
measure,
No,
and you have
here's what's being argued, and you guys are gonna need a citation for this too. If you're saying they're measuring the Earth to be curving, citation, please. I don't want to hear you saying anything about math after the fact that they do these measurements using triangles. I want you to show me where it's saying they're actually measuring the Earth to be surface curving. Do that. Pull up the citation, post it in the chat. That's exactly what they're doing, because AJ read a citation that's not that. So go on. I'm going to mute you now, but go ahead and post it.
Yeah, clearly you have.
I'm not going to answer anything you got to say until you post a citation that shows that they're actually measuring the surface to be curving. Do that.
That's what the citation says. Please let.
No, it doesn't.
It
AJ,
does.
what is wrong with these guys, man? It seems like every time that you go through this, like they're having this trouble trying to figure out that they didn't measure the surface curving.
You're also just repeatedly server muting him while he's trying to explain the position. So
Yeah, the position is well said, and that's the one of well, Google's your friend, and no citations are being produced. Bingus, are you going to produce a citation? How about you do that, because these guys can't do it.
Sure.
Scott Mackey couldn't do it. D'Lo couldn't do it. Maybe you can.
AJ produced the only evidence I need. I'm good with it.
It speaks against what you're saying, but all right.
It does not. Says right in the thing he posted, they account for curvature. Oh. Now maybe you can find any citation that says they don't account for curvature.
Yeah, the one he told you.
It says directly in there they account for curvature, or they correct for curvature.
Yeah, that's what you heard.
That's what he read. That's what he read. What did it say about curvature? The word curvature was in there.
Hold on, AJ, you're lighting up, but you're not. Nobody hears you. You might want to check your mic. Yeah, you're lighting up, but we can't hear you.
You got me now?
Yep.
Yeah, you're all good.
Well, I think what I've put speaks for itself, yeah, and anybody honest who's reading it can clearly see that the
You want to read it again for us? Because I'm in my pool.
Angular observations, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then after the fact, they calculate their correction for the Earth's curvature. It's
There you go.
applied after.
Thank you.
after the initial measurements, which means they're trying to
That's
fit
what I
those
said.
triangles they've measured. I think it's onto the GS86 model of the Earth, and when the triangles they actually measured don't conform to their belief, then they have their spherical excess. Then they use their spherical geometry. But the fact
Where does it say that? Where does it say after the triangles don't conform to their belief? Is that in the citation somewhere?
Yeah.
That's just what happens when you read it.
We imply it didn't conform to their beliefs?
Yeah, we do. Because it
Okay,
didn't. They can't get the curvature of the Earth to be like the radius value or everything that the Earth that's conforming to the idea that it's an oblate spheroid. Then they do their corrections. That's what the fucking corrections are. Okay, what?
Okay, your citation doesn't say what you say it should have said. It says what I said instead, and you think that you think that is evidence for you.
Dude,
everyone can see how dishonest you're being.
Yeah, you're very dishonest, dude. That doesn't
Did
say
you or
that.
did you not read?
Listen, no, Scott. Did they as soon as they took their measurements find out that the Earth is curving? Answer the question. When they took their measurements. Thank you.
They write down some numbers. They write down numbers.
There you go. That's it.
What do you expect them to do?
You are cooked,
what do you expect them to do?
Because that's what they need to see. The Earth primarily having the surface curvature. Dumbass.
You know what they do, right? They look through the viewfinder and they write down an azimuth and a zenith, right?
They measure a lineal angle.
Which is azimuth and zenith, right?
Which uses triangulation. They then calculate for their globe.
So they look in their machine and they write down two numbers, right?
Yeah, you're pretty much cooked, dude. Like he's just trying to rescue himself, AJ. He's soothing himself right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Scott, you should burn up your freaking notebook or get people to pull out their notebooks, You know
what's even weird is
that accounting. They shouldn't be accounting for curvature. They should be measuring it.
Yeah.
How?
Exactly how we're telling you.
How are you telling me they should measure for it?
Drop over distance.
How do they know what drop to expect?
That's exactly the point.
Because they've given you the radius. They've given you the geometry to it. So you can calculate that. You fucking
but you're at another point. You're at another point, and how do you know the elevation change?
Oh, dude,
my goodness.
Yeah, it's the same shit, dude. Cow. If you're looking over the surface of the Earth,
you guys realize that not a single one of you have explained this yet, right? None of you even tried to explain how this works.
No, we're saying
you're not even understanding what he read.
Of disbelief.
No, when he said something is measured in distance and due to the angular size, due to the baseline of the line that is being measured towards two.
Here, let's
yes, it was.
Hold on, Scott. Let's ask Apocryphon, since he knows about these things, right? Apocryphon, are you there?
Yeah, we use them. That's part of our job. Yeah.
Okay, tell me how you do geodetic surveying. What's the exact way you do a geodetic surveying?
Here's what he does. The first thing he does is he first of all uses a system that he thinks he knows about. But then when you think about it, let me throw that question back to you, Scott. How do you think they're getting their target if they're hitting something of which they cannot see? Because miles and miles and miles away that you say they're taking their measurements of, they can't even see their fucking target on the ground.
When did I say miles away of anything?
Because geodetic surveyors, do you know how? That's why I'm throwing it back to you to see if you even know what the fuck you're trying to claim right now. How far do they take their distances when they make their triangles that you say are curving? How far are those from one another? This is why they're getting that dip. By the way, because they're taking an angle through the optics. They're looking at something that has now dropped in optically. It's dropped in elevation optically, not physically. I know you guys love to say that it's dropping physically. No. It's an optical thing. And because it's lower in your view, that's why you're going to have it a little bit less than your position when you go back to the other side and look back from it. But here's the key, though, Scott. This is why you don't take those long shots.
You're talking about a past discussion.
It's still the same discussion.
This is why you don't do that, though, Scott. The reason why you don't do that, Scott, is because the thing in the distance has lowered to optically to your view. But the way they compensate for it, the way you would formulate that in is you'd say, oh, it's refraction, and refraction causes things to drop in the distance, or sometimes it even looks higher. Depends on the day you're doing the depends on the time of day you're doing it. By the way, and as well as the weather conditions, because it's not just that. When they formulate it, that's why, Scott, they take 10 shots and then they just take a medium of those 10 shots, or 5 shots, maybe sometimes 7, and they take a medium. The reason why they take a median, because they understand that from 1 minute to the next, you can look through it again and it's now different. But it's an optical change here. It's not a physical change. You guys think that thing physically is lower than you because it's on the other side of a curve. But no, it's an optical thing, Scott. And you don't get that. I don't know why.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the conversation we're having, man. You're on a completely different conversation right now.
I'm sorry. He asked how it works. I would just tell you how it works. What was the conversation?
How do you do geodetic surveying?
That's why I told you. How far is that thing? How far is that thing away from your position? I'm asking. I'm throwing it back at you, so you give me an answer. Do you know how far?
How do they do geodetic surveying?
Do you know how far that spot is?
I have no idea how far their spot was. I'm guessing they have all kinds of different distances from spot to spot.
Yeah. So, well, if you actually talk to surveyors, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, now we just use like GPS." And what happens is when they do it nowadays, they go, "Yeah, we just use GPS, and we have these these units, right? These total stations with GPS built in." And what happens is, Scott, when you turn it on, right, you have an option. You can have it include the curvature or not include the curvature.
Yep.
And when you click it on, it throws in the formula for you. But you don't. You can be lazy about it. You know what I mean? Oops, I'm sorry, at the store right now. You can be lazy.
And why would they have that option to include the curvature? There was no curvature. They want to get it wrong?
No. Because think about this.
No.
Hold on. Think about this.
Don't think about it. Wait, tell me why they have the option.
Because that's what we've been told is what's happening. We've been told, hey, it's curved, so you have to account for curvature. But here's the thing, though, Scott.
If they don't account for curvature, if they include curvature and it's not there, would they not get it wrong?
Let me finish. Here's the point. If they're taking those measurements and not including that curvature, and they still are accurate, and it still adds up, then how would you explain that? If they did all their measurements and didn't account for curvature of the Earth, but what they did account for was like the optical, the variables by the environment, or even just based off of the tolerance of their the tolerance that they have because of error, right? They have a certain degrees that they can be off, and they can even throw that in there because they know, like, if I'm going this far away from it, I know that it's going to be this much off. There's going to be an error, so they can calculate that in, and it will equal to what they're estimating it to be. So what I'm telling you, though, if they don't account for that curve that you think they have to do it, and they come up with the same answer, then how do they do it then? If they didn't account for curvature, but they still came up with the answer, then how do they do it, Scott? How do you think they did it?
I don't think they did.
Oh, but they do, though. That's kind of the argument. They do, though. Oh, well, you can say that all you want. So
you can say they do. You'd be wrong.
Yeah, and here's why. Because Tony, my friend's stepdad, I've said this story plenty of times, especially in this Discord, retired over 35 years surveyor, asked him, hey, you account for curvature? No, never had to.
Yeah, but it's story before. You can save it, man. You can save it.
It's in the manual, though. Yeah, it is. But guess what? But it doesn't. You don't have to use it, though.
And does he do geodetic surveying?
No. It's not geodetic surveying.
Okay.
It's just surveying.
You're talking about geodetic surveying, though.
But it's the same principle, though. Do you understand?
No, it's not.
It's the same principle.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It is. Yes, it is the same principle. Yes, it is. The
geodetic surveys are the ones who lay those little plaques that you guys use to measure your heights of your structures off of them.
Yeah.
You guys don't lay the plaques, do you?
No. Here's the thing, though. The datums, if they're just putting it, that they're just making it to where, oh, we're gonna make it fit this model, that what it has to be according to the radius that we modeled in, And then guess what? You want to know what happens on the field though? See, this is something you don't know, Scott. When you go out there in the field and then you realize, hey, how come this isn't matching up right now? And then the surveyors that do it locally come into the spot. Not the fucking geodetic surveyors that said they fucking measured all of fucking mountains and everything in miles and 30 miles away, and you can't even fucking do that because you can't even see the position. But here's what happens: the local surveyors come in and they go, "Oh yeah, it's off by a 5/8. Okay, well here's the correction. I'm gonna sign off on it. There you go." So that's why it's off sometimes, and you don't know this because you're not on the fucking job site. You don't even know it goes
Neither
out
are
like
you.
that, bro.
So
Oh, get the fuck out of here, bro. Anyways, dude, if anyone wants to listen to this clown, fucking listen to him. He's just a piece of shit liar.
we all should keep in mind that he did not talk about geodetic survey at all, right? We all heard that, right?
I told you about geodetic survey. Yeah,
He
he was
didn't talk about it at all.
He retired for 35 years. Retired.
No, that's someone else. When he shows up, we'll talk to him. Why don't you bring him in? We can talk to him.
Dude, that was 5-6 years ago. He came into I talked to him on the Discord server. And Zanuck.
Well, until you can bring him in, it's hearsay, right?
And Zanuck was like, "Well, tell him about the manual. It's in his manual." And then I said, "Hey, Tony, this guy right here, he's saying," he was on the phone. I said, "Hey, he's saying that there's a manual." And he goes, "Yeah, it does say it. It does say it in the manual, but you don't have to use that though. You never have to account for that." Like, wow.
Not for his, not for plain surveying. You don't. Which he'd be doing
Okay,
local
so you missed
low resolution.
How you doing?
So you missed it again. Daza. It's amazing. You missed when I said. So when they go out there, because they're saying, "Oh, the world's a globe. Let's make all the data points according to the mathematical formula of the model." And then what happens when we get on the job sites and shit doesn't add up, right? Doesn't add up to the data points. Want to know why? Because that curve that they accounted for doesn't exist. So what has to happen? What has? Yeah, you can say it's rubbish all you want, but you never fucking been on a job site in your life. So shut the fuck up.
No,
So I have
worked for. I have worked
on
for
the job site. So what happens on the job site? The local surveyors come in and then they fucking make the correction, and that's the way it works.
Yeah. Okay, so I used to work for a surveying company. Yeah, I built analytical plotters, and I worked in the mapping industry. What you said was hogwash. If you're doing geodesic surveying, you do have to take the Earth curvature into consideration.
I already told you that. It's like I said everything. You just ignored me, bro. I said they make this model. They do everything. They plot it according to the model. And then when we get out in the real world, right? Not that it's you're having to account for that, because what happens is when we get out there and you do the measurement, that's not the reality, and then it's off. So then the local, you can say it's bullshit all you want, but you've never been on the job site, have you? You never had to.
I have been on jobs. I've been doing plain surveying, for God's sake.
So have you ever had it to where you have to call the surveyor, call them up, hire them, be like, "Hey, can you come out here and reshoot this? Or it's not matching. It's not matching with what we've been told." Yeah, exactly.
I've done all kinds. I've dealt with all data. Okay, go on, carry on.
Okay, so here's what happens. Okay, yeah, I'm going to say it one more time and a little bit slower because you didn't get it.
I doubt you are. The
geodetic
Can you let Pazza speak, please? Apoc, can you shut up for like 10 seconds?
The geodetic surveyor, obviously not, right? The geodetic surveyor comes out and there's data points, right? And he says, "This is this, this is that," and they did all their calculations, including a curve, right, to the model. Even though they didn't get that, by the way, they just took a medium. They probably took 10 shots, maybe 5 or 7 shots, and then they just did a medium. Now, that is not the way you fucking find the actual calculation, right? Because you're taking the medium. It's a little higher, a little lower, but you take a medium. So the point here is that then when the job site goes out, when we go out there and we're told, the city comes out, here's your benchmark, this is what it is. Okay, and then you take a shot, and you realize, well, hold up, it doesn't match up. Oh, the reason why is because whatever geodetic surveyor that came out before, a long time ago, he was measuring a model that doesn't exist. So he's coming up with these conclusions that we have to then adjust for. Because now we're doing with reality. Now we're having to actually measure it and be like, okay, it was off by a 3/4, or it was off by an 1/8, or it was off by a fucking an inch, whatever it is. It's off because that wasn't reality. Okay, go ahead. What was that?
Oh no, I was saying. So are you saying because the
I'm in
average
the
that
closet.
they measured doesn't match that specific one, then it's
Yeah, no. So when they take the median, then they just kind of like say this is what it is,
yeah,
and
they average it,
in
right?
that, yeah, they average it, and they have a formula in there of giving it a curve, okay, and then they stamp it, then they sign it off, say okay, this is what it is, right? But then when the local surveyors come out, and that's not what it is, and because the reason why is because local surveyors are taking shots that are shorter, so it's more accurate. That's kind of the whole fucking point, dude. It's accurate, and guess what? And they're not accounting for curvature. But ask some of the Globers; they'll tell you, oh, they don't have to. They don't have to account for it because it's negligible. Ask them; they'll tell you.
Sure, localized plane surveying doesn't have to doesn't concern itself with the Earth.
I told you.
But that doesn't mean that they measure something that the geodesics have got wrong, does it? They're working in a small resolution. How can they determine the errors in a larger resolution survey?
Hold on a second. Where are they measuring the curvature? Where are they measuring the curvature?
Any surveying you do.
Where are they measuring the curvature?
Okay, fine. No, you carry on in your.
Where are they measuring the curvature?
I'm not fighting against you. I'm not fighting against you. You're ungracious.
Yeah. Can you tell me where they measure the curvature that they're compensating
why
for?
Are you going to keep doing that? What's the matter with you?
Because I'm asking you, the guy who's supposed to be the one in here, the expert, where are they measuring the curvature at? You said you worked in the field, right? As far as this room is concerned, you have the most experience, probably. So tell me, where is this curvature being measured in surveying? That's as best you got. Okay.
No, it is
well,
for
we don't
you.
need you for anything anymore.
My first interaction with you.
No, I mean, you're the guy that has the expertise. You've actually been the one in the field. So where are they measuring the curvature at?
My first interaction.
Oh, so you're useless to this conversation then, right?
I am useless. I am useless.
Totally useless to this conversation.
I think it's because you came out being rude.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay, well then I guess you won't talk. So does anybody else have any measurable curvature in surveying? Where's that at?
No, you have some great logic though.
I know, it's fantastic, right?
Yeah. What do you have mods like this? So like Alpha is like this, Does Who is like this, where they just make the whole conversation about them. You get anyone who doesn't want to talk to them like they're a kid.
Well, dude, you're saying they measure straight lines and then they apply them to a fucking reference ellipsoid, dude. Like, fuck, he's asking you, where the fuck do they measure the curve?
Oh, so now you want to be serious.
Someone just said that they compensate for it. I want to know where they're compensating for this curvature and how they measured it in surveying. Where's it at?
That's why I told him. I said they just measure it. They just formulate it in. They don't actually measure it. They don't actually find it. They just formulate it in. That's all they do. They say it has to be this. So what they do is they add a formula to make it that. That's why he's saying there's excess, spherical excess. Yeah, because they added a fucking formula. But again, it's not there though, because when you do local plane surveying and you're like, oh shit, this is off. Yeah, wanna know why it's off? Because the fucking guys that thought it's fucking curving away from you, that added a curve that isn't there, now you gotta correct them. These guys don't fucking know what they're talking about.
Hey, Puck, are you telling me that within the surveying that they do, which is rise over run, which is according to a plane, they then take those particular measurements, which are flat plane measurements, and then paste them over an already reified model, but that it doesn't exist in reality truly, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, we're aware of this. So there is no curvature in reality ever being measured, and the expert in the field, the Daza or whoever came in here, couldn't tell us about how they measure that in reality.
Yeah, and then if you heard him, and if you heard him, I even said it. I said, dude, ask them, dude. They even say themselves, locally, you don't have to account for it because it's negligible. That's what he fucking said, bro. That's what they always say.
Is my microphone all right, APOC? Can I say something for a second?
Sure. Go ahead, brother.
All right. So when I drew for KCI in Maryland, we did like wastewater management and like just like water management off of like some sites were up to like 10, 15 miles. That never came into curvature, never came into account. It was only topographical stuff, the hills, the terrain. And when I drew for BGE in Maryland, also BG&E Electric, Baltimore Gas and Electric, some of our sites were 5 miles long where we were building and laying electric line. That never, I mean, obviously that's electric line, so you're not dealing with any topographical stuff. But I've never like used any kind of curvature, anything when I was drawing. It was all just topographical stuff. So,
yeah, that's the rise over run. That's all you're dealing with. Rise over run all day, every day. And real surveyors know that. Not the guys that want to set up a fucking theodolite and shoot something that's fucking 75 miles away. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. No one's fucking doing that. That's not even a professional fucking... They wouldn't even accept that signed paper, bro. If you said, oh, I took this measurement from 75 miles, they say, what the fuck? Get out of here. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Not the way you do it.
They're talking about a simple job in terms of an overcomplicating one.
If it's 75 miles, man, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, they're gonna say that they found curvature in 75 miles. They're fucking lost.
You can see 75 miles from hilltop to hilltop. No problem.
Oh, hilltop to hilltop. Hmm?
I see 55 miles every day that I go to work.
Okay, here's what I'm saying.
Well, this shouldn't be possible. I mean,
if you were working for a company and they said, hey, go take shots, and then you came back and they said, hey, how are you back so fast? And you go, well, I just went to the top of the mountain. I shot the top of the mountain, and I know that because I see the top of the mountain, here's my fucking formula. Here's my numbers. They're going to fucking say, hey, grab your shit and get out of here. Never come back. You know what the fuck you're doing. Because that's not the way you would fucking do it. I know there's people that say they do this. Like you have Jesse, Pathlight, love the dude. But he's like, oh yeah, I go and 175 miles away. Bro, that's not the way you fucking use that equipment. It's not what it's used for, bro.
Why not?
Because that's not the way it's fucking done. That's why. Why do you not?
It measures angles, right?
Why don't you use hammers on glass? Why don't you do that? Because that's not what it's used for, huh?
Hammers are made for hammering nails.
There you go. Theodolites are not made they're not made for taking distances that are fucking as far as you guys think they are. I'm just telling you that right now.
Why not?
Because we understand that the farther you take a shot, the more error you will have optically. You don't get that, bro. You're never gonna get it. You're lost.
Well, that's just you asserting things. You got any evidence for that? No? Didn't think so.
Scott, so you're saying that if people don't have evidence, then we probably shouldn't just be talking to them, probably should just ignore them? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm at the store right now.
Hold on. So what are you saying? I mean, you brought in nothing but anecdotal evidence since I got here today. So if APOC has anecdotal evidence, I suppose that would be gospel to you, right?
If it's his direct evidence, sure. But he's
direct evidence. Can you define that? Define direct evidence, please. I just talked about anecdotes, and you want to talk about direct evidence, which is not the word that I used. Please tell me about what this direct evidence is that you're appealing to.
Apocryphon was not relating an anecdote right there. He was relating a story he just made up.
Like an anecdote?
No. Anecdotes are something that you experience. Stories are something that's a figment of your imagination, a creation of your...
So you're accusing APOC of just making things up. Do you have any evidence for that, Scott?
Yeah.
Terrific. Present it in chat, please.
No, he ask him. He'll tell you he just made that up.
Oh, well, if he wants to jump on the mic. APOC, are you just making stuff up?
No, where he said that someone would do something if I did something. That's a story he just made up.
Holy cow, dude! It's pathetic. Just
I was
stop,
on the couch
Scott.
here, bro. What was he saying? I made what up? What are you talking about?
He's saying that you're just making stuff up.
No, I said he made up something specifically.
What did I make up?
Which was when he told the story, if I went and measured 75 miles and I would go into this office and they'd tell, get the fuck out of here, you know what you're doing. That's just a story he made up.
Okay, because
Is it a story you just made up or not, Apocryphon? Let's start with that.
Okay, obviously
it's not a direct experience, right?
Okay. Did you go to the office? Did they tell you to get the fuck out? Come on,
No.
Scott. Be an adult here, bro. Stop being a fucking child. Obviously, I gave a scenario, right?
Exactly.
Like that's telling you that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And
But it's something you just made up, right?
But that scenario is accurate.
Okay, so Scott, if we're just going to go by the scenarios that you just make up, like the reciprocal zenith angles with the theodolites that you didn't provide for me earlier, should we just throw it out? Or are you just making stuff?
I said I could provide that for you if you wanted it.
Okay, so I want you to show me when you took the theodolites and aimed them at each other and got reciprocal zenith things. Oh, so you were just making that up. So we can discard that.
Someone else did it.
Okay. So what'd they do?
They took a whole bunch of measurements and he wrote them down, and we can all look at them and see what we can make sense of.
Great.
Do you want to look at these measurements together?
What do you mean make sense of?
Yeah, we can see that they equal greater than 180, and then we can talk to each other and figure out what we're going to do with them.
Okay. So someone measured a triangle.
No, these are not triangles. These are reciprocal zenith angles.
Oh, well, what were you talking about 180 degrees for then?
Well, they both work up 180 degrees, and they're both in excess of 180 degrees, but they're different.
What? Both what? 180 degrees of what?
Reciprocal zenith angles should be 180 if the verticals are parallel, and so should the geodetic triangles. They should equal 180, and not both of them are over 180, which indicates
geodetic triangles. Do you mean the straight lines that they went ahead and measured in a triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah. No curves.
So three straight lines
measured from the same spot.
Yeah. 3 straight lines, and somehow the azimuths are greater than 180. It's weird, isn't it?
No. It's not weird because the way you fucking
azimuths. That's in regards to a plane. Hold on, APOC. Azimuth. That's in regards to a flat plane.
Yeah, but they're all on 3 different planes. Each
3 different planes. So this is all planar. So no curvature then.
No, infinite planes.
No, infinite planes. Right. So planes. So no curvature then.
Infinite planes.
Yeah. So no curvature. No curvature.
If we have infinite planes, it implies a curvature necessarily.
Can you show me an infinite plane?
Infinite planes. If we have infinite planes.
Yeah. So can you show me one of those?
How can I show you one of a plural?
Oh, infinite number of planes. Okay, show me an infinite number of planes. Go ahead and show me that.
Yeah, go on a sphere and move at any point to any point.
Go on a sphere. So not the Earth then, because we're doing surveying using a plane, right?
But no, we're using a sphere.
Oh, so show me surveying from a sphere. I'd love to see that.
Any survey you ever see is from a sphere.
Okay, so show me how you're
look at the results of any survey.
Show me how you're giving rise over curve. I'd love to see that.
How they're getting rise over curve.
Yeah, you said that they're doing a survey over the sphere Earth, which is a curvature on the vertical axis. So show me how you get, an angle from that curve.
Yeah, they
rise over curve.
Well, I can't tell you if you won't shut up. Okay, so they go to point A and they get a zenith and an angle to point B, and then they get a zenith.
How do they get an angle from the curve? Scott, curve, angle from a curve. Can you show me that?
Yeah, they
put it in the side text, please.
They use a vertical in order to define level.
Scott, so is vertical in relation to a sphere, or is that presupposed, or is that a plane? Vertical in relation to a No, I'm asking you very specific questions about the claims that you're making. I'm not going away from anything, even though you don't want to provide any more evidence or details about the things that you're claiming. I'm very thorough. So this vertical, is it in relation to a curve?
It's vertical. It's
down. Vertical in relation to what?
Whatever down is.
Whatever down is? So down, up and down, those are verticals. Those are in relation to horizontal.
Locally, yes.
Okay, so the local plane, how far does that plane expand, Scott?
It touches the Earth at one and only one point, right at the
only 1 point. So now we have a plane on top of a ball. So what do we need the ball for, since we're not using it?
Because it's where the other points are. It's on, the other points are on the ball.
Oh, you said there's other points on the ball, so not on the plane then.
No, there's 1 point on the plane.
So 1 point on the plane. Great. So we're measuring to where to get rise over run on this plane, not the ball.
Two other points on the ball.
Right. So we don't. So we're ignoring the ball. So the plane and the ball at the same time. You're now violating the law of non-contradiction. A curve and a plane at the same time. Have you been drinking again, Scott?
Yeah, it's really not that hard. If you
okay, so show me a curve and a straight line at the same time. Show me how you get a curve off of this plane and a straight line at the same time, or I should say a curve and a straight line at the same time. You said they're at the same time.
You just said gibberish. I don't understand what you're saying because you didn't say what I said.
It's not your gibberish. So you're not saying that we're using a curve and a plane at the same time, right? You're saying we're using one or the other. So which one are we using, Scott?
What do you mean using a curve and a plane at the same time? I never said any of that. I never
said we're measuring off of a plane, this angle, off of a plane or a curve?
It's off the vertical, actually.
The vertical. Oh, so we're measuring off of a vertical. So we're not going rise over run horizontally. That's not what we're doing.
Well, we're getting 90 degrees off vertical.
90 degrees off of vertical. There you go. Vertical and horizontal are linked, just like I said earlier. So this is a horizontal plane that we're measuring.
Well, we're getting the angle elevation from point A to point B.
Elevation off of the horizontal plane that we're standing on. Yes. Thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm not sure how you think that proves your point, but I mean...
You just told me we're measuring along a plane. So, yeah.
You scream a little louder to make you more correct.
I'm not screaming. I'm just letting you know that everybody here heard you say that we're measuring on a horizontal plane. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to misunderstand, you're free to misunderstand. It's fine.
No, it's fine. What you told me is that we're measuring on a horizontal plane, and that's all we need to hear, right, Scott?
And to continue to misunderstand. It's your life.
I mean, and then you can just go ahead and, you know,
waste your life as you please.
Yeah, great. I know.
You said the 90 degrees. You said the vertical was 90 degrees. So in order for it to be 90 degrees, you did too.
I did not. No, I didn't. Play back the recording, and I won't. Play back the recording, and you won't find me saying that.
You did. I think the other people heard it too. I heard it.
No, they didn't.
No, he didn't say that.
Couldn't have. I didn't say it.
He said 90 degrees from the vertical.
There you go.
What would
That's exactly what I said.
What would that be?
That would be your local horizontal. That would be your local.
That would be horizontal. Thank you very much.
That would be. I could say it, or you could just talk over me if you want. That would be.
I will. So it will be a horizontal plane. Thank you very much.
No, well, you can, again. This is the problem with you. You see, you're
that's the problem. See, you said 90 degrees from vertical, and that means horizontal.
No, well, I can tell you what it means if you want. If you, what
does it mean? Is now horizontal and level curved?
This is why you never learn because you don't listen.
Yeah, never shuts up long enough to listen.
Vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular and 90 degrees to each other. Are you saying vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular and horizontal? I'm asking you a question. Are horizontal and vertical not perpendicular and horizontal to one another? I'm asking you a very simple question on topic. Are vertical and horizontal not perpendicular to one another?
I'm not asking you a question to let me make a statement.
Okay, so then I'm not going to let you make a statement. It's a very, very simple question. Are perpendicular and horizontal 90 degrees to each other?
As you were, Scott.
Yeah, I know. You can't answer one question about the topic, right? It's very much on point.
You won't let anybody talk because you're scared of what we.
I'm asking you I'm asking you a question. Are vertical and horizontal perpendicular 90 degrees to one another?
you want
It's a
to
very
say
simple.
one
Just
day,
answer
so
the
you're in the
question,
moronic
friend.
ignorance.
There we go. Back to Scott, since this guy doesn't want to answer the question. Scott, are perpendicular and horizontal 90 degrees to one another?
Yes, by definition.
Okay, great. So perpendicular, horizontal, vertical, plane. So now you are saying yes, 90 degrees to one another. Hey, Plum Bob, he said it. You can clip it.
There we go. I'll take that out of there. Thanks.
Okay, but which one came first in the way I've explained it?
Who cares? They're linked. It's the way it is.
Well, it matters, or it should matter. If you care, if you cared about understanding, if you cared about
If it's
understanding
vertical,
anything, it would
it's
matter to you.
reference to the horizontal. If it's horizontal, it's reference to the vertical. It doesn't matter which came first. You can't
it
have
does.
one without the other.
But you use one to find the other, in always that direction.
Okay, great. So I want to find my horizontal.
You always use vertical to find horizontal.
No,
Okay,
so
hold
if
on,
I'm
hold on.
ship,
Wait, no,
Simple
that's
fact.
actually inaccurate. That's actually inaccurate, bro.
Simple
I'll tell
fact.
you right now. I'll tell you right now, dude. There's been plenty of times where we've drawn, like let's say for a beam to make sure the beam's level. Then we know if this is level, no matter what stick we put on top of it, we know that as long as it's matching the way we have it, it's going to be vertical to it. Then you can double check the vertical with the plumb bob, and boom, what do you know? Tits. Yep, we were right. Why?
How did you
We knew
get
that the
the beam horizontal?
Okay.
How did you get the beam horizontal?
With the level.
And how does the level work?
Horizontally.
How does it work?
It establishes level horizontally, or you can use it vertically.
But how?
By a little air bubble inside of it.
And what does a little air bubble do?
All it's going to do is show you that you're between the two marks that makes it level.
But what does the air bubble do?
It shows you the link between the vertical and the horizontal, Scott.
It shows
What does the air bubble do?
Here's what it does.
It shows you the vertical, and that shows you the link between the two. That's all it does.
Let me tell you. What it's doing, Scott, is it's letting you know that you are perfectly across to where the left and the right sides are equal in elevation to the ground. So
what does the air bubble do?
It lets you know that you're not dipping too far.
What does it tell you? Does it say, hey, Pocket
It
Fun?
lets you know.
I'm doing this thing. What does it do?
It beeps.
You have an air bubble that beeps?
Holy crap. Apocryphon. Slow down, bro.
You have an air bubble that beeps?
We have a level that beeps. Yeah. So guess what?
No, you were talking about an air bubble. Which one is it?
Yes.
Which one are we talking about?
I said that the levels have an air bubble in them. Okay. And then what I'm saying,
what does that air bubble do?
I told you what it does. It's letting you know that there's no deviation.
How does it let you know?
From left to right? Because it's letting you know from deviation from left to right. Because it's letting you know from left to right. I already told you how.
This is the problem with how you think. You can't even understand how the world works. That little air bubble rises to the top of that tube because that tube is not perfectly cylindrical. It's got a very slight curve in there, and that air bubble finds the top, which is vertical. That air bubble is finding vertical.
Bro, hold on.
It's finding vertical. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're proving our point. They are linked, right? Vertical and horizontal are linked? Yes?
I already agreed they're linked, but the vertical always comes first.
Thank you very much.
First.
Why?
Levels use vertical to define level.
Great. So if I'm on a ship and I want to find my location and I don't have a bubble level, especially since they don't work on the bow of a ship, what am I referencing to find my horizontal?
Are you assuming we're talking about the sextant and we're counting for dip correction?
No. What am I using to reference to get my horizontal?
If you're on a ship and it's moving, it's going to be very hard to find your horizontal.
What am I using to find
I don't know what you're using.
Are you going to run away from this, Scott? You know the answer to this. I want you to say it out loud. Say it out loud for everybody, Scott.
How's it done?
Yeah, if I have a section, I point it at the horizon and I account for dip correction.
And there it is, the horizontal Earth. Right,
correction.
Scott? The horizontal Earth, right, Scott? That'd be the first thing you reference. So the first thing that comes is the horizontal Earth.
Horizontal, we wouldn't need to count for dip correction, would we?
Oh, the dip, the reference to the horizontal plane so that we can find our height above the horizontal plane, right, Scott?
Not how the dip correction works. That's just your misunderstanding again of what a dip correction is.
Yeah, no, don't ad hom me.
It's
the
not what the
horizontal
dip
plane that we
correction
reference. Okay, so is the dip correction not our height above the horizontal plane?
It is not, correct.
Okay, so get me the citation that says the dip correction is in reference to our height above the curve.
Go.
Okay, and so when I post that the dip correction is calculated by the curvature of the Earth as part of the formula, what are you going to say? Because I will do that right now. But I want to know what you're going to say before I post it.
It's going to be height above the curve.
I
Yes.
want to know what you say. We're going to say before I post it, just so you're on record. I will show you how they calculate dip correction, and it's based on the curvature of the Earth.
Is it? So it's the height above the curve.
Height above the curve with the curvature of the Earth. There's a mathematical formula you can use to do dip correction. What are you going to say when I tell you this?
Can't use a triangle anymore.
What are you going to say when I show you this?
I guess we're going to have to throw out the celestial navigation books, right? Because they're not dipping to the horizon; they're dipping to the curve.
Exactly. But the celestial navigation already accounts for that.
When they take their height above Scott, when they take their height above the sea level, Scott, when they take their height above the sea level when they get on the boat, that's for nothing. They don't. There's no reason for them to do that, right? Because they're referencing a curve, not their height above sea level, right?
I don't know why I respond to you because you don't hear anything I say. It's weird.
But, Scott, I'm asking you a question about the thing that you're saying. So there's no reason for them, Scott. What are they referencing off in the distance?
What did I say the calculation?
What are they referencing off in the distance, Scott? What are they referencing in the distance? I'm sorry. What are they dipping to?
The tangent to the horizon.
Tangent is begging the question. So,
well, they're begging the question because that's what celestial navigation is based on.
What are they referencing?
Based on the tangent to the horizon. Simple as
that. No, you're begging the question. What are they referencing, Scott?
No, I'm just telling you what celestial navigation does. They're not proving.
Okay, so celestial navigation. Okay, so then elevation angle, that definition and citation that you can provide for us with the dip correction is going to be what? Because if they're dipping to a curve, why are they measuring from a plane?
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not. So get me a citation for the definition of elevation angle then.
It's elevation from the line.
No, just give me the citation.
Oh, boy. Where's my reading glasses so I can see what I'm looking at? Just got out of my pool, so I can finally do this stuff because you guys are too stubborn to learn anything on your own.
Scott, nobody gives a shit.
Because you're intent on remaining ignorant, because you have to defend some notion of a flat Earth so you can maintain
nobody gives a shit.
Conspiracy. I know, but I'm going to show you right now. Hold on. See if I have this thing bookmarked.
Why did they lie?
Odds on that he'll find it and post it.
Okay, bookmarks. Flat Earth stuff. Let's see. Now, here's picture one. Let's see. It's coming up. My internet seems a little slow. Come on. There we go. First, we'll do this one. Okay, so that's a graphic of dip correction. And let's see if I have the other one bookmarked.
Scott, I didn't ask you for dip correction, did I? You ignorant jackass. What did I ask you for? Yeah, I did. Did I also ask you for a citation for the definition of elevation angle?
Oh, elevation. It's right in there. It's in the graphic.
Oh, so in the graphic, I can see the definition of elevation angle.
Yeah, it is angle x 0.
Show me where it says that right there, you lying piece of crap.
Well, that's what that elevation angle is. XOH.
It's not in there.
You can make fun of my speech impediment, or you can learn some. Choice is yours.
Scott, where's the citation for definition of elevation angle that I posted, but you have yet to do?
Let's see what you posted real quick. See if mine's any different than yours. Well, Pazza says he's given a definition of angle elevation. I wonder where he posted, but where is yours?
Well, the first thing that he says, let's imagine.
Yeah, no, where's yours says who?
It's right there. What are you talking about?
Okay, so the angle altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and a horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Standing on. Yeah.
Why do you think they included the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on?
Because you're standing on the plane. And where is the other end of that plane? Is there a GP? 90 degrees? Zenith? To the star or sun? Scott?
Huh?
Is there a 90-degree angle? Zenith? To that star or the sun? On that same plane? Okay, on the Earth then? Okay, thank you. So welcome to Flat Earth then.
Except for that triangle you have in there, doesn't exist.
Bob, you can go ahead and clip that one too. He said yes, that's the same plane. So the Earth, the zenith position of that star or the sun is on the same plane. You can go ahead and clip that plumb.
I never said it was the same plane.
Oh, so it's not the same plane. So the citation is incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, so the citation is incorrect, everybody. Sustainable by Design is lying to you. The zenith angle of the sun or star is not on the same plane that you're standing on.
Yeah, it doesn't form a triangle.
How many
Sustainable by Design is lying to you.
Scott?
It doesn't form a triangle. That's incorrect graphic.
And so what's the problem? There's no triangle.
Yeah, the line from the GP to the sun and the line from the observer to the sun are parallel to each other. They don't form a triangle.
The line from the GP to the sun is a zenith angle. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's 90 degrees.
And that's 90 degrees from its location, yes.
Okay, so 90 degrees. So welcome to Flat Earth then.
Said it again, 90 degrees.
He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that point.
What's the problem with 90 degrees?
Oh, so
we need
oh my god, bro.
flat, Scott. You can't have 90 degrees on a freaking curve.
Sure we can. Maybe you can't, but the rest of us can. I mean, the rest of the
90 degrees to a curve, Scott, right now.
The rest of the educated world has no problem with it.
That you want.
No, don't poison the well. Show me the 90 degrees to the curve. Go ahead, show it.
Drop a vertical.
No, I want you to show it. Don't beg the question, show it.
Drop a plumb.
No, not begging the question, show it.
That's not begging any question. That's the definition.
It is. You're begging the question that you're standing on a curved earth and then that plumb bob is 90 degrees to a curve. That's begging the question. Don't do that.
I'm not begging the question. That's just definition.
You are begging the question. You're just saying that the earth you stand on is a curve and that's how the plumb bob works. That's 90 degrees to a curve. That's begging the question. Don't do that.
That's what we call 90 degrees to a curve.
That's what that's what nobody says. Show me how you get an angle from a curve, not a tangent from a curve.
And show the math for 90 degrees on a curve.
If you want to deny what the rest of us do in this world, you're free to do that too. I mean, but
okay. Is there any other Globers in here besides Scott right now? Is there anybody else that would like to defend what Scott is defending?
If Bacon was here, he would. Unbelievable that Scott doesn't grasp two lines. Two straight lines are never going to represent an angle that's now curved lines. Can't get that angle without two straight lines. Two straight lines make an angle. A curved line, no angle. You can't get that angle. It's just now you're in la la land.
But we can, and we do.
Fucking moron.
It's baseless
Show the
assertion.
math, Scott. We need to see the math for 90-degree angles from a curve. You can pick any curve. You can use a French curve. Doesn't matter. Just any curve that you want. Show the math for 90 degrees.
Yeah, we take the derivative. It gets us the tangent, which is the slope, and we can do 90 degrees off that.
Plum Bob was very specific. Show it.
I don't think you guys would understand calculus.
I think you're going to want to show it because there's no point to listening to Scott because he will not demonstrate or prove any of his claims.
Well, you don't understand.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm trying to help you guys here, but you don't want help, so I'm out of luck, I guess.
I'm pretty sure we're not doing math from a curve to do celestial navigation. I think that's a no-brainer at this point.
Except they are. Take a celestial navigation course, and they'll tell you directly.
Only because you think so. Only because they tell you it's a curve, because they believe in a ball, but all the math shows that it's being done on a flat plane.
No, none of the math does. Show me the math that shows that.
So that's why the tangent.
You got no math that shows that. You got zero math that does that.
30-degree. Show me a 30-degree angle on a curve. Show me the math, and show me the. Just show the math on that, Scott. There's a curve, and it's 30 degrees. Show the math.
Can't.
I can. I just not sure how. I can. You guys want me to show you? You guys want me to show you all right now how celestial
He
navigation
can,
works?
but he's not sure how.
I'll do a little course if you want to watch my screen.
No, we actually know.
You want to see it? I can show you.
We know the falsehood, but we're trying to point out to you,
No,
Scott.
you don't.
That
You have no clue
we're
what
trying
it
to
is.
tell you. We're trying to tell you that when you think that the GP of that celestial object gives it a 90-degree, okay, from your position, then
It
you're
doesn't.
like,
No, it's not from my position. Not from my. No, I never said that. That's your misunderstanding.
Okay. So you're
It
saying
is not
that
90 degrees from my position.
So you're saying,
it's 90 degrees from that position.
So you're saying that the horizontal line, the baseline of the GP, is shooting up into the sky, up over your head. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So then it's not. So then it's not a 90-degree from your position. Then now is it?
No, it is not. Exactly, it is not a 90 degrees from my position. It's 90 degrees from that position.
So then when you're saying there's no triangles, that's because you're saying that that baseline you don't have to worry about it, right? That's why you're saying that it could be a curve.
Yes, that baseline does not exist in celestial navigation.
So where is this imaginary straight line that goes
show
into the
the
sky?
math for the curved line. Solve for the triangle. Come on, show us.
There is no triangle to solve for. There's no triangle.
That's crazy.
This is what you guys don't understand. There is no triangle.
So where's that imaginary line that's shooting over your head?
I can show you guys want me to show you this right now? I can.
Where's the imaginary line shooting up over your head? And then how are you
want me to show you this right now? How this works?
Are you catching that line then? If it goes up over your head,
show us how it's done from a curve and show all the math, everything from a curve.
That line.
So then how can you ever get a measurement from it then if you don't even know where? So you don't now.
That's not how it works. Matter. I can show you how it works if you want to watch. I can do it right now.
We actually know how it works.
Do you want to learn?
We already know how it works, dude. We're just pointing out the stupidity of it.
You apparently don't.
No, we actually do though. You know how many times we fucking been talking about this stuff?
Okay, you explain. I've offered to explain it to you. You guys totally don't want to. So you explain it to me. What you think?
We've already went through it. We've already went through it.
How do you think it works?
You shoot a tangent to the GP that's now diverging away from your position. This is the bullshit you guys believe in. It's retarded.
How do you think it works?
I just told you how it fucking works on your paradigm.
No, you haven't. That's not even. That's not even close.
What you guys do?
It's not even close.
Is you take a vertical to the GP, but it's diverging from your vertical because you think you're on a curve, and then when you shoot your fucking line to the horizon, and then you do dip correction, you create that line to now hit like a tangent to this invisible line that's a vertical that's diverging away from you. You guys believe that bullshit.
No,
That's
no,
what
we
you
don't.
believe in.
That's not even
Yes,
close to what we
that
believe.
is
No, it
exactly
isn't.
every
It
fucking photo you
isn't.
guys post.
Well, you're telling me what I
Every photo
believe.
you post.
Wait,
Every photo
are
you
you going to
post.
sit here and tell me what I believe, Apocryphon? Are you
Every
fucking
photo you
serious?
post. Okay, go.
Are
I'll
you
tell you what.
fucking
I'll tell you what.
serious?
I'll tell you what,
You're
Scott.
going to tell
Post
me
a
what
photo
I
then.
believe?
Hey, Scott, post a photo then. Post a photo explaining it, and I guarantee you it's going to be exactly what I just told you. Go ahead, Scott.
You want me to show you what I believe?
No, just post it. Just post it.
Do you want me to show you what I believe? Yes or
Yes,
no?
post it.
You
Post
apparently
it.
don't. Okay, fine. I don't need to
Yes.
show you. I have no
Holy
need to show you if you don't want to see what I believe.
Just told you yes, you dumb
It's
shit.
not a photo.
Okay.
You
Okay,
can't
so you're saying
explain what I'm talking about in a photo very well. You can, but you have to put in some work from your end, and you're not willing to do that.
Okay, so can you
But
put the photo
I can give you a
Are
demo
you
that
going to put the
requires
photo
you.
in?
No, but I can show you a demo right now
Yeah.
that
Because you know it's going
requires you to do absolutely no work.
You know it's going to explain exactly what I said because that's what
No,
you
it
believe
won't.
in.
I can show
Yes.
you a demo that requires absolutely no work from any of you.
You guys
There's no
always
way
post the
you can
same
watch
photos.
5 minutes of this demo and walk away not understanding how this works.
You will do
There's
it from
no
a
way.
curve. Is that true, Scott? It'll be done from a
Yes.
curve?
Yes.
Then you don't get an angle then.
I can show you how we do this.
I already know how you do it.
No, you don't. You don't have a fucking
Yes,
clue.
you do.
You don't have a fucking clue.
You guys always post the bullshit
You
fucking
just
circle,
said it, which
globe,
shows you don't
and
have
then you
a
put a
fucking
draw
clue.
line to the GP. Here, I'll tell you what, you dumb shit. I'll post it for you.
You don't
Because this
have
is
a
the shit.
fucking
I
clue.
saved it. Bacon always posts it. Your dumbass has posted it before. All you fucking knuckleheads post the same shit, dude. It's nothing new, dude. It's nothing new.
Okay, post it then.
I'm going to
let's
post.
see how wrong you are.
Hey, it's your fucking thing. It's going to be how
It ain't mine.
Okay. All right. Globers always post this shit. Hold on, let me find
I
it.
know what I believe, and it's nothing like what you described. And I can show you what I believe, but you guys, the resistance is so strong. I offered to show you this, and
you think you can see
nobody
the
wants to
sun
see it.
below the
You guys are
horizon?
terrified.
You're obviously not.
I
You
never
can't see
said
the
below
sun
the horizon. If it's below the horizon, you can't
Yes,
see
you
it.
did.
No, I said
Right.
it's below
So it's above
0
the sky.
degrees elevation. Those are not the same
Which is
thing.
What's
Come on,
0
Tito.
degrees?
Work with me.
What's 0 degrees?
90 degrees off vertical.
What's 0 degrees when you're looking at the
90
sun?
degrees off vertical is 0 degrees elevation. It's the definition of it.
0 degrees is what in celestial navigation? The horizon, right? So you're saying you could see the sun below the horizon?
No.
You're obviously nuts, bro. You're obviously nuts.
No. I was on a hill. I was on a mountain. If I'm on the ocean, I will
And you're
not see
gonna
the sun
die
below.
on that hill, aren't you? You're gonna die
If
on
I'm
this
on the
hill.
ocean, I cannot see the sun below 0 degrees elevation because I'm too close to the ocean. I need to be above the ocean significantly, as in 2,500 feet on a small mountain, coastal range, and then you can see the sun below 0 degrees elevation. I was damn clear on that, and somehow you still don't understand it, which indicates to me you're trying to misunderstand it.
No, you're just retarded. What's 0 degrees?
90 off
90
vertical.
degrees off vertical.
Well, what's
Is that
vertical?
really that hard?
Horizontal.
A plumb bob.
So which part
90
is
degrees is a vertical. It's the direction of gravity. But I know you guys can't deal with that, so I just say vertical.
Gravity has a direction? That's interesting.
Towards the center of mass, yes.
They take all their measurements from the center of the fucking earth. That's how retarded they are. Here you go.
Where's your picture, Apocryphon?
There's your picture. There's the bullshit picture you guys always fucking post. Where you say, I'm grabbing my tangent is to the vertical.
No, that's accurate. What are you saying is wrong?
It's accurate. You dumb
Oh,
fuck.
that's not what you explained. What's wrong about that?
That's exactly what I explained, you idiot. I fucking
What's wrong?
I don't
What's
know
wrong with
why.
that picture?
I don't know
What's wrong with
why
that
I
picture?
jump in the pool with you. I always want to drown you. Every time you're in this bitch, I want to drown you.
What's wrong with that picture?
It's retarded. What's wrong
Why
with
is it retarded?
Because it's retarded. That's why. Because
Why?
it is.
What's wrong with it?
Because it is. Because.
Okay. Great explanation. I expect nothing less from you.
Here's what's retarded, okay? Here's what's retarded.
Did you guys all heard that, right? It's retarded because it's retarded. Because
Here's what's
Apocryphon
retarded.
doesn't understand it. It must
Let
be
me answer you.
retarded.
Let me answer you now. Let me answer you. Here's what's retarded, okay? Because you think that we're standing in the middle of the fucking earth and getting those positions. That's what's retarded.
No, nobody makes that claim. Nobody makes that claim.
In your math, you are
Nobody makes that claim.
Okay. No. Is your angle derived from the center of the ball Earth? Yes or no, you dumb fuck?
No.
You're a bullshit liar. But your verticals, they're all coming to the center. You even said it yourself. It's going to the center. It's coming vertical because of the gravity coming down. Where is that direction, you dumb fuck? It's going to the center of the Earth. Yeah,
but this is what I was saying about the picture. The picture requires you to think. But this is what I'm talking about. The picture requires you to think, which you are incapable of doing. And I had a different demonstration, which would not require any thinking at all from you. And that's why my demonstration is better than your picture that you showed.
This is what
because this one requires you to think, and you can't think.
You can't do it. You cannot let go of your falsehood. You just can't.
Okay, where's the other photo?
I'm gonna grab it right now.
Okay.
And this is what you guys. This is how you guys come up with your fucking amazing, bro. You idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna save it right now. Hold on, I'm gonna save it. And I'm gonna save the photos. I'm gonna post it. Look at what it's doing. It's literally taking that thing from the center of the Earth, and then it's giving you those angles. This is how you get your angles by.
Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense.
This is your shit, though. This is explaining what you believe. No. It's what you believe right there. And I agree. It doesn't make no sense.
That's not what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I don't believe that.
Okay, so here's the funny thing. In this thing, right, it's creating an infinite baseline in all directions. Okay? And then
but that's not what I believe. Why are you explaining something I don't believe?
But here's the point, though. Because this is taken from the center of the Earth in your paradigm. All those measurements.
That's not my paradigm. Don't tell me it's mine.
Oh, dude, it is yours though. This is okay. This is why the verticals for the GP that are away from you. You're saying that those verticals, the GP, is to the center of the Earth because that's how you're establishing its vertical in your fucking paradigm. So you would then therefore, when you calculate it, you would have to put yourself as if you're in the center of the Earth.
No, I don't.
Because that's how you're going to grab everything.
No, I don't.
Then how do you, So then what you're doing is you're saying you're on top of the ball, but all the measurements are coming from underneath your feet because that's where that fucking vertical line that's miles away from you.
Not what I'm saying.
Point is at the bottom. That's what's giving you an angle.
Nope.
You don't even grasp it. You don't even get it, bro. You don't even get your own shit.
I get it. No, I understand exactly what I'm saying. Bro. You don't understand what I'm saying, though. This is proof you don't understand what I'm saying.
Scott, I got a question for you.
I can show you what I'm saying if you want to watch.
You mentioned the direction of gravity. Can you tell me the direction of gravity, and is that the same direction as vertical?
Yes.
So therefore, no verticals are parallel to one another.
Correct. You're getting it. Thank you.
That doesn't work in reality, though. You know that.
No, it does work in reality. It's the only reality that does work.
No, it doesn't fucking work because when you build something, okay, here's the point. When you build miles worth of parallel columns that are plumb, vertically plumb, they are not angling away from each other. They are all perfect fucking plumb, dude. You have to tell yourself, dude.
Only in your imagination.
You have to.
How much do you expect them to be verging away from each other in the distances you're talking about? According to our model, how much would they be diverging from each other?
I'm sorry. What was that? I was replying to Miggy. What'd you say?
All of those stanchions, whatever it is, those things you plumbed in our model, if
The
those things
column.
are, those columns, how many feet are they apart?
I want to say a good 40
Scott, that's your claim. No. Apocryphon.
So they're 40 feet apart. And if they're 40 feet apart, how much do you think they should be diverging in our model?
Oh, is this the
Scott,
part
that's
where
your
you say
claim.
it's insignificant?
Apocryphon.
I just want to know how much you think they should
Go ahead.
diverge in our model.
Scott,
You're
it's
saying
your
they don't
claim.
diverge
How
according
much are they supposed to diverge? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I can do a rough calculation in my head, but
No, in reality, not calculation. Can you
okay,
measure
so
these pillars and show me the divergence?
40 feet? It's 40 feet? Okay, so it's 1 degree per 69 nautical miles. Divide that by 5,280. Divide that, and then divide by 5,280, and divide it by 60 because it's 60 nautical miles, and then I guess you multiply by 40, and that's the degrees. What's that number? So 1 divided by 5,280 divided by 60 times 40. I think that's the number. How many degrees is that? It's a really small number, I think.
It would be so minute you wouldn't detect it in 40 feet.
Exactly. You guys are finally catching on.
Nobody, Scott, the condescension is unnecessary. See, the conversations with you would be way better if you weren't such a condescending dick.
I'm sure they would.
So, is there any particular reason why you're being a condescending dick?
Well, because you guys are all yelling at me all the time.
No, we're not. We're only yelling because you guys don't understand. I'm trying to show you guys, but you don't get it. You're retarded. Just don't do that, and there wouldn't be this problem. Don't be a dick.
But I've offered to give you a demonstration of how celestial navigation works for anybody who wants to understand it.
Oh, so you've done this?
I can show you how it's done.
Scott, you've done this.
I can show you all the theory behind it.
Why would? Yeah, we can do the same thing. We've all read the manuals that you've read. See, there it is. There's the condescension and the kind of the hand wave dismissal, and it's just, why are you a dick? Why?
Do you remember in the manual it said the light rays that are parallel to each other?
Okay, can you go ahead and verify that for me, please?
But you said you read the manual, right?
Scott, can you verify that the parallel light rays exist?
I'm telling you, that's what celestial navigation is based on.
Okay, so it's based on parallel light rays.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. If they're
So
not
can you show me these parallel light rays in reality? Can you just show me that?
How would I do? Yeah, no, I can't. Not on the internet.
Actually, it's pretty easy to do an experiment at home showing them.
But if the point is that if the light rays were not parallel, so celestial navigation would fall apart. It would not work without parallel light rays. It's based entirely on the assumption of parallel light rays.
Is it?
We can at least agree on that, right?
Is it based on that?
It's based on that assumption, yes.
Okay, no problem.
It's based on the assumption of parallel light rays and a 3959 radius Earth. Without those two assumptions, celestial navigation is not a thing.
Okay, so they're angles being taken from curves. I just need you to show that to me, please.
I thought you read the manual.
This again.
They showed you how to do that in the manual.
Yeah, I know. I just want you to show me that they're getting angles from curves.
They showed you how to do that in the manual, right? You take your sextant and you align it to the horizon, and you point the other point of the star, and you find the angle between that, and that gives you a total angle. And then you subtract your dip angle, which is calculated from your height from off sea level and the curvature of the Earth. And from those two things, you get your angle of elevation.
Okay, show me how they're getting that angle from that curve. Can I just see that?
That's what I'm telling you. These are the assumptions built into celestial navigation.
No, just show it. Just show it to me.
These are the assumptions.
The angle from the curve. I want to see that.
Curve.
Well, if you want to reject them, you're just rejecting celestial navigation, which is fine.
I want you to show it to me. Maybe you're seeing a manual that I'm not seeing because they're getting angles from planes on the ones that I'm seeing, but you say they're getting angles from curves, and I'd love to see that.
How are they getting an angle from a plane in your manual?
So I'll give you the citation again, where it's a straight flat plane, right?
No, but show me how they get the angle. What tool do they use to get that angle?
It's called a sextant.
And what do they do with it?
They use it to get an elevation angle.
And what do they point the other half at?
Well, they sight the star and then they rotate the arm down the horizon mirror down to the horizon and get the angle.
And what
right?
And what is the horizon in your
elevation angle yet? Because they're excuse me.
What is the horizon in your understanding of flat plane celestial navigation?
The horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or ground.
And how do they calculate the dip angle?
They use their height above sea level that they check at the dock. It's the same at the dock as it is at on the end of the horizon, right, where they measure it to. So it's a flat plane that they're taking a dip to, right, Scott? Or is it a curve?
So how do they convert a height to an angle? What's the math?
They're not converting a height to an angle. It's an eye height reduction chart.
No, but they convert it to an angle, right? Because you take your total angle from the horizon.
It's a correction of the angle depending on their height above the level to make it square. 90 degrees, Scott. Certainly you know this.
So you're getting an angle, right? To the star.
Yep.
And what do you do to correct for dip angle on
Scott,
that?
Yeah, you take your height above sea level at the dock. I've already answered you several times, and apparently you're not hearing it.
How do you subtract? Subtract a height from an angle?
Scott, are you listening, Scott? Do you have your ears on, Scott? You listening?
Not saying anything.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
Scott. They take their height above sea level at the dock, Scott, and it's the same at the horizon, Scott. It's a flat plane, Scott.
And so, how do you subtract a height from an angle?
That's a good question.
I thought so.
Okay, so how do you do that?
you do a calculation that figures out what's
that calculation based on? Is it height?
Yeah, height in the curve of the Earth.
Okay, height above height above a curve. Can you show how you get that?
How much curve?
It's the assumption that's in celestial navigation. So
no, that's the assumption. I want you to show me how you get height above curve. I want you to show me that.
How do you get the height above the curve? You just
it's the same because it is out on the horizon. And obviously you and I both know, because you've seen the Black Swan, that the horizon could be well in excess, right? The apparent location where the sky meets the sea could be well in excess of 5. Oh, it doesn't matter now. So you're saying that's only height above the same level. So the height adjustment tables for dip or height of eye is the same because it's a flat plane and not a curve. Is that what you're telling me?
I could tell you if you'd stop talking for half a second. The dip angle is calculated based on an assumed 3959 radius and doing a little bit of geometry.
Show me this angle on a curve. Show me the angle on a curve.
What angle on a curve?
You just said that it's calculated on a height above a curve. So I want you to show me height above a curve and the angle that you get from it.
So you want to see the dip angle mathematics?
No, I want you to show me how you get an angle from a curve. You keep saying you're getting angles from curves, and that seems to be the thing in contection.
I get an angle from a curve.
No, you said that earlier, and Plum will probably go ahead and clip that because you're saying that they're getting angles from curves, and I want to see that. That's where we always end up in this conversation, is angles from curves. Can you show me how you do that?
No, we always end up there because you guys never listen to what we actually say.
No, you're not going to show me that, right? So you're not getting angles from curves.
I never said it.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth, and we're not getting angles from curves. This is all done on a plane.
You get the angle by taking the tangent to the horizon.
Oh, so then there is a curve.
Yes, but we're not getting the angle from the curve. We're getting the angle from the tangent.
So we're getting it from a plane. No, tangent begs the question. The thing in question right now is the curve itself.
In social
You're just
navigation.
telling me that we're getting this all from a plane.
I'm telling you, this is all built into social navigation.
Right. So we're getting an angle from a plane. And unless you're telling me that we're not getting an angle from a plane, we're getting an angle from a curve. A plane or a curve? Which one is it, Scott?
We're getting an angle from the tangent.
So a plane, then, the tangent plane. Is the zenith of that particular star, is it on that same plane or is it on the curve?
It is not on that plane, no.
Okay, so it's not on that plane, so it's on the curve. So we're getting 90 to a curve. Can you show me how you get 90 to a curve, please?
Underneath the GP? We just take the vertical.
Just show me how you get that. No, just beg the question. Show me how you get 90 degrees to a curve. We're going to go back and forth about this, aren't we? You're going to say the vertical. You're going to redefine vertical as being apparently tangent to a curve, but that's not correct.
I'm just telling you how we do it.
Can you cite me the definition of vertical? Is it tangent to a curve? Can you get me that citation, please, Scott?
Vertical is gravity direction. That's the way we think.
Gravity direction. Can you cite that for me? It's tangent to a curve, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay, so get me the citation that says vertical is tangent to a curve.
I can just explain how we do it. If you don't want to
No, I want you to give me the citation that vertical is tangent to a curve. Or otherwise you're just going to be begging the question, right?
I know, because you're desperate for a way to reject this.
Because you're just desperate to go ahead and beg the question, right, Scott?
Yeah, I don't care if you understand that. I will
don't care if I understand that vertical is not tangent to a curve.
No, that's
because you haven't cited that. That's what you make up in your head, right, Scott?
That's what we do. It's vertical from the GP.
You heard it here first. Scott says we make it up in our head that vertical is tangent to a curve.
It's irrelevant what it's tangent.
It's irrelevant. It's just tangent to a curve in our imagination, right? It's not in reality. Vertical is tangent to a curve only in our imagination.
All right, whatever.
All right, whatever. So vertical is tangent to a curve in Scott's imagination.
I'm done.
And he's only, you're going to take a hike. Either take a hike or I'll mute you, but you're done. You lost here today. And everybody saw it and heard it. Right, Scott?
Okay, fine. You win. You win.
Hang up, Scott. Yeah, I do win. I want you to remember this day, Scott. Every day. I kick your ass all over the place in here, Scott.
You win. You maintained your ignorance.
I know. I win, and I want you to go on mute or I'll mute you. You said I win, so go ahead and go on mute.
Fucking mute.
There it is.
Scott proved flat Earth over and over again.
That's what he likes to do.
I actually have the oh man, even I lose my words. I mean, I have the feeling that he is like a goldfish, you know.
Explain.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? What is the usual ability from goldfishes? They don't remember much in a short time, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, just for the sake of the conversation we have over and over and over again with him, and with the same topic, he always asks the same questions, as if it never happened.
Well, I can appreciate that about Scott. He's very consistent. I like Scott. I like talking to him. I like fighting it out with him because I know what to expect.
Just kiss him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it caters to the ignorance that is based on his indoctrination, you know. Therefore, we shouldn't do that.
I suppose, but it's a good snapshot of what most people will kind of adhere to, right? So the society at large will, and I wish I was lying, but most of the people that I've talked to will hold on to the indoctrination, and they will argue like Scott, where they will say, this is what I was told, this is all I appeal to, I don't care about citing anything different than what I was told, because probably it disagrees with what I'm telling you, right? So he's a good snapshot of the society at large.
Yeah.
And never mind if I can't support it, you just don't understand. I'm just trying to help you guys out. You just don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, this is sad, man. That's so sad.
And then they got to pull out the 90 degrees in there somewhere. And then you find out that they're using a horizontal plane. And it's like, I thought you were doing it from a curve. Well, I could, but you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, like always.
Yep. The curve turns out
I can present it to you right now, but then he waits, then the usual talk happens, and then, see, you interrupt me. No, I don't want anymore.
He said the 90 degree just goes up over your head in the sky. So that means everywhere there's 90-degree lines just shooting above you. Nowhere is there a true 90 degree that you can measure to, because everywhere you look, everything's shooting over your head. So if we're on the job site and we look at a football field length of a site, but guess what? We can't measure 90 on that. Why? Because the 90, according to him, would be not a true 90 because it's going to shoot over our heads. It's crazy to this guy, man. How does he not grasp what you're saying? I don't get how he. It's weird to me. Like simple logic.
You take that idea and you look at these tangent lines, and then you think of a celestial object that you might be looking at that might have, hypothetically, you might be 6,000 miles away from it, maybe more. And then you have to imagine this thing out there in space somewhere, and yet it has a GP around the corner on Earth. Like, what the heck?
Right. Right. Imagine this. A light ball, right? A light in the sky that has a distance of like 27 trillion miles away, but we can just put it right on the other side of the Earth. Like, oh, it's right there. It's so far away, but it's right there. It's just 3,000 miles away from me, or 6,000 miles away. They're fucking retarded. Sorry.
Yeah, and it has a 90-degree angle on the surface of the Earth, where it's the GP. It's like you can't have both worlds. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
They just don't realize that they're using the Earth flat. Everything they do in Blitzwood is flat.
I just saw that you were off mute. I was wondering if you wanted to say something. I was going to make room for you.
I was muted? Was I hot micing?
No, I just saw that you were flashing a little bit. You weren't making a lot of noise. I just thought you wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, and if I'm hot micing, I apologize. No, I'm just listening in.
Can you hear me now?
No worries, bro. I hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fly on the wall.
I just wanted to say something to Plumbob. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but you sound an awful lot like Jordan B. Peterson, just so you know.
I've heard that once before. No, I don't know who that is, but I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Thank you, maybe.
I think they're both Canadian. It's a Canadian thing.
It's a wonderful thing.
It's a great thing.
Oh,
Jordan
okay,
Peterson.
we'll go with it then. I'll be happy about that.
You must be from Ontario.
Absolutely not. No, I live in northern British Columbia.
Oh shit, I'm in southern BC. I'm in Vancouver.
All right, on. No, I
don't
got
care
out of
if I
the
knock
city.
myself.
I used to live on the island and left there about 16 years ago and moved to a tiny little town in the north, and I love it. Everything is 10 minutes or 2
That's
weeks
where
away.
my in-laws are. My in-laws are up in 100 Mile, and it's great going up there and looking at the sky at night. No light pollution.
By the way, has any one of you met Canadian Prepper at any time?
No.
No?
Hey, in Canada, is it true that the moon is upside down?
Oh, what are we prepping for? Winter?
They're prepping for the worst case of being upside down.
Dude, they're prepping for the Canadian winter, man. For the fucking cold. No, not the
Hey, why don't you two fly?
the fucking cold.
Why don't you two fly into each other? What will happen? Or are they not connected?
Nothing.
They're
Nothing will
prepping for the
happen.
the collapse of the grid from an EMP.
Your worldview
No.
will collapse in itself into a singularity, and you will not exist.
If we fly into each other, there will be a new aircraft
Make love,
born.
yes.
I'd be more worried about all the people from California moving up to Canada. That'd be like Sodom and Gomorrah emptying out into Canada.
It's funny how you guys believe in all that shit. EMPs are gonna knock out everything and la-di-da-di-da.
You know what's funny? If we fly next to each other and barely miss each other, they gonna call it a near miss. When truly, by terminology, really, it should be called a near hit. Because those two planes nearly hit each other. But you see, it's a near miss.
Yeah, it's basically the same like the glass is half empty or half full. It's
Wait. So fake engineer, you don't believe in EMPs, or you don't know that EMPs are real? If you were to go into your fake engineering firm and said that EMPs are fake, would you get a bunch of funny looks?
I already made one guy shut up about quantum mechanics and quantum physics. He just didn't know what to say anymore because he couldn't explain something.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Why do you think he's a fake engineer? Because he knows that the reality that it represents itself to be is not a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball?
Say the rest of it. Say the rest of it.
Yeah, we were at lunch. He's like, "Wait till quantum computers are released." I said, "That will never happen."
Why is that? Are qubits not a thing?
Will never happen. You will never ever. You're going to see that like you see space travel.
Quantum computers are already a thing, though.
I'm also following.
yeah, but you cannot.
Or a thing. And also, you know, there's another thing on the horizon in military technology. It's called a quantum radar, where entangled particles are used to detect an aircraft. You keep one at the base, and you throw the other one at the aircraft. Once it hits it, it will change its spin rate and change the particle at the base since they're entangled. And that way you can figure if there is an object out there. Even if they have stealth and all of that shit, you're not relying on reflecting radio waves anymore. It's quite fascinating stuff.
One question: who is going to throw that thing at the airplane? And
you entangle two particles again. Since they entangled, one will be the opposite.
No, who or what is going to throw this thing? Is it being shot or?
It's done via current radars. You basically can retrofit them with this technology. Same shit with microwaves. Basically, you throw those particles out. In this case, you entangle particles and then throw them out. It's basically same thing. You can retrofit the old radars. It's a really interesting upcoming technology.
You know, most of astrophysics and science and whatnot is nothing more than a copycat of occultish New Age beliefs. They actually don't even hide it. They don't even hide it. When it comes to the peak of it, like quantum computing and whatnot, they literally even tell you, some of the scientists, well, we just call it in different names because otherwise people would, it would sound too New Age-ish.
Personally,
so they literally don't hide the fact that it's just all Kabbalah, it's all occultish, it's just another package of something that has already been under the sun before. It's fallen angel deception.
I'll leave that as a possibility. Personally, I think
Globals are so doomed, man.
a real thing and a thing we're learning more and more about. But
so
I'm
clueless.
open to other views as well.
So, Clay, when you're applying to become an airline pilot or applying to go to school for it, are you going to put in your resume that you're a flat earther? Or are you going to talk like this in your resume? Or are you going to talk?
Is that how you cope for your spinning, wobbling tilted space of time and ever expanding world of darkness.
There you go. You said the whole thing. That's good. I don't know. I just find it funny if you think you could get a job.
I already have a job. Why do I need to have a second one?
No. As an airline pilot, you think you can get a job as an airline pilot?
I don't want to be an airline pilot.
I think you did. Wait, what?
No, the only thing I ever said on here that I would want to do in the future is make my private license.
Oh, okay.
Also an awesome thing.
Wait, can you fly a 747 without legs?
No.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's all freaking autopilot anyway, right? Press like one button that says autopilot and just lands it, flies it, all that shit.
It's just gonna scream at you, beep and all of that, and just eat shit as you lay bricks into your seat.
Has any glober ever wondered why we crazy philosophers just don't give a damn what people think about us personally?
Dude, I need an ISS picture of a freaking 747 upside down. You know, like in Australia, they can like zoom in on it, right? Like, and the like the rain can be like raining up towards the ground, and the top of the fuselage will be like down towards the clouds. It'll look freaking awesome.
Well, they said they can read license plates from that far. There's no reason why you can't get the tail number off an upside down airplane.
Nah, probably depends on the livery where the registration number is. Usually, yes, they will include it on the sides and on the bottom of the wing.
There you go. Should be able to read it. It'll be upside down. Right. Reading the bottom of the wing. Perfect.
Yeah, the CIA can freaking read like license plates from freaking like what? From a satellite around the height of the ISS or some nonsense. Right, yeah, it just kind of zooms into the plate. Yeah, sure.
Except for when you need them to read something, then they say, well, we couldn't read it that day.
Yeah, we need some pictures of the boats going down the side of the ball, on the underside of the ball, and the planes flying upside down.
They have good cameras except something hitting the Pentagon.
Dude, great engineering. It's called good engineering from Don Pettit, except it doesn't work on the days you need it to.
Pentagon.
Yeah, all the defense mechanism are really good engineering, except if they don't work when they should. Well, we have never seen. There is an airplane, but none of the cameras have. There was like a delay, and yeah, good cameras.
They hit us by surprise.
Yeah. Face west.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Releasing bricks.
Stephen P., are you like a flat earth cheerleader but not a flat earther?
Oops.
By the way, Clownder Seal, you should try Max Payne too. I suggest it's an awesome. You should try Max Payne 2 someday. It's an awesome game. I'm gonna have a smoke and kick ass in Max Payne 2 for a bit. Battle mobsters and constant constipation. Because that's what Max Payne 2 is about. Overall, Max Payne.
Oh, I don't play video games anymore, to be honest. I rarely test them, and then I just get bored again and realize that I actually don't. Only thing I do is fight simming.
Did he say it was about
I rarely
constant
play video games, but
constipation?
sometimes it's good to release some steam and I just take it out on a sport or a game or
Wait,
some shit.
did he
Sometimes
say constant constipation?
yeah, there's a meme. If you know Max Payne series, you know the
Holy
joke,
shit, dude.
constipation. It's painful. It's like a Max
Oh,
Payne.
Lord.
It's an awesome meme. It's because in Max Payne 1 they had like old like ways
He
to
needs to eat some
render
cherries, maybe a little
characters.
prune juice.
And then all the time the guy had a face of constipation in Max Payne 1. It's just how the graphics were back in the day.
Yeah, I played Max Payne back then when I was younger. Pretty
think
good
they're
game, to be honest. Good Rockstar game.
Anyway, let's have a smoke, kick ass, and cheers to everyone over here. It doesn't matter what beliefs you carry. Fuck yeah.
Regarding the Earth, I don't have any beliefs. I don't have good faith when it comes to reality. I just accept what is presented to me. It's kind of like when my dad back then as a child said, you know, if I wanted something, I said no. At some point, I realized you just gotta accept it. You know, a no is a no, right? It's the same with reality. If reality is something, and I'm maybe brain dead, and I wanna put my vain fantasies above something that is not what reality is, then I gotta say to myself, you know what? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe what you see in reality is true.
You know, I respect a man who truly chooses to form their own belief and be a discoverer in this world. Even if they don't necessarily right away learn how something actually is, right? Maybe they won't steer away from the path that leads to the actual objective truth. Like, they're still trying, they're actually learning, they're not just following something. So that, no matter what you believe in, I always respect. Be discoverers. That's what we should be in this world, I think. Discoverers. We learn and we live, learn, and discover.
I don't know. I don't like the word believe when it comes to simple observations, such as what the Earth represents itself to be.
We're lost creatures, and who the fuck knows what this reality is? We're discoverers. We're here to learn and discover. Kind of like someone, a marine, like, you know, a seaman, a pioneer going and discovering a new continent without knowing anything about it, right? Discover, you're there to learn about it. Discover what it is for what it is.
Uh-huh. Well, the Earth is not a ball. Very obvious. That fact will never change. I'm just sad for the people who will die with the vain belief of being a speck of dust. Then we stand before the creator. And then they're like, oh man, I've spent like 5 years on the Discord talking to the people that always taught me this. I mean, that must be even harder to digest.
What's shaking in Portugal, dude?
Alright. Airbus 78 holding short runway 27. Cleared for takeoff, Airbus 78. Sorry, correction. Airbus 78 cleared for takeoff, runway 27.
There's a passenger on board that refuses to wear his mask. You gonna let you take off still?
I don't care.
They removed my ass. They removed my ass from a freaking Alaska Airlines flight. That was hilarious.
I mean, I was in front of a court because of not wearing a mask outside, so.
Dude, a fat guy getting removed, a paralyzed fat guy getting removed physically from a plane because they said they didn't feel safe. How funny is that? Like a crippled guy that don't even have his wheelchair is posing a threat. I was laughing so hard as they freaking carried me off, dude. It was great.
Yeah. Insanity. There you can see how obedient people can get. Alright, take off.
So paraplegic, did you get compensated for that?
No, dude. And listen, The only one standing up for the right to freaking breathe freely was a paralyzed guy. Dude, and what's funny, as soon as I got off the plane, they're like, we got a few flights available tomorrow. And I'm like, so you're going to reschedule me? You're going to reschedule me for the flight? I thought I was a danger. They're like, nah, that was just one stewardess that didn't like you. Cause I asked her, I said, if everybody takes off their thing to eat and drink, I said the VC verified is gonna get dispersed throughout the freaking plane, right? And I said, at that point, it's useless, right? And she goes, I don't feel safe with you on the plane, Mr. Haven.
Yeah, you gotta get it. When you're too smart, they will take you off.
Dude, it's freaking ridiculous. I had to call my niece. I'm like, I didn't fly. Can you come pick me up for the airport? I'm going tomorrow, apparently. That's how dangerous I was.
Yeah, you can't be doing any critical thinking, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, and none of those masks that most people wear can't even stop anything as small as a virus.
And what's so funny is I was like, you know, they're like hauling me off in the freaking. It's called an aisle chair. It's a little skinny wheelchair where they put your butt onto and then wheel you off like a sack of potatoes. So it's kind of funny that I'm like leaned back and they're dragging me off, and I'm like, yeah, the paralyzed guy may have bum rushed the cockpit. We got to get him off the plane. You know, I'm like hurling the one-liners, and people are like looking at me like, what a freaking nut. You know, they think I'm a nut job, you know? I heard a lady in back with a freaking small baby clapping. I'm not kidding. She literally thought they had like won some battle against a freaking crazy man that didn't wear, you know, didn't have his gag on.
It is what it is, man.
They were probably confused because you smell like coffee too. Like, who is this guy?
I just got like a YouTube notification, and it made me think. Like Mick Toon, he's celebrating his 21,000 subscribers, and like it makes you like realize like that's why there's so many dumb fucks that we come across in these servers, because he has like a bunch of Globers that just watch his shit, like they believe him.
It's not a lot of Globers.
You think there's more flat earthers than Globers? Nah. So, bro.
No. What I'm saying is 21,000 is just not a lot of like viewers.
Well, McKeegan's got 122,000.
That's a little bit more.
He's a dumb retard.
Yeah, the point here is that there's a lot of will listen to these YouTube characters saying some dumbass shit, just regurgitating, you know, the same
Pay for
nonsense.
the views. You just pay for the views to YouTube, and they send that content to people, force them to watch it, hit the dislike button if they don't want to see it again, etc. That's how they get all the views, no matter who it is.
I think David Keegan's pretty intelligent, and he does a lot of shit on his own, especially in regards to cameras. What does flat earthers typically do?
Okay, so like for photography, yeah, that's like his profession. Great. But why doesn't he ever tell his followers like how he can't be taking long distance photos without expecting the way perspective works? Why doesn't he teach that to his fellow followers? Why is he throwing the bullshit globe curve shot bullshit? Why does he do that?
Probably because the way y'all argue perspective is full of horse shit and isn't actually applicable in the real world.
So you're saying perspective isn't the real world? Hold up.
The way you try and argue it?
I think we're at a level of a new stupid here. Hold up. Since when is perspective not reality? Because that's kind of what the fuck it is. What the fuck are you talking about right now?
I'll repeat it again because clearly you have a hearing impediment. The way you try and argue perspective is not the way it really works.
Okay. Please, by all means, please, you explain perspective to the whole crowd right here. You're the teacher.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What is
Yeah,
perspective?
I don't want you to explain it. I want you to draw it out for us. What the artists are doing different than what you're supposed to.
Yeah, clearly the artists depict things in a way that is not analogous to reality as far as distance to an object and angle of view to an object. Especially in regards to the whole Marvel Studio perspective dropping curve over the edge kind of shit. No.
So
to
you're
try
not
and
gonna
argue perspective
teach us?
is the reason why things drop below the horizon is just malarkey, which is another word for malaka, which is Greek for shit.
So hold on though. So hold on though. So you're saying that in perspective, you can see something lower than the horizon through perspective. That's what you're saying?
Clearly, words just go beyond your ears.
But I'm trying to clarify because I heard you say some dumb shit. I'm just trying to verify that you said some dumb shit.
Yeah, no. So easy to calculate as far as you guys keep on
not
saying.
Calculate. We're not brother. We're not calculating shit. We're seeing it. We're literally seeing it happen.
You can calculate?
Okay. No. Fuck calculations, bro. Perspective. We're not calculating shit. We're seeing it with our own eyes. Why are you that guy that you're just going to let someone piss on you and tell you it's raining? And that raining part is the calculations. You're going to see with your own eyes one thing, but then they're going to tell you, well, no, but we calculated that's something else. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you one question. When we see stars get lower to the horizon or the sun get lower to the horizon, why is that?
Because they're farther away.
They're farther away, right? Just like these telephone pole or these these little power poles are that Subdued so graciously presented to me. That's perspective, right?
Correct.
So as they get further distance, one can easily assume. One can easily assume. Hey, one can easily assume.
Hey, hold on. Just real quick. Let me say something. You asked me two questions. Let me just say one thing real quick. Then you can go back to your thing. The same way that a plane that's at 35,000 feet and it flies over a city, somebody that's standing in the middle of that city, at first it's going to look like it's going up, and then when they turn around, it's going to look like it's going down. But you in the plane, you know that you're just parallel to the ground. You're just going straight across. You're not going up. You're not going down. You're straight across. That's perspective. But go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Is apparent height measured in angles or is it measured as a distance?
Is apparent height. So what? So,
perspective has hold on. Perspective has nothing to do with linear. Perspective has nothing to do with linear distance. You should know this by now.
That's why I'm asking, Numpty.
That's the celestial.
Alpha, your headset's done. Meet the charge. Yeah.
All right.
It's all done.
It's the machines that has work, dude.
Yeah, I think it's more the machines. It's just the noise. It was
So
really
like
loud.
I was asking. First of all, let's be on the same page. Is apparent height measured in distance or is it measured in angles?
No, let me ask you a question. A follow up, real quick. When you say apparent height, you mean that you don't know the height, so you're gonna just guess what the height is? Is that what you're saying? Did you hear me? Oh, he got muted. That's probably better because he's a dumbass, anyways. So it works out.
Yeah, he gets pretty annoying pretty quick.
Yeah, honestly, he have you ever when you talk to some people and you could just feel like they think that their shit doesn't stink, and it's like annoying, bro. Like bro, you're human, man. Like stop acting better.
He's just talking down to you before he even says hi, kind of thing.
Exactly. Like he's better than. Like Even before he doesn't even know anybody in the room, but he's like, I'm the best here, and no one can top me. Spoiled brat, silver spoon, probably. I don't know, whatever it is. Something gave him that ego, though. Something did somewhere in his life, and it is very, very kind of very.
It's funny, Apocryphon. I'm surprised you didn't respond to him, prefacing everything you said with, "I'm going to ask a follow-up question." After everything you said, sounded like a question, So you want to, ask a follow-up question to everything.
Yes. I mean, I did ask you a question. He got muted to answer it.
Yeah. Bad.
I think you got lucky on that one.
What was that?
I think you got lucky on that one that he got muted.
Oh, because the follow-up question?
Yeah, because there just would have been more condescending talk.
Oh yeah, no doubt, it's a blessing in disguise, because then it would take me down a road of arguing with a guy that clearly is just one of those people that just pushes the right buttons, I guess.
Was going to sit there and argue with optics and claim that it is our terrible argument somehow, when he's the one arguing with optics.
True.
And he goes, well, clearly it's absurd to think that it's perspective. Well, what do you think? Oh, that it's a physical hump of water in the way.
Well, the weird thing that got me is like that I don't get, when these guys they try to they treat perspective like a stepchild, and they're like, oh no, that's not what reality is. But everything about reality would be from your eyes, right? Like from your senses, from your vision, the way you see things. That's your perspective. Like, dude, we learned this in art class in grade school. When you draw something, that's why I was like, wait, did you just say that you saw something behind the horizon? Like, dude, what world are you living in? Because then that is no longer that, dude. In art class in grade school, a kid knows this. They learn this.
We do it in architecture as well. You
Yeah,
got to set up the
exactly.
horizon line first. You got to find your vanishing points, and you can calculate all those things if you want to. I mean, don't get me wrong. As an artist, you kind of like freeball it, right? But as an architect, you have to. If you want to show what a skyscraper looks like from 8 feet or 55 feet, I mean, it's gonna change your optics.
Absolutely, it's gonna that perspective is going to change, and then you can take that view. Like, I mean, I remember personally, like it was probably like 5th grade, right? We're in art class, and I remember specifically the teacher was trying to teach perspective, and she said, "We're going to do a city block, but you're standing on the sidewalk, and then your next drawing had to be you're a bird flying in the air." So that's how we learned how to draw that perspective per se. But guess what? The key here on both of those photos, you draw the horizon in the background, because all your lines are going to go to that vanishing point, and you would literally have to draw a circle in a right, exactly. And dude, it's just like, but these Glovers are weird. I don't know.
I was going to say, to be fair, I heard him say we argue it badly. Right? I didn't hear him say perspective is a bad argument. I heard we argue it badly. But the thing is, he didn't, argue against that. So, yeah, it wasn't going to turn into a shit show anyway.
Well, once he said that perspective doesn't deal with reality or something like that, like that's why I had to I asked, wait, I had to clarify, wait, what? Because everything about perspective is your reality. Not only that, it's your position in reality. That's the whole point of perspective. It's where you're standing at.
I didn't hear him say that. Maybe I missed it, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys, right? He's just one of those dudes. Like he's just that guy. He's gonna tell you it's raining, pissing on your leg. Like, come on, bro, stop already. We already know.
Yeah, I think you were right, Mick. He was saying that we argue perspective wrong, but what he meant was that just perspective alone doesn't account for things looking like they disappear.
Oh, true. I agree.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. No, I don't think any of us even claim that. Like none of us claim that because we all understand
he just
that.
wanted to argue just for the sake of arguing.
Right.
Right.
And asking a question at the same time.
Yeah.
I thought only Australians did that.
It's just weird, like when we come across certain people and they're like, they're a walking, talking contradiction. Only because of the paradigm they believe in, it doesn't line up with reality. And that's kind of like we're like just trying to just point out reality. Like, bro, that's not the way it works in reality. Like earlier when I was talking to fucking Scott about the way we do things with theodolites. That's not fucking reality. His whole shit he brought up, that's not reality, bro. That's not the way they do it. Like I've had to turn in the change orders, bro. Like I've literally had to fucking turn in the change order. Like, hey, look at hey boss, this is the change order. Signed. Okay, we're good to go. He signed off on it. Yeah, the elevation was wrong. Like I literally had to do that. What has Scott got?
Fuck, is Scott still arguing that shit?
Yeah. He's gonna argue out till he's no longer able to.
That's crazy, man. I mean, I guess it's to be expected. But I can recall my, I think it was around maybe my month and a half, quote, month anniversary, if you want to call it that, of me being in this room. I remember having that conversation, asking him for the specs, and he refuses to bring them. To this day, it's been like 6 months now, 5 months. Like, Jesus Christ. Fuck
yeah, dude. I mean, he's just one of those characters, bro. Like that come here, but I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Like, I think that it's really cool that
Real cliffhanger. Maybe we got a phone call.
Cut out there, APOC, or
yeah, my bad. I got a phone call. Sorry about that. So, as I was saying, like it's cool being in the politics server because you get a lot of like different, people, traveling, kind of like storefront, right? Like location. Like you want a good traffic, but I feel like there's just certain characters like Scott and others that they come in here, they fuck shit up. I think it'd be really, really cool, like if it was more like a classroom setting, right? Like you went in, you just listened, you just learned.
We're not going to censor this server.
No. I'm not saying to censor it. I'm just saying it would be way more productive in spreading that. Like for instance, I forgot who it is, but every time he comes in, he like sets someone down as if he's like a teacher talking to a student, and he walks them through it, and he always eventually tells them, we have the 24/7 server. Go ahead, I'll send you the links. You can check it. Like he breaks it like he's selling timeshares. Like I swear to God, I forgot who it is, but he's always doing it, and I love his technique.
I think it's Cyclone. Yeah, Cyclone. The Scottish guy.
Yeah. You're right. Who I got in I've had word with Cyclone before too. Like I feel bad now because he's actually a really cool dude. But here's the point. Yeah. So I love his tactic though. Like he sits people down, and I swear it's like he's selling a timeshare, bro. And he walks them through it. Like okay, and then we have this over here. Check it out. I'll send you the link. I checked you in, and then he like walks them through it. Do you see that right there? This is what we're talking about. Like I love that tactic because it's more productive. But then again, I do believe still that there's people that hear the arguments from people like Scott arguing with one of us, and they're like, wow, this guy just doesn't get it. Hopefully they get it, and then they realize that this Glober doesn't get it, and then that actually helps them as well. In this, probably like relatively in the same manner, it's going to
Yeah, but
bring them
there's
as
also
well.
those people as well that have never heard any of the arguments that will sit down and say, well, Scott's the only one making sense in the room.
Yeah, because they could relate with that. Yeah, you're right
Yeah,
about that.
because it's what they've heard their whole life. So anything other than what they've heard their whole life is foreign. So they go, okay, well, Scott makes sense because this is what I've heard before.
This is what I know. This is what I'm familiar with. That's why I'm saying I like Cyclone's tactic, because he's not dealing with someone that's already, coming with this, position of no. I mean, we all know how Scott is, and if you come in that direction, like it's a way. It's like you might as well fucking go convince a lamp. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have a better chance at this point. But I'm just saying, like, I like Cyclone style, like for reals. Not saying, and again, not saying he's censoring anything. He just has his way about him that he like gets someone and sits them down to listen. You can't do that with Scott. And alike.
He does that with new people. He doesn't do it with the fucking anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, no, I know. That's and what I'm saying by that is it's better to not waste your time talking to the anti-flat earthers when you can. There's people that are listening, and it's better to talk to them directly, set them up.
Yeah, so
like
what
let
we
them
do
know.
is when the Globers come in, we mute the anti-flat earthers and let the new guys go. We already do.
Yeah. Right. And I guess sometimes though you just use them as cannon fodder, right? Like if it's quiet, there's no one really arguing, we go at it. And then
we're not going to sit in here and tell each other. We're not going to talk to each other about flat Earth and how nice and rainbows and zebras and all that shit.
Right. And again, that's when the other part comes in. Then someone that does jump in and they hear this heated argument with the anti-flat earther, and then they realize, oh shit, like, I mean, if they're meant to get it, they're going to get it. If they're not, they're not. But there are people who have came into the argument and I'm like, wait, yeah, hold up. That Glober, quote unquote, is not getting what the flat earthers are saying, and I get what the flat earthers are saying. Why is the Glober getting it? And that's kind of like they're maybe ready to, receive that information. And again, I'm speaking from experience because that's kind of the way I started. Like I remember sitting in Nathan Oakley's, server, flat earth debate server. And I was listening to the argument, and that's actually what made me realize, oh shit, these flat earthers are actually fucking pretty smart. Like they know what they're talking about. And then, so I'm speaking from experience. When I say that, I'm saying my own personal, like my own testimony. Like there was a Glober that was like, no. Matter of fact, what the fuck was his name back then? This was about 7 years ago. Fuck, what was it? I forgot his name, dude. But he was like, matter of fact, he got like banned from the server and everything. But it was because his ignorance and Nathan Oakley's like, dominant way of like telling him like, hey, this is where you're wrong, that actually made me realize like, holy fuck, maybe I am wrong in what I thought was reality. But I'm just saying, it does pull people over. Fuck, what was his name? It's an old ass dude too. But,
Can I ask a question about perspective?
Sure.
And if I'm not welcome here, that's okay, because I know you guys are talking about Globers and stuff.
Yeah, you can ask any artist you want how to draw like a tree line or something off in a distance. I'm sure there's artists.
Yeah, I mean, I studied perspective in middle school, just like you guys all did.
Right.
But I'm talking about like in the real world. Is there anything that does not follow the laws of perspective?
What?
In the real world.
What, in what way?
Meaning
You have
that
to be a little
things
bit more precise on what you mean.
Okay. Something that gets twice as far away from you should get approximately twice as small.
But that's reality, though.
Lights in the sky.
Well, you could have an instance where you have atmospheric magnification. That can make something seem bigger.
Is there any evidence of atmospheric magnification?
Right? Yeah, every day.
I've
Yeah,
heard
Look at
it
the sun.
cited.
Yeah, look at
I've
the
heard it
sun
cited
every
many,
day.
many times, but I've never seen it. I've never
It
seen the
seems
evidence for it.
man-made stuff and stuff connected to the ground does that.
Yeah, no, I'm
Look
talking
at the
about things in the
moonrise.
sky. Somebody mentioned, why do stars get lower in the sky? And somebody said, oh, because they're getting further away. So why don't they follow the laws of perspective then?
in what way? As they move away, they appear to go down towards the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. But like, for example, the 3 stars in the belt of Orion, I think everybody, just about no matter where you are in the world, you can see the 3 stars in the belt of Orion. And when it gets further to the horizon, the 3 stars don't get closer together. Like it's not like it was getting further away. You would think the 3 stars would get closer together. But well, I can explain that. That's because if you have something at a maximum distance vertically, like as it's traveling above your head, it's still at its maximum distance horizontally, even. So, like, you can only see so far before things disappear. So, like, that's actually, you know, who has a really good video on that? He demonstrates it actually, like in his house. He demonstrates how that makes sense. He has 2 tennis balls, and he shows you like there's a distance of it like vertically, and then a distance of it like horizontally, and they look like the same size. But that's because they were already the height up from the perspective of his camera on the ground, and then when it goes away in the distance, it's still that same technically it's the same distance away as it was above the head. But this is why they have like what you call like the field of vision or the filled dome of vision or whatever, because your eyes see in a 360 degree all around you, vertically and horizontally. You're going to have this azimuth elevation position all around you. You create your own dome with your own eyes. So like if you're seeing something that's like thousands of miles high, like let's say like a plane, it's going to go, once it's beyond that distance of how high it was away from you, then it will start to drop in size to where you can no longer see it. It's no longer like it's unresolvable, if you will. You get what I'm saying? Yes. I do get what you're saying, but that would necessitate it becoming smaller. Like if it's getting so far away that you can no longer resolve it with your eye, right? It has to have gotten smaller. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, no, I agree. But guess what? If you were to take, because guess what? A plane above you is how far? Only 5 miles, right? Roughly. Yeah, about that. Yeah. But if you took a plane 1,000 miles up, it's going to be the same size as if it was 1,000 miles horizontally away from you. You get what I'm saying? Like right. 1,000 miles straight up versus 1,000 miles in front of you. I 100% agree with you. Yes, correct. Technically, the plane's not getting further away. Then it's almost like it's a radius, and you're at the center of the circle. Now, exactly. Yes. Now you get it. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, and the whole thing with the dome of personal vision, I totally get that. In fact, I've got a video on my channel called "The Sky is a Dome Regardless of the Shape of the Earth," and just exactly what you were saying about the altitude and azimuth. Like literally every person can have their own, 360 of azimuth and 90 degrees of altitude, because it's your dome of personal vision. Yeah, I totally 100% agree with you that. But the argument that people make, and I'm not saying anybody here makes that, is that the reason why things set is because they're getting further away. That would necessitate them getting smaller. So, for example, the constellation of Orion, the size of Orion on the horizon is literally the exact same size as the size of Orion when it's high. So let's say this. Let's say, let's just give an example. Okay, how far do you think you can see away from you before it hits the horizon? I think what is about 4,000 miles, right? Or 3,900, whatever it is. There's a certain distance, right? To where you can get away from Polaris.
Yeah, I've got to find somewhere to park. So.
Oh, he's hot, Mike. I thought he was jumping in the conversation. I thought he was gonna I thought he was adding to the conversation. He was hot micing.
Yeah, I'm not going to stay
Okay.
here. No worries, mate.
Could you explain that part again? I this is new. 4,000 miles. I'm not sure. I've never heard that.
Okay. So, for instance, how far do you think you can see across like the sky? Like, how far do you think that to where it finally disappears at behind the horizon that we talked about with the vanishing point and the drawing since middle school, or in my case, I think it was 5th grade. I took art class, so that yeah, 5th grade. So what I'm saying is that if you have a like Polaris, right? Polaris, how far do you have to get away from it to where it's now at the horizon where you can no longer see it? It's at the circumference, right? Or the equator, right?
Yes, because it happens to be the North Star, or we're very, very close to the North Celestial Pole.
Right. Okay, so how far is that position to where it disappears at the horizon? Like 4,000 miles, right?
No, I disagree, because the thing is, the same thing happens to the moon. The moon rises and sets, the sun rises and sets, all the stars.
No, I know. I'm gonna get. I know. I'm gonna get there. That's why I'm just trying to like get you to visualize, like when Polaris disappears, how
Does
far
Polaris
away
rise and set though?
No, it doesn't. Well, I mean,
yeah. So
technically,
so what you're saying is
Keep
is
them
not
on
that Polaris
track.
is rising and setting, is that
Stay
we're
on
traveling.
track, Charles. Stay on track, Charles.
if you were driving away from whatever,
you were driving south
towards it, right. If you're going north or south, it would look like it. But what I'm saying though, how far away do you have to go from it to where it actually disappears?
Okay. So I would say yes. Drive to the equator. Polaris is going to be right on the horizon, and then drive south to the equator. Polaris disappears. I'm with you
how
there.
many miles
But
is that?
I would not. But I would not place a distance on that. Whatever a quarter circumference is, approximately 6,000 miles from the North Pole. To
So now let's say you're standing in New York, and the sun rises, and it's over like Europe at that point, and then it goes across the sky. You have high noon, and now it's setting to New York, but now it's like over California. Like it's over where in your world, like where do you think the sun is directly over when it's getting dark in New York?
Yeah, it would be like Japan or somewhere.
Right. It's like how many miles? It's like 6,000, 5,000 miles. Like how 4,000 miles? How far is it?
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying. Like, where's the GP of the?
Right.
How far are you from the GP of that celestial body? I get what you're saying.
And the reason why I say that is because now, let's say, okay, I don't know claim to know the distance, but let's say these heavenly bodies are 4,000 to 5,000 to 6,000 miles above us. Okay, so then that's how far they are. Now we can see them. Okay, and they're the size that we see them at. Then when they transverse across the sky in our own personal dome, remember they're still at the maximum distance that we can see them to be. So when they're way at the horizon, or let's say 20 degrees above horizon, because I think anything below that you can't even see because of all the the density of the air, blah 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 blah. So, but let's say you're seeing them all the way over there. Now you're seeing them the same size as they were right above you because they're the same distance. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because they can't be the same distance. They have to be either moving towards you or away from you, like if they're rising and setting. They have to be changing distance to you. I totally get what you're saying about them maintaining the same distance, but they can't be because there are other observers who are seeing these same heavenly bodies.
And that's why the change, because they do change in size, by the way. It's very, very, it's so small that it's like insignificant but they do change. There is a small change. And it's not great. It's not like seeing an airplane that's, 5 miles up and then 1,000 away. Yes, we get it. It's really, really small. But there is a very, very small change. But you can't recognize it with the naked eye. That's why when you're looking at the stars in the night sky, they look like the same size as it was right above you. But again, because you would literally have to take a device and see like the pixels and all that stuff. Like, oh shit, it did get small. It does.
Apocryphon. And I really appreciate you taking the time with me because I love civil, discourse, especially with people who disagree with each other. So I appreciate this.
Cool.
The thing is, I would argue that in the heliocentric model, things are not changing their distance to you, and that's why they're remaining the same size.
Well, here's what's crazy though. Even in a global paradigm, things still are going away from you because think of it this way. If I'm spinning away from you, okay, and the Earth is a 25,000 mile circumference, then my distance to that star is changing a couple thousands of miles as I'm falling back away from it. So it would also have to work in your paradigm. So that's all I'm saying. It works. You have to accept that it does change.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, of course, I argue that the celestial sphere, the stars, they are, such an extreme distance that even an Earth diameter is insignificant, right? But the moon is actually pretty close. The moon is only 240,000 miles away, so an Earth diameter, or specifically an Earth radius, is significant. So you can actually measure with your camera about a 1%, maybe a 0.5% size change of the moon from moonrise to zenith. Because literally because of the diameter of the globe.
Have you ever heard of a scaling variance?
Remind me. I mean, I've heard the words. Remind me.
Okay, so what that means is that if you're to look at an object and it's a certain size, and you're going to compare it to another object, and you can give a mathematical, a measurement, and all you have to do is increase either the distance or the size. So, like, for instance, we have been told that the sun is 400 times farther away, but also, coincidentally, it's also 400 times bigger than.
Yes. So it appears about the same size as the moon. Yes.
Right. Now, mathematically, though, you can make the moon much smaller, much closer, and the sun can also reduce in size and distance, and it would work out optically. This is only optical, no other way, by the way.
Yes.
It's not. I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not talking about optical orbit.
I 100% agree with you.
Right. I'm just saying optically. So, with that being said, I would argue we don't know the true distance, even in the own paradigm of we know that this is 93 million miles away and this is 240,000 miles away. Like, that is a story, but then you're gonna be like, well, we did put sensors on the Earth and we bounced moonbeam and I get it. There's all these other
I've actually done it with radar as well.
Right.
I literally have a book on my shelf talking about the early uses of radar and like finding the distance to Venus. So,
I understand those exist, but again, in an asylum of crazy people, if you wrote books and said this is what is and this is what isn't, then all you have to go by is those things, and you're gonna believe it because those are the authorities that told you this is what is.
Yeah, well,
are there books about unicorns? Are there books about unicorns out there? Are there books about unicorns?
So, there have been ham radio. I don't know if you guys are familiar with ham radio, but
I am.
Folks have actually bounced a radio signal off the moon, and it's called an EME.
Hilarious.
But are they though? Like, how this was funny. How do they know? What if there's this barrier? Like, see, here's the thing though. There can be something that nobody knows about, or the government knows about, but they're just not telling us. But what if there's this like barrier or something, that's actually bouncing those signals back? And again, I mean, I know people in here already know my story, but I used to install satellite dishes for telecommunication and broadcast purposes. And I used to act like that was one of my strongest fucking positions when I first got into flat Earth. Was like, bro, I used to set up satellite dishes to all the birds in the sky along the meridian. Like, I used to do that, like, for money. And then when you have a different mindset, other questions came into play, and then I started realizing, well, hold up. I remember setting up an oscilloscope to the coax and to get that dB reading, and then I remember how sensitive if you barely like kick a fucking the mount and throw it off by like a fucking 30 seconds of an inch, you'll drop signal. And then I thought, well, hold up though. So if you have a satellite in the sky and they're saying that they're like, using little bursts here and there to keep it on track when it has to every now and then, but guess what? If they were to do that, that would knock every satellite dish fixated on it in a certain position across the fucking region. And I remember specifically, we never got a fucking phone call that we had to go realign every single fucking 3-meter dish that we installed, or even up to I think the largest one we did was like 7 meters. That was the biggest one we ever fucking built, 7 meters. But anyways, what I'm saying,
that's a huge dish.
Yeah, it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's called station keeping by the satellites. It's called station keeping, and they have to be over the equator, so they're not going to go any farther north or south of the equator. So that's a given. The only thing that they have to maintain is their longitude.
I just debunked him with
done.
that image I posted, so go ahead. That just debunked.
No, those are moving satellites. We were talking about geostationary satellites.
Well, hold on. No, hold on though. That's what I was talking about. If it's geostationary and it's in a fixed position, but if you look into discussions about the satellites that are even geostationary, then they will tell you from like ALSAT, right? They'll be like, I've asked them before, hey, like, what happens like if there's space junk or an asteroid, like, something that's going to collide with it? They go, oh yeah, we have little I forgot what they called them exactly, to be honest, but I want to say like like those little jet streams, kind of like a jetpack, if you will, and they like we can navigate. What are they called?
Thrusters.
Thrusters. There you go. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, there you go. They have little thrusters on these satellites, and they say they use those to like to keep them on course, because over time they say that they have to recalibrate it too to keep them like in their projected path. But think about
I lose my drone if I don't have line of sight of it.
Yeah, right? But think about this though. If we are fine-tuning a dish on the ground, right, with the azimuth and elevation, and we have an oscilloscope, and we're seeing how many dBs we're getting by going even like 168th of an inch, a little bit more to fine-tune it to a fucking like a hair, then if these things are like thrusting around, how did that not throw off our signal? How do we not lose dB? Because we are pointed like as. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, the answer to your question is you can actually make an equation. So a 16th of an inch, like what does that translate into in an angle? We'll say it's a minute, an arc minute. What's an arc minute at like 200,000 miles? I forget exactly where a geostationary orbit is, but so the satellite is 200,000 miles away from you. And what's an arc minute? Yeah. Well, an arc minute is like a really long distance. An arc minute is like many, many miles, right? So the when it's doing the little with the thrusters to do station keeping, it's not moving 20 miles. It's maybe moving, a matter of yards, maybe a fraction of a mile. Does that make sense?
Oh, they got that. They know exactly where everything's at up there, huh? They only have to move it a yard to miss an answer.
While it's following the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour.
Your fucking stories are
200,000 miles
worse
an hour.
than Matthew learns.
No, but I do get what you're saying. Though.
Elliptically around the sun, 66,000 miles an hour.
Get a ditch. They point it at where the satellite's supposed to be. They measure it on the oscilloscope. They get the dBs, and it's like, well, what exactly are you pointing at?
Can I do that? Can I measure where my drone's at the same way? Can I measure where my drone's at the same way so it quits getting lost?
Yeah, if you could fly your drone out to a geostationary orbit, that would be helpful.
Why can't I just hover it like 3,000 feet above, and you tell me exactly where it's at when I move it around.
Well, I'm assuming the drone has GPS.
That's where I agree with him. That's why but that's where I agree with him though, because what he's saying is that this position that we have them in, especially actually it'd be more than 3,000 miles. It's like fucking 200,000 miles away. These geocentric satellites are supposed to be.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
that was my argument though originally. Like I know that was a story that I was told. But what if there's something that we aren't told, and it does work. It does calculate. It does, there is a system that does, like, there is a feed that's bouncing off. Obviously, it's an uplink or a downlink. Obviously, we're getting transmission, so it's something, right? There's something that we're fucking hitting somewhere, I guess, or I don't know, maybe. But is it a ricochet? I don't know. That doesn't make sense sometimes either in some different, predicaments. But I'm saying, though, it didn't make sense once you start realizing, like, they're telling you that, like, ALSAT's like, oh yeah, here's your, boom, there's your angle, hit it, and you're like, okay, I got a strong signal. All right, I'm good. That's good. That's actually really good because usually you only have like 3 to 4 dB. But the point is that the second, if they had to ever move it, even if you're saying it's just so small, just a couple yards, like, then that means every signal would drop because you pinpoint it. It'll be like this, bro. No. Here's my. Listen to me, okay? It'll be like this. Imagine you took a gun and you're gonna ricochet it off of a metal beam, okay? And that ricochet is going to hit the target accurately, okay? Now, if you move that metal beam by a 1/16 of an inch, that ricochet will not fucking hit that target because it will throw it off.
Agree. Yeah, what I'm saying is that when you're adjusting your dish, it's back to the original thing I was saying is, like, let's say it's an arc minute that causes your signal to drop. Well, how much is an arc minute at 22,236 miles? That
depends on the size of the Earth, right, dude?
No. It's the distance above.
It assumes a globe, right? When you use arc seconds.
No, arc seconds don't assume anything.
Yeah, they do, man. Are arc seconds the same on Mars?
No, they're not.
Arc seconds are the same on Mars.
I'm being serious, dude.
Arc second is 1/60th of a degree, and a degree is 1/360th of a circle. That works no matter where you are.
Size, dude, to get your fucking arc second, man.
Arc seconds are the same size throughout the universe.
No, they're not, dude. Look it up, man.
No. Well, yeah. Well, hold on. Yeah, they're not. They're not. They're not the same because there is a difference because you're calculating it differently. It's kind of like saying I have a big, huge circle, and all my math is based upon that big, huge circle. Then I have a smaller circle. Then I have to change my math to make it make sense on that smaller circle. I kind of hear what you're saying, but you're wrong here because they're not the same from one object to another. It has to be different because of the size. That's what changes it. Like you won't get the same equation. It won't line up the same. It won't jive right. It's the same principle, but
it all depends on if you're talking about angular size and like what the actual size is, or just the angle. So if we say an arc minute or an arc second, that is an angle. That is a measure of angle.
And you're applying it to Earth, right?
It doesn't say anything about distance or size. An arc minute is an arc minute no matter where you are in the universe.
You're applying it
just to measure
our planet,
angle.
right?
Doesn't matter where you are. So an arc minute is the same across the Earth. It's across the same as Mars. Same.
Yeah. I don't think you're right, dude.
Well, it's a measure of an angle. Would angles be a different measure on another planet? And the answer is no. It's
an arc second has a value, doesn't it? Not just an angle.
No. An arc second is 1/60th of an arc minute. An arc minute is 1/60th of a degree, and a degree is 1/360th of a circle. Okay, it's just a fraction. It's a fraction of a circle. That's all it is. You could draw a circle in Alpha Centauri. You could say, well, it's a fraction of a circle. It's the same fraction.
You're assuming a globe, right?
But hold on though. Like for instance, I'll say this. So let me just read it to you, okay? Like 1 arc second on the sun is 727 kilometers. Okay, 1 arc second on Mars when it is close to Earth is 237 kilometers. 1 arc second at distance of 1 parsec is 1 astronomical unit (AU) by definition. So 1 arc second on like Alpha Centauri for some in this demonstration, it's only 200 million kilometers. So like there is a difference of arc seconds mathematically. So that's what he's trying to tell you. That's why I told you you're wrong. They're not the same. But I get what you're saying though. So I mean, I'm just saying I get both sides. I get what you're saying, but go ahead.
A lot of people in this forum, not necessarily this Discord, but I mean like the flat Earth discussion, don't understand like angles versus distance. And so, yeah, what you're talking about is angular size at a certain distance. I totally get you. You know,
that's
like
why
for example, the moon. The moon is approximately a half a degree or 30 arc minutes, right? From our visual field here on Earth. So the moon's 240,000 miles away. You could do the math. You could figure out what the diameter of the moon is based on its angular size. I totally get that. But if you just say arc second or arc minute, there's no distance or size associated with that. Now, getting back to your question about adjusting your dish.
No, but there is a hold on. Let's not go there. I just told you that it literally said that the arc second to the sun and to Mars and to Alpha Centauri, they're 3 different calculations, so they're not the same. But I think I get what you're saying though, but address the fact that they are different though.
Okay. Well, I don't know what source you were looking at, but it must have said something like observer on Earth. Maybe that was assumed. From an observer on Earth, how big is the moon? How big is Mars? Right? From an observer on the Earth, right? And you can measure that angle. That is called angular size, right?
Here,
and
I'll post it for you. I'll post it for you.
Okay. I did look it up in an angular size calculator. So you were talking about a satellite, say, DirecTV or whatever. Like I don't know if you worked for a certain provider when you were doing satellite tech.
No. That's small, bro. That's commercial. We were doing broadcast television, the big dishes, not the little small 1 foot. No, we're doing big shit.
Okay.
It was my uncle's company.
So, okay, fantastic. So, I just threw out the number 8, an arc minute. All right, like I don't know exactly what you were saying, like when you were adjusting a dish and you said, if it was off by a 1/16 of an inch, I'm just going to throw out what if it's off by an arc minute, okay? Well, for a geostationary satellite, that is 6.4 miles. Right?
Exactly.
And so
that's way off. Like
I don't believe station keeping by a satellite moves at 6 miles. I believe the satellite.
How fast are they moving? They're moving with us, right? Apparently they're moving with us, but technically they would have to be moving faster because they're further away. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
They're
how fast are they moving? So in your paradigm, how fast are they moving then?
Yeah, I don't know how many miles an hour they are, but it actually is slower. It's the further out you go, I believe it's slower. Let me see. Geosynchronous orbit. I don't know how many miles per hour it is.
Okay, so they're about 7,000 miles per hour. Okay. Here's the point that I'm making.
7,000 miles an hour. That's about half the speed of the ISS.
Here's the point I'm making. Okay. If you have an object traveling at 7,000 miles per hour, but in Southern California, we're traveling at about 400 miles per hour, maybe a little bit more. And now we have made, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm closer to 600. So, but we've made a lock, if you will. We've locked it in, right? We went, we dialed it in. We dialed it in, right? You dialed it in. This is the strongest signal you could have, okay? And it's moving with us, and it's moving with us. Now, the second that satellite has to do any maneuvers for whatever purposes, that's dropping our dB, because the second you move that, we are no longer locked into that position of which we originally had to get that signal the way we had it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like this.
Yes. So you must be familiar with the concept of footprint. Specifically, the satellite has a dish that's pointing down towards the Earth, and for example, if you have a smaller footprint, you can get a stronger signal. But if you have a large footprint, and then the signal is going to be weaker. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. Do you know what I mean? Footprint for a satellite signal.
I get what you're. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But
so what I'm saying is what's the footprint of the dish? Because the dish isn't going to be a pinpoint, like your 7-meter dish or whatever it is.
No, it is pinpoint. No, that's
a pinpoint.
Yes,
target.
it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's the point of the feed horn. So when you have the feed, when the ecliptic dish catches the signal, right, that's being broadcasted, and then it's going to come to the center and bounce back to the center of where the feed horn is. That's what's actually receiving it. That's where the ricochet comes in, and then we have LMBs and K, whether it's KU band or C band. We have LMBs or low noise blockers. Once it gets the signal, it's going to then send it down the coaxial cable. That's going to be the transmission, right? That's the signal.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying that is once we set that up, like dude, we literally fine tune it, dial it in, azimuth, elevation, and we get to the highest dBs and we lock it down, right? If a little gust of wind happens, listen, if a little gust of wind happens on our end, we lose dB because it's knocking it off the signal. Now you want to say that there's a satellite 200,000 miles away and it's fucking bobbing and weaving asteroids or space junk, and we're not losing signal? No, bro, that's fucking impossible. Go ahead.
Okay, I never said that it was bobbing and weaving asteroids. I think you're mixing.
I said that.
Yeah. Okay. So the ISS does that, but I don't think individual telecommunications do any kind of bobbing or weaving. I think all they do is station keeping, which is far different.
Well, hold on though. There has been multiple times. I remember when I was doing this, that there's been multiple times that ALSAT had said, for instance, hey, don't go on G5, go on G3. We're doing maintenance on G5, and we're having to do some, I forget the maneuvers or something. I forget what it's called, but they're having to change it. Okay, it's having to move. Okay, for whatever reasons, they said don't go on this bird. The programming is going to be on transponder 7 on this bird. Okay, great. We lock in. We get paid for the day. But my thought, with the new mindset, no longer a Glober, because I was definitely a Glober back in those days. Fuck yeah, I was. I was all into science, right, and heliocentric model all day, every day. But now my new mind, I'm like, hold up though. That means all the satellite dishes that were on G5, if they maneuvered shit, they would all be off of signal, all of them.
Apocryphon, can I just ask you a question? Yeah. Why do you call them birds?
Because they're up in the sky. That's what we call them.
It's an Air Force term.
We call them birds.
But I thought you said you were in broadcast, that you weren't in like Apocryphon. I thought you said you were in broadcast TV, not what is it, Dish Network or Direct TV or these various companies.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with a broadcast television satellite, which takes a signal from a network. I'm in Philadelphia, so they've got the network affiliates. They got the huge satellite dishes on their roof, whatever. But it broadcasts from a network affiliate to another network affiliate. You're not broadcasting to households, right?
No, not to households. We're doing.
So that means that if you're doing, that means if they're doing maintenance on G3 and you got to switch the signal over to G5, there aren't any households that are going to be going to be messed up. It's just a matter of telling the local affiliates move their satellite.
There's telco stations and news stations across the country, at least in our region. Because let me say this: the birds in the sky over the West Coast are different than the birds in the sky on the East Coast. I will say that in America we have our own sets, right? There is a difference. But what I'm saying though is that
it reduces the distance.
Yeah. So again, it with a flat Earth mind, it starts to make sense. Like, okay, I get it now. I see why they just couldn't fucking bounce it around the curve that they believe they're on, because you only have your fucking dome of vision from your fucking position. That's all you can get. It's starting to make sense to me, bro. Like, just honestly, I'm just saying. It literally, like, I'm glad that my uncle started his company. He got out of the Air Force. He had his engineering, in broadcast telecommunications. Like, he used to go out there and he said he saw all kinds of cool shit, weird shit when he was out there in the Air Force. But then he started his own company. And then all of a sudden, and then I'm working with him, dude. I was literally a grunt at 10 years old. He used to make me do all the fucking bullshit. But by the time I was like 19 years old, then I was like a supervisor of installations for his company, because I knew satellites like the back of my fucking hand. I knew installations like the back of my hand. Right. So but here's the point though. Now I'm 45, right? And I'm like, holy fuck. With the new mindset, and I'm questioning what I used to do as a child way back then, believing in this fucking heliocentric model, and now I can look back and be like, shit doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. That's my whole point. Like, bro, like,
you had a conversation with your uncle. Have you had a conversation with your uncle since your awakening?
Yeah, actually, yeah. No, dude, I used to have a lot of conversations. He has questions too, because he's also actually, I will say this: my uncle, out of all my family, like, he was like the smartest one, like he was like the rock, right? Like, he was the smartest one out of everybody. He had the highest IQ, and talking to him about it, he was like, you know what? I have questions, but I cannot say that I know. And maybe that's the wisdom in him, because he's older. He's like 60 now. That's his wisdom. He's like, I can't, He does have questions. Maybe I just haven't talked to him hard enough. I don't know. But I want to remind you on this. I used to talk to him about chemtrails 25 years ago, and he was like, no way, no. So he was a staunch believer of, like, no way the government's fucking us over, and definitely we land on the moon. So way back then, right? So then nowadays, though, I think he's coming around, like, oh yeah, hold up, there's too many questions to be asked. Like, yeah, shit doesn't add up. So now and today, again, dude, how were we connecting to satellites that were, moving and shifting? And then he's like, that's a good question. Like, I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. I was like, but it makes you think.
Here's what I'm going to say to that. I strongly encourage everybody to always have questions. Like the old bumper sticker was like, question authority. And I'm like, yeah, question authority, but, like, have good questions. Don't just be like, oh, I'm just sticking it to the man and I don't really know what I'm doing. It's like, have good questions. And then, like, clearly in this day and age, people should have questions about the government. Like, I don't say, oh, you should trust NASA. Like, I never ever say that. You should have questions. You should distrust authority. All right, that's my message, and very few Globers will say that. But having said all that, there are things that people can do themselves to kind of figure certain things out. Like, I believe you can figure out the shape of the Earth in your own backyard. Like, that's my whole channel's reason for being.
Explain that to us, brother.
Well, it's all by carefully observing the sun, moon, and stars. Carefully observing the sun, moon, and stars, not casually, but carefully, and then just figure out what the geometry is, and then figure out what geometry makes sense for your personal observation.
So a lot of assumptions there, though, right, brother?
I'm sorry?
A lot of assumptions again there, right?
Well, my key assumption is that the Earth is either flat or a globe, because that's like where the debate is at.
But I
And then
say
we
so.
got the
That's my only
distance to the
assumption.
sun, and we got whether or not the
No,
sun's
no, I
rays are
don't use that.
parallel or not parallel.
Don't use any distances. No, I don't use any distances. There's no distances
Do you
assumed.
assume parallel light rays?
No, you just heck, you can observe them by like holding a coin up, and you can see that there's a the light is coming in from a distance. Actually, you can see like the angular size of the sun is a half a degree, so the light rays basically are coming in.
Yeah, but the
within
sun's
half
like
a degree
always
parallel.
what, like 8 minutes behind. You're not even looking at the sun, so how do you know?
No, I don't know anything about distance. The only thing I say about distance is that you could tell whether the sun, moon, and stars are local, meaning closer to Los Angeles than they are to London, or distant, meaning probably the same distance from both. I don't know of anything about any miles. Like all the stuff you could do in your backyard, there's no miles associated with it.
All right, so what do you
So
do?
I don't.
So you look up at the stars.
Well, it's just carefully observe the sun, moon, and stars. And like that was my initial question when I came in here: is do you folks feel that there's anything that perspective does not apply to? Like, let's say the moon. And I know there are some folks who think the moon is just a hologram or whatever, but if you look at the moon through a telescope, I mean, it really does look like it is a pockmarked, sphere. I mean, it really looks like a pockmarked sphere, especially when it's like a quarter moon or a half
Agreed,
moon.
man.
You really could see the details.
How would you be able to tell if it really is, though?
Well, the thing is, oftentimes people are like, you should trust your senses. Well, the moon really, really looks like a pockmarked sphere.
But how would you
okay,
be
so
able
maybe
to
it's a
tell if it
hologram.
really is, though?
Well, there's no evidence that the moon is not a pockmarked sphere. Okay, like
Well, how
literally
would you
every
know if it
sense that
really
you can.
is? I asked, how would you know if it really is, not if it is not?
Well, you'd have to travel there, and that's not part of a
Okay,
backyard
perfect.
exploration. So, the moon appears to be a pockmarked sphere.
So it's just guessing,
and
then,
yet
right?
the moon does not change angular size throughout the
It's just
throughout the night or
guessing.
throughout the day.
Right, it's just guessing. Right.
Well, but it's a lot better than the alternative model, right? The
No,
alternative
just
model
guessing
shows
is
that
not
the moon.
is no better than guessing is not better than not guessing.
Okay.
So what, the moon doesn't get
suggestion
bigger? Is that
the
what you're
moon
saying?
does not appear to get a significantly larger or smaller in one evening. Now it does appear to get bigger or smaller over.
Have you
over
seen
the
a
course of
harvest
month.
moon before?
Yeah, no, I mean with a careful measurement, yeah, you could measure a small angular size change. I'm talking from moonrise to when the moon is highest in the sky. The moon does not change size. Okay, the moon does not change angular size.
Or its face ever.
So
Here, bro.
the
I
question that you had,
I posted a video in the side chat. Can you see it? Are you in the side chat?
yes. Are you subdued?
Yeah. This is a 25 minute. This is a 25-minute drone time lapse.
Okay.
Is the moon moving or is the Earth moving?
Well, if it's the thing is, you've got a drone that's flying, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to see. It's kind of hard to determine. I mean, unless you had something like a GPS thing on the drone, where the drone was maintaining its exact position.
Well, just look at the landscape, dude. Is it moving? Is the Earth moving there, man?
That's a great fucking
it's
video,
hard.
bro. I'm gonna save that.
It's hard
Holy
to tell.
fuck.
I mean, I do see, it's very, very subtle motion. I mean, it's hard to tell.
You
but
got a
it's
little
like
bit of
is that
shimmer there,
moonrise?
a little bit of turbulence, but I don't see that Earth moving, man. Not like it should be.
Not at all.
Well, I mean,
I
if you
saw
look at the
that
far right,
same demonstration. I'm sorry. I saw that same demonstration. Somebody filmed like the stars, and they're like, the ground's not moving. The Earth is not spinning, and you can like from that perspective of that camera, it was fixed, and like it's not the way it's supposed to be in the paradigm of the Earth spinning around. Like
I like the drone. Though. The drone has its own inertial reference, right? Like.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, a real quick thing is if you hit the replay button, so it goes from the last frame to the first frame, you see all the lights shift a pixel. Okay, so clearly, there's a tiny bit of movement. I mean, there's very little movement.
Oh, there's wind, obviously. I mean, come on, there's wind.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
it's moving both ways,
but I mean,
right? It doesn't just move one way.
It would have been better to film the moon from a ground-based
that isn't being
Why? I like the
affected by the
inertial
wind.
reference frame difference, man.
So,
Like
so
the
I'm not
drone's
really
not
quite sure what the
connected to the
question,
Earth, right?
what the question
Yeah.
was. So it does. Was this? Were you facing east when you took this?
I didn't take this. This is another fellow guy that took this.
Okay, because
Lunatic
I'm
took
going to
this.
guess he's facing east in the northern hemisphere.
Irregardless, man, that stuff's not moving, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know what stuff.
Like it's pretty simple to see that the moon's moving there, man. The Earth's not moving, dude.
No, not at all.
Okay, but you just said he had inertial reference, which means the drone is not moving compared to the Earth.
Okay,
so
so then where's the Earth moving then?
It's rotating around its axis.
Wait,
and the
hold on,
drone
hold
is
on.
maintaining position.
Wait, hold on though. But here's the problem though. At the end of the day, that drone is in the exact same spot as the Earth below it. So that's where you get destroyed, bro. Because you're like, it's not. Because if it's
inertial reference.
Okay. If it is in its own reference frame, right? And you think that it can go up, and the Earth and the moon are spinning together, and the drone is capturing this happen, but yet at the end of the day, that means the drone would be way away from its original position to capture that. But if it's you don't get what I'm saying, do you?
Well, you said the Earth and the moon are spinning together. The Earth and the moon are not spinning together.
Pretty damn close, dude.
The moon orbits the Earth, and the Earth turns on its axis.
I get it, man. And the moon goes a little faster, right, to keep up. I think the moon does 23 and a half hours to make a spin, and the Earth is 24 or something like that. It's off by like an hour or something because of that.
Yeah.
What you just said.
Yeah, but the point here, though, is that if you were to put a drone that's not on the Earth spinning with the moon, like falling backwards, and the moon's locked in with the Earth, and you have a drone that's capturing this moment because it's not, captured by the Earth, if you will. So then the point here, though, is that you don't see them spinning together. It clearly looks like the Earth is not moving and the moon is moving.
And then the drone's flying in the Earth's atmosphere.
And then if at the end of the day, when you're done recording, it just comes right back down to the position of where it started. Like I would say that destroys the argument of someone saying that it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, let's say you take off your drone from like a picnic table, right, in a park, and you just decide to hover at 6 inches. It literally doesn't make any sense to say, it's no longer connected to the Earth, and so the drone should end up miles away from your picnic table. Like that doesn't make any sense. You're just hovering above the picnic table.
You have to say that, dude. Like, I get it, man. You have to say that. That's your only crutch, right?
I mean, like, how would it be
like
otherwise?
If the air and the fucking everything is moving with the spin of the Earth, right? Like, I get
Why
it.
would it move with the spin of the Earth? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Why would it? Like, isn't the Earth spinning?
Okay, so when you take a lungful of air, and you go,
let me ask you this question,
and then you
brother.
breathe it out. How fast is the air moving compared to your body? It's moving the same speed as your body. It's not going to be moving 1,000 miles an hour.
You're not moving, bro.
Let me ask you this, man. If a plane was flying east to west or against the spin, right? So what would that be? East to west? Yeah. So if a plane was flying east to west, how fast would it have to go to defeat the spin?
Well, it would be what? Approximately 1,000 miles an hour.
And does this happen?
The airplane flies in the Earth's atmosphere. Oh, you can fly 1,000 miles an hour. Sure.
So the airplane's flying in the Earth's atmosphere that's moving.
Oh my God.
No, the Earth's atmosphere is not moving compared to the Earth.
So the plane's moving with the atmosphere? So it doesn't matter how fast you go, you'll never go anywhere. You'll just go with the atmosphere.
Plane's flying through the atmosphere.
You go up in the air and the Earth spins and then you land, right?
No, that's a straw man.
Okay, so tell me how it works.
He just fell into a trap, and I don't think he realizes that.
No, it's very hard to understand because one of the most common phrases in the Mach 3 is spinning. The Earth is not a spinning ball, and The answer is the Earth is not a spinning ball. Okay, so all this stuff about the speeds and everything.
Wait, we agree. We agree. Hold on.
Welcome to
We
Flat Earth.
agree.
Big snacks are in the
Yeah,
back.
we agree. We agree. Yeah, we agree. You just said the Earth is not a spinning ball.
His name. Hey, you guys.
Earth
Hang
is not
on.
a spinning ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys realize his name is Flat Earth Math. Flat Earth.
So he's a flat
Math.
earther then.
But he's
Why is he arguing for the globe then?
Why is my logo the globe? Because I don't want to try to confuse anybody to think I'm a flat earther. My channel is dedicated to the math and science of the flat Earth discussion.
Okay,
so you made up your own.
So a plane doing Mach 3 over the Earth is fucking going with the spin, right?
Yeah, so you made up your own flat Earth for a channel?
No, I did not.
So you're like Professor Strawman?
No, I listen very carefully to flat earthers when they're describing. I listened very, very carefully to flat earthers. I've been listening to you guys for like 16 years. So March 2008.
So you create
when I
your
got my
own
start.
flat Earth model and do math off of it? Is that what you're telling us?
Okay, I literally answered that question already.
Spaghetti on his
I said
iPhone.
no. Now you're ask me the same question. So that's not really productive.
I guess
Okay?
my video
I
was kind of
listened very
backyard fucking
carefully.
stuff too, eh?
I listened very carefully to
Don't
flat
worry,
earthers when they
he puts
describe how they believe the Earth
on
is.
cell phones to create a plane.
I don't know what that means.
You know exactly what that means, Charles. You stuck spaghetti on your phone saying that that's Euclid. You don't remember
Spaghetti
that?
on my phone. No, spaghetti on my phone.
We've got it on video. Don't worry.
Calling-
I'll go get the
Yeah,
video.
okay. You have to
if
bring.
want.
I don't remember putting spaghetti on my phone. That might have been like 10 years ago. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was last year when I was in Edmonton visiting my sister-in-law. I remember it clearly. Don't worry, Charles. I'll get it.
Spaghetti on my phone. It's just not ringing a bell. Sorry.
Bro, we all know you put spaghetti on your phone. Just admit it.
You guys are funny. Anyway, let's say you don't believe the Earth is spinning. That's fine. It's turning
Charles,
on its axis.
I'm sorry. Charles,
Yes.
I just need to apologize first. I can science that. It was that guy.
That's
wasn't
they,
you.
Yeah, they call
I
him
was
spaghetti guy. Yeah, I know we're two white guys.
Yeah.
We look exactly alike.
Yeah, you guys sound similar. I forgot.
Charles,
Sorry,
it seems to me though
didn't mean to offend you.
that a lot of your arguments are assumptions, buddy. You assume a lot of things, man. Like the globe.
He has a flat Earth math channel where he makes up a flat Earth and then does math according to that one he made up, like Professor Strawman.
It's not one I made up. It's one I got from flat earthers. Okay.
From which flat earthers, dude? Like, fuck, man.
The most prominent. Well, here's the thing.
Okay. The most prominent ones gave you a fucking map, did they? Like, how the hell can you prove a map, dude? Come on, man.
By using measurements.
By using measurements of what?
No.
Did you go into space and look down on the Earth and get a fucking bird's eye view of what that map's gonna look like?
Well, that's a good question. What do you think the Earth looks like?
I haven't been into space, brother, to look down on the Earth to know what it looks like. Have you?
Okay. That wasn't my question. So
well, you got a map, man. So obviously you've been up there and you've seen what it looks like, right?
No.
MATH, not MAP. You guys are both
flat Earth math, right?
Math.
So God gave us powers of discernment and powers of reason.
Yeah. So you don't trust any of your senses whatsoever. We see too far. We don't feel no spin. Nothing. None of that. You don't trust any of that.
Goodness. So interruption really isn't helpful.
Dude, you just said God gave us discernment, but yet you don't fucking discern anything.
Yes, and interruption does not help. Like, just let me finish the sentence, And the thing is, you can figure things out. Like, they had made world maps long before
the Earth was round in a globe. I get it, man.
But it's like, how do you make a map of Italy that makes it look like a boot? All you could do is sail around the coastline. That's
Whatever,
it's by putting
dude.
clues
Fucking
together.
people were making maps with fucking shapes and positions of continents way before we had a globe, man. Like when the Earth was flat, we did that
Absolutely.
shit. So what the
But they
fuck's your
did
point
that
then?
before. My point is they did that before anybody was able to take a camera up into outer space and photograph the Earth and say, "Oh, look, Italy looks
Okay,
like a
then
poop."
here we go. Now it's
Right?
pictures from
So
space,
my
right, buddy?
question, my question to you is, what do you think the Earth looks like?
And I told you already, man.
From a vantage point, without going into space, because they did it before they went into space. So how would you picture the Earth?
I don't
What
know,
would be your
man.
map?
I really don't know, dude. Like I told you, I haven't been to space. I haven't had a bird's eye view of what
Yeah,
this thing looks like, man.
But neither did people in the 1400s. Yet they made
Okay,
maps
but
anyway.
they sailed around all these fucking places and fucking navigated all over the fucking place, man. I didn't.
Okay. Okay. But we have their records, though, right? We have the maps that they've made. Okay. So I'm not asking you to turn into a cartographer. I'm just saying, what would be your visualization of what the Earth looks like?
I'm not going to make one,
space,
dude.
I
You're
haven't
not
been
going to
to
get me
space.
to make a visualization. I don't have one, man. I don't know what it looks like.
Okay.
I have an idea, but that's about it, man. I'm not going to
Hey-
speculate about fucking what this thing is, man.
Yeah, I don't know what
Okay,
it looks
well-
like, but hold on, just real quick. I don't know what it looks like, but I guarantee you that everything that they did when they were like, traveling and plotting it, they went according to a baseline, and they literally created a flat world, an XYZ coordinate system that they created. That's where they get the
did not.
longitude. That's where they get the latitude, and this is
No.
what they created. Okay, you can say no, but
Longitude, latitude, or angles.
What?
Longitude, latitude, or angles.
Exactly, angles.
Yeah, two straight lines,
Two straight
right?
lines, angles. Yeah.
No. The actual measurement of longitude is an angle. The measurement of latitude is an angle.
Great. From a star. We get it.
An angle.
No,
An
not
angle.
necessarily from
Two
a star.
straight
You can
lines.
have latitude in the southern hemisphere. There's no South Pole star, so latitude works fine in the southern hemisphere. You don't need Polaris to get latitude, right?
Okay,
so it doesn't have
but
anything
you
to do with
need,
stars.
but you need straight lines though, right, to get an angle.
No, you don't.
Really?
we get it,
What
man.
world do we live in?
Yes. So
What
you need
world do we
a
live in?
vertex, and you need two rays. Okay, the rays could just be pointing out into nothing.
Are rays straight? Are rays straight?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay, okay.
But
So-
you don't need to have
two
any
lines-
distance along them. You don't need to have any distance
we're not-
along the ray.
No. We're not talking about the distances right now. We're
No.
talking about to create an angle. We have straight
Just
lines,
point.
right?
Just point. No,
Right.
you just point in two directions.
Right.
Oh, so an
Straight.
angle is just
point.
2 points?
Like for
Or is it two
example,
lines.
you
that
could find a
intersect?
bond angle in the water molecule. I think it's like 105 degrees.
So now we're talking about
Right.
water
So-
molecules.
All I'm just saying is you literally can have two hydrogens and an
Are we
oxygen.
talking
and there's
about
an
water
angle.
molecules or are we talking about reality now?
Well, I'm just saying you don't need 1,000-mile long straight line to form an angle. You just
You
need
just
two
need
directions.
straight line, right? Like, fuck,
Pointing.
we get it.
Right.
A ray. Use the word
We
ray.
don't need distance.
Okay.
We don't. Yeah, a ray is a straight line.
You
We
just-
don't need a
just
1,000-mile
point.
ray line. We just need 2 points represented by 2 straight lines to create an
So-
angle, because that's what, by definition, that's
So
what it is.
How is latitude? How is latitude measured in degrees? Like I don't understand that on any kind of flat map. How is latitude measured in degrees?
It doesn't work the way you guys fucking did it.
It's taken.
Well, no,
it's
not
taken.
how it doesn't work. How does it work?
It's taken from a position that's based upon from what they've established as 3,959 miles to the equator, and then you have these positions on the ground to where you're going to have. If you went, okay, let me give you an example. If I stood 15 feet away from a telephone pole in a football field, if I walked around and then let's say I walked for like
Like a
5 seconds.
circle of equal altitude.
Exactly.
Circle of
Yes, now
Okay.
you get it. That's how they did it.
So now you're invoking 60 nautical miles per degree, which doesn't work on a flat
No,
plane.
you're assuming a globe, dude.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just saying, if lines of latitude are all dependent on, say, measuring to Polaris. I mean, it's not exactly Polaris, but we'll just use Polaris as a stand-in for the North Star.
You know that they had lines of latitude in 600 BC, right? And 400 AD. Like way before fucking this place was round, right?
No, the ancients knew the Earth was a globe. But
what, you,
to
you
your
never heard
point
of the
about,
Phoenicians before, dude?
Okay.
And the
to the
Polynesians?
point about to Apocryphon's point about latitude.
Did they have latitude
if you
lines,
were
dude, or
measuring
not?
a certain, I'm trying to respond to what Apocryphon said. So latitude, if you say it's based on distance to, like, let's say the North Pole, North Pole to the equator, and what you're invoking is 60 nautical miles per degree, and that does
No,
not
you're
work on a flat
invoking a
surface.
sphere when you say that, dude.
It has to be a sphere. That's the only
It
way
doesn't
60
have
nautical
to
miles
be a
per degree.
sphere, man.
It doesn't work on a flat plane, though.
It did work on a flat plane, dude. A long time ago, man.
No, no, absolutely not. The only ancient
They got lost
peoples
all
who
the time,
thought
I
the Earth
guess,
was
right?
okay. The only ancient peoples who thought the Earth were flat were non-seafaring tribes.
That's false. That's false. The Phoenicians didn't. No, that's false. The Phoenicians. Come on, bro. The Phoenicians are probably the first to do it. They were doing the celestial navigation without it being a globe. Come on, bro. Like, be better, do better. Right?
Be better. I'll try to be better. But, I think it is actually beside the point to argue what ancient peoples did or did not believe, because that has nothing to do with us in 2024.
So you use a horizon and a star, and you're telling me that means fucking globe.
No, it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah,
You can collect
back
a
in the
lot more
day, they
data
did
than
the
that.
exact same thing. Thousands of years ago, they did the same thing. They just looked at lights in the sky.
Right, but people could
that's
argue past each other, and we would never get a resolution because neither of us lived 1,000 years ago. So you guys know Sleeping Warrior, Anthony. I forget what his last. Anthony
Yeah,
Riley.
I know Sleeping Warrior. Yeah.
Okay, so every time I leave a comment, he pops up in the comments in YouTube. He's like, "Oh, Eratosthenes, you never proved that Eratosthenes knew it was a globe." And it's like, dude, the guy lived 2,500 years ago, and you want me to get in his head? It's like there's no way we can win an argument. Okay?
Did these people measure lines of latitude, dude?
Eratosthenes was actually created the precursor to latitude and longitude.
No,
Eratosthenes assumed a ball, dude, just like you are, man.
But hang on, dude. Just
sure.
Eratosthenes. That was thousands of years ago. I get that. So are we not capable as a society today to do the exact same thing?
Yes. The people, school children have done it. It's called the Eratosthenes Project or the Noonday Project. It used to be every equinox.
The Chinese did the same thing, right, brother?
Right.
And they assumed the Earth was
here's
flat.
the thing. And Dr. just posted a really great animated GIF. And the thing is, if you only do it with two sticks, then you could say, all right, it works the same on a flat Earth. Okay, I totally get you. If
Wait,
you only
one
have
thing
two
I want to make a note.
Using it.
Yeah, I want to note on that. So when it's curved, the sun fills the whole sky. When it's flat, it's just a little dot like we see. So go ahead and explain.
Wait, when it's curved, I don't understand can you explain that? When it's curved, the sun fills the whole sky?
Yeah,
I don't get that.
Watch it real slow. Watch it over and over and over. When it's curved, the sun is giant over the whole sky, making parallel rays, and then it shrinks down to a little dot and makes the other rays.
No,
just
the,
like you
the
see
sun
on the
is
flat
not
surface.
filling the whole sky. The sun is approximately a half a degree angular size.
Oh, so you're not seeing what I'm seeing.
I am. I see a bunch of parallel rays, and I see this little white artifact that comes in off the top,
you
and
see
I don't know
a
what that
big,
white
gigantic
artifact is.
sun above it, making those parallel rays. A big, gigantic
No,
sun,
but
and then a little one
okay,
over a flat
the sun
surface.
has to be.
So that
sun
needed
has
to
to be
be
distant. That's the
assumed
only.
in order to make a curve. You needed to assume all that in order to make a curve.
No, all you need to do is have a distant sun. That's all you need. Very distant
Correct.
sun.
And you can lie all you want, but it's not going to make
No
it
one's
any
lying.
better.
And therein lies the
I've never-
assumption.
And assume
I've never lied
parallel
to
rays,
anybody.
right, brother?
No, I mean, you could do it with a coin and literally go outside on a sunny day, and you could literally see for yourself the light rays that are pretty darn close to parallel, and you can look up in the sky and see,
Pretty
oh,
darn
the
close,
sun
right?
is a half a degree in the sky. So yeah,
Dude,
the light rays are coming
the
in within a
whole
half a degree of
sun,
being parallel.
yeah, whole sun covering the whole sky, making parallel rays, or is it a dot in the sky? Which is it? What do we?
It appears to be about half a degree in the sky. So I don't know where you get this huge sun covering the whole sky. It clearly
Because you
doesn't
said,
cover the
look at
whole
that
sky.
great example. Except you forgot to mention that there's a giant sun needed to have parallel rays. You
No,
guys
you don't need a
always
giant.
forget the part that
You
the
don't
whole
need a
sky
giant
needs
sun.
to
You
be
just
lit
need a
up at the
distant
same
sun.
time.
And how do you know it's only
Don't
half a
fucking
degree,
lie
brother?
to me. I get rid of liars really.
How do you know it's only half a
All right.
degree?
You could measure it. You could hold a.
How do you know
hold a,
that? How do you know that sun's in that position?
Okay, well, again, you can make an assumption that it's a hologram, but everybody.
I'm not saying it's
sees
a
the sun,
hologram. I'm
feels
just
the
saying,
sun's
how do you
rays.
know it's in that position, right?
All right. Well, you could trust your eyes. You could say it appears to be in that position. There's no evidence that it's not in that position.
Well, it's
Right?
definitely not in that position because what is it, like 8 minutes behind?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure. That's like the speed of light, 8 minutes behind. How far does the sun move in 8 minutes across the sky?
Whatever, it's always 8 minutes to the horizon or something like that, the saying goes. I can't remember what the exact number is, but I could look it up if you need me
8
to.
minutes. 8 minutes to the horizon. What I'm saying is, usually flat earthers are always saying, trust your senses, trust your senses. And that's like, I look up at the sun, I'm like, okay, there's the sun. People are like, no, that's not where the sun is.
Real quick,
Dibs
I don't say
seems
trust your
more foolish.
senses. I wear glasses, so I definitely don't trust my eyes.
Yeah, I wear glasses too.
Dibs on
I
8 minutes
can't-
to the sun being my band name, so just so that's clear. Or 8 minutes to the horizon, rather.
You like that?
Yeah, I don't know what 8 minutes to the horizon. I don't know what that means.
It's my band name, and you can't have it, so back off.
Oh, band name. Okay. If I were to have a band, it would be called Mormon Bar Fights. I don't know if you think that's funny or not, but
There's no Mormons
No.
here.
I'm
Not
a
that I
Mormon,
know of.
actually.
No, that is funny.
But hey, I think I'm going to let you guys go. It was really great conversation. I don't want to monopolize the whole evening.
Great conversation.
Thanks,
Going back to
Charles.
Phoenicians, going back to Phoenicians, they did it without it being a curve. So how about that? So if you
I'll have to look
can
it up.
travel, look it up. They traveled. They had, I think, it was 157 positions in the sky, and they knew their position according to those set celestial objects, and they can travel from thousands of miles. They can travel, and the point here is that they never assumed it to be a globe because they were on the basis of it being just what it was. That's reality. They just did it on reality, and they never had to calculate for it being a globe. Now, today's world, I agree. They're like, oh no, we have to put in the calculations, and you're not going to be able to do it. Well, how are we able to do it today? And they were able to do it yesterday, and they didn't have the same, formula, but they still got around. They still traveled. They still got to the place where they had to go. That's all I'm saying, bro. It's logic. You don't turn a blind eye to it. Don't kick it down the street like a can. It is what it is. Obviously, they were able to do it, and all we did was piggyback that and then create a model and then have a whole new structure and say we have to do it as according to a globe. Yet they did it without it. That's all I'm saying, bro. You have a good night. Till next time.
Hey, Apocryphon, it was great talking with you. And the rest of you guys, thank you so much for your hospitality. Take care.
Appreciate
Bye-bye.
it, man. Have a good night. All right.
So how do you do it without the globe?
Ask the Phoenicians. I mean, let's go to time.
You say it's possible. So how do you do it?
Let's go to the time travel, the hot tub. And let's go back and then ask them, hey guys, how did you do it? Because they did it. Like you can't argue that they didn't because they did, right? Like you can't argue that they didn't because they did, and that's the way they.
Oh, I'm going to argue that they didn't. No, they didn't.
Okay, well, you are now disagreeing with history because they did it. Like that's how they got around, and they had a system that was based upon the 157, maybe one is it 157 or 167? I forgot the number. But they had certain celestial objects in the sky, and they themselves knew their position according to, where they were at to those celestial objects. They had a position. They can recount a position for it. I mean, just look it up, bro. Like, I'm
how
not
did they
lying
do
to
it?
you. The
How do I know you're
same
not lying to
way,
me?
the same way that they're doing it today, I guess. But they're just it's a
Well, today they
hijacked
assume a
model.
globe. So how did they do it without assuming a globe?
I know that's the whole point. How did they get to the
You
position?
might have to be muted,
Dude, they
Mez.
do it the same way
You might
we
have
do
to
it
be
today,
muted
man.
'cause you're just
Which is
repeating
how?
everything that everybody's
You
Today
saying.
they
take
assume a
a
globe.
you take a measurement to a
repeat.
star and a measurement to the
You've
horizon, man.
reset yourself. You've reset. You came back. It's just a globe. It just has to be a globe. That's why you have to get muted when you come in here. You just reset, and it's just the globe. They just made it a globe. It was a globe all the time. Globe, globe, globe. So that's why you can't. You need to be muted when you come in here.
I'm asking how they did it on the flat Earth.
Here, I
How-
posted it for you, bro. You can read it right there. My name's Subdued.
Where'd you post it?
Yeah, play stupid.
There you. Okay, I'll read it. Both the Phoenicians,
Oh.
600 BC, and the Polynesians, 400 AD, used the heavens to calculate latitude. Over the centuries, increasingly sophisticated devices like the gnomon and the Arabian Kamal were designed to measure the height of the sun and stars above the horizon and thereby measure latitude. This is no different than if you're in a huge warehouse with a bunch of lights on the ceiling, then you can say that that light that I'm looking at way at the end is row 4B. Okay, and then you look at another light. Oh, that's row 7R, and you just you can literally map yourself on a flat floor, and then you can come to these positions accordingly. Now, if you want to throw in the model of a curve and all that bullshit, I mean, how do you
Why
do
would you
it
give
one
him
way?
that?
I don't know.
I mean,
You're
it's
right.
just
You're
flat.
right.
I don't know why
You're
you
right.
just give these guys so much dumb shit to go with, and then you tell them now you can't have it that way. Just don't give them anything. It's fucking flat. Prove it's a globe. The end.
You're right. You're right. I stand corrected, brother. You're right. Because they can't. They can't tell you how they did it without it being a globe because they have a bias that it has to be a globe for them to do it. That's the paradox. That's the fucking catch-22. Well, then how did they do it if they didn't believe it to be a globe? That should be an eye-opener for many people.
So
Go ahead.
this thing that Subju posted, it seems to be from OpenEDU. It doesn't say anything about whether they assumed it to be a sphere or not.
Well,
So
if you actually
this isn't good evidence of anything.
no,
It does say that knowing your latitude wasn't enough to determine your exact location. You also need to measure your line of longitude. So they didn't do a great
They
job
weren't
of
there yet,
finding
right?
their exact position.
And how do we do it today, brother?
They knew exactly where they were going in each time of the year, so don't try to hide it, you dumbass.
Well, today it assumes a globe, but I'm kind of interested in how they do it
Nothing is
without
it's a
assuming a globe.
globe. Here, let me post a picture for you, and you tell me where the globe is at in this picture. This is celestial navigation, how you can figure out where you're located. Let's see.
Right.
Okay,
So how do I do it?
Yeah, so we got 3 stars. We got the angles to them, and then we draw circles, and that's where we're at. So where's the globe in that picture?
Right. So I'm looking in the sky. I'm looking at 3 stars. Let's say I've measured 45 degrees to every single one of them. How do I find my position from that?
You draw circles of equal altitude, and where those circles intersect, that's your position, dude.
Okay. So can you do that on a flat Earth?
It's showing you in that picture that it's fucking flat, dude. You can't see that?
Yeah, I can see a picture, but I want a practical demonstration without assuming
That's a
flat,
practical demonstration.
without
If
assuming
you
a
don't
globe.
like it,
No, it
I'm
doesn't.
sorry,
It's
man.
a cartoon.
I can't help you if you don't like our answer, dude.
You're just posting cartoons. Show me a practical example.
You can fucking do your solipsism all you fucking like, dude. Go for it, man. Dance for me.
This isn't solipsism.
Yeah, solipsism. That's weird. He must have meant something else.
Did you mean sophistry?
Ah, that's probably it.
Yeah. Well, it's not that either.
No, but it's probably what he meant.
Well, it's something bad, okay? Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You got me.
I don't like your answer. Come up with something else.
We haven't really given me an answer.
Yeah, we did, man. Like I said, I'm sorry that you don't like it.
So how do you draw the lines of equal, or the circles of equal altitude? What do you do?
You use a flat plane, Scott. Imagine that.
Okay.
You need
And
a
then what?
table. They have
Okay.
tables and ships for doing that.
Okay, so we got a flat map, and I have a compass. What do I do next?
I'm not going to go through the whole fucking thing for you, Scott.
You don't know, do you?
What, that we take
Come on,
fucking a
there's like
measurement to the
two more
star and
steps.
Yeah, we
go
did
to
it
the
earlier
horizon and
today.
fucking take that angle and fucking, take 3 of them?
I have a
Draw a
compass. What do I
circle
do?
around the
What,
center of
what,
the fucking
Look it
star and
up. Take a
fucking
second
where they
time.
I have
Look
a
it up.
compass. What do I
Make
do
sure
with
you
the
have the
compass?
correct time. Make sure you have the correct time when you do it. I went through this earlier on how to do it. You have to assume all the stars are at equal heights because otherwise it doesn't work at all. So
No,
how
he
do you
thinks it's a
explain
fucking secret,
that they're
right?
parallel? How do you explain that they're parallel to the ground?
But what do I do with the compass?
You shove it up your ass, dude.
It's not a
Not
great
very
answer.
nice.
I'm
Well,
sick of
compass is
Scott,
up my
dude.
ass,
I'm
now
sick
what?
of you too, right? Like, fuck, you guys got nothing.
Well, you know, it's lay down your sword for just one time.
Somebody a
and
little
stop
more
it.
knowledgeable,
Stop
a little more knowledgeable than me is gonna come in here and fucking just slap you right to the curb, dude. Like it always happens every fucking
Oh, you
time.
don't know.
I'm
Okay.
waiting. I'm waiting for that person.
I just
Please.
watched it happen to Scott. Fucking, he just conceded and fucking walked away with his tail between his legs. Deny it, Scott.
And he
Okay.
went and had
I'll
some drinks and came
deny it.
back. And then you had some drinks and came back. You're a little bit stronger now.
He's reset.
Oh goodness, you guys are funny.
You think I'm lying?
I think you're funny.
Uh-huh. That's what I
Funny how you guys need me to be a drunk. Helps you with your image of yourselves, I guess.
Keep projecting, buddy.
I'm not the one who claims everybody here. I'm not the one who claims you go drinking, do I?
I never said you did.
Someone just did.
But I get it that you need to be fucking
was
act like a
Doctor.
drunk to fucking keep on resetting the way you do.
Yeah, when I was trying to explain, I can explain right now if you guys want to understand
Dude,
how
you
celestial
reset every
navigation
fucking
works.
day, like fucking 3 times a day. You come in here with the same fucking argument, you get slapped around, and then you come back like fucking 2 hours later and do the same fucking thing, man.
Would you like me to show you right now how it works? I have it all set up.
Good for you, dude.
You don't want to learn?
I learned a long time ago,
How
man.
come nobody here wants to learn
Fucking
anything?
argument comes through here like fucking
It's not an
wildfire,
argument,
dude.
It's not an argument. It's a lesson.
It's not a lesson. Not from you, it
It is a
isn't
lesson.
anyways.
I'll give you the answers you were looking for with what you do with the compass. I can show you.
Good for you, Scott.
You don't want to understand it?
I would like to understand it.
Well, you're not enough. Sorry.
Oh.
It's interesting that no flat Earth wants to take me up on this. It's like they're
shut the
afraid
fuck
they
up,
might
man.
see. It's afraid
Shut
they
your
might.
bitch
They're
ass
afraid they
up.
might see
Fuck.
something.
Me personally, I just I don't care. It's not interesting.
Okay. So why are you here then?
Is there any other globers
Entertainment.
here? Just shut this fucking guy up.
I'll shut up as soon as you got another one. Otherwise, you guys need someone like me to keep the room alive, don't you? Otherwise, you got dead air.
Dude, you kill the
Dead
room. Like,
internet.
if this keeps going, I'm leaving, right?
You're right, because all that's left is dead air mez.
Mez is great.
But you said he's dead
Thank you.
air.
No, he stopped talking though. I might have stepped on him. Come to think of it, but
Yeah, you came in to save somebody
Nah, it's
and
fine.
then you got smashed with one picture.
yeah, but you don't understand what that picture even says, which is the funny part.
Right.
You just post a picture and like, oh look, triangles on a picture and circles and okay, what does it represent? I don't know.
Angle to that star.
Does it form a triangle?
It forms an angle to it.
So does the angle from the observer's position to the star and the GP and the
You just
star
need the
itself, do
angle and the
they form a
time,
triangle?
and then you just look up in your book and
Do
you
do
figure
they
out where you're at. I have the book
do they
here.
do they,
Want
do
to give
they
me
form
3
a triangle
stars?
in celestial
Want you to go look
navigation?
at? Want me to go look at 3 things or something and see what I can do tonight?
Yeah.
Although it's
Avoid
fucking
the
cloudy,
answer.
so I
Avoid
can't.
the
But hopefully
question.
tomorrow night it won't be
Yep.
cloudy, because
Avoid the
tomorrow night or
question.
Thursday night would be
Yep.
perfect, because I want to do some aerial photography.
That's probably a smart thing for you to avoid the question, because you might actually end up learning something and then your whole world will fall apart. What I find interesting, I've just realized this a couple months ago, that you guys are determined not to understand anything.
Dog, I could just use a globe and take those
I
measurements
thought you were a
with the angles.
psychologist, Scott.
I am. Well, I trained in psychology.
Oh, I thought you were a programmer.
I am a programmer.
Oh, so you're a psychological programmer?
No, I never had a computer science course in my life. I picked it up on the job. But all my education was in psychology. Sociology, a little bit of political science in there. A couple of
Did you
philosophy
learn
courses, which
anything?
were a waste of time. I learned a lot.
What's your diagnosis of this room from the DSM?
They're angry. A lot of them are angry about the world.
Oh, Scott, do you want me to tell you what it is? I have
Go
a
for it.
diagnosis. Sure. It's a complex post-trauma as a result of childhood trauma, but it really is an expression of NPD. It's really what it is. Various versions of NPD. Narcissistic
NPD?
personality disorder. It's
Yeah,
not
there's a
necessarily a
lot of that going
personality
on.
disorder, but it's a
It's
narcissistic
similar
sense.
to, yeah, it's similar to what Globers have called MPC.
Is that why the flat earthers all parrot the same like 2 lines over and over and over again, like verbatim?
Yeah, it's
we're the
a
NPCs?
response. Yeah, it's a response to
Flat and
trauma. And it's a
stationary.
way of controlling their
Yeah.
environment.
It's just flat and stationary, and you can't do anything about it.
Something tilting wobbling space.
That's weird because
copy
the
paste.
flat earthers were calling you guys narcissistic earlier. So it's like a narcissism circle going on here.
Well, the funny thing about NPCs is that NPCs never actually answer questions. And so, lo and behold, flat earthers don't answer questions. Therefore, flat earthers NPCs.
Oh, that's it. It's not part of their dialogue tree, so they're not coded to go that way.
They're not coded to answer questions, dude.
How does celestial navigation work? Bricked. Program
Are you
crashes.
coded to answer questions?
Are we talking about the Matrix? Sorry, I just got
They
in.
just said Globers answer questions. I asked, are you coded to answer questions? All we got was crickets.
How ironic!
I'm definitely coded to actual questions.
How ironic that they say, "How does celestial navigation work?" We just spend like hours talking about it, and then the real NPC is that you guys still stay in your paradigm without listening to the proof and evidence of how it's not what you guys think it is. That's kind of funny to me.
Yet I don't think anybody in this room that is on the VC has talked about celestial navigation.
You missed the conversation, bro.
Oh, I heard part of it earlier, but I don't know who it was. I wasn't me, and it wasn't some people on the stage that I recognize.
Well, they did talk about celestial navigation earlier. I was here for that. So.
They must have had a meeting because a bunch of Globers just came in. Meeting's over. Now we have to go. We've decided what are you guys going to be talking about? What's the new thing? What are we resetting to now?
I think they want to talk about containers.
Space.
I can
we
can
going to
learn about
space
celestial
next?
navigation if you want. I can go learn about it and see if it establishes anything if you want me to.
So, Mark, what is your background, dude?
I don't think I'm going to say anything about my background.
Why not? You seem like you know stuff.
I know nothing. I really don't know much. Just trying to put it all together. So celestial navigation. So you guys were talking about a handbook. What's the handbook? Seemed like you guys were referencing like something that that everyone knows.
I mean,
but
the
I don't know.
almanac, the nautical almanac. Yeah, I have one in my hand.
Okay, so would that book be sufficient to explain? I know it's used as a reference to star positions and their coordinates at certain times, right? But would that explain the complete how to celestially navigate?
You need that. You're going to need that to figure out where you're at. Once you figure out where you're at, you can figure out where you're going to go next. You don't pick out where you're going to go and start heading that way, and then figure out where you're at.
But in other words, could I own the Celestial Almanac, a sextant, and I'm good to go? So I don't need any other knowledge. I could be entirely sufficient on those two things.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, I just don't know. I haven't read it. Does it explain to you how to do it all?
Well, you need charts. You need something to write on. You need a table, pencil, stuff like that. You definitely need more than those two things.
Some of the knowledge.
I mean, if you want to get difficult, because I know what kind of road you're going to lead it down, you need all the things you need to do celestial navigation.
Well, I mean, besides the mundane things like writing utensils and that sort of thing. If I acquired a sextant, I acquired this almanac.
You're going to need a baseline. You're going to need a baseline, by the way.
Yeah, so go ahead and order all that stuff, and then maybe do a report for us and present it. That would be nice to see somebody finally doing.
Right. No, I'm just asking if that's all I need to order. That's that, and so I could navigate using those two things. And I'm not trying to be pedantic or anything. I'm serious. Do I have to order like another book to explain how to use the sextant or anything?
I'd take at least a crash course. So.
No matter what you use, get a book, get the almanac, whatever you have to do. At the same time, bro, you're still going to need a baseline. This is why they have dip correction. This is really weird that you guys don't get it, bro. The Phoenicians got it, bro. The Polynesians, they
Correction is
got it, bro.
calculated from the height and the curve of the Earth, man. Just is.
Well, the Phoenicians didn't navigate. My understanding is they didn't navigate by stars alone. They navigated by other means, but that's just That's just me.
And their belief in that time wasn't a spherical Earth. So again, how did they do it if they weren't calculating for the globe? That's like fucking the $1 million question, bro. You can kick and scream all you want, but that was reality for them.
Well, yeah, you can navigate using landmarks, sure. Yeah. You couldn't create accurate maps of any large things, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they did it. And they actually did it. So why is the argument on your guys' side, on the Glover's side, that it has to be a globe when they did it and it wasn't a globe? Like, god damn, I'm trying to really think of like an analogy that can like help you guys like to spark a fucking, one of your synapses in your brains to fucking connect and realize the logic of it. I can't
Because
fucking
they're
come up with an
not
analogy.
using the same celestial navigation we are. There you go.
Well,
There's your answer.
obviously, Scott, because now the new model, the new
Requires a
way
globe.
they do it, yeah, exactly. But the whole point, they didn't think of it as a globe, and they still came to the fucking.
And they
Oh
weren't
my
going very
god,
far,
bro!
though.
Here we go with the bozo clowns, bro. Wow, what a fucking
They weren't
circus!
going very far.
Oh my god, no. So 3,000 miles isn't far enough for you? That's
No,
how far they would travel.
no, it's not
Oh, you're
far
gonna
enough.
argue that? Look at the history. Oh, it's
It's
not
not
far
far enough.
enough. Oh
No.
my god, bro. Oh my god. Amazing. The
Yeah.
cogdis, the delusion. Dude, you know that delusion is a mental disorder, right? You got to get that checked out, Scott.
You know what cognitive dissonance is?
Mental health is a
It's
really strong thing, bro. It's Godspeed, brother. Godspeed.
Yeah.
I hope you get checked out.
Yeah.
I hope you fix it.
You know, I have heard that people who study psychology are more prone to those sorts of things.
Because they're all fucked up
You
in
might
the head.
want to check your source.
You know that
Psychiatrists need to have their own therapist, or therapists need to have their own therapist.
Yeah, people who study psychology, at least academic psychology, are not
I
therapists.
fucked my
We're not
therapist.
psychiatrists.
She was fucked up in the head.
It's a different line
Did
of
you
study
study
altogether.
like a new school psychology, or were you into like the old school?
No, it's I
Freud.
studied academic psychology. How you think about things, how the mind works. I didn't do counseling. Very few people who study psychology actually do counseling or anything along those lines.
Yeah, most of counseling is done by master's degree people who have like counseling degrees.
Yeah, a lot of it.
There are PhDs doing it, but most people talking to people about their problems is not psychologists with PhDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you realize they're more fucked up than anybody else in the head. That's what you realize. They got more problems than anybody else, bro. That's why they have their own psychologist that they have to see, contracted.
Once again, Apocryphon, that's not the type of psychology people in academia tend to study. They're completely different programs. There are counseling programs and there are psychology programs. They're not even often in the same schools. Most counseling training programs are their own independent little schools.
So a psychologist that gets their doctorate, right? They're like, literally a doctor. Like you think that they aren't just as fucked up as everybody else, and they also need a doctor to go talk about their problems. Come on, bro. Let me ask you this then, since you study
Academic psychologists are not the kinds of people you go talk to your problems about.
Who's your therapist? Who do you
I
talk
don't know why
about?
I bother.
Who do you talk to for your problems?
I don't have problems.
Oh, so
Scott,
you got
do you give any credence to?
Never been to a therapist in my life.
You're like an alcoholic that just doesn't admit that they're a fucking alcoholic, bro. That's what you are.
You say so, man. You say so.
Scott, do you give any credence to Jungian typology or MBTI?
I didn't study that stuff. I keep telling you guys.
Okay.
Why not?
I had one course in counseling psychology because I had to do it for my major as an undergrad, and where we studied Jung and Freud and Adler and Rogers and all those kind of people.
What did you learn
That
from
was the only
that?
course I ever had. Nothing.
Then why take the course if you didn't learn nothing?
Because I had to complete my degree.
Wow. So you're saying that all these great minds, you learn nothing from them and their courses?
No, I don't think Freud was a great mind. I don't think Jung was a great mind.
So then why are they being taught in academia?
They're not. I keep telling you, they're not.
Do you said you took a course. What the fuck?
Yes, one
you
course.
said you took a
One
course.
course.
So then that means they're in academia. Holy fuck, Scott! You're so
Because
fucking far from your own
part
ass.
of it's part of the history of counseling and psychotherapy kind of stuff.
So
They're
Scott,
part of the history.
let me ask it
Very
one more
few
time.
people
Then
actually give them any credence in
let
today's
me ask
world.
it one more time, Scott. Are they in academia? Yes or no?
As history.
Okay. Are they in
they psychologists or
academia?
psychiatrists?
Yes or no?
They were both psychiatrists.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. So are they in academia? Yes or no? You took a fucking
I
class.
already answered the question.
Does that not represent
are
academia?
you that stupid? I've already answered your question twice.
You said they're not
What
a
was the
part of
answer
it.
to my
yet
question?
Bro, why are you yelling and interrogating him? Like, it's not that serious.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so think about this. You say they're not part of academia, yet you took a course in a class that studied them. How are they
Apocrypha,
not?
just drop it. This is really stupid. Really,
You're right.
really stupid.
You're right.
Come on.
Because he's fucking a retard. You're right. It's
So
like
what kind
talking to a
of
girl.
what kind of stuff did you study? Because it seems like the psychology that you're talking about is unlike what I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's basically, I did a lot of educational psychology, some cognitive psych, and some developmental psychology. And you look at how children grow and how they learn, and when they're at the right stages to learn different ideas. And you look at Piaget, and if you want to look at some moral development, you can look at Kohlberg, and you can look at Chomsky with language learning and what the brain has to be, whether human brains come pre-wired to learn language. And how would you determine whether they are or aren't, and these kinds of things, and basically, what does it mean to have a thought, and how do our brains organize thoughts to form ideas?
Did you learn about brainwashing?
No, nobody gets taught about brainwashing. It's not really been a thing.
You took no course of like how manipulating the mind is one a huge aspect of society. You never learned about that?
We learned a little bit about advertising and how you can manipulate someone's emotions. Yeah, we did learn about that a bit.
It's kind of antithetical to the word, isn't it? It's more like brain polluting.
Well, but neither is happening, so at least I didn't study it, and no courses in brainwashing were available when I went to school.
There's propaganda campaigns and like to manipulate the psyche of people.
Yeah, there's people trying to sell products. That's just true. And a lot of psychology students do go into advertising, try to sell a product. This is true. But more of them go into like HR and other kinds of people-facing positions at various companies.
You could actually, like, I'm sure that there's some big corporate companies that hire psychologists. Right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, some of the largest corporations have psychologists on payroll because they have to, talk to their clients, talk to their employees to keep them on a certain path when they're maybe feeling overwhelmed in their position or what for whatever reason. It's all about production. So like if someone is all messed up in the head, well, if they see the shrink, it helps them in their production because they can come to a point where they can talk it out, address it, and they come to the conclusion
you just don't hear anything, do you?
No, what you're talking about is a therapist, not a psychologist.
Yeah.
No, you'd want a psychologist, like maybe like in a big business, you'd maybe want them to profile like your clientele.
Possibly.
Know which
But,
way,
yeah,
what's
yeah.
the best way to tackle them, like.
Yep. But other thing they would do is, come up with a good UI. They would create a research project where they showed people various UIs to, the best way to present data to a client or to a customer, and that kind of
Right.
stuff. That's the kind of research we would do.
Yeah,
Or something as trivial as, how would you write down a phone number to get someone to best remember it? And this whole thing about 3 and 4, 3 digits dash 4 digits. Well, some of psychologists came up with, as they were, instead of just 7 or 2 and 5 or whatever.
Yeah.
When they're breaking things up in little chunks sorry, go ahead.
No. One of the most famous ones is Robert Taylor. I'm getting his name. His last name is Taylor. They made a movie about him, Cheaper by the Dozen, about his family. Anyway, he did the studies like back in World War II, how to design aircraft cockpits, right? And he did the motion studies of how to arrange things so pilots don't have to think, right? And that sorts of things. Those are really fascinating.
Yep. That's what my psychologist would do, just academic psychologist, yeah.
I'll look his name up because I'm getting it wrong.
Do you guys mind if I have a qualm with flat Earth? I don't know.
Go right ahead. No.
Okay.
We're just killing time. You're up.
Okay. So I'll just lay out my position really quick. So it's just I think that flat Earth isn't a reasonable model because I think that the different positions of the sun in the sky at the same time of day same time between like me or somebody in Australia, it'll be the exact same like time in the universe, whatever, right? I guess they have a different time zone, but they'll see the sun. One person can see the sun below the horizon, like it's dark, it's night out, and the other person could see the sun up in the sky. And with a flat Earth, you couldn't have those two people seeing that same thing. The Earth either is above the horizon or it's below the horizon, right? So you couldn't have, that would be incompatible to have that happen. So if you have like a friend in Australia, you could call your friend in Australia and say, hey, let's FaceTime, let's hang out. And he could show you what it looks like outside, and it could be like nighttime. And for me, it would be daytime. I live in the United States, so. Yep.
Okay, so then if you can put yourself in a huge warehouse, okay, and you had this orb of light on one side of the warehouse where it lights up only that side, it's not going to light up the entire other side at that point because it's a local source to where it's only lighting up it's what's below it. You guys don't grasp for some reason how vast the land is across this world on a planar world that we live in. So I don't see why you don't get that, to be honest, to be fair. I'm not sure what you're not understanding right now. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. So you think of it as a local source. So like if you were in a warehouse and you would still be able to see the light, but the intensity of the light would be much less.
Correct.
Okay.
And
the question that I have,
there's video of let's say like a sunset. You can literally see the light shrinking down in the sky over someone that sees that twilight, if you will, and you can literally see it like go away from you because the source of light is traveling away from you and it takes it with it. You can literally see that in a lot of videos.
So, okay. So what's interesting about that is like the sun itself, the reason you can't see it is because you'll see it disappear behind the horizon, right? You're going to see it disappear, right? And when that happens, it's not because its intensity is shrunk or whatever. It's like, because you would see, like, your model of this is like, it would be in the same location in the sky, but but it would just slowly fade out. But we don't see that. We see
no,
it
we do see that.
disappears behind the horizon.
No, we
don't.
do see the twilight disappear, and it goes away with the sun. Like you can literally.
Could you show me video footage of a sun in a position in the sky, and it begins to fade out, and then it's dark, and then it's like show me a time lapse of where a sun like fades out, and then it turns to dark.
Yeah,
like
sure.
It should be up in the top of the sky. It shouldn't be like goes below the horizon.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Yeah, just give me a second so I can show him this.
Thank you.
He just wants to see the sun fade away. Okay, here's one. Here's another one. Hold on.
Wait, but that's below the horizon. The shape is changing.
Not. Anyway, yeah, you haven't watched it yet. It just fades away.
Beach, that's below the horizon. Wait. Okay, sorry. I said in the sky. In the sky.
It's in the sky. It's in the sky. Didn't go below a horizon on either one of those. Go ahead now. Go ahead, and I want to hear you scream again.
Isn't the horizon?
Like somebody's tickling.
That was a perfect video, by the way.
Wait, but that's the horizon. Wait, okay. Can you? This is this thing right here. You see that?
Do you see the
horizon.
light? Do you see the light collapsing? Do you see that? Like with your own eyes? Do you see that? Let's cross that threshold first. Do you see it collapsing? Yes or no? If you don't see it collapsing, then you're
well.
If you won't admit to it, then he's just being dishonest. Listen.
Wait,
if he doesn't admit to what we're seeing, he's just being dishonest.
Well, you're not letting me respond. I did say it does lower in intensity. I can see it lowering in intensity. But what you're missing here is that it's disappearing in two senses. One, there's like a fog bank. You can see there's fog at the horizon, and then it's also disappearing below the horizon. So you're getting a drop off in intensity due to it's falling below the horizon, but it's also disappearing into fog, right? Like clouds will affect the intensity that you see in the sun. You can really see a gradient of fog.
You are clearly missing the point that we're talking about. Look at the light at the end of it. It's collapsing in the sky. It gets darker
right at the second one. Look at the second one I posted. Look at the second one I posted.
The second one's I'm talking about.
Yeah, just goes away. Just goes away in the second one.
That's why that's the one I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the first one. I'm talking about the second one, to where you can literally see the twilight disappears because the sun is going further from your position, and it's taking its light source with it, because light has attenuation. Yes or no? Will you agree to that?
Light has? You're using the word has here? Has attenuation? You mean light can attenuate it?
Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Does light
attenuates? How's that? Light attenuates. How's?
Yes. Does light attenuate?
Yes, light can attenuate sometimes, but here's the thing. I study this stuff. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm familiar.
No. Not sometimes. All the time. Light attenuates. The farther away it gets. Go ahead.
No, not always.
What?
Not always. Okay, hold on. I have a question for you. Did you not ask for a time lapse of the sun just going away and not going below the horizon? And I gave you 2. Now what? Now you're saying, nah.
Wait. Let me just make sure that I just want to clarify that you haven't satisfied it, because you hit one, but you didn't hit the other criteria. You hit one criteria, but not the second. So the first criteria you hit, you did show me something fading away. But what I was saying is not fading away near the horizon. I needed it up above head.
Do you understand?
Above head.
Wait.
And there's not like cloud interference. Then sure.
Wait. Do you understand what a vanishing point is? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So if the sun is going away from your position and it then disappears behind the vanishing point optically in perspective, but the video that he posted, the second one, it shows how the light if you were to slow that down, if you were to screen record it and slow it down, you're going to see the light getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer to where it's now dark. And that's because the sun has taken its light source so far away from you that you can no longer see any of its light. That's the whole point, bro. And like he said, if you want to deny that,
you're missing the point. I said if it was doing that not near the horizon, if it was doing that above head, like you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying not at the horizon?
Yes,
the horizon
it is
where
above
the sky
head.
meets the ground. So
Wait.
because it's above the horizon, it's above your head. Do you understand that?
Wait.
So in Arma,
You're losing me. This is not above your head. This is in front of you. This is
in Arma.
Yeah.
What they're saying is that the sun would not gain distance from you above your head. It gains distance in a horizontal fashion.
It's the same thing. Oh, there you go.
Okay, wait. You're telling me, wait. Just let me just be super clear. You're telling me that the sun doesn't ever go overhead, because I can show you images where suns go over your head, like they'll be like directly above you.
No,
nobody said that. You just heard the opposite, dude. You just heard the complete opposite.
Okay, look at what T-Dub posted. Another perfect fucking example. Watch it all the way through. You're going to see. Hey, settle down. You can literally see it retracting. You can see it like getting smaller, bro. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear. When somebody says over their head, what does that mean to you?
What do you mean?
Overhead.
High noon?
High noon? Over my head,
okay. If you can't explain to me what over your head means,
on the
like
equator,
above you,
so it's never
I can't.
directly over my head. You understand that?
No.
You just explain to me what it means to say above your head, like above your head, not
on
the
the equator. So that means that at its highest point, it's somewhere in the sky above you. You have to look up.
Can I just clear something up? So what you're asking for is something that's never been seen before.
You think that there's never been somebody who's looked up and seen the sun directly above them?
No, you're asking for it to disappear above your head.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Why would that be the
exactly.
case?
Exactly.
That's illogical.
Exactly.
That's illogical.
Never happened. Thank you. You proved my point for me. That's never happened.
Why would it?
Why would it, bro?
Why would it happen?
Because of your model. Your model. I just want to be super clear. Was that there is a moving? The sun is moving around above us and fading in and out of our perspective.
Yes,
that's not a model, man. That's what we observe. That's not a model. That's what
we
you
observe.
observe.
That's
the word
reality,
model, dude.
That's reality, bro. Look. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
One sec, APOC.
Okay, go ahead.
So, dude, so what you're asking for is us to show you the sun disappearing above our heads.
That's what your model would suggest. That's what your model would suggest.
Why would that
What
model? Hold on a second. What model?
Wait. Why would you be asking for something like that?
Because when you're telling me that the sun is like we're getting further away from it, right? And that's why we can't see it anymore.
No, it's getting further away from us.
Or sorry, further. Same thing. It's all relative, right? You're moving away from it. It's moving away from you, whatever.
No, we're not moving. The Earth doesn't spin.
It's all relative.
No,
it's not.
The Earth is flat and stationary. Sun moves.
No, something moving towards you and something moving away from you would be the same. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's fine.
What you get.
Yeah, let me ask you what you get. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, okay? Real quick. If you're on a football field, okay, and then I come from the end zone with the flashlight, okay, and then I'm able to fucking fly above your head, why would you say when I'm above your head that you shouldn't see the light that I'm holding in my hand? Like, that is asinine, bro. The reason why you see the light because it's above you. Now, if I go far enough away from that football field where you're stationary and standing, and all of a sudden that light gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then I get so far outside of that vanishing point from your perspective, you're no longer going to see that light that I was holding, because that is perspective. And this is what we learned in grade school, bro. By the way, we learned that in grade school.
Yeah, I just
I don't know.
posted. So I don't
All
know
right,
why you
dude.
guys
Okay,
posted
listen, if you're gonna do
videos of the sunset.
the like what do you call it, ad hominem attacks, it's stupid. You shouldn't be saying things like, if you really believe your thing, you shouldn't be saying like, hey, listen.
Dude,
First of
it's
all,
all
I have
good,
a
man.
degree. I have an electrical
relax.
engineering degree, university. I probably
Just
know a lot
relax,
more
man.
about this stuff than you do. You shouldn't be hailing personal attacks. I would never have to bring
Okay.
that up if you weren't saying things like this. Okay.
Okay. Well, you have an engineering degree. I fail to understand why you would even ask the question that you asked. I'm struggling to understand what you mean by show the sun directly above you disappearing.
I can
don't
explain
get it.
I can explain it. I understand you don't get it. Okay. So here's the thing.
No.
So basically, if you have the model that you have, there is some elevation from us.
Now, there is no model. So stop using the straw man that you've created.
Model is not a wait. Okay. The word
using the model that you've created to straw man us with. There is no
for what flat Earth is.
model we presented you.
Scientific
Claim there's no
models.
model. You don't know what model is.
Using it. No.
No. Just because you've been pulled over and the cop says, "Have you been drinking?" and you say, "No, I just had a couple beers," doesn't mean you don't have a model. You can say you don't have a model all you want, but you got one, and claims are made against it.
So what's the model, Mark, that we presented? Mark.
Oh, it's a
what's
really
the model we
stupid
presented
model.
today?
It's a really stupid model that has a couple explanations, but you made claims. You got to back them up.
We presented.
Let's just
show me where we presented it.
Your model was presented in terms of claims that were made by Apocryphon or whatever his name is, and a couple other people. So you got to back them up. I'll do it.
Marquis, that's great. I'm just interested in what model that Inama's referring to.
I'm just talking about the flat Earth model. That's like the name
What's
of
that?
What,
What is the flat Earth model?
There was just a model presented. It was a model claim that results in that claims perspective. Like, continue with that one.
Okay, just wanted to be
perspective
clear.
doesn't
I'm not using the word model as a pejorative. I'm using it as a descriptor. It's just is what it is.
And Arma, wouldn't it be better to ask what these people think the flat Earth model is, rather than just assume it before you even get here?
I'm happy to ask about it, but I'm pretty sure that the tenet of it being flat.
Because I don't think anybody.
I just want to be clear. Let me explain why I'm saying. Okay, all right. You're acting like I didn't hear him out. I heard what his explanation was for how light moved, and I understand that you're saying that it's flat, and then the sun is moving in a specific way above us. I don't feel like that's me not giving him the opportunity to explain himself. I feel like I understand what it is, and when I use the word model, they took it as a pejorative, but it's just a descriptor for what flat Earth is. It's a model of how the Earth and the sun
outside in reality.
Yeah, but that's what models are. It's a model is explaining what's happening in reality.
Okay, so how do you think how do you think that translates to the sun disappearing when it's overhead? Can you explain that?
Sure. So the sun disappearing when it's overhead, if your model, like your version of it, is correct, and I want to be super clear.
This is your
you
version.
Have an elevation between,
not mine, dude. Your version. Why don't you refer to it as your version?
What I think I'm explaining what I think your version is. You can correct me if you feel like if I'm misrepresenting you. But let me just explain it. Sure, but just correct it afterwards. I'll explain to you what I think you are. This is how we exchange ideas. I'm just trying to help us exchange and facilitate the exchange of ideas. So I'm explaining to you what I understand about your model. The sun has some elevation
surface
above the Earth surface.
Above a plane surface? Yeah.
Above a plane surface, above a flat surface. It's a plane, right? You have some elevation above, right? Now, this sun is moving around the Earth I don't know what pattern, but just it's moving, above
it?
I guess above it, and it's in
Right,
pattern. And what's happening is as the sun moves further away from certain parts of the Earth, they can no longer access the light that's seen, right? Like that's being seen, like similar to how the light bulb in the corner of the shed, if you're on the other side of the shed, it would be harder to see, right? It wouldn't illuminate as much because it's like, it drops off at 1/r², right? Now, that's my understanding of the model. Now, you can correct it if you think I'm wrong. Go ahead. Hopefully I'm not straw manning you.
Well, I think the idea is that
nobody here presented that.
I think the idea
nobody
is
here
that
claims that.
the
I don't know what
surface is
you're doing.
so expansive that the sun, as it gains horizontal distance, will appear to set, but it's actually just gaining horizontal distance.
Sure. I understand that. Okay. All right. So can I talk about that a little bit, or do you want more corrections, or what's the?
No,
because I don't want you to feel like you're not getting a fair shake.
No,
I'm trying to give
that is not. No, that's nobody's claiming that here. That is a description that you've decided that the flat Earth model is. Nobody here has claimed that. Now, we can all say that we experience the same thing, that being that the sun is overhead and we see it move from east to west every day. Everybody has the same experience. I assume you have the same experience, yes or no?
that the sun apparently moves from the east to west.
Yeah.
That's reality.
I think, Res is in the east, that's in the west. Yeah, I would say that's true. So there is some period of time where the sun will be directly above you, correct?
Yeah, it's called a zenith angle. That would kind of require a flat Earth, though, right?
I don't think it does, but we can get into that. So I think that if your model is to be believed, I think that...
Bro, if you say model one more time, I'm going to mute you. Don't you dare say our model again. Nobody presented you with a model. Knock it off.
Okay.
We're talking about what's outside in reality,
I'll take
nature.
Then. You guys enjoy it.
We're talking about outside in reality in nature, right? That's what we're talking about, not models.
You see something go above you, and you see something go away from you. That's all you see, bro. That's reality.
An explanation was posited for why we see such a thing in reality, right? And what it actually we're looking at. That is a model, whether you like it or not. Live with it.
Mark, I know you really want us to have a model because that would help you out. Someone gave a description of the sun going overhead from east to west. Was there anything else?
It's an explanation.
That's a model?
No,
it's a description. Do you know what an explanation and a description are?
He gave an explanation.
Okay, did he give the causal mechanism? So you're saying that? Well, you're saying why? So let's see if you're actually lying. Excuse me, Mark. Why don't you stop talking and tell me what was the causal mechanism? Since you said he explained why this happens, what was Apocryphon's causal mechanism, please?
Distance and perspective.
Distance and perspective as to why things go from east to west overhead,
and why the sun appears to dim.
That's a causal mechanism.
And why the sun appears to dim as it gets to the horizon, and why it acts the way it does. Yes, is it not? It has.
Is this true?
It absolutely is. It's from your position that you're seeing the celestial body transverse across the sky, and then it takes its light with it. And they posted videos showing you that. But if you want to turn a blind eye to that and say no, well then I don't know how we can help you at this point, because we showed you reality, but you want to try to throw it into your paradigm. It's really weird.
Well,
good, because at the
end of the day, as in my point of view, but that's not the way you use it. Use it as a term of art, right? Talking about the angles of viewing something,
right?
Yes, man.
Right, and that is a claim about reality, which is a model. Live it.
No, it's not a model. It's a description.
You have no idea what a model is then. Sorry.
No,
You want me to
no,
read
hold
the
on,
definition of a
Why don't you
model?
go ahead and post for me what it is?
Let me correct him real quick. A model is that you know the distances, you know the sizes. That's a model. But what we're talking about, this is just what we observe. We don't know the distances. We don't know the sizes of these things. But in the model, in your case, you do have a size and a distance. That's the difference. Do you understand what we're saying now?
I understand the words, but you're wrong. That's not a model. A scientific model is a representation of a system of ideas or processes.
Did he
That can be physical,
claim a
mathematical, or
scientific
conceptual.
model, Mark? Mark, did he claim a scientific model? Yes or no? Mark, did he claim a scientific model?
Not accurately.
Oh, so did he claim one at all?
No. I'm saying
I didn't.
Just now he did. Hold on. Let's get this straight. Just now,
No,
his
he
definition
didn't.
of a scientific
So
model was
why are you
not
bringing up scientific models, Mark? Mark, why are you bringing up scientific models when he didn't claim one?
a model. Is he may not have claimed one.
Mark.
I'm saying it's like Steve being pulled over by a
So
cop and saying, "I've been drinking, but I just had 5 beers." Right?
Okay. You obviously are not going to answer questions unless I shut you up and ask you one at a time. Did he claim a scientific model? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Okay, well then I want you to go clip out where he said, this is our scientific model, and this is how it works, and here are the experiments that we conducted to get this scientific model. I want you to clip out where he said scientific model. Do that right now. Otherwise, you're accusing him of lying, which I don't appreciate.
Well, he claimed a scientific model even though he didn't use those words.
Mark,
No,
if he didn't use those words, then he didn't claim a scientific model. He gave a description of an observation. Now you're actually strawmanning him and calling him, either a liar or you are lying. So which one is it?
And I'll say it again. A model is where you have known distances and sizes. That's a model. I'm telling you an observation. This is what we saw. This is what we see.
You're wrong.
This is what we experience. I guess I'm wrong. Okay.
You are wrong. Thank you for admitting it.
Okay,
That's
I
not
guess I'm wrong.
Model.
Yeah.
A model is not.
A model is what you're making it to be. I never claimed a model. I just told you the observation. That's all I did. That's all I did.
It's really not necessary, Mark.
No,
he didn't say scientific model. You're trying to strawmanning him with saying that he tried to imply a scientific model. Okay, so what model are we throwing out again, specifically?
The model is a series of claims about reality. You guys make them all day long, but the claim you don't
That's
have
not
one.
that's what you consider to be a model. We don't agree with that particular term. So what you call a model, we would call a model, are not the same thing. So we don't agree on those terms.
Evidently, would you like me to post references to what a scientific model is?
Yeah, did anybody here claim a scientific model? Why would you bring it up?
Because what you're claiming meets the definition of a scientific model.
It does. What are we claiming?
You claimed aspects of reality and explaining what we observe based on principles like perspective and distance, and you drew analogies to a warehouse and other things to explain what we see. That is a model.
No, he's just giving you analogous situations as to what we observe, right?
No, you can say this is what we observe and stop there, but you can't say it happens because of X, Y, and Z. That's where you start to get into model territory.
I like that you said X, Y, Z because that's a planar position, by the way. But go ahead.
So you're saying that our angular, which by the way, this is not a model, but you're saying, I'm asking you, this is not, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Are you saying that the sun's angular relationship to us each day is not a matter of perspective? Like we don't have a perspective to the sun, and the angular relationship to it does not change? Are you denying that, or what are you saying?
There's two ways to use the word perspective. You can say perspective is, and that's my point of view. This is from where I'm standing, but you'd also say perspective in terms of It's an angular observation, like in a piece of art, right? So that's the way perspective is being used as an explanation of angular viewing of an object and how it changes over a distance, right? That's where you get.
So we are having an angular relationship change to the sun during the day. That's not happening.
You can say that there's an angular, but explaining it in terms of perspective, because there's a difference. You can explain it in perspective. You can explain it using a round Earth, right? You're choosing.
No, angular relationship to the sun can only be done on a flat plane, Mark.
Because we're dealing with
there you
angles.
go. Oh, there you go. There's another model claim. Awesome.
It's not a model claim. It's just me letting you know that my angular relationship to the sun, if I were to get an angle to it, I would require that to be on a flat plane.
Are you Mark? Are you trying to say that the reason why we say there's a baseline, then that invokes a model? Is that what you're saying?
It depends on what you mean by baseline.
Meaning, when you draw angles to something, you're using two straight lines, which would create a baseline as a 90-degree from a vertical, right? The zenith in the XYZ example. And then you have everything away from that position would then, matter of fact, let me post a photo. Let me post a little picture so you get what I'm saying. There you go. You see what I'm saying right here? So when you have a celestial object in the sky, then you have a position where you're standing, and then you have this thing in the sky, and you have an angle to it. But the only way you can derive that angle is because you're going to create a baseline to represent the distance that is away from you, and that's the only way you're getting the angle. That's logical. You try to say, well, that's your model. No, we're just saying that's the observation, and observing it, we can throw in geometry and trigonometry and all this other stuff. But you want to invoke a curved model. You invoke a model, not us. You invoke a model. We're just telling you this is the way we see things.
Right, you may see them that way, but you just made a claim that the only way you can measure that angle is from a flat plane, which is just demonstrably false.
Oh, great. Terrific. So you're going to show me how I can get an angle from a curve.
Yes. Would you like me to post that?
Just go ahead and show me how you get an angle from a curve. Go ahead.
Sure. I assume you guys know about tangents because we've talked about that before.
No tangents, just a curve, right?
A tangent is a line that intersects a curve at one point.
Line. A straight line.
No, not curved surfaces, bro. I actually need you to show me how you get an angle from a curve. I was very specific. Not a tangent line or a tangent plane, but an angle from a curve. So I want you to show me that.
That's how you get it.
In geometry,
just show it.
Your tangent is a straight line to where you're dealing with an XYZ coordinate system at this point, okay?
Yeah,
so
that's
then,
right.
You're going to make it flat.
But exactly, you're going to make a baseline. It's going to be a plane to where you're going to establish this fucking position to create the angle. So once you have your angle... That's how you
establish a baseline on a sphere. Yes, thank you.
Oh, my God.
I don't think your God's going to help you with this one.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't know, bro. I don't know how to help you at this point.
Sorry, guys. This fucking phone is always hot micing. Go ahead.
What's up, Heretic? How you been, brother?
Good. I'm just trying
You'll
to
never be able to find your tangent point.
I'm muting me all the time, piece of shit. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, he'll never be able to find the tangent point ever. Like, where is it?
Not on a curved surface.
How do you get a tangent point? How do you find your tangent point? And plus, it's begging the question that you're on a sphere to begin with.
Imagine a world.
The claim was made. You cannot calculate angles from a sphere, right?
You can't.
Forget about all the other
the
stuff.
claim is that you can't use a curved surface and a straight line to get an angle. You want to invoke, right, a new thing, another line. You can't just use the curved surface and like a vertical, right? You don't get an angle between those two things, do you?
You can if you establish a tangent, which is 90 degrees from the vertical.
Just not without a tangent. You can't, can you? You can't
You
have
can't without a tangent. That's what tangents are
intersecting
for. It's
a
why we have
curved line and a
a
straight
word
line
for tangent. We
intersecting
use it.
and measure the angle between them, can you?
I'm sorry. What was that last part you said?
You can't measure the angle between two curving intersecting lines or a curved line and a straight line intersecting.
You can, but it requires calculus. But yeah, the tangent's easier. You just establish a tangent, which is 90 degrees from the vertical. Done.
Yes, we're just saying, just agree that without your tangent, you can't.
Yeah, that's why we have tangents. It's why they exist.
Right,
It's like
so you have to invoke a
we couldn't measure
tangent.
the angle.
Yeah.
It's like saying without angles, we couldn't
Yeah.
measure
And
angles.
if
Well,
you were
yeah,
to use the
thank you.
surface of Earth to do that, you won't find a tangent point.
Can
you can only beg the question of having one.
Okay. There's no begging the question in this situation because it's an observed phenomena. You either observe it or you don't.
Phenomena? What phenomena?
The angles. You either go outside, you measure the angles, or you don't measure the angles.
An angle is a phenomena now?
The measurement of it is. It's an observed thing.
The measurement of an angle is a phenomena.
Yes, you go outside, you can measure the angle to a star. That's the angle
Holy
to the
cow.
star.
Let's see a citation for that. I want to see a citation, Mark. Mark, citation, please.
The angle to a star is a
citation,
phenomenon.
please.
A phenomena is anything that can be observed.
Mark, you're spazzing out. Can I just get a citation for that?
For a phenomena?
No, you said the measurement of an angle is a phenomena. I want to get a citation for that.
The measurement of an angle is me observing an angle. Phenomena is anything that can be
so
observed.
it's not a... Okay, so I'm observing you measuring a phenomena. That's the phenomena now?
A phenomena is anything that can be observed. I am measuring something, therefore it could be observed. Can't make this any more simple.
Mark, what is vertical?
Airplanes are phenomenal.
What about natural phenomenon?
Phenomena are phenomena. They could be natural or not natural. They're all phenomena. I don't know what you mean by not natural. You have to define that.
Is a phenomenon, as in just an event, just an occurrence of something, right? An event.
Yeah, something you can observe. Yeah.
Happening.
So those angle events.
No,
those angle events.
It doesn't have to be an event. It can be anything you can observe, right? It doesn't have to be an event.
So a rock is a phenomenon.
Yes, anything you can observe is a phenomenon.
What about a shoe? Is that a phenomenon?
Wow.
Absolutely.
The shoe phenomena.
Hey, Mark, what is vertical? Just wondering.
Got another Brian.
Steven, I'm not going to entertain your questions. I got enough people I'm dealing with. I'm arguing against 3 people now. I don't want a 4th.
No one's arguing with you. We're asking you
Just
questions.
trolling you about
this is awesome.
Yeah, they're trolling me about phenomena because they don't understand the definition. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, see.
Do you want to avoid the fact of what the earlier argument was when the sun goes away from you and the light?
Yeah. You know, what's funny is you guys
with
posted some pretty crappy videos. I posted a really nice one of a sunset. High def. It's like 1080 or even higher.
You call them crappy because they defy your line.
No, they're low resolution, and you can't really see what the sun does.
Low resolution doesn't hide the fact that the light is attenuating, is reducing in the sky as a twilight and then into darkness.
Would you like to look at my video, which is much more clear, and explain that one?
So we've got.
What is it showing, Mark?
We've got 2 videos that that contradict each other. Yeah. So you got one disappearing, fading into the background. You got one that looks like it might be going over the horizon. So how do you know? How do you work out which one's real?
Actually, Mark
You're
posted
claiming because
the screenshot of Mark shows that the sun is above the horizon when it fades out. If you look at 00 hour.
so it's funny, Mark. You go, okay, well, mine's disappearing over the horizon, so it must be a globe. But you're saying explain that. Well, explain it fading out then.
Oh, I don't think he even watched his own thing.
Yeah, I have to look at those videos closer. They're not great. The videos you guys posted. I want to see
It
one that's a
doesn't
little higher
matter. So
res.
you say, okay, so low res means Earth's a ball.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
Is that right?
There we
Low
go.
resolution video, therefore Earth's a ball.
No, I'm just saying I've demonstrated here that the sun does not behave the way you guys claim it behaves.
Okay, so we showed you videos that it does. That's why I said. So we got different videos contradicting each other. So then you go, okay, well let's throw those videos out, right?
Okay, good. Well, we can't throw them out entirely. Yeah, because.
Okay, so they contradict each other. So which one's right? So we know which one to throw out then.
Well, I don't know. We can let's see if there's more videos and see which ones we can find more examples of, maybe, right?
Yeah. So you're still going to have contradicting videos no matter how many you get.
But do you accept that the sun processes about 15 degrees per hour across the sky? Is it in its entire
I don't know.
path?
Have you measured it? Because I don't think it does that when it gets lower.
I think it does.
Okay. Have you got measurements of that?
I can see if I can find them, but I think that's pretty well accepted. You don't accept that.
You do it.
Well, I don't accept that because okay. So in order for it to go 15 degrees per hour, you'd have to be in the center of the Earth. So because you're on top of a ball, then it wouldn't go 15 degrees per hour because you're not getting 180 degrees of the ball.
Yeah, Mark, I think even in the globe model, it changes close to the horizon.
There is some change due to refraction close to the horizon, but over the course of the day, it's
changes due to refraction.
It is over the course of the day. It's 15 degrees per hour. There might be some, depending on the conditions, at sunset, some slight deviation.
So you admit that things change due to atmospheric conditions then? Yeah. That's what the conclusion we're going to come to is. Things change due to the atmosphere.
Yeah, and a small amount right at the end of the day, when it passes through the most atmosphere, yes, it can.
Yeah, it slows down, yeah, and moves less than 15 degrees per hour.
Well, you can see the sun. Well, actually, it works both ways. The sun will speed up.
Exactly. So you've got
And sometimes it will slow down right at the very end, right?
Yeah, and you've got a contradicting argument. Yeah.
But the problem is that for most of the arc, for I would say, over the course of a day, depending on how many daylight hours you have, right? The course of the day, that most of the time the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour, right? And that's not what you'd see if it were due to perspective or other phenomena.
Well, so perspective and other phenomena, or just
or whatever you want to claim,
and different phenomena. Let's be clear on what you're saying.
Right. I would say, well, you guys claim perspective and distance and other things that attenuate the light. I'm saying that,
and the same as
you would not.
The atmospheric conditions as well. Yeah.
Yep. But I don't claim that really attenuate. I don't claim that attenuates the light.
Slows down to 15 degrees per hour.
At the very end, yeah, but it doesn't affect most of the arc. The vast majority of the arc is 15 degrees per hour, which would not be supported by a perspective.
Why not?
Because that's not what you'd see. A perspective, you'd see. Where it's perspective,
Well,
you'd see.
Depends on. You would agree that it would depend on the distance, wouldn't?
No, it wouldn't. Because not using the proposed explanation. I won't say model, but the proposed explanation. No.
Okay, so you've got perspective and you've got atmospheric conditions.
For the sun to disappear, right? You'd have to claim that it would be so far away that it would reach the magic vanishing point, which is not even a real term.
So
but we'll
I'll
ignore
go back
that
to the videos again. So we've showed you that, and then you showed a contradicting one.
Right.
So
I
which one is it?
So I would say that if you look at the measurement of the sun over the course of the day, it does not support perspective being the explanation of what we see in the sky.
Yeah, perspective and atmospheric conditions.
I would
That's what you
say
claim as well.
I
Yeah.
did not say atmospheric conditions. You guys, hold on. I did not.
Okay, so
You
when
guys
it
did not
slows
say
down or
atmospheric
speeds up,
conditions.
so when it below 30 degrees, when it slows up and speeds up, both happens, right? You would put that down to atmospheric conditions, wouldn't you?
For the what we see of the sun, we see a small
Okay, so I'm
change
going to repeat my
right before
question again so
sunset.
I get an answer, right? So
Right.
below 30 degrees, right? Because we agree that's the point where you can't take angle measurements to the sun, right?
Below 30
You agree with
degrees.
that?
What do you mean below 30 degrees? What's
30
magic
degrees
about 30?
from, well, because it's starting to go through the
It's
thickest
more
part of the
like
atmosphere.
below
This is
20.
agreed. This is agreed upon.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's,
you claim that that would be atmospheric conditions, speeding it up or slowing it down from 15 degrees per hour. Now, why all of a sudden, when you go to a flat Earth, you get rid of atmospheric conditions and you just go on perspective? Why does
right.
that happen?
Right. So if you look over
Right.
time, the
So you
atmosphere.
are getting rid of it. So then you say on a flat Earth, you're going to get rid of atmospheric conditions and you're only going to
Are you
use
going to let me answer, or are you just going to keep talking?
No, I need to clear it up because you're not answering.
I was trying to answer, but you keep talking over me because you don't want me to really answer, right?
Okay, so are atmospheric conditions taken into account?
In which model?
Both.
Okay, both. Right. Atmospheric conditions will vary on the globe Earth, right? Right. So
Well,
sometimes we'll see
but not on the Earth that we live on.
atmospheric conditions may vary on the other Earth, right? But in no situation would atmospheric conditions change the view such that you could accommodate a perspective angle as the explanation for what we see. There's no
Okay, so
atmospheric conditions which would render that plausible.
all right, so on your model,
Yep.
you don't count atmospheric conditions when it slows down and speeds up from 15 degrees per hour.
Because most of the nice. Most of the path of the sun is not affected by atmospheric conditions, right? Only at the very ends, the heads and tails, right? Just before sunrise or around sunrise.
Okay, so
and
you
just
are
after sunset
including
or just around
atmospheric
sunset.
conditions then. Okay, so why,
Right.
when you get
I
into a
don't
flat Earth,
know.
do you exclude atmospheric conditions?
Right, because when we see this the path of the sun exhibiting much different behavior than what we see.
So you can include atmospheric conditions then.
Even if you account for any atmospheric conditions you want to propose, which are minimal when the sun's overhead, for example, right? And for most of the path of the sun, it's minimal because of the angles,
What
right?
aspects of the sun that you dragging from the heliocentric model to your version of flat Earth?
Well, we see the sun and we know that there's more atmosphere that you're looking through, no matter what, more atmosphere at an angle than you are overhead, right?
Right, and the heliocentric model has an ideology of what the sun actually is, right? Composition and size, right? And the medium that it exists within, right?
Right. If you want to
Are you dragging all that with you over to your idea of flat Earth and incorporating all those variables into the flat Earth as well?
If you want to propose magic fairy sun, that's fine. You can do that. But I'm proposing
it's not. It's not magic fairy sun. You're just
sure.
you're just getting rid of everything that you put in that you count on a globe, and then you're just saying it can't work on a flat Earth because
I'm talking about a source of
it
light.
can't just be perspective. But you're not.
Yep.
You're not
a source
dragging your
of light.
atmospheric conditions over from the
Right.
globe onto a flat Earth, though. So
Atmospheric conditions are atmospheric conditions are what they are. Would you like to deny that there's an atmosphere?
Who said that? I'm trying to tell you that they exist no matter what.
Yes, atmosphere does exist no matter what. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole point.
Yep. Whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right? And you'll be passing through.
Though. It's not a ball of air, though. Atmosphere, like air ball. It's just air.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So, Mark, are you saying that you would expect the angular velocity to increase as the sun was overhead?
Angular velocity is a different term. The angular, the what I would expect is that the sun would move more quickly when it's overhead and then slow down exponentially as it gets towards the horizon. That's not what you see. Right. So when you see like the traffic lights off in the distance, the traffic lights get closer and closer and closer together, right? That's not what you view on a with the
that
sun
would
motion.
depend on distance. That would be scale. Yeah.
Right. And if the sun's moving away from you, which is what you're claiming for perspective, that's what you should see. Is that the sun should be
So
slowing
I'm
down
going to
in terms
correct
of
you
each
again.
hour. You don't see that.
So yeah, perspective and atmospheric conditions. Yeah.
Right. You're seeing, but you're not seeing the sun slow down
You
continuously.
keep on leaving
the
that
entire
out
thing.
though, and then you got to think about distance too. So what you're assuming is that it would do this, but you're basing that on distance and then only perspective. So you got to tell us how far
Yeah,
away the
but
sun is,
here's the thing.
and then you got
With
to
the
tell us
atmosphere,
about, and then you got to add in perspective and atmospheric conditions.
right? Except that when you see atmospheric conditions, you know that they're coming into play because of the artifacts they bring with them. You do not see that for most of the sun. During sunrise and sunset, you do see that.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Correct.
Right. You do see, but you don't see that through most of the course of the day. You don't see that with the sun on a.
I would tell you, I don't know that. I don't know that.
Sure.
Yeah, have you got these 15 degree per hour measurements too? Like someone actually measuring them, not based on a mathematical equation. Have you got the actual measurements?
Well,
Yeah,
you can
hold
just
on.
assume it by 180 degrees of a circle divided by 12 hours.
Yeah, but you're on top of it.
Whoa.
So it's not 180 degrees.
Mark, so your argument for believing that we cannot observe what we observe with the sun on a horizontal surface is what?
So he's saying that if the sun were moving parallel to a plane, that he would expect it to be moving slower as it neared the horizon and faster as it would be going overhead.
That would be based on distance, though.
Yep. That's right.
It does appear to slow down when it's closer to the horizon, doesn't it?
Yep.
Only.
It does on my sun tracking
No.
chart.
It would
Coming
be
up and going away. It
No.
slows down. You can see it in the curve. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would be a continuous slowdown from overhead, which would be the fastest. The slowdown would be continuous and
That's because
subtle,
of perspective.
and smooth,
That's because
not
of perspective.
something at the end.
That's because of perspective. So if you have an object that is not changing its elevation but going away from you, perspective speaking, like in that sense, it will look like it's taking longer because it's your perspective shows it going away from you, but it's still, you have these what was it called, this amplification, if you will, this from the haze. You're gonna have this like from your eyes, you're gonna see it a certain size, but that's not the true size of it. You're seeing it being amplified or magnified is a better word because of the conditions of the sky itself. What don't you get? That this is why this is our reality in perspective of it. You get that? You understand when something is at low at the horizon to our perspective, that it tends to get really large. That's why a lot of sunsets that you see, the sun looks really, really big. And then you put a solar lens on and it's actually small. But it's because it was magnified because it's going across a plane with particles in the sky that are going to amplify it. Hence water. right? Water is going to amplify it like a magnifying glass. And because there is water in the sky everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's water everywhere. But maybe on a small scale to where it's not rain down pouring, but there's still that element to it. And that's why you see it the way you see it. Some days it changes.
I don't
Some
know.
days it's
All right.
not
I
like
wouldn't
that.
go that far, but I mean, like, because there's so many unknown variables to do with the sun, right? That you can't confirm, that you
So
can't verify,
one thing I
you
can
can't
point to.
establish certain facts about celestial objects, right? To be able to determine what we should or shouldn't observe them to do, right, in relationship to what you think the nature of the surface of the Earth is.
Okay,
Right? And I would posit to you, at ultimately, right, at any rate, right, I would tell you that what the sun does or doesn't appear to do does not dictate, define, falsify, or verify the nature of the surface, its qualities, its properties, whether it's curved, whether it's flat, etc.
Right, you asked me to establish that the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour, right? And I can establish this through most of the day, right?
Yeah, but
Really,
you haven't shown us. You haven't shown us the
really,
measurements
What
yet.
does it have
You've
to
just
do?
come up with an equation.
really fucking simple. It's
You've just
called a
come up
fucking
with an
sundial.
equation, and you've divided 360 by 24. That's all you've done.
It's called a sundial.
What you've done is you haven't shown us that it travels through at 15 degrees per hour. You've just divided 360 by 24.
I know I'm not on mute. It's called a sundial, right?
So
And
what?
the
What does that have to do with the
sundial,
surface of the Earth?
hold on,
It
real quick. The
requires the sun
sundial
move
is a good
15
proof.
degrees.
The sundial is a perfect proof to it not being a curve. Because if it was curved, you would not have the same shadow on that sundial. That actually, that actually disproves your point, bro. Like if
Hold
you
on.
have something, because the sundial is based upon it being on a flat plane, and
The
the shadow
sundial
of it
requires the sun move 15 degrees per hour, right?
on a
Therefore
plane
what?
Earth. Yes.
Oh,
Let him answer.
that was
Let him
what I
answer.
needed.
Therefore what?
That was what I needed to establish. Thank you. All right,
Mark. Therefore what? Mark.
Yeah.
Therefore what?
Therefore, the idea of perspective is not an adequate explanation for what we see in the sky with the sun.
How does that follow from the premise?
You're doing another straw man and just saying perspective is the answer. We've already discussed it the last 10 minutes that you've got to add in other things as well. So you're talking about perspective alone again.
If atmospheric effects were distorting the position of the sun such that it wasn't 15 degrees per hour, then sundials wouldn't be reliable, and they generally are.
But they are though. So hold on. You're contradicting yourself, bro, in your own sentence.
Close to the sundial, and those tick marks are not exactly the same distance apart. You dumb.
All right.
You literally contradict yourself, bro. You don't even understand it. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, we can clean this up because people are just talking past the replies rather than engaging them. So you can measure the traversal of the sun at 15 degrees per what?
Per hour. Yeah.
15 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
Therefore what?
Therefore, perspective is not an adequate explanation for what we see in the sky.
What sense does that make? What sense does that conclusion make?
Hold
It's
up,
an
wait,
optical, visible phenomenon.
Yes. It's an optical physical
so your
phenomenon.
conclusion
Right?
is obviously self-defeating. Right? Your talk about the 15 degree per hour traversal of the sun through the sky is a
optical
perspective.
It's a perspective
So your
in terms of.
conclusion is undermining your supporting premise.
Okay. Yep. Look, I'm used. The word perspective is polysemous. I know you know what that means. So there's the idea of perspective can be what I see, but perspective is also a term used in art in terms of the angles to observing something. Right? The angles when you observe something decreasing when the distance to that object increases.
Yes.
And the height remains the
Let
same.
him finish.
Right? So there's two senses of the word perspective, right? What I'm talking about is the second meaning of the word perspective. And that is not an adequate explanation for what we see in the sky.
That's false.
Undermining your supporting premise. If you're appealing to a perspective, and what you're appealing to is perspective in both senses, then you conclude perspective is not an adequate account, whatever that means, that vague conclusion. That's undermining your supporting premise. Your supporting premise is antithetical to your concluding premise.
No. Sorry, Gregory. You don't understand
That's
what I'm saying.
my
Then.
argument.
If you have a sun that is a certain amount of miles vertically, as it traverses across the sky,
Hold on.
vertically.
I have to go in I got to go in a few seconds here because I really have to deal with something. But the look, the empirical observation is 15 degrees per hour, right? That's an empirical observation. It doesn't require quote perspective, right? That is an empirical measurement, right?
Does it change in elevation?
Does
it change in elevation?
That would not be accounted for. That would not be accounted for if you used perspective in terms of like an art term, right? Where you say, okay, things in the distance, at the same elevation, reduce
you're
their
wrong.
angles.
No, you're wrong, because in perspective, in art class, you learn that the way you see something on the sidewalk, and then you're like a bird in the sky, that perspective changes from the original position. So now you yourself have to argue in your own mind that this isn't what we're seeing it to be, although it is how we see it to be. So perspective is a huge key in this argument, because the way you are now trying to position yourself is going to change depending on elevation. So that's why I asked, does that 15-degree, change, does it have a different conclusion when you have a different elevation? Yes or no?
The 15 degrees, I think, is irrespective of your elevation on Earth.
Okay, when you go higher in elevation, does that degree change? Even if it's very, very slight, does it change? The correct answer would be yes, because your perspective has changed to where you're not going to see it the way you were calculating it from your original position. Do you understand what I'm saying right now?
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that the perspective, the 15 degrees per hour, would change based on your elevation.
Then you are absolutely wrong, because it has been tested and proven that the higher you go in elevation, you are not going to get the same 15-degree per hour change, because simply you're higher in elevation. It's a known fact. It might be very, very slight, but it still exists. It's still there. And that's because perspective has these certain principles to where when you're looking at something at the ground, as opposed to 5,000 feet up in the air, you're not going to have the same perspective of that position. This is why you will see it.
All right. So you agree now, right, Mark?
After that, I don't even know what the hell he was talking about. Listen, guys, I gotta go. It was fun. It was fun. I'll talk to you guys maybe tomorrow or something. Have a good night.
Wow, it's weird that you just want to run away, but it's fine. It's fine.
So let's review, because I came in at the end.
Bob No Doubt has a really good video.
Yeah, let's review. For some reason, it is not a logically sufficient interpretation of the visible phenomenon that, given the nature of our perspective, the sun disappears at a given distance, given the right conditions, because several factors come into play when making visible observations. So for some reason, when standing on a horizontal surface, seeing the sun move away or toward us, we can't observe what we observe while standing on a horizontal surface for some reason. There was a lot of talking, but the reason was not really succinctly said, because the further away something goes, or If it's too small, then it won't be visible. What is so difficult?
That's where elevation comes into key. You see the videos, somebody in Dubai, and they see the sun set, and then they go up so many floors, and they see the sun again, like this is the whole point. Your perspective is going to allow you to see this light in the sky, which will attenuate on both spectrums, by the way, whether you're on the ground or 70 stories high. You're still going to have to deal with the fact that it's going to have properties, explaining why you're seeing farther in a distance when you go higher. It's really, really simple, but I don't know why Globers don't get it. It's really weird. Hey, settle down. Come on, settle down.
It's
Get
not
over
that
here.
they merely don't get it in spite of their best efforts. It's not an honest error. Right? Any adult, especially an adult, can grasp the very simple fact that they've been knowing, that they've been experiencing their entire lives. If something is too far away, operative word too, TOO, or too small, right? If one of those factors are missing or it's not sufficient, then you can't see something. Like, we've seen birds fly away, and we look at them, they fly away, and there's nothing non-transparent between you and the bird, but for some reason, the bird flies away far enough, you don't see it anymore in the clear blue sky. Or you hit a home run, the ball goes up, 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 and then you don't see it anymore. What is so difficult?
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
don't
just
shoot
don't get
arrows into the sky.
it. They just don't get it. They just don't get it.
Oh, that's what I was wanting to say. It's not like they just don't get it in spite of their best efforts. They don't want to get it.
That's very true, because if they understand that, then it goes against their argument, and then they're defeated. But they can't allow that to happen in their position because they don't want to be wrong. Even though they're wrong, they don't want to be wrong. So they're going to have every excuse why they're not wrong. But reality speaks, bro. Like reality, you can't change reality. It is what it is.
Now,
But they
here's
don't.
this also. Let's appreciate this also, what Mark said. His concluding premise was, this is why syllogisms, this is why being logically rigorous is such a blessing. His concluding premise was, perspective is not sufficient to account for our observation of the sun. Listen to that sentence. Now, because people are not in the habit of being logically rigorous, and because people are usually persuaded by a pretense of confidence rather than being logically rigorous, you're just not going to catch it. But it's so obviously self-contradictory. That's the trick, right? Just keep a straight face. Perspective is not sufficient to account for what? The observation. How the hell is perspective not sufficient to account for an observation? That's like saying the wetness is not sufficient to account for why my clothes are wet after I just jumped into the pool.
Yeah, that's what Timbo was trying to point out, like, too. He was saying, like, okay, so why aren't you dragging over your atmospheric effects to your idea of flat Earth? And the same again, he's leaving out perspective out of his own. Like, why isn't he including perspective in his own version of what's happening as well? Because it most definitely would be a factor, right? Even no matter what they claim about the sun, how far away it is, and it wouldn't matter. It doesn't make it doesn't. That's why it doesn't seem to make much difference in angular size and all that. Who cares? It's still a factor involved. Like, you can't, like you're saying, you can't go out and observe and experience reality with your eyes anyway without it. it's just set in.
You're negating the very thing you're appealing to. It's self-defeating and self-contradictory. The act of perceiving the nature of your perspective is not sufficient to account for why things appear the way they do. That's ridiculous. but that's how bad they can be when debating.
Well,
That's how
he's
bad they can get. They're
contradicting
so
him.
desperate to protect their position from refutation, they will appeal to such patently self-contradictory and self-defeating conclusions, where it not only makes our observations impossible for no good reason, it makes any and all observations impossible, including theirs.
Well, he was contradicting himself because he was talking about, number one, perspective is not a good enough explanation to describe what the sun does over our heads during the day. So he's like, oh, the one definition of perspective is the one that they give you in our class. And obviously, why would we give people this idea of perspective in our class unless we experience it so that we can paint it or draw it accurately? Number two, he's like, perspective in terms of the angular relationship of the sun overhead during the day. And then he proceeds to tell us that the sun moves 15 degrees an hour. Like, bro, your perspective that makes the sun appear to move 15 degrees an hour, like you described, that's contradiction of what you just said.
Which
Let's
requires a
appreciate this
plane.
also. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that in, that it requires a plane too.
Right.
Yeah, angle up from what, I wonder? Let's appreciate this also. Look at the, just scroll up a bit in the open chat. And for the audience that cannot see that, of course, I'll read it. You just type in vanishing point perspective in the Google search engine. And the AI overview will pull up a result. And it says vanishing point perspective is a technique used in linear perspective drawings, paintings, and photographs to create the illusion of three-dimensionality. It's based on the idea that parallel lines in three-dimensional space appear to converge at a single point on the horizon line of an image plane. This point is called the vanishing point. Why did I mention this? Because this is a minor critique, because it was a peripheral point that Mark made. But Mark said, that's not a real term. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what? Vanishing point is not a real term? I guess you're going to have to dispute that with, the entire history of art and observational sciences and Google.
Architects.
Apparently, it was key to like advancing like the the talent of artists in the Renaissance period. It was like a eureka moment for them. They were like, oh, depth! Wow, yes!
Am I hot micing? Hit me. I'm sorry.
There's no such thing as a vanishing point. That's not a real. So, what word do we say in English to describe the point in our perspective where we don't see it anymore? What, disappearing point? Invisibility point? Since vanishing point isn't sufficient for you?
It's the bye-bye, go-away spot.
Well, good work again, everyone. Pogaphon, T-Dub, Timbo, Radwin, says who.
Yeah,
Did I
these
say
these
Radwin?
guys
I
are just
meant Ricky
lost, bro.
Warden.
They're just lost, bro. They're lost. They're stuck in their bias. They can't come out of it. There's just no help for some people. Like that's what it comes down to.
For the sake of making the analysis as conspicuous as possible, slow down, turn the volume down. I'm talking to myself also as I say this. Slow down, turn the volume down just a bit. But there is a time and place to express contempt against things that are contemptible. And really emphasize the points, especially the major points, especially when you're doing cross-examination. Because with someone like Mark, they're hoping that our tact will be too poor to expose the errors.
Well, taking the page out of Nathan Oakley, most Globers try to get you into an argument to where you are now giving them the position that they want to be in, but they're ignoring the fact that everything they talk about is based upon, even mathematically, a planar surface. Angles, positions, all that shit. It's fucking based upon an XYZ coordinate in reality. This is how they come to conclusions, even in their own paradigm. And that's why I appreciate Nathan Oakley and their team, because they drill that in, drill it at home. Like, bro, you cannot
This is like
have.
the fifth commercial you've done for Nathan Oakley tonight.
I'm sorry, I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
It is. It's like the fifth commercial, like a 2-minute commercial for him.
Hey, bro, save the dogs, bro. I'm like Sarah, bro. Play the music. In the earth, on the air. I'm trying to save dogs, bro.
You can help today.
Yeah. You get out today. It's funny you called me out on that. That's funny. That's hilarious.
It's not too late.
It's not too late, bro. But reality still stands, man. There's a point to be made at this point.
That reminds me of Richard Pryor. Remember Richard Pryor with a mud bone?
Mm-hmm.
And the point is that there is no point to be made. Go on, get outside and get some sunshine on your face.
Hey, Gregory, you missed the guy that wanted us to show him the sun disappearing from view when it's overhead. I'm still like
crazy.
I'm lost.
That is asinine. That is fucking asinine. He's like, yeah, exactly. He was like, well, why do we still see light when it's above us? What? Yeah, because the
Why
light's
don't
above
we
us.
still see the light when it's above us? He
Yeah.
said.
Yes, that was his claim. He was like, why do we still see light when it's above us? What? It's fucking above us. That's why we see the light. What the
Oh, why
fuck
do
are
we
you talking
still
about?
see light? Why do we still see light when it's above us?
Yeah, because
Oh,
it's
okay.
above us. That's why I said
Because
if I had a
it's
flashlight
within our
or
field of view, just like anything else
exactly.
that we see. You know, like where you can see it. Wow. Riddle me this, flat earther. How am I speaking right now? Because you chose to vibrate your vocal folds. Is that not possible if the Earth's surface is horizontal? No. I would love to hear your argument for this. Just anything, even the most mundane, commonplace things in our experiences, they just cannot happen if the Earth is not a globe for some reason.
I was talking to some Globers like I think earlier this morning, and they're like how come we can't see Polaris from like if the Earth is flat, how come we can't see Polaris from everyone on Earth? I was like, well, if you're if you're standing at a region that's like too far down south, it's gonna be too far, and they're like, well, no, we should still be able to see it. And I was like, they're
According
like,
to what
what?
argument?
Yeah. So I'll give you the analogy. So they were like, or they're like, there's no reason why it would go out of sight. And I was like, well, no, because the way our perspective works, if you go like if you increase your distance far enough, then it'll keep going down on your eye level until it gets to the horizon and past your vanishing point. And so they brought up an analogy. They were like, well, how about if I had a light pole above you? It was like 10 feet away. You're looking at it at 45 degrees, like tilting your head up. And then if I, take it 20 feet away, the angle's going to decrease. But their argument was, no matter how far away that light pole is, it'll never actually reach the horizon. Is that true?
Optically, it will. That's the whole point. That's what we try to tell them. But we know that light pole is still 2 to 3 stories high, but optically, it's going to lower to the horizon, to the vanishing point. These guys did not fucking take art class seriously in grade school. They cannot grasp it, bro. Yet a
And worse than
child
that,
can tell them.
the question is malformed. Will it eventually reach the horizon? Well, at best, if they clean that question up in the sense that it makes sense for where Apocryphon's answer makes sense to it, then yes. But of course, the horizon is not a tangible location that one can traverse to. So it's a malformed question. But then again, beyond that malformed question, if you clean it up for them, then yes, what Apocryphon said, yes, if you go far away enough, you are going to get to the vanishing point in your perspective.
Exactly. That angle of resolution is going to compress that fucking object to where you can no longer see it. You literally learned this
to
in
resolve.
grade school. You literally learned this in grade school. Why Globers argue that? Who fucking knows, bro? Why, dude? Why are they so weird? They're weird at this point.
So with that being said, we can make this observation and take this to heart. There is such a fervent devotion to this geodesic doctrine that in their pattern of argumentation, when engaged in the debate, they virtually make the globe an absolutely necessary precondition for any and all empirical experiences whatsoever, whether it be observation or any other senses, any other sensations. And they make it, for no good reason, impossible for the surface of the earth to be verified to be horizontal, and they make it impossible for any and all experience to happen while standing on a horizontal surface. That's just being invincibly ignorant.
Yep.
Yeah. So the whole topic about like Polaris and whether or not you could see it from anywhere on a flat Earth, that actually originally started off with what you guys would know as like the last straw that these Globers is like just desperately hanging on to, just to hang on for dear life, right? Which is this they think, in their perspective, they think it's like the nail in the coffin for flat Earth somehow. It's this whole idea. I don't think I've ever asked you, Greg, but for anyone else, like how do you guys respond to what seems to be an argument recently, as of late, is that Globers are just absolutely obsessed with, which is how apparently in the north the stars go around Polaris, one celestial pole, I think one way, and then in the south there's another celestial pole, and the
I
stars
recognize this. Mm-hmm.
they rotate a different way. And they say this is impossible on a flat Earth. How would you guys respond to that?
Even with my minuscule knowledge of the stars, of astrology in the sense of the study of the stars, not in the occult doctrine of astronomy, the governance of the stars, I just had to emphasize that because in academia, the idiots have reversed the two terms to refer to one another rather than use them appropriately. But anyways, I'll get back to that. So even with my minuscule knowledge of astrology, the knowledge of the stars, it is again an affirming the consequent at best. No. Well, yeah. Actually, I can say it either way. It's either going to be an affirming the consequent, or it's going to be an invalid modus ponens. So they cannot go from the premise if there are two central points of two supposed orbit sets, then the Earth is a ball. There are two supposed central points of two orbit sets, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's an invalid modus ponens, because it isn't as though that's not possible. It isn't as though it's not possible for that to be observed while standing on a horizontal plane. All right, on a horizontal surface, there are plenty of wonders left in the cosmos. We don't know the ins and outs of every aspect of all the machinations of the cosmos. Only the God knows that. Humble yourself. Or the other option that they have is, if there are two central points of two orbit sets, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball. Therefore, there are two central points of two orbit sets of the stars. That's affirming the consequent, of course. It's a terrible argument.
Or you could just say it's called a celestial sphere for a reason, because everything rotates above us.
Mm-hmm. Accounting that also, the celestial sphere is an optical phenomenon where it's an apparent 360-degree array. You can imagine that in your head when doing the observation, but we don't actually observe the stars surrounding the Earth in a 360-degree array. We only observe the stars being above the face of the Earth. So there's that also. So as it concerns that question, the Rebel, that's what they have. That's all
And
they
they get it.
have when they appeal to that. It's just an affirming the consequent or an invalid modus ponens.
Haven't we had them in the past get around the affirming the consequent fallacy by saying, well, it's not 100%. Like, we're just saying it's more than likely, it's probable, it could be, and by our standards it's more than likely, so therefore, like, we're going to go with that over any other explanation.
I tried like making the
Mm-hmm.
joke so many
And it's
times,
not
but
that
it's not funny,
strong.
bro.
Right? It's a weak argument. It's not as strong as they
I
think it
tried
is.
being a flat earther for like 3 days, guys. Like,
Lordy,
honestly,
man, I don't know if you have some social awareness issues, like, you got to read
I
the room.
apologize.
Usually when someone's talking, you wait for them to stop and then you can say what you
So
want to
sorry,
say.
Tito. Please forgive me.
So,
I have been disrespectful, guys, to the flat earth community. I feel so bad, you guys. I hope you can forgive me in the future days. Thank you, guys.
Well, what I was saying was, so again, it's not that strong of an argument. Now, it may be persuasive, but in principle, it's not that strong. It isn't as though that's not possible above a horizontal surface, right? So if they're going to try and go for the modus ponens, it's an invalid deductive argument because it's only an inductive appeal. You're not going to make a deductive conclusion, a logically sound deductive conclusion from an inductive appeal. Can't do it. It's not logically possible.
that leaves them with philosophical preferences, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why I keep telling them it's an a priori, since they haven't verified, they haven't demonstrated the empirical adequacy of the premise, the Earth is a ball, then all their other appeals to everything else except the Earth being a ball, the observation and measurement of the Earth being a ball, every other appeal besides that, right? It's just an a priori interpretation, reinterpretation of all these other phenomena. That's all it is. And then they pretend as though
And
it's
then an
necessarily
appeal,
the case when it's not. Go ahead.
right? And then followed by an appeal to, well, what's your explanation then?
Mm-hmm. Which is like, it's like an insinuated tu quoque fallacy, where after you say the critique against their position, then they want to immediately turn the tables of scrutiny vindictively against you, and then even worst case scenario, you fail to defend your position, then they're going to leap to the conclusion that their position is right. Well, no, the critiques against your position earlier still stand. And of course, anyone who doesn't recognize that phrase, tu quoque fallacy, that's more Latin. It's just, it basically means you're trading. You're trading. Well, what are you trading? You're trading scrutiny for scrutiny, or criticism for criticism. Me critiquing you, critiquing my position after I critique your position, doesn't make your position true. Doesn't indicate your position is true. So it's a tu quoque fallacy, and it happens damn near all the time, given human depravity. Right? When you're talking with your loved ones, with your family members, and you critique them, and they immediately fire back critique back at you to deflect from your critique to them, that's a two-quote fallacy. They're not addressing your critique that you said against them. They're whistling past the critique you said against them to then deflect to the critique they want to say against you.
Wait, so Greg, would you say it's like also affirming the consequent or invalid modus tollens if a
Modus
Glober
ponens.
says, oh, did I get it mixed up? Oh no, modus ponens, that's right, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is affirming the antecedent, I guess, right? In a way.
No.
No.
Let me show you this.
What?
There it is.
Yeah. Okay. Ah. Okay, that's. Oh, modus ponens is affirming the consequent.
No. You got it right. You got it right. Modus ponens, aka affirming the antecedent.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoops! I didn't see that on top. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I saved this. It always corrects me. This is my my correcting tool for myself. So yeah,
Gotcha.
earlier, like several days ago, I mixed up affirming the consequent. So you have affirming the antecedent, denying the consequent, affirming the consequent, denying the antecedent.
Mhm.
So you have modus ponens and modus tollens, the first two I said, and then you have fallacy of converse or fallacy of inverse. So affirming the consequent is aka fallacy of converse.
Is there
And like you
not
said,
like,
you got it right. So affirming the antecedent is modus ponens.
right? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Is there not like a like a philosophy like Latin term for the two fallacies on the bottom? Is there?
I believe there is. I believe there
Yeah.
is.
What
Right.
is
Right.
this? Like secret flat earth training?
No. Wait. Okay. So anyway, what I was gonna bring up was, would you say it would also be well, hold on. I guess affirming the antecedent in a way. If a Glober says, you know, if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the Earth must be a globe. Is that the same kind of issue?
Well, no, it would be an invalid affirming the antecedent modus ponens.
Why is it
Because
invalid?
affirming the antecedent isn't a fallacy. That's a valid form of deductive argument, modus ponens and or
Okay.
modus tonens. So that would be an
Okay.
instance of an invalid modus ponens.
Wait. Oh, only affirming the consequent is the fallacy.
Yeah, affirming the consequent is the fallacy, aka affirming the converse.
Uh-huh. Okay. Huh. And denying the antecedent. Interesting. Okay. So why is that argument an invalid modus ponens?
Well, number one, they have yet to even verify that there is the so-called 24-hour sun at Antarctica. And even if they did, that would be another celestial wonder, right? There would be another celestial wonder because they cannot falsify the premise where we've empirically verified the horizontalness of the face of the earth and falsified their globe simultaneously.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, that's so true.
Boy, that boy good.
What? Oh. Well, we'll see what's gonna happen in December.
Yeah.
That Will Duffy guy, who's apparently the what I call him, the creator, I guess, of the final the producer, if you will, of the final experiment, quote unquote. Um, yeah, he's been making the rounds as far as interviews are concerned. Like he's been going to like a lot of different channels. The most recent one that I got recommended to watch was on the channel called Awake Souls. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with them, but they are. I mean, they identify as flat earthers, but like they're definitely a unique bunch. Like they don't have. They're kind of fringe. Like they're like like the 24/7 community. Like I know you guys don't really subscribe definitively to any like one sort of model, but these guys do, and they call it like the stereographic virtual reality map, and like
That
it's
is
like a
helpful.
yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like they have a whole 1 hour presentation of the whole thing. I mean, it is just wild. Like, I mean, I'm already pretty conspiracy mind as it is, and I'm pretty open minded. But like this, what they're explaining, and they're like saying for sure is the true nature of our cosmology and like reality, like from an ontological point of view. Like they think the Earth is like a square, and I don't know. It was like some sort of Mercator map kind of thing they found from somewhere, and they literally think that if someone gets to one end of the map, they'll like almost like in a Pac-Man video game, they'll pop out on the other side.
I've
I
heard
don't know
that
if it,
idea before.
like yeah, like they think they're actually like going through like these virtual walls somehow. I mean, it's just it's a it's mind-boggling to say the least.
I haven't
That
heard the 24-hour community have a model or anything, but the one thing I have heard them to ascribe to is that there is a dome around Earth or over Earth.
well, that just sounds like along the lines of the Book of Enoch, and it talks about the way the celestial objects go through these towers or portals, and that's how it changes guards as it's defined in the scriptures. So I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. December 14th. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to what they find, what they conclude to. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I love the Book of Enoch. It's definitely legendary. I wish. Well, I mean, it is still in the Bible. Like, if you go to the Ethiopian canon, oh, I actually no.
Right.
I believe the Ethiopian canon is the unique canon that does include the Book of Enoch. But I believe the portal they're talking about, it's like limited to the heavens. The layers of the firmament above, and that's how it going through like those six gates in heaven or the portals is like how we get the seasons, right? Like how it makes
Yeah.
like
Right.
smaller circles in the north and then kind of spirals out as the year progresses on.
Right.
That's what I believe the portals to be. But these guys kind of interpret it like, I mean, they literally say the sun is like setting into the earth. They don't think of it as
Yeah,
like
I've heard that before. Yeah, it's stupid though to think, because if you're in Japan and I'm in California, it's still up in the sky. It never fucking falls to the surface. It never does. It always keeps its elevation. It's same elevation. This is why both positions are seeing it at that point. But I don't know. It is weird. It is weird. I mean, I don't know. Who
Well,
knows the mind of?
my visit was brief tonight, so I'll just take my leave. Peace to you all.
all right,
Have a good
Greg.
night.
Take care, brother. But yeah, I mean, their whole argument is like, what do they say? They're like, oh yeah, the sun is the sun is unique to the observer. Like it's all about the observer. Like all the like, especially as it relates to like any sort of astronomical phenomena. They're like yeah, this model predicts two celestial poles of star rotations and a 24-hour sun both in the north and south. And they're saying, oh, it's because you know the sun rises and sets as like unique to the observer. Like they really think like the earth and our reality is like some sort of like virtual reality. Like that's really what they're saying.
I
It's
I I saw a video of somebody recording the sun, and then it it flickered right as they're filming it, and they're trying to say like it jumped a track. That's why it glitched out. So it jumped into the other portal, if you will, and that's why like for a split second there's like yeah, and you can actually see it in their video. You can see it like flash, like like weirdly, and then it like goes. It's still in the same circuit, but that was really weird to me when I saw that, and they're like, yeah, it's jumping into its other portal. I was like, oh wow, that's interesting, because optically you see it make this weird flash and blink and it moves. It's really weird. I wish I saved the video to show you guys right now, but it's weird.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask if you have it, but yeah, that'd be cool if you can find it to share that with us. I mean, as far as the sun
But
goes, like to that kind of thing, like the most like interesting phenomena I've seen it do is like how it seemingly can be like sort of like in between the clouds, where it looks like some clouds are in front of it and some clouds are behind it. The way it's like the way the cloud in the front is like sort of has a shadow, and the one behind is being lit up. I mean that to me seems kind of crazy. I'm not sure how that happens.
I'm literally looking through the videos of that happening, and it's deleted. It's no longer on TikTok, and I saw it on TikTok. The guy that recorded it was on TikTok, and it's no longer available. That's weird. Really weird. Yeah,
What?
they deleted it.
You mean the one about the sun glitching out?
Yeah, it's deleted. I'll take a screenshot. Look at. I'll take a screenshot, and it shows a broken camera. Oops. Oh shit. Fucked up. Hold on. That's the video right there. I'm gonna put. It shows a broken camera. Look, I'm gonna post it right now. Here you go. Look at that. See that broken camera? That's where the video was, and it's no longer on TikTok. It's weird that they
Oh,
took it
which
down.
one? Oh shit, that's weird.
Yeah, they deleted it. What the fuck? Why would they do that? This guy was talking about how he recorded like the sun, like, and he recorded it, and it's like moving, and then all of a sudden it blinks, and it looks like a glitch, and then it's all that's where it changes the track, and they deleted it. Whatever, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I've had that happen to me before too. Like as far as videos that I save on social media, and so I think like after it happened to me like maybe once or twice, I started thinking like I should start screen recording it, right? So that way I don't have to rely on it still being available online. If I screen record it, then I'll always have it.
Right, right, yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't do that. Fuck, I should have. I should have fucking. They took it away though. They deleted it.
Yeah, like one that I wish I had screen recorded is I mean I mean I don't even know if I should say it. It's like completely unrelated to flat Earth, but it was s- um on C-SPAN's official channel there was like what was supposed to be like yeah, a ceremony for like all the newly voted in senators for that year. I think it was during the Biden administration, but like man, I mean, oh my god, it's so bad. Like one of the videos is still up there, but the other one that was just like super cringe and just absolutely foul, reprehensible behavior, of Biden just being a complete pedophile. Like he was just like completely groping and molesting these children where they were obviously like so uncomfortable with it. Um, yeah, that video got taken down unfortunately, but I would.
Yeah, you can't talk about that stuff on here, bro. You got muted because you can't say that
Well,
stuff.
everybody already knows, and I'm not opposed to it. Like, it's being spoken. It's just that it's not the fucking topic of the channel. So, like, if we entertain that, it's going to be hours and hours of Biden this, Trump that, pedo that. It's like, just like we have a purpose here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, my bad. All right.
Yeah, you can't talk about that shit, bro. I mean, we all know it. We all know he's a fucking creep, but we can't talk about it.
Yeah, talk about how crazy it is that somebody believes that everybody has an individual perspective on the sun. What a wacky idea.
Yeah, it's almost as wacky as believing you live on a spinning globe flying through outer space, despite the fact that all our observations tell us the exact opposite. Yeah, I know.
Except all our observations tell exactly that.
Oh yeah, how so?
Name one that doesn't.
There's no detected motion of the Earth.
So we don't expect. We won't expect to.
Oh, what?
We won't expect to. If you understood the model, you don't expect to.
Oh,
It's
of course
crazy.
you would.
It's crazy to think
You got
that
another one?
it's crazy to think that great minds in the late 1800s did actual experiments that proved that it's not what we were being told that it is, but for some reason you want to ignore that. That's kind of weird. That's sus to me, bro.
Wait, you
That's
were
really
being told
weird.
something in the 1800s? Wow, you're old.
No, the great minds of the 1800s did experiments, and
Uh-huh.
and the early 1900s, and they proved that you cannot say for certain that it is what we've been told it is, and then you have
How'd you do that?
Einstein jumping on the scene
Well,
by
by
their
scientific shape
experiments.
of the Earth.
Even Einstein himself said you cannot
I
actually
don't care.
say well, oh, whatever then. If you don't care, I don't care. It is what it is.
Well, Einstein believed the Earth was a globe, so
Yes, but he concluded in his own findings that he cannot actually say that there's a rotation. Yeah, you cannot. That's not something that they can even come to a conclusion. But on the backside of it, he
that's
said,
not true.
"But really, wow,
Yeah.
okay, you want to deny his own writings? Fair.
You can. I'm sure you can quote mine something, but if you put the context around what he was saying, I'm sure it makes perfect sense. But you're not going to
Yeah,
do that, right?
no,
You're going to go with
you're
the quote
lost.
mine. You're going to go with the
You're
quote mine, right?
lost. You're lost, bro. You're
Yo,
lost.
I'm lost.
Scott Mackey,
Yes.
yo, I'm gonna fucking touch you.
You're going to what? Did you say cut me?
I'm
He
dead.
said,
Touch you, I
"Touch."
think.
No. All right.
I think he said, "Touch you." Like he said, "Touch you."
Well, yeah, I can't really tell.
Okay, by the same token as that mute that I just did a minute ago, I'll ban him. But I guess he left.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
left.
he left. I didn't know who that was. I didn't catch that.
I didn't know the guy. I don't know why he's so angry with me.
So does anybody have evidence of the globe yet? Just
Yes.
wondering. Oh,
Yes.
somebody
Loads.
does. Who's that? Oh, Mr. Scott.
Loads
Of
and
course.
loads.
Well, we can
How
go
much
back
would
to
you
the old
like?
standards.
How nice.
He's really glad you said evidence and not proof.
How nice
Yeah.
of you to join us.
That's a great way to ask the question.
Yeah, it is a good way to ask the question. But it so happens that this turns out to be proof too, if you follow it through. But yeah, or sun going below 0 degrees angle of elevation, or even the sun reaching 0 degrees angle of elevation. Both really good evidence for a globe.
How so?
Because you can't explain it on any other surface.
I don't like this line, Scott.
It doesn't matter if you like it.
The
It's
reason
true.
I don't like it is because it's kind of like just restating the globe is the globe. Because
No.
according to the globe model, definitionally every sunset is below 0 degrees, unless it's occluded by topography. So
Exactly. And you can't have that on a flat surface with the sun following on some invisible track above us.
Yeah. So
The angle will never drop below probably 30 degrees, depending on how high they put the sun.
So for this evidence, you would have to show that it does go below 0, instead of just saying it does.
Well, how about going to 0?
Yeah. So
could it get to 0 on a flat Earth?
Sure it can. But let's
How?
How?
No.
I'll
No, I'm not going to tell you how, right? You're not
I'll
going to
be
tell me
more
how.
explain to you. But first, Mr. Mackey, please explain
Yeah.
to me what causes the sunset on the globe. Go ahead.
I'm talking about it reaching 0 degrees of elevation. Let's do that first.
What causes that on the globe? What mechanism?
It's the Earth is rotating. And,
Oh yeah. Oh, how do you know the Earth is rotating?
And that's our angle to. Well, I'm smart.
Oh, so you okay? So that's your argument. I'm smart.
Well,
Therefore,
pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'm
the Earth. Let
I'm
me
an
get this straight.
adult.
The Earth
I'm an adult human
rotation.
being who can conceptualize.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Earth's rotation is contingent on your intelligence level. If it wasn't for Scott Mackey being just this absolute
No,
amazing
it doesn't take a very
intellectual,
high intelligence level.
then therefore, like if you were dumb, in other words, therefore the Earth wouldn't be rotating. Is that how that works?
No, you wouldn't understand that it is. And if someone tried to explain it to you, you wouldn't understand still. You try to explain this to a child and they won't be able to understand. So they won't be able to quite wrap their heads around it.
It won't be able.
Would be another one.
A child won't be able to understand the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Not really. No. They'll be able to understand it in a very rudimentary way, but the idea of the Earth rotating away from the sun and the sun sort of going behind this thing, a child would struggle to wrap their mind around it.
And so that's why they teach it to us and brainwash us with the image of a globe in every single classroom ever since we're like little kids, like first grade. Is that why they do it?
No, that's not why they do it.
Oh, so okay. So according to you, children can't understand the globe, but it's like one of the very first things that we get taught in school. Is that how that works?
I don't know. I don't remember being taught about the globe in school. So maybe
Oh,
you were.
you were taught the Earth was flat then.
No, I wasn't taught anything about the shape of the Earth. I don't think you were either. I don't think anybody is.
And everybody who's honest knows that there's a globe sitting pretty much in every classroom, and partly because of the reason that we learned that we live on a spinning globe, and we even learn about the entire solar system.
I think you're imagining things. I don't think that's
Revolves
true.
around the sun in this big old wake. I mean, I can't believe you deny that. I mean, even one of the most common.
Do you realize that you're running away from this 0 degrees thing,
One of the
though?
most common field
It does
trips.
seem like a long run. You said you were going to answer.
One of the most common field trips that students take is to the planetarium, which is also based on learning about that we live on a globe and the solar system. So yeah, for you to say, oh, I don't know anybody learns about the dude, shut up. Like literally everything is taught.
But do you realize how you're running away from the 0 degrees thing, right? You see you're running from that, right?
How am I running away?
Well, you're right because you're not
said,
addressing
I
it.
will answer that after you answer this. And Scott
Yeah.
answered the question, and you're now talking about planetariums.
Yeah, now you're not talking about how you explain it on a flat Earth, which you said you would do. And you said it was easy.
Yeah.
So go for it.
So, but okay, I will. I just want to clarify your answer.
You will eventually.
Okay,
go.
Relax. I mean, do you have anywhere to go? Like, are you in a rush? Like, do you have to go in like 2 minutes?
I gotta go bowling in like 12 minutes, but
I
assume
don't
you can get there before then, right?
I don't really care about your time constraint. Okay, it's not really a concern to me. Okay, so deal with it. Yeah, that's your problem.
So you
Okay.
can't start. You can't start the explanation.
I know you're triggered, but just be quiet, okay? Like the more you interrupt me, right? Like the longer it'll actually, take me to get to my explanation, right? But I just want to really quickly clarify his position to just, really see how absurd his perspective is. So you think the reason why the sun is setting, like say when you're staying on the beach and you're looking at it's on the West Coast, is because you actually believe that you're standing on a ball and the ball is like doing a backwards flip. And that's why the sun is setting. Really? Is that what you think?
It's rotating, yes.
And it's rotating backwards away from the sun, isn't it?
It's rotating. There's no backwards.
And which direction is it rotating? From your perspective?
Eastward.
Depends which way you're looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the people on this side, it's rotating towards the sun. For the people who's morning.
Dude, I'm talking about you standing on the beach. You, Scott, standing on the beach, looking at the horizon, seeing a sunset. Which way is the Earth rotating?
On the West Coast, yeah, it's rotating eastward.
Oh, so the Earth is rotating eastwards, and that's what's making the sun go west in the sky?
Correct.
All right. But from your perspective, for the sun to be going down towards the horizon, right, from up in the sky, it was where it's starting, its original position, is going down towards the horizon and like down below it, over the curve or something, whatever you believe, it's because you believe the Earth is doing a fucking backwards flip. Do you understand how just absolutely batshit crazy that is? That's delusional.
No.
That's
An argument.
No.
It's
No,
an
it's not.
argument from
Yeah,
incredulity.
it's rational.
Is this how you get your fitness? Running from points?
sure
Yeah.
is.
You're gonna explain yours now? Now that I've you
Okay,
told me mine's batshit crazy. Can you tell me how yours happens?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Tenterhooks.
Yeah, so the sun sets when you're on sea level. You get the perspective of the sun setting, right, going down towards the horizon, simply because the sun is going further away from you. And when objects, the further that, the further the distance of objects that go away from you, when they're in the sky, they seem to lower on your eye elevation until they reach the vanishing point, which on the Earth is the horizon. But because the sun is in perpetual motion, it reaches your vanishing point, aka a horizon, and it goes beyond it, and so that's why it eventually disappears. Any
Okay.
questions?
So no. So how far would it have to go to reach 0 degrees elevation?
I'm waiting.
Question? Yeah.
How
Where's the
far would it
vanishing
have to go to reach 0 degrees elevation?
The exact distance I'm not sure of, but we know that it just.
Do you have any idea? Any sense of it?
Excuse me?
Any notion of how far it'd have to go?
Unless I let me think. Unless I set up some sort of experiment where I had a friend, like that was in some country or location geographically, like west of me, and we were on the phone at the same time, and I
Mm-hmm.
asked him to tell me like when he sees the sunrise. And then I figured out like the distance between us, like, and in that point of time. Unless I can do that right now, I don't have an answer for you now.
Okay. So what's the lowest the sun can possibly be? How high above the flat Earth could it? What's the lowest?
I don't know the distance of the sun away from the surface of the Earth.
Well, what's the lowest bound you'd be willing to think that's possible?
I don't. I wouldn't make any positive claim to on
Okay.
that.
And so you think that we in 2024, as a species, as a human race, can't figure this simple thing out?
I'm of the position that the heavenly luminaries, such as the sun, moon, and stars, these work by supernatural mechanism, being that they are light shining from heaven, which is a supernatural realm above the firmament.
Mm,
It is not something I believe even meant for us as humans to completely understand. That is something that God has epistemic access to, not us.
okay, so you decided this is beyond our ability to figure out.
To a certain extent, like to figure out every single last mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't
Do
think
you
so.
remember? Do you remember when you came to that conclusion?
Probably. I mean, I've been a flat earther for 4 years. I mean, I don't know, like a couple years into it, probably.
So had you studied anything before that? I mean, have you learned anything about how we go about figuring things out in this world, or did you just that one day decide, yeah, I don't think anybody's smart enough to figure this out?
Well, hold on. What do you mean? There's other things we can make scientific discoveries about, like things that are
And just
natural.
just 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 this one question. Just one question. Let's not divert.
Question.
At some point, you had to decide that there was nobody on the face of this earth smart enough to figure out this thing,
It's not,
and
dude.
that
Not even.
they were all limited by your limitations.
It's not about being smart enough. It's the fact that we just don't have access to it. It's supernatural.
How did you
And
decide we don't have access to it? What led you to that?
because the Earth is enclosed inside of a solid, impenetrable barrier dome, and the sun is above it, so we
Okay,
don't have.
okay. What led you to that belief?
Um, video evidence of rockets going straight up into the air and stopping on a dime, seemingly being prevented from going any further. And then,
For
of course,
real?
corroborated by biblical cosmology that speaks of a firmament that encloses the
Hmm.
entire earth. Amen. Glory to God.
So you think it's possible that you already were the Christian thing and you already assumed this was true, and then you saw what you wanted to see with regard to the rockets?
Nope. That is a rash.
No?
Oh, yeah. So if you just stop being so triggered and interrupt me in the middle of my answer, right? So yeah, that is a false and rash assumption. Uh, that you think I was first a Christian, and like I that somehow made me have a biased position towards the flat earth. That is completely incorrect. I was not a Christian. In fact, it was only because I came across the flat earth that led me to be a Christian in the first place. It wasn't the other way
Hmm.
around.
Oh, well.
What other conspiracy was you into already?
Oh, a
That's
whole
where I
bunch.
would have gone first.
A whole bunch of them.
Okay.
Because I think a few people do go to God after flat Earth, but
Yeah.
I don't think God needs to be a preposition, but I do think believing in almost every other conspiracy is necessary.
Well,
So
yeah, because
have you were you always a conspiracy guy?
ever since finding out that 9/11 was inside job, absolutely, yeah.
Hmm. And when did you find out 9/11 was an inside job?
Yeah, when did you go 9/11, Rebel?
You realize he's psychoanalyzing you, right?
I'm just
Don't give
trying to
a
find the source of
Everybody's
his
always
beliefs.
don't give a
Nah,
fuck.
you're being a prick. You're being a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Jesus. Who pooped in your
I'm
corn?
Scott, what do you think
We
about
call that
9/11?
I'm
I
I'm
think G-Dub's a little
fine. But
scared.
really quickly, Scott, if you look in the chat, I just posted a meme. The one, oh Jesus Christ! And somebody just fucking spam me. Apocryphon, couldn't you have done that like without? Dude.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
Apocryphon could learn how to use the crop tool on his phone if he weren't so lazy.
Yeah, I've posted how to do it, and he's still. Oh God!
We can scroll up.
We're getting even. Your
Watch it.
5G signal at the top. How do you not know how to click on an image and just paste the image?
Well, so there's two things wrong with what Apocryphon just did. One, he didn't take the time to crop them, and number two, he didn't attach them all as one attachment. I'm about to show him. I have the exact same quotes that.
Okay. Let's get back to conspiracies.
Yeah. No, real quick. Hold on. So Apocryphon, look what I just did. Please, and buddy, look, you're a flat earther. I don't know if you're a Christian, but you're my brother.
Well, he's a
Look.
Christian.
Look what I just did. Like you can do exactly what I just did there. Look, it's just much more neat, like palatable kind of way to consume what you just posted instead of. Okay, there you go. Nice. Okay, yeah. So wait, real quick, Scott. Did you see what I posted earlier before Apocryphon just spammed me out?
Yeah.
Okay, you see how it says the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth is true.
Yep.
Okay, so
Flat Earth
are
proves
you
the Bible's true. Yeah.
are you willing to concede that you had a false assumption about me?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, very good. Okay, now, so go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you just told me it started with 9/11, and I'm just curious how you reached your conclusions on 9/11 being an inside job.
Yes, I figured
What
that
evidence
out.
did you see?
I've been well, let me answer your first question about that, or maybe it was somebody else's. I figured that out when I was in middle school. I think maybe around, I want to say, 6th or 7th grade, whatever age that is.
And what
Okay.
evidence convinced you?
The fact that anybody with, let's say, common sense, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
would know that two of the tallest and strongest with the most strongest towers, meaning with the most structural integrity that have ever been built in history, right? We know, anybody with common sense knows that these towers could not have fallen down in like free fall speed, just getting obliterated to absolute dust and smithereens, in the fashion that they did, one after the other, just simply by
Mm.
some little, like, some airliners, crashing into them at the very top, of which of which the planes themselves, the body of them, can actually be dented in if they fly into a bird. Okay, that is just
Okay.
really fucking absurd to
Okay.
possible.
So someone like me then, who does believe that can happen and has some education in structural mechanics, and I was an engineering major at the start of my college, who understands exactly how that can happen. We lack common sense, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, yeah. You want
Okay.
you want to explain? You want to
Okay.
explain all the structural like that have a website called like 9/11?
9/11 Truth? Yeah.
Yeah, isn't there?
Yeah,
Is that
I've seen the website. Yeah, it sucks. It's pretty bad.
what's
But
pretty bad?
I guess you didn't have the necessary education to understand all the mistakes they made.
But yeah, AE, yeah, art exactly. AE standing for Architects and Engineers
Engineers for Truth. Yeah.
9/11truth.org. Yeah, yeah. So you want to tell me how they
Seen that
didn't?
one.
Would you like to tell me that part?
Yeah. Yeah, if you had the training, which you apparently don't, the education and
Oh, but-
engineering, you can see all the mistakes they made.
and they don't. And they don't.
Not a lot of them don't.
We think
Architects are not structural engineers, and the engineers they have on there aren't really. If you look at their resumes, they're not really structural engineers either.
Oh, so architects don't actually have to have an understanding of putting together a blueprint for the structural integrity of
No, that's correct. They don't.
Oh yeah, because that just that just
They
falls.
don't. They don't. It's a fact.
Oh yeah,
And
right.
maybe if you knew that, you would have understood the mistakes they made.
Yeah, yeah.
But okay. But I do have to go. I'll let Eggshells take over.
Oh, very good. And by the way, Scott, there weren't even planes that even hit the towers. Okay, so deal with
There
that one.
weren't even planes.
Yeah, but there were. But that's okay.
Yeah. So what
that's a
did those
huge one.
hundreds and hundreds of people see with their own eyes?
Scott, I got a quick question about that before you leave.
No, I really have to go. I'm meeting someone.
Okay, bye.
I'll be back
Yeah,
around
fuck off,
about
Scott.
2 hours.
Piss off. Go away. This isn't your show. This isn't yours an Eggshells show. Eggshells is not taking over. For fuck's sake.
Somebody said
You
today.
can lead things, T-Dub, if you want.
Stop getting on your high horse. Get off. Get out.
Hitting a little too close to home, T-Dub? Is it bothering you? Bothering you?
Pretentious shithead.
Okay.
Oh, well, that was fun. Giving a little.
This is a one-way street, Globies. This is a one-way street in here. You do not control this chat. Get it through your head.
Anyone else in here believe the official story? I have a question to ask if you do believe it.
I mostly do now. Like
You do? Okay,
I
so,
think
let me
there's a
ask you. Let me
probability
ask you.
that-
So the official story is that when the plane impacted the building, everything having to do with the plane was obliterated except for a passport of one of the hijackers that fell onto the ground and then was found. Do you believe that?
No, but I don't even think that is the official case. I thought that they found bits of jet engine and landing gear and stuff all over the shop.
Who has a receipt? Pull up the receipt. Pull up the receipt, Scotty.
Oh, Scott left, dude.
No, I know. Scotty just kind of rolls off the tongue. I meant Steven. You know, both your names start with S, anyways. Close enough. But I've heard that, Steven.
That they found, I would say, like that they found a passport to me does beg a belief, but something being very improbable is kind of my reason for thinking that it would be very improbable that they did it themselves. The chance that they could and get away with it, find enough people who, like, there's no amount of compartmentalization that stops somebody from realizing that they're hijacking a plane or that they are prepping a building for demolition when it's fully occupied and an enormous New York landmark. So the problem I had while I was a 9/11 truther was always, God, how can there be so many people who are in on this? Like, but the smallest numbers I could ever come up with were still numbered in the thousands of people. But nobody back then thought there were no planes. No planes was such a fringe theory when I was into this in like 2010, 11. I was like,
well, yeah, because there were hundreds or even thousands of eyewitnesses.
exactly, yeah.
Well, the
And
impact on the Pentagon doesn't seem that much like a plane, but
sure, I was sus on the impact on the Pentagon, but the like one of the good answers for this when I went like official story to 9/11 Truther, and then started looking at the 9/11 Truth stuff and went, I no longer believe this, but I still had this big question, and then South Park of all people had an episode on it. And they had a really funny point about it where they're like, Cartman or whoever is saying like, well, what about the Pentagon footage? Why aren't they doing that? And it's like, they just have this sort of looking at the camera moment where they're like, why, essentially, why would America want to show you how incredibly inept they were when it's essentially like asking a security officer to do their own investigation into how a bank got robbed? Like, he's not going to want to tell you how inept he was. He could have been in on it, but he's not going to want to show you how inept he was. And then if he could gain advantage by making it look like he was in on it, wouldn't he do that? Right? Wouldn't it be in America's interest to make it look like they did punch themselves in the face on 9/11 just to, start these global wars, because it would undermine people's confidence in Islamist organizations, right? If they think the Islamists did it, they're like, fuck yeah, we're strong, we can do this, let's start let's create a caliphate. But if they think that didn't happen and America just punched itself in the face as a precursor to going and bombing the hell out of people, then they look extra big and scary, which might be in the interest, which to me definitely would be in the interest of the people at the Pentagon. So that can then explain why they took the footage of the attack and then didn't really want to release much of that footage.
All right, they're America's greatest allies wars. That much is obvious. Let's move on to the topic again, please.
Say again the last bit. America's biggest ally.
No, I said let's get back to the topic. Yeah, America's greatest allies. Yeah, those are their wars. That's completely blatant. But think what you want. Let's just get back to the topic.
Sure.
No one likes that topic anymore?
Which, you mean 9/11 topic or the flat earth topic?
No, the one we're all here for.
I kind of got a topic.
I thought we were here for.
I got something.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right, so, I'm going to straw man flat earthers real fast, right?
Uh-oh.
So, typically, I think that the view is of globe evidence, like what we suspect is evidence of a globe, is typically indirect. And then you're not getting an actual picture of Earth curve. It's more things that are just indicative of Earth being a globe, right? Mm-hmm. So, based on these evidence that we're looking at, how many of these things are actually indicative of a flat Earth? Like, for example, the celestial sphere or celestial navigation. Like, is that truly indicative of a flat Earth, or is it indicative of a sphere?
And also the calculation of the moon phases.
Celestial navigation is clearly more indicative of a sphere than a flat plane, if you ask me.
And a sphere of a very specific radius.
There's other things too, like, the sunset is not direct evidence of Earth curve, but what is it more indicative of?
Wait, Kali, are you just LARPing as a glober, or like are you actually one?
No, this is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about the accusation that the globe needs indirect evidence of things. But if we analyze all these indirect evidences, they truly are leaning towards a globe, which is basically just, observed phenomena.
So you're a globetrotter. Okay, got it. Yeah. Well, I mean,
he was a flat earther.
Well, no true flat earthers actually regress into globetardia, right? Because everyone knows
No true Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge.
everybody knows that case. But yeah, I mean, Glovers can make whatever argument they want, but unfortunately, what it comes down to is that, water kills them in the end, right? Like you guys love water because it keeps you alive. It's an essential part of your biology. You have to drink it. You have to consume it in one way or another. But on the other hand, you absolutely hate water because you know that a body of water with any significant volume, like we see on the Earth, as far as puddles, ponds, lakes, and even oceans, it always lays flat on the surface. And if there's any curve to it whatsoever, like maybe a tide here and there, or like some waves on over the top of a generally flat body of water, well, I'm sorry, but it can never ever curve to such a degree where it convexes down, back up and around to make a gigantic sphere. Okay, so that's the water just kills you in the end. So you can talk about this, what the stars are doing, or celestial navigation all you want, but at the end of the day, the vast majority of the surface of the Earth is covered in over 70% water, and so water is the most relevant thing when it comes to the shape of the Earth. And because bodies of water at the surface do generally, especially if at rest, find their level, and which means that they lay flat at the surface. It just
You
there's
don't see
no
that
way.
as begging the question?
How's that begging the question?
I
The
would
question
agree.
is, does water curve? And then your conclusion is the way you reason to water not curving is just by asserting that water doesn't curve.
Okay, here's a syllogism. All bodies of water lay flat and level at the surface.
Exactly.
The
That's your
Earth.
conclusion and your premise. It's circular.
Nope, no, it's not. The Earth is composed of over 70% water at the surface. Therefore, the Earth must be flat. It's completely valid and sound.
No,
It's
but
not
the
big.
question is whether water curves, and you're smuggling it in as a premise. It's gone from affirming the consequent to just being a circular argument. The question is, how can you tell whether the surface of water at rest curves? That's the question you really need to answer.
Because liquid state, like is composed of in the body of water that exists on Earth. The only it is inherently in its ontology.
You're cutting out, man. He's dropped out. He might be coming back, or he might have lost connection.
I love talking about the surface of water when it comes to the shape of the Earth, because I think that it's very damning for flat Earth. When you truly look at it, who measured the horizontality of the surface of a large body of water? And if you really look into it, like the Bedford level experiment, like these guys truly did measure deviation from horizontal.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. What did I miss?
We're just sort of waiting for you to get back. The challenge is the question, the conclusion. If bodies of water are completely flat, have no curvature, then the Earth is flat. So that's the conclusion. And the question is, how did you become convinced of that proposition?
Just understanding just understanding basic physics of water and how water behaves, right? Especially
so
in
did you do it with a
relation
test
to
or just
body
in your
water.
head? You said just understanding the basic physics of water. That sounds like you haven't done any tests. You've just thought about it and decided that they don't curve.
You can do tests, and there have been people who have done tests. But have I personally? No, and it's not necessary at all. And here's the reason why. Basic understanding the physics of water, I guess maybe, it's like referred to as fluid mechanics or something like this.
Fluid dynamics,
we know that water in its liquid state inherently is shapeless and formless. Okay. The only capability that water has is that to form a body of water, which is of course is the context of the Earth. That's how water exists on the Earth. They are in bodies of significant volume. Is that they fill they fill the container and they conform
Do you
to the shape
understand my
of the.
question? I feel like this is a lot
Dude,
of
I'm answering.
words
I'm
away
answering it.
from the
I'm
point.
answering it. Dude, like, why are you, dude? Like, the more
Very
you interrupt me,
wordy.
like, the longer I'm gonna go. Right? Like, just let me answer, dude. Okay? Like, maybe. Sorry, I'm not like the most like eloquent, articulate person like Gregory is. Like, I'm not. Okay? Like, I'm just okay. I answer my own way. I'm a rebel. Okay? Just give me a break.
Okay.
So water takes the shape of its container, right? And when it does that, it evenly distributes itself throughout the entire span and circumference of that container. And once it's done that and reached, especially if it's reached a state of rest or equilibrium, the surface of that water, what it exhibits itself as on an empirical sense that we can observe, is that it lays flat and level. It cannot curve convexly. It just can't do it.
Hmm. And the question still stands. How did you come?
And you know that. Eggshells, you know that. As a
No,
growing
no. I think that's observably wrong.
How do you know, Torvald?
so dishonest.
So the question is, how did you come to that conclusion that it can't curve on its surface? And just reasserting that you think it doesn't curve on the surface doesn't get us there, right? Because I would say water conforms to the forces acting on it. And so if there were an inward force, as there is, for example, on water droplets, then it observably does curve, right? It curves to equalize those forces. And the best way to equalize forces, particularly an inward force, is to form a sphere. Right?
Yeah.
Interestingly, inward force or outward force both will make a sphere, but one will be a sort of sphere of negative space and one will be a sphere of positive, matter in that space. So the question we're trying to get at is, so we can see that effect in reality. The question we're trying to get at is, how did you determine that it is flat and not that you're looking at a small portion of a big sphere?
Yeah. Dang it. Why are my freaking emoji popping up? Anyway, well, you're lucky. I can't emote you, so I'll just meme you in the chat real quick. I mean, yeah, these memes are one thing, but then like when they actually play out in reality, it's like, well, it's like, it just makes it all the better, right? So
the point I made still stands, even if you've got a meme expressing incredulity at it, right? The thing you need to understand is just because I've got a meme doesn't actually strengthen your point. What it does is weakens your point because it says, we've heard these arguments before and we still can't understand them. Right? So the same as the one that the C-130 dropping chaff and the chaff says refraction and gravity is such a slam dunk against the flat earthers because what it says is we keep asking questions to which we already know the answer.
Fucking hell, dude. Yeah.
So memeing isn't just bad for your case, it is destructive to your case.
Oh, sure. Oh my God. Yeah. Like
so how can you
life is
tell?
over.
How did you? So the question still becomes, how did you
sure.
tell? Was it just doing physics in your head? How did you determine that the surface of water is flat and not a small surface of a big sphere?
Yeah, because my everyday experience tells me that anytime there's a significant volume of water, that's not outside of it being insignificant and minuscule and negligible, like a goddamn small fucking drop of water is, like that you're just coping with, right? And it's completely not analogous. It's a complete, I mean, maybe not red herring, but it's just a completely false equivocation, right? That's all you can do. The only reason why a drop of water is curving, right, is because is due to the hydrogen bonding and the surface the surface tension properties of such, right? Like it's
an inward force.
It's seeking It's seeking to create the smallest amount of surface area, and what that exhibits is as a sphere, right? But the thing is,
equipotential. Sure.
Anytime,
the question still remains.
Anytime you keep
How
adding
did you
and
determine that's
adding,
not happening?
if you keep adding to that drop, right, over time, especially if it's in a container, right, it's no longer like there's going to be enough. There's going to be a sufficient amount of volume in there where it can no longer exhibit those sort of spherical
do you have a
curving type
test?
properties that you would normally find in a drop, right? So when you ask me, how do I know a body of water doesn't cover the surface? Well, yeah, number one, it's the physics, but that's also that's informed by my literally everyday experience that I have with water.
You don't have a test.
Anytime I fill up a cup of water, it's flat. It's flat at the surface. Anytime I fill up my bathtub, it's flat at the surface. When I go take a dookie in my fucking toilet, it's flat at the surface. When I go fill up the
You don't
sink,
have a
the dishes,
test.
it's also flat. Okay,
That's not the same as measuring the surface of a large
it's
body of
extrapolate.
water.
Yeah, this is
How
just
do you
it's
know
telling me that you
the
strongly
totality of
believe it
surface?
over and
Up
over.
and up.
Yeah, but your
Scale
everyday
relevant.
experience says that Wi-Fi doesn't exist, so why should I trust it?
What the fuck is Matthew talking about now? We were talking about water this whole time.
I'm talking about your everyday senses. You can't sense Wi-Fi. So why should I trust your everyday experience and your everyday senses if you don't even your senses can't tell you that Wi-Fi exists?
Because Wi-Fi is not a physical thing like water is, Matthew. Matthew, you're smarter than this. Why would you make such just a cringe false equivalence like that? Wow, it's a complete red herring. Why would you do that?
It's
False
a
analogy.
pretty good
Terrible
analogy.
You're a teacher. You're a teacher, Matthew.
You're saying your
You're supposed to
senses
be
are
you're supposed
enough
make
to
good analogies,
discern.
Matthew. What's wrong with you, dude?
Anyway,
You're saying
I
your
don't
senses
trust
are
your
enough to
senses.
discern if the surface of water
I'm
is
curious.
curving, and Matthew's pointing out a place in which your senses aren't enough to discern reality. So the question is,
Wi-Fi
have
is
you
not
done a
something
test or
physical.
something that goes beyond what your senses tell you?
Wi-Fi is not physical, you fucking clown. It's false
I really
analogy.
wish they would do tests on water and just put this shit to rest.
Yeah, Wi-Fi exists.
They
You know, if
do,
large
but
bodies of
so-
water are flat, where's the measurement showing?
Yeah,
People
they
have
do
done-
do tests, but the
People have
tests
done like
are usually
laser
fall into two categories:
People have done laser
poorly
tests,
designed, or they come back with globe
We've
results.
seen like landmarks like over like I mean, you know, the Chicago skyline from over 60 miles away from across Lake Michigan, that's done over a body of water. I believe that should be obstructed pretty much like entirely by the curvature of the earth according to
Is it
the globe
partially
model.
obstructed?
Well, the Globers have
Maybe.
explanations.
I'm not
for
sure.
that.
I'd have to look at the picture, but still,
It is. It is partially obstructed.
right. But I
So
think
if what we're saying is that then
if that's
I
the
can
case, right,
trust
the
my
obstruction
eyes,
is not how much it should be according to the Earth's curvature.
right?
Okay,
So
so
what
you
we're
can
saying
see
is,
other countries though. But anyways,
if
you
you're
mentioned
saying
physics.
we can trust our eyes based on how far we can see, and it doesn't fit flat, which is you should see the base of the buildings, and it doesn't fit globe where you should barely get to the top of the buildings, and it's somewhere in between the two, how is that evidence that the water isn't curving? Because if we're trusting our eyes, then then we say, well, the water is curving. Absolutely, it's curving. Perhaps not at the rate that the globe predicts, but the fact that you can't see the bottom of the buildings proves, if you're trusting your eyes, that the water's curving.
that's not true. You're making it out to seem that the bottom of a city skyline like Chicago in this case, and that is being obstructed from our our vision is exclusively explained by this single factor of Earth's curvature is completely wrong and dishonest at worst, because we know
No, that's not what I'm saying.
we know, right, something known as atmospheric refraction can actually cause the horizon to wane and flex to such
So we do trust our eyes,
right, that it
we
can
do
actually
trust our eyes.
obscure and
If
obstruct
our
things
eyes are
from a
showing us that
distance.
the Earth
It
is
does not
flat.
have to be the physical curvature of water, because that's just absurd. Water doesn't do that, and you know that. You know that, eggshells. You know that as a
Well,
grown adult that denies that water cannot
I didn't.
convex. It's nothing but your indoctrination and brainwashing and just a high level of
This is
cognitive
just a rant,
dissonance,
man. Come on, make
not
these
allowing
points
you to do
shorter
that.
and
That's
just
the
take
only
the
thing
personal
that it
attacks
is.
out of them. It's just pathetic if you're going to take that long answering and then carry on to personal attacks. It just shows that you don't have confidence in your
That's
position.
not a personal attack.
So
That's the truth.
I think you should make your points more concise. Make your points more concise.
So the point is,
I'll make them
if
however
we're
I want
trusting
to.
our eyes, is the
That's
main
what you can
point I
do
was
about it.
making there.
Oh, cope.
But you didn't respond to my point. You're not doing enough listening. I said, if we trust our eyes, I think we should trust our eyes, but we should give a bit of wiggle room for something like refraction, right? But then what I would do with that is go, I'm going to distrust anything except things that fall outside the bounds of what I think refraction could do. I would come up with a limit for that where I would go anything beyond, let's say, a couple of arc minutes. You know, I think it's 34 arc seconds or something is quite strong, but like give it a degree. And they go anything outside that I'm going to trust. But what we've got with the Chicago skyline is you're going, well, I'm going to ignore the possibility of refraction that could make it a globe, but induce the possibility of refraction to allow it on flat. And I think you need to either show a justification for that or accept that that looks like Texas sharpshooting.
Wait, I mean, I don't know if there's any other flat earthers that know more about this, but I can't be bothered to like look into the actual expected obstruction of the Chicago skyline. But I'm pretty sure from what I remember, because like the news segment came to my head, like on the Chicago news station, they're like, oh look, on certain days you can see the Chicago skyline from 60 miles away across Lake Michigan, and their explanation for it, right, is that you're not actually literally seeing the skyline, but the entire skyline of Chicago is actually completely obstructed by the Earth curvature, like in total. But the reason why we're seeing it is because it's a fucking mirage. I mean, if that's not just like an absolute.
Are you responding to my point?
If that's not just like a total cope of an ad hoc rationalization, I don't know what is. It's just ridiculous.
So that's exactly what I'm charging you with, and you're still doubling down and doing it. So let's go now to the sometimes you can see it and sometimes you can't. Are you saying when you can't see it, that's refraction? When you can see it, that's the flat Earth?
I'm not exactly sure as to the frequency, right, of when you can see this. I haven't done it myself.
I'm not asking that. That's not the question I'm asking.
What?
You're presenting being able to see the Chicago skyline. You're presenting being able to see the Chicago skyline as evidence for flat Earth. That is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And then you are saying that the bit of the Chicago skyline you can't see must be refraction. Any adult must be able to admit that. Didn't you say that?
I believe it's reasonable to explain it using refraction, yes.
Okay, so if you believe it is reasonable to explain that using refraction, why is it not reasonable to switch your assumption the other way around? Why have you picked your way of what is reasonable and you consider the other side completely irrational when it is more common to not see Chicago from across the lake than it is to see it? You're picking the rarer condition and going, that is more reasonable to presume that is reality, that is not refracted. And then the more common days when you can't see it, that is the one that it's irrational to say.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it more common?
Yeah, it's like
well, you're making an assertion now. Is it? Is it more common to not see it?
Yeah. Ask Vlad.
Ask who?
So let's say even they're 50-50.
Is there a survey done or something?
Let's say they're 50-50. Okay.
Oh, now it's 50-50.
Why would picking one as refracted and one not? Surely it would be a coin toss. Why is one reasonable?
Because you don't see the other one. You don't experience the other one. That's the upper hand that flat Earth has.
What do you mean you don't see or experience the other one? What does that mean?
You don't experience the one you're trying to say is the reason why you're seeing what you're seeing.
That doesn't make
Jordan Peterson? Is that the real Jordan Peterson? I love you, Jordan Peterson. Seriously, I'm a big fan of your work. I love you.
I've muted them on my end.
He's busy playing PlayStation right now.
Shut up, Matthew.
No.
So how do you pick if you're going, this one's refracted, that one's not? Like, let's say we blinded it, right? Where I showed you a photo and I just put in bands of height, like blue, green, red or something. So you weren't able to tell actually which one came in for a flat Earth and which one didn't. And I showed you that on some days you were seeing a band of yellow and on some days you weren't. But you didn't know whether the yellow conformed with flat Earth or conformed with globe. What heuristic would you apply to go which days are refraction strongest? Which time should I doubt my senses, basically? And if you don't have an answer to that, Rebel, then what you are saying is, I'm engaging in Texas sharpshooting. I'm picking the days I can see the Chicago skyline and calling them evidence of my proposition, and ignoring the days I can't see the Chicago skyline or can't see the base of the buildings and calling that refraction. And I'm only doing that based on whether they support my model.
Let me get this straight. You actually think the Chicago skyline from that distance away is you're not when it is visible, you're not actually literally seeing the physical buildings and whatever else is in the skyline.
Can you post the picture?
But essentially what you're saying is you're seeing a fucking hologram. You're seeing an illusion. Is that your position, Eggshells? You fucking delusional.
No, I asked you a direct question. My position involved asking you a question, and I would like you to answer that question.
Why don't you answer my question? Well, I didn't get your
because I asked you first, and it's a reasonable question to ask.
I agree what you said, dude. I don't like. I'm not really getting your analogy right now. Let's just deal with the Chicago.
It's a very simple question. How do you apply? What rule do you apply? How do you determine whether you're going to say this one is refraction and that one's not, except by picking the ones that conform with your worldview?
Because anytime I look at something, right, unless the technology is actually established to be like some sort of hologram, then it's actually going to be the literal physical object. It's not going to be a fucking illusion of it. Okay.
Okay.
You got it.
So when you see a hump and no skyline and stars in the sky,
dude, it's over.
And clouds, other physical objects,
Okay.
How do you determine that is an illusion, right? And that the other one, when you can see the tops of the buildings, isn't?
Okay, dude, I was about done with you.
Right? You would apply a test. You would apply a test is the answer, right? Some sort of test that would mean that you couldn't just be Texas sharpshooting. You couldn't just be picking the favorable results and going, these support what I believe.
So you think the Chicago skyline is an illusion when you see it from across?
I'm asking you, what test do you apply? And you seem to be running from that question.
Why are you running away from my question? It's a simple question. It's just a yes or no, and we can move on.
Hey, I don't think he understands your question.
He doesn't understand the question. This is the like.
Let me try to rephrase it.
Go for it, please.
Rebel, you say you can see something.
As long as you can just answer mine really quickly. It's a very quick yes or no. Okay. Do you want me to reiterate it? Okay. Eggshells. When you're looking at the Chicago skyline from over 60 miles away across Lake Michigan, right? And according to the globe model, it should be completely obstructed. But the fact that you're seeing it, are you really going to sit here and tell me you're not actually literally looking at the physical buildings themselves in a direct manner, but what you're seeing is actually like a refracted image that like perfectly lines up right on the horizon line as opposed to anywhere else. So it makes it look like the Earth is flat, right? And what you're seeing is an illusion,
so silly.
A hologram.
You would say fewer silly things if you took fewer words to say them.
Well, just answer the question then.
Sure. I think that both of us necessarily need to hold that position. Yes, I think it is possible when somebody sees the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan that there is a chance that the buildings are presented very slightly out of their true position. Ever so slightly they could be lifted, or ever so slightly they might be depressed, or it's possible that that's happening with the water in between. I think those things are possible up to a very small level of bending. And the question I'm trying to challenge you with, now that I've answered your question, is how do you decide which one?
You keep obfuscating. You're not using any of the words that I'm describing.
The answer is yes. It was a yes or no question, and I gave you the answer yes. That's not obfuscating, you fucking
Yes, that it is an illusion. Yes, that it is a hologram. Yes, that it is like you're not directly looking at the buildings themselves. Is that a yes?
I've answered the question. I've answered the question.
Is it a yes to all those? Is it a yes to all those?
Rebel, you can't just force him to use the terms that you want. He's trying to describe what he thinks.
No, I'm describing what the explanation is according to the globe model. So I just want him to actually affirm it, right?
I think it is necessary for either of us that we accept that we are seeing things a little bit out of their position. If you want to call it a hologram, I don't understand why you would use that language. I think we're both quite comfortable using the term refraction. So why you would now run away from using that term seems a bit strange. Because when I said, what happened to the bottom of the buildings, you said, well, there could be a refraction. Sure, there could be. Absolutely. The path of light might be bending a little bit based upon the density of the medium in between. Sure. The question I'm asking you is, how do you pick which is evidence you will take of no refraction of flat Earth, and how do you pick which is evidence of the globe and say, well, that's refraction? Is the question clear? Do you understand the question yet, Rebel?
No, not really. I'm still trying to wrap.
Can you have a go at it, Stephen?
Or you just completely dodge, and like you're doing this little like.
I've answered your question.
He didn't dodge. He didn't dodge. He answered.
I answered directly. I answered directly.
No, dude. The reason why it's dishonest to say, yeah, I think it may be reasonable to say that some things are a little out of position. No, dude, because we see things like, for example, when it comes to refraction, there's something known as like a superior mirage, right? A superior mirage. When you look out the ocean, you can see like a boat that seems to be like, quote unquote, floating above the horizon. That is something that would be out of position, like visually, right? But nonetheless, albeit we're still looking at the literal physical ship directly, right? Just because it's out of position doesn't mean that the entire boat in of itself is a complete illusion that's being refracted over the curvature of the Earth, right? So that's
why
what
don't
I'm
we
saying.
try this? Why don't we try this, Rebel?
Technology.
Why don't we have a crack at steel manning one another? And the person who fails at the steel man is wrong.
No, I don't do these little like stupid ass Glober games. Yeah, I don't do that.
It's not a Glober game. This is a logic game, and the logic says if I understand what you're saying, and you don't understand what I'm saying, then it is most probable that you're wrong because you don't understand what you're arguing against. You think the other person's wrong, but you don't know what they think. So you think that something that's in your head is wrong, meaning you're the one that's wrong. So if you can't steel man my position by your own admission, you don't know what I think.
Dude, your whole position is incoherent. There's nothing to get. The whole globe shit is just fucking insane. It's insanity. It's absurdity. Okay?
You sound a bit insane at the moment, man.
Let's just get with that. Anyway, I'm about done with you, dude.
Well, incoherent means that there's a contradiction, so you should be able to demonstrate the P and not P.
Chill out, Brenda.
Oh,
let's go back to where we were before.
If it wasn't already a shit show, Brandon.
Yeah, Stephen, can you try explaining my question to him, or like, you get what I'm asking, right?
Okay, so Rebel, let me first answer the question you had to Eggshell. So in the globe model, you are almost never looking directly at something because there is always stuff in between you and the thing you're looking at, which distorts or bends the photons, right? So there's that answer. Now, his question, let me rephrase his question to you. On certain days, I think you cannot see the thing that you're trying to see, and on some days you can see the thing you're trying to see. So another way to ask his question is, what is your explanation for the days where you can't see the thing?
No, he's already answered that. He said it could be refraction. And my question is, how does he decide which one's reality and which one's refraction?
Okay, so the answer to both is refraction.
Yes, his answer for why I said, why can't you see the bottom of the buildings? Here, I found another one. This is a good one of it, actually. Just found it on the internet, which is the Chicago skyline, from what I understand, Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan. But if you zoom in on that image, you're clearly only getting the tippy top of the buildings because Chicago's got a pretty high skyline. And I said, why can't you see the bottom? And he said, well, obviously refraction could be playing a part.
Atmospheric density, if there's like fog or other atmospheric conditions, can make the opacity from that distance also too dense, too thick for you to see it. Okay, it's not always down to refraction. And here's the other thing: for you to say refraction works for both explanations on days you can see it and days that you cannot, I would reject that premise because all I know, and look, I'm no expert, okay, but as far as I'm concerned, the only thing that refraction can in fact do is obstruct, obscure, and distort images. It does not fucking like bring images from underneath the fucking curvature of the Earth
Literally what refraction
up
does.
directly onto the fucking horizon of the Earth. Okay,
That's literally what refraction. That's literally what refraction does.
So there are a lot of different kinds of refraction.
Yeah, it just bends the path of light. It's used in glasses when people wear glasses. But I mean, if we agree that it bends towards the denser medium, then I get I get somewhat the flat Earth incredulity. Like, sure, it might bend it a bit, but how does it bend it around something? I get it. I don't think
it's insane to even make that proposition.
So, Rebel, I thought your response was good. Eggshells, how would you respond to the claim of atmospheric opaqueness in certain cases?
To me, it would look different. It would look cloudy, but it could be the case. Like, it absolutely could be the case. If, like, I didn't know anything about this claim of atmospheric refraction before getting into flat Earth. Didn't know this idea of that you can be looking at something and it's not actually where it is. So I understand the claim that when you are looking at the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan and you can't see it, that it could just be sort of hazed out. Probably would have been what I thought if I lived across Lake Michigan from it. But to me, in the debate, if both sides necessarily need to claim bending of light, then you either need to show something that is optical based but is outside the bounds of that, outside the bounds of what we could agree refraction could do, or a totally different method that doesn't rely on optics. It doesn't seem to me to make sense to go, when I can see the Chicago skyline, that's proof of flat Earth, and when I can't see the Chicago skyline, that's the bending of light, because that's obvious Texas sharpshooting.
That's a good point.
If it was atmospheric dust and stuff in the way, then you wouldn't see the whole building. You wouldn't see only selected parts of it. The whole thing should be gone.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the case when you do get like that one I've posted with the very red background is really good because you get really sharp outlines of those buildings. And then you can just get that building and go, what's its actual height? Or take a photo from closer. And you can clearly see the outline of the building, the width of it, the shape of it, and then match it up with the entire length of the building and go, oh, wow, 2/3 of that building is seemingly behind a hump of water. So how, looking at that, because we got here, the question that took us to this point was saying to Rebel, how do you know that water isn't curving? And he said, I can see the Chicago skyline. So it's not how do you know water isn't curving at the rate the globe claims. This would be showing that water is curving.
That's funny. Yeah. So eggshells. If you fill up, I want to start on the small scale. Maybe we can work our way up. If you fill up, have you ever filled up your bathtub before, ever to take a bath or anything like that? Maybe not.
Yeah, bathtub, swimming pool.
Okay, but have you? I mean, I think most people these days it's common to take a shower instead of a bath. But have you ever filled up your bathtub if you have one?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So when you filled it up to maybe 3/4 of the way, to get your body all nice and submerged under there. I mean, would you say it's fair? And especially if you did it, you turn off the faucet once you got to the level that you want, and right,
and you can make this a lot quicker, man. This is laborious.
Maybe I dude, just let me do my thing, okay? And you left it alone, so it found its it came to a rest. Would you think it's fair to describe the surface of that bathtub as flat and level? Is that a fair thing to say? Okay. No. What would be a more accurate description then? Fucking genius.
I think for the purposes outside this discussion, most people would call it flat, but I think most people would also accept that a sufficiently large circle would appear to be a straight line if you zoomed in enough. But according to It's like, according to Archimedes, wasn't it? I think he was one of the first people that did it. It would be a curve that's arc would be described by the radius, so to the center of mass of Earth, which would be 3959 plus your altitude.
Holy shit! I just asked this nigga about a fucking bathtub. This nigga started talking about like Archimedes' fucking differential equation or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, what? What are you talking about, dude?
I wouldn't be so willing to admit to not following a conversation if I were you. I would be embarrassed if I were regularly admitting that I'm not following conversations. I would be reluctant to do that with the reckless abandon you seem to be willing to.
I just asked you a very simple question. You just started talking about like Archimedes' principle.
Yeah, no, I think it would be curved.
How the fuck you got there?
Any body of water will be curved.
Oh, really? Would you? Okay, can you like? I mean, can you would you be able to point to me? Would you be able to point to me like where the deviation is in a bathtub full of water, like where the curve is? Would you be able to do that if it's at rest?
What do you think is the answer to that question?
Does
if you were to guess based upon what I just said?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one making the claim. I have no clue what's going on. You little fucking delusional.
Again, you're admitting to not following the conversation. So if I said any body of water is curved, then what that means is it's curved all across its surface, which means it would be equally valid to say, yes, I can point at it, and no, I can't because it's curved everywhere. If I was pointing at the surface, I would be pointing at curve.
Okay, so you're just saying that even though there's like literally, like you can literally put like some sort of like straight edge ruler over the top of it, and when you see that there's absolutely zero deviation, like you're still gonna like point and declare victory that there is curve. Is that right?
No, I'm not going to say that I'm able to detect it. I just think it would be ridiculous to suggest that because I can't detect it, particularly with a method as stupid as just getting a ruler up against it, I wouldn't then run a victory lap and say my failure to detect the curvature of this proves that it's not.
So on a local scale, despite you not actually being able to physically with with empiricism observe curvature of the Earth, you just have it as a constant in your mind, and you just like arbitrarily, baselessly make the assertion that yes, it must be curving because we know that bodies of water curve. Like, dude, where's
what I think you've done? If we're going to talk about logic, what I think you've done is deliberately go towards the place where it would be most difficult to detect, and then gone, well, you can't detect it here where it would be most difficult. How insane it is to believe in something existing despite being unable to find it in a place it would be very difficult to find. That's like saying, I don't believe in Bigfoot because I looked in a shoebox and he wasn't in a shoebox, at least I didn't find him there, therefore Bigfoot doesn't exist. It's absolutely insane. You need to be able to listen to your own logic on this and go, hang on, shouldn't we detect things in their most apparent form? Wouldn't it be best to detect things with the greatest precision, so don't use a straight edge because that'd be dumb, and then try to get it at a larger scale because it's a very gradual curve. But instead you've gone, no, I'm going to use the dumbest tool in the smallest setting to find a very subtle
effect. What's the better tool? Do you have a better idea? Do you have a better method?
Celestial navigation.
Yeah. Oh, dude. How did you go to fucking... I'm talking about...
You asked me the best tool. That's how I got here.
No, dude, I know. In the context of my little proposition with the bathtub, like if we're gonna try to measure, like if we're trying to measure like with the most precise of measurements, and a straight edge ruler like would not be one. What's a better alternative? Go ahead.
I wouldn't try to test it in a bathtub. Why
not? So, dude, sometimes experiments, right? Like
scale is different.
The best way for us to understand it is that we make a smaller scale that we can study on a local level, right? Like,
no, not necessarily. You only do that if you're not going to lose resolution with that scale. What you do is you try to typically exaggerate the effect so that you can see if it is there in principle. So you can do that by taking it on very large scales or finding ways to make the effect larger, perhaps in artificial settings. What you don't do is go, hey, where should I not see it? Oh, if I don't see it there, therefore it doesn't exist. That's flat earther logic, but that shows how you guys end up with such silly conclusions because you take your inability to detect something as evidence that it doesn't exist.
So can you see it
when water doesn't have the force of gravity acting on it, it will form into a wall.
Right, and you need a bigger roller to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Rebel, do you think that we should look for Bigfoot in a shoebox?
Here we go with the fucking crazy ass red
But
herring.
that's what
I think.
that's what
Eggshells
talked about
How
that.
do we go from talking about the physics of water to like mythical cryptid?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do you think we should look? If I want to find Bigfoot, should I look for him in a shoebox?
And how is that in any way relevant to our discussion, Brenda?
Eggshells explained how it's relevant a minute ago.
No, he didn't. No,
yes, he did. Didn't you?
No,
Can
no,
you
he's
can't
just-
repeat? Could you repeat what he said about the shoebox back, please?
He didn't mention Bigfoot or a shoebox.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Not following conversations, are you, man? Like the fact that I'll keep saying it. If you are admitting that you can't understand what the other side is saying, what you're admitting is that your rejection of their position has no validity. Your entire argument is destroyed if you go, I don't understand the people I'm arguing against. The flat Earth claim needs to be, which it is
There's
by
nothing
many
to
other flat
understand.
earthers, we understand the globe model better than you do, and that's why we've got credibility when we reject it. But going, hey, I don't understand what it is that you guys are saying, but I'm pretty sure it's wrong, is just insanity.
Yeah, when you use sophistry, right, and you're being deceptive and evasive and obfuscating, yeah, that's not meant to be understood. Yeah, you're a master sophist, right? To say, you're using
What was his sophistry? What was it? What was his sophistry?
To say that using a bathtub as some sort of demonstration of trying to
That's your
observe
example.
curvature in the surface of body water.
It's your example, dude.
It's being
Your
like
example.
unfair. Yeah, no, exactly. His
Yeah,
critique
you're
of
the
it
one
is
doing the sophistry then. That's your sophistry then.
no, yes, Brenda.
Yes, it is. It's
quiet
your
for a second, I can
example.
explain to you what the sophistry is. The sophistry comes in him critiquing that example as being like unfair for some reason because it's like too quote unquote too hard or too difficult to detect. No, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's valid. That's
No, it's not.
valid.
That's
No, it's
probably
not.
true, Rebel. That's probably true.
No, it's not because you can simply extrapolate that to larger scales.
Well,
That's
we probably
like, there's
don't
no-
currently have fine-tuned enough instrumentation to detect such a curve if it did exist.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good
I
way
can-
to put it, Stephen. Can you point at Rebel a device that has error bars sufficiently narrow to detect what we're talking about? And if you can point that there is such a device and that it is readily available, then your question would make sense. But if you're going to find that there is no known measuring device capable of measuring to the sufficient degree of precision the curvature of a bathtub, then what you're admitting is there is no way to detect this, and your inability to detect it proves I'm right.
Just having this goes back again to what I was saying originally. Just having the basic understanding of the physics of water in a liquid state would render you the sufficient information to know that the only thing water can do is take the shape of its container, and then
But that's not
once
true.
Brenda, hold on. Once it, I guess you can hear this because you weren't here earlier. Once it evenly distributes itself across the entire container, right? All it can do, once it's done that and it's come to a state of rest, the surface of that water, because it's evenly distributed itself and found equilibrium, that's going to ultimately, right, present the surface of that body water to lay flat and level. There's no reason, there's no mechanism as to why it would be curving at all. It would be on your that would be your burden to try to explain as to why it could even do that physically.
Well, Rebel, here's one of the weird things about the globe model is that flat and level are not the same in the globe model.
But
In
they're
the
not
globe, in the globe model, level is a curve. That
Don't give
is
us okay, Steven.
But that's our model. That's our model, though, Rebel.
Okay, And watch
You,
this.
you have to debunk our model based do an internal critique. No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't
sure does.
because in our
Hey, Steven,
model,
I want to ask Steven something.
it conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
No, sure
That's
does.
that's our model, though.
No, begging the question. Say,
That's not begging the question.
Hey, Steven, are the descriptors of flat and level mutually exclusive? Steven?
No.
It depends which model you're talking about.
Okay, are they mutually exclusive? Dude, Steven, it's a yes or no. Are they mutually exclusive, flat and level? Could anyone ever use those two terms simultaneously?
They're polysemous. Do you know what polysemous is?
Dude, I'm asking Steven a question right now. Hold on. Stop running, Steven.
Yeah, it depends on context. It depends on what model you're talking about.
Okay, so once again, I understand you want to keep running from the question, right? Because it'll make your point that you're trying to make earlier moot, right? So once I'll ask you one more time, and if you don't, if you just prevaricate and just dodge, I'll move on. So one more time, are the terms flat and level mutually exclusive, or can they be used simultaneously and have it be valid?
So it depends on the context. In
Okay, so you're dodging. Okay,
in the planar model, they can be
dodging. You're running. You're a coward. Okay, so you're a coward. Okay,
that's just the correct answer because words can have different meanings, depending on context.
Brenda, can flat are using the flat and level mutually exclusive?
They're polysemous, so they can mean different things in different contexts.
Okay, so if I'm sitting at my dinner table right now, right, and I measured the table, the producers that made it, I measured the entire span of that table to be perfectly level, and the surface of that table is also completely smooth and flat. Am I allowed to describe my dinner table, as flat and level, or is that just completely out of the bounds of vocabulary?
Flat and level in that context is two different meanings, right?
But can be used simultaneously, correct?
No, they're two different meanings. You can have two words in a sentence. Listen to the answer. Listen to the answer. Level is going to mean that it's perpendicular to the force of gravity. And flat is going to mean that there's no part higher than another. Those are two different senses of those words.
Yeah, I never understand the idea of getting stuck in the definitions of words. It doesn't. I never understand. I've not had anybody sufficiently explain to me what would happen. Like, let's say we picked one definition over the other, then where are
they're agreed upon definitions so that we can agree upon what we're talking about. It's called semantics. If you don't have defined words, then all meaning is lost when you're talking to somebody.
But words mean whatever we want them to mean.
I know that.
I think I agree that.
Brenda, that's why we have an agreement on the definitions. If we don't agree on definitions, you could be saying one thing and I think you mean another. That's the problem.
But there's different. You go into any dictionary, virtually every word is going to have multiple meanings. Every one of them.
Listen,
so you get it from context.
I know that. That's why when we're speaking of things that have meaning and context,
level is just literally a height.
Why are you interrupting me?
So you can't go to the dictionary and tell somebody what they mean by a word. You have to ask them no, you can't, because the words can have different meanings depending on context. So you ask the person, what do you mean when you say this?
So yeah, when we're talking about flat, it has a contextual meaning. So if we're saying flat and you're saying flat, but what does flat mean to you other than what we understand it to be?
It means no part higher than another, and that applies to sea level.
Okay.
The sea conforms to the curvature of the Earth, and it's generally flat.
No, it doesn't conform to the curvature of Earth.
Yeah.
Doesn't do that.
It does. In my model, it does. So I'm talking from my model. It conforms to the curvature of the Earth, and Higher meaning a greater distance from the center of the Earth.
You can't have an.
Then you're in the wrong server.
You can't have an abstraction have a contextual meaning if you can't actually physically demonstrate that it's so.
Yeah,
What's
we can
wrong with
easily.
Your vain imaginations are going to be substantiated.
No, it's measured. It's measured
Really?
curved. Yes.
Who's measured it? Who's measured the curve?
Geodetic surveyors all the time.
Yeah, at the very beginning when it was conceptualized, who's that guy?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just talking
The very first instance that the Earth was known to be a spheroid, who was the first person to measure it?
They didn't measure it, they deduced it.
Well, there you go.
Right? It was Aristotle. It was Aristotle, Aristarchus.
No, he didn't measure it. Neither did Aristarchus.
Right.
He didn't measure it.
That's what I said. They deduced it.
Yeah, deduction isn't the reason why we know it's a sphere, according to the globe paradigm.
That's why they knew it was a sphere, and they were right.
Yeah, where did they get the radius value then? Where did those guys get radius value?
Eratosthenes measured the radius.
Yeah, he didn't measure the radius. That's wrong.
So you say in my model he did.
Yeah, and you don't have a model. What do you?
Yeah, we do. It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
Yeah. What is this? A model? You have a scientific model?
Yeah, WGS 84 is the ellipsoid.
Yeah. What is it? What is the explanatory power of that?
It can tell you how far something is from how far a datum is. Right?
You just pulled that out. You just pulled that out of your ass, Brenda. You know that you just made some shit up on the spot, bro.
Datum isn't made up. Datums aren't made up.
Yeah, but
that's
is
what
it
it's used for?
WGS 84?
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
All right. So
it gives you a datum to measure. Gives you a datum to measure the elevation of structures when you're doing surveying.
Right. Who measured the WGS 84? But if that's the baseline that you're going by,
surveyors did.
Yeah, which
surveyors did.
Which one?
Lots of them. Whole teams of people.
Ambiguous. That's ambiguous. How are you going to put?
No, it's not ambiguous.
That's like me telling you there's information out there that the Earth is flat. It's out there somewhere. But I'm being ambiguous. I'm not specifying where and how. Just like you're not. I could be ambiguous too, give you the same answer, and it's going to get us nowhere. If you're not specific, then we're never going to get to the bottom of this. But that's your problem. You don't never
really
want to get to the bottom. It's not. Then you would be specific. You'd say, I
was specific.
Joe John is the one that measured it, and he did it this way. You give us a method, but you haven't done that. That's your problem.
Okay. Sly Sparkane conducted an experiment
get off the noise, man.
with a number of people. I'm doing the specificity that you wanted.
I know, but Sly Sparkane isn't the guy that actually instituted that information, is he now?
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's some guy.
Yes, he is.
He's some guy that's parroting some other information that somebody else does.
Didn't. No, he didn't.
Some idea that somebody did something.
Yeah. He repeated a 2,000-year-old experiment, but that's you asked for specificity. Yeah, whatever. And I'm saying that Sly Sparkane had a number of people make observations, and then they sent those observations to him, and he collated them. And he got the measurement for the
rest of the ball believers. The rest of the ball believers, such as yourself, are always in a context of being ambiguous. You never give specifically what did he do. What's
I
the
just
method?
gave you a name. How specific can you get?
One name, and what was the method? You just said they did a bunch of measurements and tests, and there, voila, the Earth is a globe.
He repeated the Eratosthenes observation. Yeah, he repeated that.
You say that before because you know that we're going to go right.
You knew.
I didn't. I don't know what Sly Sparkane does. I don't even care.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you knew. I thought you knew what he did. Right.
Most of these anti-flat earthers, they do things that they think they know what they're doing, but they don't. All right. So, and you guys,
but you can't show that. You can't ever show that. No flat earther has ever refuted anything that the Globers have done.
Yeah, that's because they're doing the things that are based on already debunked information, like Eratosthenes.
That's not debunked. No, it isn't.
Debunked. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Go ahead, debunk it.
It's easy.
What did is debunked.
Yeah, what did you say? What did you
Let's
say?
debunk it. We will listen to your debunk.
I didn't understand. Can somebody please tell me what the gentleman said?
He wants to hear your debunk of Eratosthenes and Brenda's claim.
All right. So Eratosthenes was claimed to have measured the surface of the Earth curved. Do you understand this information or not?
No, that's not what he did. That's not what he did.
Not you. I'm talking to the other guy.
Elfie.
Is he here?
No, I'm just listening. I'm just asking for you to debunk.
Yeah. Do
Just
you
do
know
it.
what Eratosthenes did? Yes or no? If you're asking for a debunk, that must mean that you know what he did, right? Hello? Does the guy know or not?
He don't know nothing, obviously.
If he knows, then I'll tell him to
This is the level of Globers that we're getting now, Alpha.
Yeah.
This is the level that
I
we're
agree.
getting.
I agree, but see, the problem that we're having is I don't mind. I know that, Brenda, but he's asking for a debunk, and he doesn't even know what Eratosthenes is.
I think he's gone. I'm not sure, but I think he's gone.
No,
I still
he's here, Brenda.
He's sitting in the room, except he's not answering my question if he knows what Eratosthenes is or not. Because we can't have a discussion of a debunk if he doesn't know what he did. What's the point? Anyways, I have a valid point, but if he doesn't understand it, why am I going to debunk something he doesn't know or understand?
Well, I was the one who brought up the Eratosthenes observation, so
he wanted to hear the debunk.
I'd like to hear it too.
Yeah, but Brenda, you already know it's debunked.
No, it's not been debunked. I know that it hasn't been.
So do you think that Eratosthenes measured the surface curvature?
He measured the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, he did. What was the unit of measurement that he used in his test? I won't say an experiment because it's not. What do you do?
It was an observation, and it counts as an experiment. He used stadia.
Yeah, what's a stadia?
The approximate length of a stadium at what we would call a stadium.
No.
Right? Yeah.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's the length of a stride. I'm pretty sure you should have found that out.
No, it's not. A stadia is the length of the stadium.
No, it's not.
This is the level we're getting now.
Brenda, are you serious? Go back. Listen, the stadia was the length of a stride. That's one stadia.
What stadium was it, Brenda? Was it the Dallas Cowboys or?
We're gonna, Brenda. Seriously, man, you don't know, dude. Oh my god, just go and look at the Eratosthenes test, please. But I don't want to talk to you about it if you have no knowledge about what it's. And just go look at what they're doing there. It's going to be useless for us to debate about it if you don't know what they're doing. At least that way you know, and I could debunk it. Otherwise, you're just going to be using your ignorance.
So a stadia is 625 Roman feet, 185 meters, 606 feet, or 125 paces. It's approximately equal to 1/8 of a mile. It is not a stride, you fucking moron.
Okay, you idiot. How did they figure that out if they weren't striding across, you dumbass? They're using that as the way that they're measuring the length of a stride, Brenda. You didn't know that shit until you looked it up.
One stadia is 125 paces. It's not one stride. Moron.
No, I said it was the length of a stride. They were using.
That's not what they're using. That's a pace. That's a pace. 125 paces is not a stride, is it?
Okay, so a stride, it was what they're using to say that a person that's taking a step is going to start measuring from the time that they start making that step to the time that they say that a length of a stride would equal to the amount of one stadia. What do you mean?
Stadia is 625 Roman feet.
Yeah, did you know that before you
185 meters.
You said it was the length of the stadium.
No. Yes, that was the approximate. Yes, it's a stadium.
My God, dude.
You've been folded like a chair.
Yeah, so because you didn't know that information until you just looked it up.
I just told you it
How
was.
that? Yeah. So
I
how
did
was
know
that?
before I looked it up, and I corrected you. You were wrong.
You just looked
I
it up
was
right now.
correct. I just
You just looked
did.
it up right
It's
now.
625 Roman feet, 185 meters. You don't know what you're talking about.
And so you think that because they're using this inaccurate way of measuring, that they're going to measure the surface curvature way back in Eratosthenes? Well, that's just the beginning of
Yes,
your
he
woes,
did.
isn't it?
Yes, he did.
That's just the beginning of your woes. Now, if they're saying that they're measuring, what are they measuring? It's
The
not. It's definitely
circumference
not
of the Earth.
Yeah,
The
I know that,
circumference of
dumbass.
the Earth.
I know that, but what are they measuring to get that?
Angles.
To what?
To the angles of shadows.
To what?
Not to anything. He's measuring the angle of shadows cast by the sun at noon, at
There you
local
go.
solar noon.
At local solar noon. So the angle of the what is the angle of the shadow going to tell you?
It's going to tell you how big the Earth is.
No, it's not.
Its circumference.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
will. Yes, it does.
How did they get that information from that?
You need to go study it.
Just go read it. Just go read it. I'm not going to teach it to you.
No,
You've already been wrong once. I've already humiliated you once.
Oh, you're not humiliating nothing.
Yeah, you thought Stadia was a stride. It's not.
That's how they were measuring it, with the length of their stride.
No, they weren't. It's an eighth of a mile. It's an eighth. It's the approximate size of the stadiums that they use.
How did they get that? They had to have walked the distance, dumbass. Yeah,
they had professional walkers.
Professional walkers, you fucking fool. That's what I was saying.
No, you weren't. You didn't say that.
It was the length of a fucking stride. You dumbass! I just said that.
It doesn't matter. A stadia is an eighth. A stadia is 125 paces.
Which is why I was saying they were measuring their fucking stride. You
No,
moron.
it's not measuring the stride. The stride is measuring the stadia.
How the fuck are they going to know that if they weren't striding in a specific way?
The stride is measuring the stadia. You
Dude, you're a fucking moron. You keep on saying that, but they're the only way they would measure it. Listen, the only way they would measure it is if somebody was walking a certain way, and their stride was actually going to be the way they're going to measure it, which is fucking inaccurate. Of course, you know that.
Well, it's reasonably accurate.
No, reasonably, they're fucking measuring. And
You're not reasonably close.
Eratosthenes was based on the idea that the measurement of the Earth, or the circumference of the Earth, was going to be something they were able to understand that was known.
They were.
Yeah. How the fuck did they know that if they didn't know the measurement beforehand? Wait, somebody's got some background noise.
What are you talking about?
Your shit, dude. Brayden.
The way you know something is by measuring it, right?
Yeah, but you don't have a unit of measurement if you first
But they did have a unit of measurement.
They did. They fucking had to do the stride measurement beforehand. And so once their inaccurate way of measuring the surface from point A to point B was actually instituted, then they did some fucking mathematics with shit they already assumed that the size of the Earth, because they didn't measure the size of the drop over distance. They were using that inaccurate way of measuring, and then saying, well, we're going to take some angle measurements to the light of the sun hitting the obelisk, and then one of them hitting the well at solar noon. Then they're going to say, okay, well, from the distance there, they're going to infer that the Earth is a sphere, and with that, the circumference they're going to get. You should already be telling me this shit. Why am I telling you that?
They calculated the circumference of the Earth.
No shit! Calculations aren't a measurement, dumbass. That's why you don't understand. They didn't measure shit. A calculation is not a measurement. And I know what you're going to say. It's a measurement.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that if I calculate something, then I know it.
I don't give a shit about you knowing calculations. You have to first measure something if you're going to say that it measures to be a specific thing. If you're calculating it, you don't know until you actually go and verify your calculation is correct with the measurement.
They measured the distance from Cyrene to
with an inaccurate way of measuring, which we already went over. They didn't have an accurate measurement. So your whole base of information for the Earth being the circumference that it is not actually that. But yet that's still the information we have right now. When you go to Google and you ask what the circumference is of the Earth, it's the same fucking circumference that it was that Eratosthenes used.
No,
shit.
Eratosthenes was off because it isn't the most perfect measurement form.
Yeah, so why do you go to Eratosthenes to actually talk about somebody measuring the circumference of Earth?
I was talking about Sly-Sparkane, not Eratosthenes.
Well, Sly-Sparkane was just repeating what Eratosthenes done. That's all he.
But he has better measurement accuracy.
Better. How are you gonna make something that was inaccurate in the first place to be better? How?
You use better measuring devices.
No, he wasn't measuring shit. We already went over that. You just finished saying he calculated, you dumbass. Now Sly-Sparkane is measuring something? Well, he didn't do Eratosthenes' method because Eratosthenes fucking calculated it. He didn't measure shit.
Eratosthenes measured.
Well, it's fixing shadows, but he didn't measure the fucking drop over distance.
He measured the distance from Alexandria to Cyrene.
Who gives a shit? From point A to point B.
That's measurement then.
Dude, point A to point B is not going to tell you the surface that's curving at a drop over distance rate. It's not going to tell you that. You have to actually figure out if the surface is dropping away at a specific rate.
It's a measurement. Are you conceding it's a measurement, right? It's not a calculation.
Distance measurement, not circumference. Listen, when you talk about the Earth being measured to be a sphere, then no, it's not measuring the Earth to be a sphere. When you say that it's measuring distance, it was an inaccurate way to measure a distance. Inaccurate.
We have better, more accurate methods now, and that's what Sly-Sparkane did.
Yeah, for distance, not for the fucking circumference.
Well, you use that to calculate. You use that to calculate the circumference.
Calculation is not a measurement, dumbass.
That's okay.
You keep saying that.
Yes, but when you're done with the calculation.
Yeah, you can't just imagine the Earth to be a globe when you're done with the calculation, which is what you're doing, and which is what Sly-Sparkane did, which is whatever Numpty Glober does. You can't imagine it being a sphere. You have to measure the surface curving with a drop rate over a distance. That's simple. You need to remember that.
No, you can calculate it.
No, you're not. We're not looking for a calculation, moron. We're looking for a measurement of drop over distance.
Is addition a calculation? So if
we're not going to get into this shit. Your calculation doesn't equal a measurement, and so therefore your calculation can't be verified because there's nothing you can do that comports your calculation into an actual measurement of the circumference because you're not able to do that. It's going to live in imaginary land. That's it. Your calculation is always going to be imaginary.
If I have 7 apples and I add 5.
Shut up, dude, with your 7 apples. Because you lost already. That's fine. Take your L and get on out of here. Go on, get. You didn't measure anything. You just calculated shit.
Once you've calculated something, you know.
Nope, you didn't. You don't know shit. You know that your calculation, as far as what your preconceived notions are, or ideas, but that's it. You can't verify or test that the Earth is curving or dropping away at a specific drop over distance. You're not doing that. It's simple. Fucking take your calculation, go and test that shit, come back to us and report back that you measured the surface dropping away at a specific drop rate with your calculation. Then we'll say that you measured something. Other than that, your calculation is just your vain imagination. That's it.
We weren't talking about the drop. We were talking about the circumference.
Oh, I am. No, I'm not talking about mathematics with your calculations.
What is mathematics? What is mathematics?
What you do with your calculation when you imagine a vain imagination of Earth being a globe? That's what you do with your calculation. Well, it has to be this thing.
I'm just wondering what mathematics is. I don't know what that is.
What you got to do with math that turns your idea of the Earth being a globe into a fucking idea that you're standing on a sphere.
So it's math that you don't like. Is that what it is?
It's math that's not been verified, dumbass. You haven't verified it, have you?
Yes, math is verified. Of course it is.
No,
you can prove things. Yes, you can. You can prove.
When math says something, you got to go outside into the field and see if it comports over to that. If you don't verify that it comports over to what you see in the physical and natural world, yeah, it's mathematics.
That's why he had somebody walk the distance from.
Yeah, walk the distance. Once again, to knowing from point A to point B. You're not looking for drop over distance. You're just looking for distance. We're looking for the drop over the fucking distance that the guys were striding across. That's what we're looking for.
This wasn't measuring the curve. He measured.
I know that. That's the fucking reason we're saying he didn't do it, you dumbass. Thank you for your concession. Now get the fuck out of here. Sorry about that. It was over the top. Go on, get. Brenda's concession. He didn't measure it. Raiden, I muted you because you had some background noise. I don't know if you want to mute your mic. Thank you, sir. Every time Brenda comes in here, I gotta stomp on Brenda. Always with their dumbass arguments. I'm gonna kick it back to you guys. I gotta get going. You guys can unmute Brenda if you want, but do it at your own peril. Unless you got a mute button, you're gonna be listening to Brenda ramble through your answers. Go on, Brenda. Go on, get.
Thanks, Alpha. That was great. I'm glad. I was dealing with eggshells and Steven and somebody else, and then Brenda came in to just turn into a complete dumpster fire shit show, clown show.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that was getting tiring, but that was no. That was like well, like I don't think you went over the top. I totally like share your frustration with dealing with these globers.
Yeah,
So.
the anti-flat earthers, they apply a lot of sophistry whenever they start doing this, so it's irritating to the ones who have been doing this for a while. Like I mean, there's some people that are really inquisitive when they come in here, but Brenda's not. She's not one of those.
Justified. That's what I meant. That was well justified. Yeah.
Yeah, no, man. It's just, every time I hear these guys, I go 0 to 100, bro. Like every time I listen to when they come in here and you guys are trying to make some points, and these anti-flat earth types are sandbagging the conversation, fucking irritates me, bro. Like I just want you guys to have the conversation with those other guys, not these fucking clowns. They come in here and they just like. That's why I come in here fucking like a wrecking ball, man. I want to fucking knock them all out. And then Eggshell's coming in there, well, I just don't see why, definitions are so important. Like, what is wrong with that? What's definitions? Like, fucking hell, bro. Like, that's the reason why we agree on shit. Because fucking shit is defined. That's the whole point.
And ironically, he's English. Wrap that one up.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, the hard thing is, like, this type of level of sophistry, it's so up there, Like if you're not catching on to this shit, you're just gonna let them like say whatever, and then everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, you might have a point." Some bullshit, man. If we didn't have defined terms that we both can agree on, and like what level is, and fucking experiment, and all this other shit, then we'd use colloquial words till the fucking cows come home, and we'd be saying shit like, "Oh, it doesn't really matter what we say, because you can say whatever you want. Your word means your word. My word means what I think it means." That's some bullshit, bro. It's like, that's the kind of level that we're going to take it to, then we're going to talk past each other all night. Like, there won't be anything that you and I can say that we agree on, because our definitions are going to be different. That's why it's so important.
Yeah. I mean, that is like the very basis of language as it is. To have any sort of like coherent communication with each other that's conducive to any sort of dialogue. Yeah, that's going to take, like, by necessity, that we have agreed on definitions to the words that we're using. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you negate that, or if you even give them the ground to say that, well, you know, words can mean whatever you think they can, just for the sake of having a conversation. Then in this specific arena, you're gonna lose context like really quickly, because they're gonna use words like experiment and level and just like whatever they mean to say. That's what it means. The word flat, like fucking hell, like what does flat mean? Or shit, it could mean curving surface. That's what flat means. They were trying to make it sound like you could say flat means that. Like that's some bullshit, bro. I can't. That's so irritating. Like flat means something specific. It's defined. Like you can't just say whatever you want and then just like everybody's gonna be like, yeah, you could run with flat being curved. Like it's okay. It's what you think it means. Like that right there, man. That's bullshit. That's irritating.
So first, in other words, what you're saying is, first, Globers try to completely hijack our God-given senses that we live on a level, stationary topographical plane, but that wasn't enough. Now they're just trying to completely hijack our very means of communication, human language. It's crazy.
And on top of that, they're gonna make it sound like if it's not good enough, if they know that you're getting them on language that we agree upon, what they're gonna do is make reality not make sense. Well, like how do you know that's real? What if you're a brain in a jar? Like fucking, we only can know something to be 99% of the time. Like there's still that 1% you could be wrong. Like, and they make you so doubtful. It's called sophistry. So every single turn, every single way that you could come up with something that makes sense and coherent, they want to make it so fucking incoherent when it comes to like, well, shit, we have to take their word for it. That's how you trust people. Yeah, because they've been to space and they've seen the Earth as a globe, but you can't. So take their word for it, right? Because we can't know anything to be true. See, the Earth is a sphere. It's like they undermine every type of way that you can use reason, logic, critical thinking. All of these things get undermined when they come in here because they want to make you doubt yourself in any kind of way. Because it can't be something that we observe and test and verify. It's got to be. It can't be that. It's bullshit, bro. It's the kind of shit that they do. So anyway, I gotta get going.
No, yeah, it's all good. Good to see you, bro. But it's kind of like the whole thing, trying to imagine. I mean, even if, just go Google definition of science. The first thing that pops up on Google, under the Oxford Language Dictionary, is like this systematic study of the natural world through observation, experimentation, and something else. I mean, observation is part of that definition, but somehow Globers want to just absolutely demonize what's like a fundamental principle to science, one of which is observation, and they go, well, and observation, of course, is filtered through your sense data, right? Like your eyes in this case for vision, and they just want to demonize it and go, well, just because the Earth looks flat doesn't mean it's actually flat. When of course that could very well be the case. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, and then they contradict themselves when they turn around and say that science is observation alone without any type of testing or experimentation.
Yeah, they want to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, they're just in a perpetual performative contradiction. Really, is what it is. It's hypocrisy of the highest order.
Yeah, there's drop over distance according to measurement. When you just want to like try to resolve any amount of curvature that would be on a globe the size they claim, just with your naked eye, you're not going to perceive the curve. But when you try to measure the curve, yeah, you get the results you should on a globe.
Drop over distance. This nigga, fucking clown. This nigga said there's drop over distance. What was nigga talking about? Oh yeah, drop over distance, huh? Okay. How'd you measure that? And give us an example.
I know. Use a bathtub.
Bob Science Guy, he has like a 10-minute video.
Let's do that.
Over distance over a half a mile. He details it all in a video.
Oh, in the
Can we
video.
find that video?
Oh, great. Oh, perfect. Yeah.
All right.
Is this nigga really about to post a link to a 10-minute video that he wants me to like drop everything 2 o'clock in the morning and just watch? I really hope not. This nigga done lost his mind.
I mean, if you're interested in the topic because you were talking about it, I think you'll look at it eventually. You don't got to do it now. But I'm finding the video now.
10-minute video seems like a reasonable length.
Man, I'm making some coffee right now. It's decaf, don't worry. I'm just trying to chill. Oh, but Eggshells, the softest clown is still here. That's nice. You know, one thing I've thought about, but I've actually never said out loud, as a line of reasoning, right? When it comes to these pictures like you're posting, well, Eggshells at 17 minutes past the hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yes, Palestine is flat. Take that, terrorizers. You know.
Earlier, what skyline is this?
17 minutes past the hour. 17 minutes. Hang on.
Well, an hour ago.
They were what came up when I googled Chicago skyline. I think they're the Chicago skyline. That all looks like the Willis Tower. That one that looks like a sort of shoulders with a spike on the top.
With the what's up with these fucking crazy colors? One of them is like pink and purple sky. The one's orange. Anyway, whatever. And the other one, and and that one's got like a neon blue fucking dyed water. The other one's like looks more normal. Anyway, these global pictures are just fucking insane.
They're just what I googled
Okay.
When you Google Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, that's what came up for me.
Mm-hmm. And what is that? What's that like? What is it? I can't even say. It's like maybe, I don't know. Well, if you zoom in, without zooming in, it's probably what? It's like 2 millimeters. What is that, like 2 millimeter thick white border at the very top of that water line there? What is that? Is that actually there exist in reality? What is that? Because that doesn't look like water to me. What the fuck is that?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
No.
Could it be fabricated?
What?
Okay, so you just conceded to the fact that you might be showing me a completely fabricated picture.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but absolutely it could be.
You probably should be. You should probably vet, the images that you're going to post as your evidence more before you post it.
How would I vet it?
That's not my problem to figure out. That's yours, buddy. Don't put the burden on me.
Well, the burden is already on you. You said I needed to vet it. How would I vet it?
Dude, if you just admitted that it might be fabricated, well then you need, and if you're going to bring a point of evidence to make your argument, the the methodology in which you're going to use in order to vet it, that is not for me to figure out. That's your burden.
Okay. I've already vetted it.
Okay, so you just contradicted yourself.
Well, I just didn't realize that you didn't have a bar for vetting, and now that it's clear that you don't have a bar for what vetting is, then evidently I've already vetted it because there's no bar, so I've crossed it. I've passed that bar.
Even though you just said it could be fabricated.
Again, you have no bar.
Dude, I'm not the one bringing the picture as evidence. The burn's not. It's not on me to figure out.
What's the bar?
What do you mean bar? What bar?
What would the vetting
bar relevant to this at all?
Well, vetting sets a bar, a standard, right? That would weed out fake things, but you can't set that standard. You don't know where it is. There is no bar. Do you think there exists an image that couldn't possibly be altered? Like, do you think it's possible?
Okay, here's the bar.
To
Yeah, so here's the bar. If you're gonna post an image that you're gonna use as evidence for your argument or your position, yeah, the bar is make sure
how
it's authentic.
Make sure how.
Make sure it's authentic and not fabricated. That's the bar. There you go.
Make sure how.
That's for you to figure out.
You're just saying vet it in different words, but the question's still there. It's a
that's
very simple question.
I don't know. I mean, don't they have like the little what do they call it? I remember for like the from the moon landing hoax, some flat earthers were able to figure out when they looked into some sort of and look, you know, I don't have any really Photoshop from right. They were able to use like some sort of like photoshopping editor program where when they scrolled the bars, well, yeah, no pun intended, but when they scrolled the bars on certain things about like the layers of the photo, like they uploaded the photo and they like, you know, configure some settings.
Saturation, I think, is what they did.
Yeah, they were able to find out that the image of the globe, apparently from the surface of the moon, was in fact, you know, copied and pasted in there. Okay, so you can use something like that. How about that?
Sure. So if that doesn't show up, does that show the image is real?
Well, that's a hypothetical situation. Until we get there, I can't answer that question.
No, you've got to be able to answer that. Otherwise, what you're saying is, please do this test, but the test isn't going to show me what I want, because what you're asking for is a test that could show manipulation, right? When you talk about what they did with the composite moonrise photo, Earthrise photo. But what you're actually asking for is, I need a test to show that this wasn't edited. So what you've given is a bad test, right? Because it could show me A, but what I'm actually looking for is not A, right? A is editing, but what you want in the photo that I presented is proof that it hasn't been edited.
I just gave you that.
Yeah. Do you not see how it's
moonrise photo could have been specific? It could have been appropriate and specifically applicable to that situation. You might need to use something else entirely different, you know, for this one. I was being charitable. Example of what you could do possibly. Okay, I was just, you know, putting your foot in.
I could do that test. So what you're saying is, I could do that test that you described, but it might still be edited, even though that test might come up with a null result. So the test could come up with, I cannot conclusively say that this was edited, but it could still be an edited photo. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm sure there are different methods depending on the photo and the context of whatever, you know, that you use that would be more applicable to whichever image is in question.
I asked you a correct or incorrect question. I feel like you didn't give an answer.
Well, I like to answer things, you know, in the way that I see fit. You can, you know, that's your problem. You can deal with it as you like.
It's not really my problem. All I need to do is demonstrate that you're being evasive and unable to answer the question, and then it shows that the question's not a valid one.
Well, if you were to present some sort of image and you're talking about vetting the image, is that what you're talking about, guys?
Yeah, he's saying, I posted a picture. I just Googled some pictures from Chicago, from across the Chicago skyline. and I posted 3 of them at 17 minutes past the last hour, so about bang on an hour ago. And let me just oh no,
That's cool. I don't need to see him. I'm pretty sure.
And he's just saying, "Are you sure they're not edited?" I don't think I could ever be sure that any image isn't edited. Like maybe the best I could get to is I took this photo myself, and that's how it looked to me at the time. But would that be 100%? Without any shadow of a doubt, impossible that somebody had snuck into my phone and edited it. Like, I don't think there's an image that exists that I can know is not edited. Do I think this is edited? No.
What I would say is that just picking and choosing different images that would suit your beliefs, I'd say, would just be confirmation bias, and it would be the same if flat earthers were doing the same thing, yeah? And
exactly.
I think
and
that if you really wanted,
what's happened.
And I think if you really wanted to vet something, I think that you'd have to have an actual source verification. You would have to know the metadata and the content of the image.
Yeah.
You would have to have other images to compare it with. You would need the specifications of the instrument that was used. You might want some sort of analysis by an expert, but you would also definitely need to know the height it was taken from, the distance, the height of the target, the conditions of the day.
Would you agree that after all of that, you could still come to an incorrect result?
I think you'd be more likely to say that it was. I think you'd be more likely to believe it was verified, but yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that point.
Sure. So on the point that you made about confirmation bias and essentially cherry picking, I posted 3 images, all of them at 17 minutes past the hour, all showing the Chicago skyline around about the same, about 2/3-ish of the way up the Willis Tower.
I'm going to say the gamer word is real.
And Rebel picked the one that he thought, even though the hump of water appears to be at roughly the same height for all of them, Rebel picked the one that he thought, well, the water looks funny, I don't know why it's that color, and now is trying to make it look like that is therefore a that the photo is edited based on nothing, based only on asking me to prove that it isn't edited, right? Essentially saying, until you can prove this negative, I'm going to believe that it's edited. So of the things you described, it is absolutely Rebel who's playing the confirmation bias game.
Well, I think there's a few fallacies that could be listed there, but I just wouldn't take. I wouldn't take that as evidence of sphericity of the Earth from those pictures that you've posted.
No, nor am I. That's not why I posted them. I posted them because Rebel was saying that the Chicago skyline was proof that water doesn't curve over great distances. And I was matching up the skyline we can see from across Lake Michigan to what we can't see across Lake Michigan to say which is more in favor of water curving, the 1/3 that is visible or the 2/3 that's hidden. And he didn't really have an answer for that.
I'd just say it has to do with the conditions of the day, because we see this over and over again on different days at different times. We'll see different images, yeah. We'll see different distances. And that's just not in this image. I'm sure you've seen all these other images that have been posted in here, and we've also seen GIFs of the horizon moving throughout the day as well.
Sure. Yeah. And that's why my conclusion is, when it comes to the behavior of light over water, my conclusion is don't use that data. That data is demonstrated, because to take it seriously, to really trust what you're seeing at distance, particularly over water, one would have to say the Earth is breathing. The Earth is changing shape. And neither side believes that. So
only
either
if it was a
side
sphere.
must say,
I wouldn't agree with that over a flat surface. I would say, yeah, on your sphere, that could be something. I've heard that before. However, we know that it has to do with the conditions, and it's only an apparent location where the sky meets the Earth. So this is going to change, yeah?
So
However,
the conditions, what are the conditions doing?
The claim of the Earth breathing has to do with the geometric horizon location, yeah? Because you should have a geometric horizon at a certain location according to the radius of that globe that we just don't see, yeah? And then we see the horizon breathing in and out, and then the claim is, oh, well, is the Earth, I'm sorry, moving in and out, and then everyone says, oh, is the Earth breathing? Yeah, it's just a silly argument.
So I'm trying to think of how to put what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but we know that it has to do with the conditions as to why we see that horizon moving in and out.
How would you describe what the conditions are doing to it? What would be, how would you?
Well, I think a lot of it would have to do with temperature, temperature variances.
Not why. Sorry, I asked that question really poorly. I don't mean like how's it changing. I mean, I think let's maybe go here. It makes it what we see change. It changes what we see. Right, the conditions of the day, the fluctuating conditions means that what we see is fluctuating.
Yeah.
So then, and we don't think what we are looking at is fluctuating.
Well, when you glance at it, no, it doesn't appear to, but if you have a time lapse or some type of video, then we do witness that. And again, if we go on different days, some days we can see further than others. Some days it's clearer than others. I mean, they give us this in our weather reports every day, the distance that we can see, yeah.
Lockpicking set, and I'm trying to crack a lock at the moment while I'm talking.
Locksmith.
Just love apocalypse skills, and to me, lockpicking is a good apocalypse skill.
Yeah, right.
To me, it's like, have you heard of that thing like, there's two men guarding a door? No, two men, there's a room with two doors. One leads to certain death, one leads to freedom. And there are two men in the room. One will only tell lies and one will only tell the truth. How do you get out? You've heard of this like thought experiment kind of logic puzzle thing?
No, I haven't. No.
All right. So, yeah, that's like the sum total of it. How do you get out? And I can give you a solution if you want, or if you haven't heard it before, you might like to work on it yourself.
So you're locked in a room, there's two dudes guarding the door. One only lies and one only tells the truth, and you've got to work your way out, yeah?
Yeah, you got to figure out how to get out of there.
That's easy.
Through the plasterboard wall.
I'd ask them about obvious characteristics about themselves. Like if one of them had a certain color hair, I'd ask them both, is your hair this color? And we'd figure that out.
Sorry, I should have clarified this. You can only ask one question.
Oh. One question to each, or one question period?
One question total.
Oh. That's interesting.
It's a good one, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because you're right. If you can ask multiple questions, you can say, like, am I a man or a woman? Oh, sorry, slightly political one. But yeah, am I a man or a woman? And the one that goes, you're a woman, you're like, well, he's a liar. So I'll ask the other one, which door is safe to go through? But you're going, then if I can only ask one question of either of them, what's the question to ask? I thought people had heard of this before. This wasn't my whole point, but we can stay here for a bit because I find it a fun logic puzzle. It's got security pins. That's fucked. Not opening that in a month of Sundays. Let's go to the padlock.
What?
Padlock's always easier.
Well, the characteristic question would still work because, well, if you ask one person about a characteristic of themselves, either they're going to lie or tell the truth, and if they tell the truth, then you ask that one, but if they lie, you ask the other one.
But you'd still have to ask two questions, right? One question to which you do know the answer, and another question to which you don't know the answer.
Oh, about the door end. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, hang on. But you could do it this way. This isn't actually the typical solution. But you could say, you could use an and. So you could say, am I a man? Oh, no, sorry, it doesn't work. I was going to go, am I a man and is that the safe door? And
there we go.
But no, it doesn't work. Never mind. Because then you're actually confounding the variables where you want to narrow them down.
Well, the saying and still makes it two questions.
Yeah, it doesn't work. But it doesn't. I do know the solution, but I thought I had another one. Do you want to know the solution?
Not yet.
Still thinking.
Okay. And I will make this relevant. Skyline thing we're done.
I guess ask one of the person about the other.
Carry on.
Well, what question would that be? I don't know what the question would be, though. Is it the first part right or not?
You're on the right track.
I'm on the right track, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, God. You gotta ask the question, is the other person a liar?
Well, actually,
it's not the answer.
you can ask one of each.
I can only ask one question total.
One to each guard, or one in
total
total to the two?
Total.
If it was one to each, it would be easy.
And one can only tell the truth. Well, if one can only tell the truth, it probably doesn't help you getting through the door, but wouldn't you ask which one's the liar?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So yeah, if you ask which one's the liar, if you ask the person telling the truth, he would say, that guy's the liar. If you ask the person telling a lie, he would say, that guy's the liar. And they would both point the finger at one another. You're on the right track, but you haven't got there yet.
That's a good point. Yeah, cool.
The good one.
Both out.
This is an obvious one, and it's probably the wrong one too. But wouldn't you ask which door is safe? I don't know, because
no, not quite.
I don't know. I was thinking.
This practice lock is actually legit hard to pick, even when I can see the pins.
Damn it!
You would somehow need both of them to point to the same door, whether that be the right door or the wrong door, but I'm not quite sure how you'd get them there.
Oh, you're so close. Yeah.
You would ask them both which one is the wrong door, wouldn't you? No.
You can only ask one question.
Yeah.
Sure, you can't ask two questions?
Yep.
It's hard with one to the both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
You could do it if you could ask them both individually, separate questions, I think. I'm not sure how you do it with both of them together with one question.
Ah, shit. Hold on. Fuck. I think I'm gonna have to give up. My brain just isn't big enough. And it's probably so obvious that...
Kind of
Oh, it will be.
I didn't solve it. I had to get the answer when I was first shown this thing. But once I got the answer, I was like, you know, when you get angry, you're like, I think I could have got there. I think I could have made it there myself.
Son of a bitch, it's so obvious. Yeah. It's like when you're stuck on a part of a video game and you've calmed down a little and finally figured out the answer. You're like, son of a gun.
Yeah. I just had to turn that thing.
Yeah.
Which is particularly turned up a notch when you play VR games, because normally computer games have to have like a prompt or something pop up on the screen. You can press button X here, but in VR games, you're like, you pick up a cup, you can turn a handle, like you can. It's like the real world, so you never know which one's gonna. It's that little bit harder to find out which one's gonna. What is the binding pin here? This is.
If you know that guard B's a liar,
Yeah.
you're only asking one question. Are they both going to answer or just one?
You can ask. You can pick which one you ask the question of. The simplest way to solve this, I'm not giving you the answer yet, but you will only need to ask one question of one person.
You can do an action.
Well, you could ask guard A what guard B would say.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But then you would have to know in the first instance that guard A is the truth teller. So do you know that information? No.
Right. You do. You kind of solved it, but you...
Well, sorry, I was under the assumption that you didn't know which one was going to tell you the truth, that you had to work that out as well.
It's true. You kind of solved it, but kind of.
Well, if you knew guard A was the truth teller or guard B was the truth teller, you'd direct your question at them, and you would have to either ask them directly which one's the correct door, or what door would guard B tell me is the correct door. You'd know guard B would be lying, so each instance you'd both get the same door, yeah? Whether guard A... So, but you'd have to know in both instances who the liar is and who's not.
No, you've cracked it, but yeah. Can I explain it to you? Because you've cracked it, but...
Yeah, go for it.
So you say to either one, which door will he tell me is safe? Right?
Yeah.
And so if you're talking to the truth teller, he knows that the liar will lie, and he will tell you that the safe door is unsafe. If you're talking to the liar, he knows that the truth teller will tell the truth, but he will lie about the answer, so he will tell you the unsafe door is safe. So if you say, which one will he tell me to go through, you will get the wrong answer, but you can guarantee that that answer is wrong, so you can pick the other door.
Okay, wait. Didn't I kind of say that? I don't know. I don't think I
You
did.
both were circling really close to it for ages, but that's why I was like, I got to jump in now, because otherwise you'll be like, motherfucker, I said that. I'll be like, kind of like, but you're both on the right track, which is like, I've got to use their restrictions to cancel out or to sort of get the right answer even the wrong way. So that's where I was like,
I didn't say that exactly, but yeah, I was close. It doesn't matter.
Back to my original statement, the reason why I don't believe the photographs are good evidence for the globe, as I said, is because in most instances we're seeing well beyond that geometric requirement of the globe. Yeah, I won't say further than we should see, because I think that we should just be seeing whatever we see. However, we know that we can see well beyond that geometric horizon requirement of that sphere, and we know that there's images out to hundreds of kilometers where there should be kilometers of curvature in the way.
Sure. Yeah, I get
Like
that.
I said,
Like, I don't obviously
we
don't
see
agree with
things
the
with.
conclusion, but I get the reasoning for that. Because like I said before, probably before you came in, I think most people, until they get engaged in the flat Earth debate, or there's a segment on QI where Stephen Fry is like, I mean, he asked the question in a really dumb way when he's like, when is the sun set? And they're all waiting and waiting and waiting. And once the last of the sun set, they press the button, and he's like, no, the sun set 6 minutes ago. And they're like, what? It's right there, I can see it. And I'm like, well, you should have defined what you meant by sunset before asking that question. It's not a valid test, But yeah, I get the flat Earth position. I just think the challenge is it debunking the globe, or is it debunking an understanding of the globe? Like, is it straw manning the globe, essentially?
I don't feel like it's straw manning. I mean, I've just been looking recently at long distance lasers, yeah?
Mm.
And the only way that the globe can explain some of these long distance lasers is through what they claim to be the terrestrial refraction. Now, I don't agree with terrestrial refraction for my own reasons. I don't want to have a big debate over that right this second. I'm just chilling out. I just got home from snowboarding all day. But other than that, we're showing a flat surface, yeah, with these laser tests that are done.
You travel a bit, huh? What do you do?
Not much. Travel,
right.
snowboard.
You're quite successful.
I had a fairly big security business prior that I started when I was 20 years old with my wife, and I sold it about 4 or 5 years ago and was quite successful out of it. So we're pretty good, yeah.
Nice. Good on you. That's fucking awesome. Go back to what you were saying, sorry.
Yeah, I was just talking about laser tests and things that I've been looking at recently. I was saying that, long distance photography, these laser tests, these mirror flashes, which are point to point, they all debunk that radius of the globe. And the issue is that radius is what everything is modeled off on that globe. So if that radius is falsified, you can't sort of say, well, it's much bigger, it's a bigger radius, etc. Like a lot of people come in and claim, it's just so big, this is why it looks flat. But that then just debunks the globe in itself.
Yeah, to me, like the thing is, if the refraction argument is in play, and this is why I brought up the two guys, the one guy who lies and one guy who tells the truth, is I then view the refraction thing like, well, this is a guy who sometimes lies. Or essentially always lies, but you can't tell by how much. And if you go back to that door thing, if he always lies, but you can't tell by how much, if he sometimes tells the truth to build trust so that he can lie later, then the game doesn't work anymore. So you can't, to me, it's like the results become chaotic. And so for laser tests and stuff, if there is that refraction, sometimes liar in the room, it becomes hard or difficult to go, well, then what? How can I be sure that what I'm looking at isn't partially or sometimes a lie? That's like the discussion we're having with Rebel, where he was showing saying that the image of the skyline is evidence that Earth's flat. And I'm like, well, it's showing 1/3 of the height of the building. So that means that it's giving you 1/3 results, which still means curve. Might not be the right curve, but it still means curve.
See, I'd say it doesn't mean curve, because by saying it's curve, you're ignoring other factors that could be at play, such as, again, the conditions of the day. It could be, and we know that things disappear bottom up due to perspective on a flat surface as well. I mean, don't think anyone can deny that unless you're an anti-flat earther. So just
disappear
that in
bottom
itself.
up. Things disappear bottom up on a flat surface without refraction.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think that's the case. That to me is
I
like
would say you haven't
how
got.
you tell if something's flat.
I would say you don't have refraction in the first instance, not atmospheric refraction. I'm not denying conditions that we see and temperature variances, etc., but I wouldn't claim that to be actual refraction, and it's definitely not terrestrial refraction, especially if you're saying over a flat surface, because the current narrative is that terrestrial refraction requires, one, the antecedents of sphere-shaped air, and a radius value for the light to follow.
Sure.
As far as I'm aware, these two things don't exist in reality. And we don't have sphere-shaped air due to the fact that air doesn't take any form or shape. Secondly, I still haven't seen anyone give any direct measurements of curvature. We know that there's certain calculations based off the pre-assumed globe. Sorry, we know that, I heard Eratosthenes being brought up earlier. We know that he already believed it was a sphere. He was calculating for a circumference.
Yeah.
So I don't see how you have, well, not you, but the globe has terrestrial refraction without the two antecedents required. And then there's further issues to that as well, with not crossing boundary layers, etc. But that was my day in the chat at 42 minutes past the hour. And I just jumped into that conversation before with you because you're asking who were you speaking to? I can't even remember now.
Might have been Rebel.
Yeah, Rebel. Like, how could you verify what further would you need to do with this image to investigate it? And I didn't feel like there was an answer coming forth. I just wanted to jump forward and give that answer.
Yeah, like to me, you would never know, right? It's like short of a picture you took yourself, but I would still say all you get is degrees of confidence. Same as with the refraction thing, right? You just get degrees of confidence. And my view, even interpersonally, but also philosophically, is that certainty is maladaptive. So being certain of things is bad for you. So to be like, which I think you can see with the Globers that get really upset. Where they're like, we know it's a globe. It's like, all right, settle down. We're still all gonna be here tomorrow.
Well, I'm confident. I would say that I know it's flat. I wouldn't say that it's a belief.
Yeah. Whereas to me, that creates issues. That it's harder to. It becomes harder and harder. Not that we ever dispassionately weigh evidence, but like it increases the effects of biases. So it makes it harder to seek out or to comprehend or to properly weight evidence. Like when flat earthers say there is no evidence for the globe, I'm like, come on, that's not accurate, right? There is. You think it's false, though. You think it's either misinterpreted data or faked data. But fake data is still data.
Okay, so I'll use terrestrial refraction as an example here, where if you actually read into terrestrial refraction, they make some assumptions, yeah? The first two I would say was those antecedent requirements. I think was I speaking to you about this the other night about going to university and learning about fictional constructs. Was that you I was speaking to?
No, I don't think so. I heard some conversation that was slightly like that.
Yeah, so when you actually read into it, what they tell you is that what they're claiming with the light rays that are coming in, not crossing the boundaries, etc., that this is just a conceptual fiction, that it doesn't exist in reality. And I believe that from my understanding and from what I've studied, this is what we often get with the globe. It's calculations of something that's presupposed. It's something fictional that doesn't exist in reality, but the mathematics works and reified into reality. And that'd just be an example of it. So that's where I believe the globe issues come in. When we look at the evidence, it's not always direct evidence once you investigate further. On the surface, it may seem that way.
So say to me again, I'm not following the boundary bits. Like it sounds like yeah, the easy refraction is like a pen in a glass of water. But it sounds, I think what you're saying is there is a clear distinction between the water and the air.
Yeah, there needs to be a boundary layer between two isotropic media. So when we look at a refraction index, the refraction index is of each individual media. And that has to do with how fast the light travels through that media. And that's the standard that they compare that to is light traveling in a vacuum. So when we look at terrestrial refraction, the first big issue we have is it doesn't actually meet the refraction laws of something crossing a boundary between two media. There's issues because there is no boundary in the atmo between dense and less dense air. It's actually just one media according to Snell's law. But it goes further to say that the rays of light that they're expecting for this to occur don't really exist in reality. And they state that they're just a conceptual fiction. So, like I said, anyone can just come out and say, oh, refraction, look what it does. It bends light. It does this, it does that. It brings things up back over the horizon. But if you actually start reading into what it is and what they really believe about it, you'll find that there really is no evidence to support it. We know that things due to temperature, we look at the road and it looks wavy, we get some mirages, things like that. But that's not actually refraction, and it's definitely not actually terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, no
as
one's
per the definition.
Right, there's no outside demonstration of air refraction of whatever they're talking about or anything jumping up in the air and going over something or being crazy, like from a side point of view.
Yeah, so then they claim that the horizon's set back 10 miles in an image such as the black swan, and then the horizon's looming above the horizon. Well, we know that this doesn't occur. There is no type of refraction that can set something back 10 miles. We also know that looming is objects looming above the horizon, not the horizon looming above itself. But again, the big issues are we don't have the antecedents in the first place, and it's a conceptual fiction. They don't have horizontal rays of light.
So the bit I'm trying to understand though is like I think I get what you're saying about there's not a clear boundary. I think though I'm guessing though you agree that like air changes density at altitudes.
Yes, but Snell's law actually requires a boundary between two media, and air's only one and only has one refractive index. So it's not Snell's law. It's not the definition of refraction, terrestrial refraction. It actually doesn't have anything to do with Snell's law. And even Walter Bislin says that for terrestrial refraction, we cannot invoke or use Snell's law due to the fact that we are not crossing any boundaries. There is no boundary between the less dense and more dense air.
So what do you think would like if you go right Snell's law? So do you think like if you're looking through air and the air is there's a simpler one, the one with the iron. You've seen that, where the guy just like waggles a heated iron near something.
Yep.
What do you reckon is going on there?
Well, that has to do with the heat, yeah. And we see these effects on the road as well that causes mirages, water. I think, Heat Haze Alpha's just put in the chat. Correct.
Yeah.
But that is not actually the definition of refraction. And like I said, for terrestrial refraction to occur, they actually tell us that it doesn't exist in reality. They tell us that it's a fictional construct. It actually says, if you don't understand this fictional construct, please go back to Optics for Beginners, yeah? This doesn't exist in reality. That's the actual statement. And that was the conversation I was having with someone the other day, saying, imagine going to university and paying 20 grand to go and learn about a conceptual fiction that doesn't exist in reality. I can do that at home with my kids.
Well, I'm not getting though is the difference between heat haze and refraction, because to me heat haze is a name. It's like superior mirage. It's a name given to a kind of refraction.
Well, it's claimed to, but for that to occur, again, you need the antecedents. You need curvature. You need.
But we'd need to be agnostic to whether there's curvature, right? Because this is trying to answer, is there curvature? So we can't hold a position.
No, I'm not trying to use this to answer, is there curvature? I was just giving you an example that you're saying about flat earthers saying there is no evidence for the globe. And I was saying, there's evidence presented, but when we actually look into the evidence that's presented further than what's presented on the surface, we find that it's not actually always evidence. It's not always the case. I was giving this as an example because they tell us it's a conceptual fiction, that it doesn't exist in reality. So, and secondly, we need the two antecedents of sphere-shaped air. Well, there's three actually, horizontal rays as well, but sphere-shaped air and the radius. So, once we read into it, a lot of the times, and this is how I became a flat earther, yeah? The fact that when you look into these properly, it's not really evidence, yeah?
What I'm struggling
though
with
smoke. I'm just going to listen for a minute, dude. Hang on, I'm going to go outside and have a smoke.
Oh, good.
But talk away. I'll be listening.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at is like, well, I guess we would need to nail down what is refraction. How are we defining it? Like, to me, it would be the bending of the path of light caused by the density of a medium or something like that. Bending of a path of light, I think, would probably be enough. And then to go, is that what is happening in heat haze? Or is heat haze definitely not refraction?
I would say it's definitely not.
So how would you define
not according to Snell's law. So refraction is the bending of the path of light wave as it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary, which is exactly what you said, the glass of water with the pen in it, yeah?
Right.
And is caused by a change in the speed of light wave upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a wave of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing that boundary. So then we have the optical density and the index of refraction. Right? So the optical density of a material is the index of refraction value. So if we have a look at the materials and how they list it, there's an equation they use, and as a material, and then they do material over material. A vacuum, which is what they compare this to, is an index refraction of 1. Air is 1.03, ice 1.31, water 1.333, and so on and so forth. You've got glass, plexiglass, etc. So according to Snell's law of refraction, it needs to cross between a boundary of these two individual mediums. And now, like I said earlier, I do have a citation I can drop you from Walter Bisland that says we cannot use Snell's law in terrestrial refraction due to the fact that we are not crossing any boundaries between the less dense and more dense air.
Sure. So what I'm trying to get at is, like, what about if we just called it light bending and put refraction aside for a moment? And would we agree that heat haze is light bending? Path of light bending.
I'd say that we can witness that, yeah. And we also see, like I said, mirages shimmering in the air near the ground, all sorts of different distortions due to the heat. Problem I have is that terrestrial refraction is claimed every time. Yeah, let's have a look at this image. Oh, that's terrestrial refraction. I even hear flat earthers claiming terrestrial refraction, and I've corrected a few this week. Yeah,
Rebel did just a moment ago.
Okay, but if we actually go into what terrestrial refraction is, I said it doesn't exist in reality, according to their own citations and their own papers.
But do you think light bending happens across the surface of Earth in reality?
Well, I don't know about across the surface of the Earth, yeah, because again, that would require it to be following the shape of the sphere, which is the antecedent to terrestrial refraction. But I can say that light light and other effects can be seen due to heat.
Right. So heat can cause the path of light to bend, among other things. Like other things could also
as well as other effects that we see. Yeah, I would say that. Yes, no problems. And that's going to happen over a flat surface or a globe.
Right.
But if we claim terrestrial refraction, as it's claimed as an answer to every argument, to every flat earther that I've heard, it's always just terrestrial refraction. We can see that because of terrestrial refraction. We can see this because of terrestrial refraction seems to be able to bring every image up, back over the horizon to where it needs to be. Yeah, it's able to push things back. It's able to bring things in. It seems to be this magical claim. However, when we investigate it, we find it's just simply not the case.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to get at is I think it feels like it's stuck on the point of the word refraction and that word relying on Snell's law.
Well, like we said, we've got heat haze, and we know what heat haze does, yeah? But refraction is actually claiming that these light rays are actually bending and following the curvature of the Earth, and that we have that sphere-shaped air. So I would say that heat haze is something completely different to what's claimed in terrestrial refraction. And I would say that most people would claim heat haze is terrestrial refraction, but I disagree.
Well, to me, if we just call it heat haze or like the bending of the path of light, then it gets into that territory of, well, how do we know which one to trust then? Or if we know that this is something that sometimes lies, right, that sometimes presents things, distorted, if you like, alpha, how can we use it to measure things?
How can we use heat haze to measure things?
Well, the appearance of the appearance of stuff. If we know that heat haze is distorting our view, it seems like then we would go, well, let's throw out, the same thing. If the one guy lies, one guy tells the truth, and then one guy sometimes lies. I would go, actually, the guy that always lies is more useful. I have to throw out the stuff that the guy who sometimes lies says, because I can't trust it either way. I can't know that it's always wrong, nor can I know that it's always right. So if heat haze is sometimes bending the path of light, and that could cause things to appear further away or closer or higher or lower, then
I think it distorts. I don't think that it actually does what you're claiming here, but I think we've gone off track a little bit and you're missing the point. Yeah, the point originally, and I'll finish here because I've got to go say hello to my wife, but the actual point that I made was that, you're saying there is no evidence for the globe, that flat earthers deny it. And my point here was that when we actually look further into these claims that the globe makes, that a lot of the time, or not, most of the time that I've seen, yeah, it doesn't align. It's not actually evidence. It's calculations. It's based on things that don't exist in reality. It's mathematics reified back into reality. Now, if that's someone's if someone's happy with that level of proof, well, then that's on them. I'm not. Yeah, I'll drop a couple of little citations for you on this in the side chat, and then I'll be back shortly. I just got to go say hello to my wife, my family.
Sure. Where have you gone, Perisher?
Yeah, I was at Perisher today.
Nice.
I live here. That's where I live. I live in Jindabyne.
Oh fuck yeah! I got to say hello to you next time I go through. I might be going through between the school holidays when there's no kids there.
Oh man, you're quite welcome to come for a snowboard or a ski, man, and come for a beer.
Oh, yeah. I ski. My missus snowboards. But yeah, beer would be awesome. I didn't know you
You're
were
a glober, of course you'd ski.
I did try snowboarding. I was considering picking it up again because it's objectively cooler than skiing, but I just spent so much time on my ass. My wrists got so sore. Snowboarding,
I might be
even
able to
if
give
you're
you
doing
some
it right,
lessons,
you
yeah.
fall over. Yeah, maybe.
I had a few nice slides today. It was pretty hard and icy today.
You know how you stop that? You stop falling on your wrists.
No, I don't fall on my wrists. I tuck in, and I've been doing this for a long time, yeah. And I wear my little padded bum shorts, protect my tailbone.
Oh, nice. Opening. God damn it! This lock is see-through, and I can't pick it. I'm going to be useless in an apocalypse. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go with a lock picking kit, but I can't actually pick locks. Opening. What is wrong with me? Have I overset something?
If you can't pick a lock, what good are you, man?
Exactly.
Might as well
There's
just
three.
cash it in right now.
There's 3 feet. There's 3 feet to read in the chat, eggshells. I'll be back.
Right here. I'll post the actual lock in the chat so you can also see how embarrassing this is.
Do they at least tell you what basically you're supposed to do?
I used to be able to, and usually these practice locks are insanely easy, but this one has a few security pins that are harder to do it. But I did get the upgraded difficulty ones. I used to be pretty good at picking padlocks, and door locks are a lot more difficult. But padlocks, pretty much any padlock I could open, unless it had like, those star-shaped keys or something weird going on.
So it's not just like in the movies, the doors, where you just...
No, I've never seen... In the movies, they usually just get 2 bits of metal, poke them both in, and like waggle it left and right, and they're like, yep, that'll do. Bang, doors open. You never see them do it properly. Frustrates the hell out of me. I'm like, it takes 5 seconds to just Google lockpicking because they get actual pics, you know, they've got real pics and they've real devices, but they just poke them both in like they're doing some sort of, I don't know, examination of an orifice. Some dude came in here to show us his drumming and decided we weren't worthy of it.
So were you allowed to grill Rebel Andres further? Or did T-Dub shut everybody down?
No, he didn't say shutting it down. I just couldn't quite, I don't know if I was speaking poorly today, but I couldn't even get him to understand the point I was making.
Mm.
He just would sort of go back to saying the same thing. Which amounted to, I've decided it's flat because I understand physics, and physics says water is flat, and if water is flat, Earth is flat.
Oh. Well, there you go.
I was trying to think of the line of questioning to be like, okay, do we agree that some people think they understand physics and do not? And that you are somebody who thinks you understand physics. But you necessarily must agree that it is possible you are one of the people who thinks they understand physics and does not.
Wasn't resonating, huh?
He just kept repeating himself. It just was impossible to get a single thread of conversation going. You already back from dinner?
I didn't go to dinner. I went bowling.
You went bowling? Are you already back from bowling?
Yeah.
You don't bowl for long. How long? Do you just do one game and then come back?
No. 3 games, brother-in-law. So it's like, 6 games between us. Well, it takes an hour and a half or so.
I've been on for way longer than I think then.
Yes, that's all right. Yeah, because I left at 9:40 p.m. my time. It's now 12:10 a.m. my time, so 2.5 hours.
Need to find more things to do.
Is that right? Yeah. Why do flat earthers always go back to figure out who was the first one to do something? Why is that so important to y'all?
I think it makes sense if you think, well, it's a lie. Like, if it's a lie, it's reasonable to ask who first told the lie. Whereas if it's the truth, it's like multiple people can discover the truth. You know, we could learn it, forget it, and then learn it again.
Well, I can answer that. For me, it's not necessarily about did they lie. For me, it's I've always sort of questioned everything. Yeah, everything I've been told, I haven't just run with it. I probably wasn't well liked at school by my teachers for that reason, and it's just part of my line of questioning. Yeah, okay, so they've measured this radius. No worries. Well, who did it? When did they do it? And how did they do it? And then, like I said, once you start reading into what is claimed, now I'll give you the example of Eratosthenes, and everybody knows the arguments against Eratosthenes. We find that he had a presupposed ball in the first place. He already believed in the globe. He was trying to accurately calculate a radius of that. So it wasn't actually directly measuring. Or we see that he made some assumptions in there on distances to things, the sun, for example, what type of rays we're seeing, etc. Now, again, that may be sufficient evidence for some people, yeah, but for me, it doesn't stack up. And I think it's just part of the line of inquiry when you're questioning things.
Why doesn't it stack up for you?
A couple of reasons I just gave.
I mean, because, this is the problem with, going back to old people. We can't ask them what they were thinking. We can only speculate about what they were thinking. But I would imagine, what I would think is, I was born at some time, born in 1964. At some time, I, got old enough to look around me and looked around and I said, yeah, Earth's a ball. And then if I was really curious to know the exact size, I could go measure it myself. Or I could look and see if someone else has done it, and then I can look and see what they've done. And say, yeah, it makes sense to me. That's what I would have done. And then I go on with my life. And so the thing I'm curious about is you get to a certain age, you got to a certain age in your life. And when did you first start resisting the idea that it's a ball?
I don't think I was resisting the idea, yeah. I'm 44 now, probably around 30, I suppose. And I had this point brought up to me, and I probably carried on like the rest of the Globers do when they first come in here, yeah. Probably a bit upset and angry, and what are you talking about, you idiot? I can curve water on a teaspoon, and all these other things I probably said. But I ended up going out and looking into it myself. Okay, so how do we know this is a globe? Who has done what? Started going and looking over large bodies of water. I spent a lot of time out on the ocean fishing. When I was younger, I worked on my mate's dad's scallop boat. I used to go out to the reef a lot, and I started paying close attention at night, even to distances to lighthouses, to other ships, to islands, and it just doesn't stack up. Well, it didn't at the time, and then obviously I've learned a lot more since then. I just find the subject interesting, and I can tell you 100% that I've learnt more about things I never thought I'd actually know about. Yeah, no, things that never really crossed my mind, and I enjoy learning about it.
But as I was asking Alpha earlier today, what did you expect to see that you didn't see? When you said you saw a lighthouse, all those other things, what was your expectation, and how was it not met?
Okay, so based off the radius that we're given, yeah. I think one night was a really big thing for me that sort of clicked when I got back. But I went out one night about 200 kilometres offshore, out to a reef, and the weather blew up really bad, and I thought I was going to die. We're all tied together with ropes as life jackets and EPIRBs tied to us, and we're coming back in, and I could see the lights for what I believe to be an island that we were going to try and go and get shelter on, yeah. And after about, look, it was pretty rough seas. I couldn't give you an exact distance. It'd have to be at least 30 kilometres, I'd say. It took us a good hour to get there. It ended up just being another ship in the shipping lane, yeah? It was a navigation light off a ship. It's something that I really shouldn't have been seeing from that distance. And I'm like, yeah, well, this is something that I shouldn't be seeing. Not so much what I should be seeing, but what I shouldn't be seeing if we have this geometric horizon at 1.225 times my height, yeah?
And so did you take everything into account? Did you know about other things like refraction?
Not as much as what I've learnt now. But no, I can honestly tell you no. I didn't take refraction into account when I was spewing all over myself, tied to my mates.
Yeah.
I just know where we were going, where we wanted to be, and we thought we were there, yeah. And an hour later, it was just another ship passing us on the ocean.
And did you consider all the other stuff that seemed to indicate it is a globe?
Yeah, look, I have looked into all of this for years now. Yeah, I've looked into all these claims. So, yeah, that's where I am. Just being honest with you.
Because I like to think that even if nobody ever told me it was a ball, I would have figured it out. Just by seeing the things that I've seen.
My perspective, I would disagree. I'm not disagreeing that you may have figured it out, whatever you think you've seen, etc. I'm not denying what you see, but from my perspective, what I see, I don't believe that. I think that most kids, even my own kids, were a bit confused when they first learnt that they were on a ball in Australia, hanging off the side. I understand that that's not 100% true to your paradigm. There's no up or down, etc. Down's the center of the earth. But, for me, what we witness every day is a stationary topographical plane that has mountains, rivers, valleys, oceans, etc. But I don't witness a ball or rotation at any time. And as I said, my kids were pretty confused when they first learnt about it in school as well.
How old are they?
I think when they really started getting into that was probably about year 2 or year 3. Yeah, obviously they'd been told, but they probably didn't really think about it. But it was about that age when they started having to do their dioramas of the Earth, their models where they have the Earth spinning around the sun, etc. My daughter actually did a flat Earth model and failed. But anyway. But, my daughter's right into art, yeah? So she learnt a lot about perspective. And even when she was very young, at probably about grade 3, grade 5, something like that, they learnt about perspective in art. And then this diorama thing that she did, whatever, it came up somehow. I don't know how it came up with the teacher about the Earth being flat. It was questioned in some way from my daughter. And the teacher said, well, if that was the case, we'd be able to see right across the entire Earth. And she said, no, we wouldn't, because you just taught us about perspective this week where we have a vanishing point. So, no, we can't. And the teacher couldn't answer her. So, anyway, that's just sidetracks.
Because the vanishing point's at infinity, right?
You'd have to explain that further to me.
Well, the definition of a vanishing point is the point at infinity where everything comes together. And so
it's not what we witness in reality. Obviously, like the horizon, that vanishing point's always going to move as we head towards it. It's not a physical location. It's going to be dependent on our height, the angle we're viewing things at, conditions of the day, temperatures, etc. But we do see that there's only a certain point we can see too, which
I think your assumption that it's the vanishing point is incorrect. It's not the vanishing point, because the vanishing point's at infinity.
Well, it'd be the vanishing point of our vision, of what we see from our perspective.
That doesn't make any sense in the laws of perspective and the principles. The horizon's much closer to the vanishing point. Well, I did perspectives myself, right? I did drafting in high school and did a little bit of professionally when I was working my way through college. So, I got a pretty good idea of what perspective looks like and how to draw endpoints, because the buildings I was drawing perspectives of, they had a distance on them and none of them ever reached the endpoint. I mean, the vanishing point. Because they didn't go on forever. That's why the headlines, much like we see the horizon.
So you disagree that there's a vanishing point according to the the distance that we can see with the human eye. That it doesn't appear to be a vanishing point where everything converges, and that you wouldn't see that over a flat surface.
Correct. There's no vanishing point in what we see when we look out over the horizon.
So you don't have a finite ability to distinguish certain things, is what you're stating. That we're confused in what you're trying to state here.
No, I'm saying that the horizon does not disappear in a vanishing point.
No, I didn't say the horizon disappeared into a vanishing point. I said that the horizon is just the apparent location where the sky meets the earth, that's where it moves in and out. But we can definitely, if we're looking down, say, a straight road, there is a vanishing point where we can no longer see past that point, according to our perspective and our limited vision. If you're saying that it goes on infinitely, just like we would see the horizon, because it's not actually a physical location, understand where you're going there, because we're never going to reach it. Every time we move forward, it's going to move with us, yeah? Just like the horizon does.
Yeah.
However, there is a vanishing point of our vision.
Because
our vision is limited.
No, it's not, though. Our vision's only limited by the light that can reach it. If the light's strong enough to reach it, we're going to see forever.
And I
so
think
then what's going
on?
Well. What's going on with the image in the chat that I just put, where we see a vanishing point where we can no longer see past that point?
Well, if you got rid of the X and the green, you notice that road does not come to a point. That road goes to a flat line.
Yes, but everything converges to a point of our vision.
But you see how the bushes along the side and everything, they never reach the vanishing point? And the fact that you have a line there, that horizon line, belies the assertion that it's a vanishing point. You wouldn't have a line like that with a vanishing point.
I'd have to disagree with you.
Hmm?
This is the thing I think that Flat Earth could crack that would advance stuff, because Flat Earth has kind of a terminating point for vision. For most Flat Earthers, I think, anyway.
See, I disagree. That's just not a flat Earth claim, yeah?
You don't
because
think
we
Flat
know
Earth
that
claim
there's
that
a
you can't
certain...
see forever?
No, we can't see forever, but I don't think that anyone would claim that we can see forever, yeah?
Well, I think the standard view of physics is that, like, if we take resolvability out of the equation and imagine a the increasingly strong telescopes, that we could always invent a stronger telescope, we would say there is no known point at which you can't see something, right? We think the sun is 93 million miles away and it's about as big as your fingertip. We think the moon's 250,000 miles away, where I think most flat earthers would say that it is impossible to see that far. Regardless of the size or brightness of an object, you would not see it that far away.
So originally this discussion was to do with objects disappearing bottom up over a flat surface. We've sort of gone out into the vanishing point, but you were disagreeing with that, Scott, that we wouldn't see things disappear bottom up over a flat surface.
I would say that's true, yes. You would not see that.
So you would disagree that it has anything to do with your angle of view, and that the further away you were to something, even on a flat surface, or on a flat surface, I should say, that that object would decrease in angle. It would appear to become lower, and you would disagree that We have issues with the resolution of the human eye.
No, I don't agree that it would all appear to come lower. The bottom of it would come up to the vanishing point, and the top would go down to the vanishing point, depending
Correct.
on what relation you were to it.
Yeah, I agree with what you just stated there. Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
it would just get smaller.
Yeah, until it reaches that vanishing point. But we also know that as if something overhead is further away, that it appears to become lower the further we move back from it due to the angle that we're viewing
We
it
agree.
at.
Yes, yes. Everything above the vanishing point goes down. Everything below the vanishing point goes up. Everything left goes right, and everything right goes left.
And that at a certain point, at a certain distance, that things start to converge. So say like a ship, it appears to be disappearing bottom up due to our angular angle of view, our perspective.
No.
And it will eventually converge just like the horizon does.
No, because what I witness is the water's crossing. It is obstructing the half of the boat, and then eventually obstructs all the boat, and there's nothing in perspective that allows for that.
Well, you disagree that objects closer to the ground will appear lower in your field of view, eventually merging with that ground level due to your decreasing angle.
No, the objects on the ground come up. They don't get lower.
I understand they
according to
come
my
up,
field
but
of
they
view.
converge with the ground level where you can no longer distinguish between the two.
Yeah, but the whole ship would get smaller until you couldn't see the ship at all. There is nothing in perspective which would allow half the ship to be seen very clearly and half the ship to be blocked by the water. Either the whole thing gets small together, or something's in the way.
However, perspective clearly states that things can disappear bottom up.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's nothing in the rules of perspective that say that can happen.
Well,
so do things in the bottom of your vision rise up in your vision, converge to the center point?
Everything below the vanishing point goes up. Yes.
The vanishing point at infinity.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and where is that?
Whereas what?
Is vanishing point.
That infinity.
Like in your field of vision. What you're saying, everything converges to this vanishing point.
Yes.
Which is where?
Well, it depends where you're looking.
And what would you describe it? Like, where would it be in your field of vision?
Always in the center.
In the center. So does that mean things on the bottom converge up to the vanishing point that's in the center of your vision?
Yes.
Okay. So would that make shit disappear from bottom up?
No.
No. What does?
No, it would raise the bottom of the boat that you can still see up higher, and the top of the boat that you can still see down lower until the boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't distinguish it anymore.
So it just disappears. But like if there was a car down the street, would you be able to see the top of a car on a level street? Like, and not the bottom? Or is that curvature too?
I would never expect to be able to see the top of the car and not the bottom on a flat street.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is what we actually see in reality. As something moves away or comes towards us from a distance, we will see the top first.
I agree. But that's because it's curved.
Or we will see that it compresses into the horizon and we don't see the bottom, or maybe not the horizon, but it compresses and we don't see the bottom as it moves away. We only see the top. So same effect due to perspective. We can do this just with a stack of bricks, yeah? We can stack a stack of bricks up, we can walk away, and at a certain point, those bottom bricks are now going to converge with the ground as your angle decreases, and you're not going to be able to resolve the two objects. You know, this is just something we can do every day in reality.
I don't.
Yeah, is that because
the
bottom brick, AJ? Is that because the bottom bricks, like their angle would be smaller than the ones up higher?
Yeah, from where you're viewing.
That's right. Yeah, so it all works on angles. Hey, like if the angle's too small to resolve, then it would reduce from the bottom up because it's smaller angle.
That's what I'm saying though. This would revolutionize optics.
But that's how optics work.
No, it's not.
It's not what the mainstream says optics does. And so if this was true, it would revolutionize optics.
What do they say?
Same thing that Scott's saying. Vanishing point is in the middle of your view. It's infinitely far from you, and with sufficient zoom, you would bring it all back into view in proportion to its size. There's nothing about perspective or optics that says that something should appear to be behind a hump when it's not. So if flat Earth is right, it would be able to one of the sort of, and I think this is true of any science, is other unintended discoveries come tumbling out of it. If flat Earth was true, one of those unintended discoveries would be that we've been wrong about optics. You can't see forever, and there is a vanishing point that makes things obscure bottom up, because conventional optics doesn't say that. Conventional perspective just has things shrink at a trigonometric rate.
But it does though. The guys have just explained to you the limits of your vision is in the center of where your eyesight is. Anything below or above that has less distance, so you will get that bottom up disappearance right at the edge of your limitation of view.
And what I'm saying is all of the, like, I would be astounded if there is anybody who is like, sufficiently expert in the field of optics or however you might put it, who agrees with that. Like people like Snell, scientists who do work on refraction, or engineers who design very precise lenses for impressive applications. I think the only people I've ever heard, I hadn't heard this ever before getting to flat Earth, let's put it that way. And I haven't heard anybody except flat earthers say it.
So what do you say to the Collins Dictionary definition of perspective that states that it's perspective is a way of thinking, judging, or seeing things, and is an art of depicting depth on a flat surface? So how do you deny perspective over a flat surface?
I'm not. We're denying what that perspective would do, what would the effect it would have. We're not denying perspective. We're denying this idea that a boat would appear to have half of its hull missing. Half of its hull would appear to be behind a hump if there wasn't a hump there. Perspective is some of it, but perspective only describes the rate at which it shrinks, right? A trigonometric rate at which it's shrinking.
Yeah, based on your eye line and your eye level. Everything slightly above and slightly below will start to compress, and you get like light bending or light refraction into the vanishing point. Yeah, that's how it works. That's the only how it works.
Well, I get that's the claim. What I'm saying is I haven't heard anybody outside flat Earth make a claim anything like this. Like, this is
the standard understanding, eggshells, of depth perception.
It's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is standard. Yes, it is.
What you keep going to
your eye line is exactly where your vanishing point will be. Exactly the same height as your eye. Everything below and above that will suffer from compression into the vanishing point at
the
limits of your view. That's normal. That's the standard explanation.
That's a standard explanation, but the problem is you keep going from the standard explanation, and then when I challenge it, like when I challenge the bit about what's missing, you go back to a point that doesn't, that isn't the bit in contention. If you keep saying this is not in contention, we're not going to move forward with the discussion, right? The bit isn't in contention is that stuff that's below you will go up, right? The train tracks will appear to rise, the sky will appear, or the power lines will appear to dip, and they'll meet in the middle. The bit that's in contention is essentially what the flat Earth claim seems to be, would be the equivalent of the train tracks and the power lines crossing over, and at some point the power lines appearing to be below the train tracks.
Well, I don't know what image you're talking about, but atmospheric effects can also, Scott Mackey said earlier, oh, well, the whole image will shrink. It's not just, from the bottom up or whatever, but you're not taking into account atmospheric effects. So sometimes you can get lensing where you'll get convexity and a size difference. It'll look bigger on the horizon. So there's lots of atmospheric effects. So you could be talking about that, but you need to be more specific.
That's not true.
I don't even think it's that. I just think it's there's only so much information you can resolve. So if it's all converging to a vanishing point, then the shit at the bottom and the top will compress because they'll be smaller angles and they will just disappear because you won't be able to resolve it after a certain angle, right? Yeah,
yes,
so that's all it
things,
is.
I think we need to solve these one at a time. I think what you're saying is bang on. I think it's Chubbs, isn't it? Which is, there's atmospheric effects, right? Bending of the path of light, which I think could
cause. Next, so I just got to keep working, but I'll keep talking.
Right, yeah. There's atmospheric effects. There's angular resolution, resolvability effects. But when it comes to just straight up perspective, like take a look at a sunset, like a sun setting. I've got an image. I'll post it for you. And I think any of us would look at that and be able to go, hey, draw where the rest of the sun is. And you would go, the rest of that sun's under the... Right, I can continue the rest of the circle of the sun. The sun always appears in a circle, and I can draw the rest of that sun. And the center line of that, the center point of that circle is below the water. Perspective doesn't describe that happening. That means its angular size width-wise has maintained the same angular size it had all throughout the day, but for some reason is being cut off cleanly and sharply at the bottom.
Is this the image of the sun you're talking about? Sorry, I missed some of that. Yeah, but then we can also see images of the sun like this where we zoom in and the sun comes back into view. I've seen videos of the sun from elevation where the sun just fades into the background and doesn't go anywhere near the horizon.
Sure, but let's deal with the one we've got.
That'll just be optical effects then, and then they'll say it's Earth curvature when it's necessary.
Yeah.
But when it doesn't fit, they'll just say it's optical.
Well, that's where we get into the confounding factors. But what we're trying to nail down is, what does perspective do? What does perspective really say? And perspective doesn't say things should cross over their position. Like that sun, the center of the sun is confirmably below the horizon.
Well, I would say that no, it makes objects disappear from the bottom up. It can do on a flat surface due to the perspective, the visual acuity limits, atmospheric effects, etc. So I just dropped something in the chat here that details everything there. If you want to have a quick read, it's too long to read out, but if you disagree, let me know.
Yeah, angle of view. Yep, agreed. Resolution is a different issue. And then atmospheric perspective. Become hazy or blurry near the ground. Yes, absolutely. Bottom parts of objects to fade into the background as they appear to merge with the ground. Sure. Yeah. So you could get the effect of things disappearing bottom up due to refraction. There's evidence of that. Skunk Bay, I think, is evidence of that.
Yeah, I've posted a picture that will show you a little bit more of that effect. And this is what I was considering lensing. I call it lensing. It's convexity, and it's giving the appearance the sun is bigger, than it actually is on the horizon. It is at your vanishing point, but it is magnified. And there isn't a clean chop off at the bottom. If you look, the bottom is curving into itself on your image, and on mine it's even more pronounced. And that is an effect of the vanishing point. That's the diffraction and the compression.
But I think
Which is what we've been
eggshells. What I've put here that you've agreed to is exactly what I'm stating, that yes, things can appear, bottom parts of the objects, to fade into the background as they appear to merge with the ground. Yeah. So you're not disagreeing with us. It can appear to happen bottom
I'm
up.
not disagreeing that an effect of refraction could cause that, like bending of light or something can make.
But that's not. But this doesn't really mention refraction. It says that things can be distorted in the distance. Now, this is over a flat surface, remember? So they become distorted in the distance due to the atmosphere. They can become hazy, blurry, especially near the ground, where there may be more dust, moisture, or other particles. So this can cause the bottom parts of objects, like I said earlier, to fade into the background, converge with the ground, or merge with the ground. And this can give the appearance that things are, in fact, disappearing from the bottom up. No, Dazza, that's not all of that's from the dictionary. Correct, you're right. The perspective at the top, Collins Dictionary, you'll see where it ends there with the citation, with the web address underneath. I just have this other stuff typed out for reasons, but I just wanted to put it in there to see whether Eggshells agreed with what was there. That's all.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I'm answering Dazza in the chat. Dazza's in the
good.
chat. He just asked me, isn't that it all isn't from Collins? So no, exactly right. It's not 100%. That's where it finishes at the web address for everybody. I'm not claiming that that's all from Collins.
Oh my God.
But, I'm looking at this GIF that Roots just posted, and I think, yeah, that's a sunset. That is perfect evidence of it going behind the water. I don't know how anybody can see that and think it's anything else. That's strange to me.
Dude, it's clearly not going behind. You can see a depth of opacity below where the sun is setting. It is not going behind anything again.
But it's not clear at all to me. It looks like it's going behind. It's disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah, and then you'll see a flash as the light diminishes, and you'll see a flash, and you'll see that the sun is well above where the horizon, i.e., where the ground is. That's pretty clear, and I'm pretty sure everyone can tell that, except for you.
Well, but in perspective, we would expect to just get to smaller and smaller and smaller circle. We wouldn't see this half circle that we see halfway through this GIF. We just wouldn't see that in perspective.
To do with the atmospheric conditions of the day, my friend. That's what we're talking about.
And what atmospheric conditions cause the half to be gone?
The convergence. It converges.
I don't understand what that means.
I know you don't. You never understand anything.
That
I
is a
don't even know why you're
combination of
coming.
a couple of
I don't
effects. You've
think
got
you do
lenses
either.
and magnification image.
What is magnification and how does that work in the atmosphere? I know how a lens can magnify something.
Acts like, and the atmosphere acts like a lens. Don't act like you've heard of magnification. There's convexity in the atmosphere. Sorry.
There's what?
There is a convex you get due to lensing and magnification. The water in the atmosphere will make things look bigger than they are sometimes. You know this. Don't act dumb.
I know it's wrong. I'm not acting dumb. I know you're incorrect.
So you're telling me there's no such thing as atmospheric magnification and
Correct.
atmospheric lensing. These things don't exist.
It's literally impossible for the atmosphere to magnify things. There's no mechanism by which it could do that.
Dude, you don't need to lie. That is clearly a lie. Sorry, but
It's not a lie. It's a fact. There's no possible way the atmosphere can magnify something.
All right, when I stop the car, I'll get a
You
citation.
give us a citation for that fact, Scotty.
Well, I can explain the theory behind lens magnification, and you have to have two convex.
Not your theory, a citation.
Yeah, oh, you want me to find you a citation saying something can't happen? That's weird. I would think you'd want to find a citation that says it can happen and explain how it can happen.
You
I
made
don't
the
think
claim,
you'll find
mate.
one. No, he made the claim that was atmospheric lensing.
I'll get you one when I stop the car.
Okay. Does it explain? And let's hopefully explain how it can happen. Because there's nothing in the theory of optics that suggests it can.
From Wikipedia, I found one: atmospheric lensing, deviation of light or other electromagnetic wave from a straight line.
Okay, deviation, but not magnification, right?
Have you ever looked into water and something seems much bigger or seems quite large and you pull it out of the water and it's much smaller than it seems? The atmosphere is made of water, or it's mostly water. Same thing, mate.
Well, I disagree with your premise. No, I've never pulled something out of the water that got bigger or got smaller.
Then why does the sun appear to get larger sometimes on the horizon?
If you actually video it with the filter and you can block out all the extraneous stuff, like any trees or buildings or something, you will notice that it actually doesn't get any smaller or bigger. It stays exactly the same size. Basically, it's the other things around it giving it the illusion that it's changing size, but it's not actually changing size. It's the same effect as, in one of those fun houses.
So optically, it looks bigger, but it's not changing size.
No, it's one of those fun house things, where the floor slanted and the ceiling slanted, and the two people change size, and when they change size, it looks like the one person gets bigger and the one person gets smaller, and we know the people didn't get bigger or smaller. It just is it's an effect on our eye, and if we could filter out the slanting floor and the
so
slanting ceiling,
it's an effect that makes it looks bigger. So you just
no, but it's not the atmosphere. No, but the atmosphere is not doing it. It's the trees, it's the buildings that it's going next to.
The buildings
and the mountains.
They're making it look bigger. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that is what happens. I mean, you can deny it or you can understand it. It's up to you. And you can test this yourself by getting yourself a camera and taking a video and kind of covering up everything but the moon or the sun, and you'll see for yourself it does not get bigger. You don't got to take my word for it.
Yeah, like I said, once I stop the car, I'll look for a couple of citations that proves that the atmosphere can act like a lens and that atmospheric magnification can cause things in the distance not only to look bigger, but also to give it convexity on the edges as well. So I'll find that.
Okay.
At this point, I think it's obvious that bottom of this happen on a flat, and it
You're
depends
breaking
on
up.
depends on what image you're talking about to how that bottom up disappearance is happening. The bottom up disappearance very much happens.
But here's the thing, back to what I said earlier, I think I would have concluded that the Earth was a globe for things that I've seen with my own eyes, and I've seen hundreds. I lived on the coast my entire life, and I've seen hundreds, if not even 1,000 sunsets of the sun setting on the water. And every time it was just normal. There was none of these special flashes. There was nothing, with your eyes. It just this stuff doesn't. It just goes down. Every time that I've seen it, it goes down. Sometimes it goes behind, some haze or something or some fog, and I don't see it go behind the water. But every time I've seen it go behind the water, it just disappears from the bottom to the top. Full circle, three-quarter circle, half circle, quarter circle, gone. Every time.
Yeah, until you zoom in on that, and then it starts raising up off the horizon.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It does, Scott, every
It
time.
won't. No, it doesn't, and it won't.
And if you've got one of them days where the sun's chopped in half, and you zoom into that horizon, what you get is an irregular shaped sun. It looks like a rugby ball at the bottom. Yep, that's exactly to do with the atmospheric conditions of the day, making the sun look bigger than it is.
Well, if you want to tell me I didn't see what I've seen for my entire life, I'm going to have to disagree that I didn't see what I saw.
Well, I disagree because I've seen what I've seen. I've seen a lot of footage of this, and there's a lot of footage on YouTube.
Yeah.
A Plain Truth on YouTube has a lot of videos around this, so you can go eat your heart out and have a look into it.
Yeah, I'll go with what I've seen with my own two eyes over what some video and some camera effects might have had.
Yeah, well, we've still got the definitions. You're claiming these things don't happen. We can provide you citations, and when I get back, I'll show you that
Yeah, that's
lensing
fine.
and magnification are actually things. It causes convexity, and it causes things in the distance to look bigger than they are.
Okay. I'll try to hang around for a bit longer for you to post these things. But I've never seen that happen. Sun just goes down. Haven't seen a whole lot of moonsets. They happen in the morning. Usually not up that early.
Yeah, even if you're not around, I'll try and DM them to you because I don't have these at hand. I need to go find them.
Mm-hmm. See, lots of moon rises, but that's always been over hills because I'm on the West Coast, so it's always coming up over a mountain for me.
Oh.
But the strange thing is, it looks exactly like it does when it goes down over the water, just with the contours of the mountain instead of the flatness of the water. But same thing. See a little bit of the moon, then a quarter of the moon, then a half the moon, then 3/4 of the moon, and then the moon's all the way up. And so I gotta assume you guys see the same thing too, but you have a motivation from something to explain it and convince yourselves that it's something other than what you actually saw. And you come up with all these, what I would consider really crazy notions to explain something that can be much more easily explained by just going behind the object.
So the sun is going behind the Earth, like going over the curve.
Yeah, it's a much simpler explanation.
So how do you explain like all these long distance observations and that?
I don't know. I don't know which observations you're talking about.
Scott, why do you play dumb? You've been here I've been here like a week, and I know that you've spent all your time in here because you've got no one else to talk to.
I have never addressed long distance observations. You tell me specific ones you're talking about, and we can talk about
it. Just run with the black swan.
Oh, black swan! I've addressed many times, many times. 7 arc minutes of refraction. I even have
refraction.
I even have a graphic that can show you how little 7 arc minutes of refraction is. You can't even tell it's not a straight line. That's how little it takes. Yeah, we know refraction is a thing. And why can't you just accept? Okay, that's a good explanation for that. Why the need to resist that explanation? That's what I'm curious about.
We talking about like the flat Earth and shit.
Yeah. But I'm genuinely curious. It's not a rhetorical question. Why the need to resist the refraction explanation?
Well, I mean, like the Earth is obviously round, so.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't know who doesn't.
A lot of the people here.
It's pretty dumb.
You have legit flat earthers here. Well, talk to them right now. They're here.
I thought that was a joke.
You guys, you got a new guy. I'm going to mute up. Jump on the new guy.
There's blood in the water, boys. Go for it. Scott will calmly make his points. The new guy will freak out. Oh, did he leave?
Oh, he left already.
It's interesting when you say it's 7 arc minutes of refraction is what's required for the black swan, because the sun being half set would require more refraction, more bending of light.
Oh yeah.
Because
and they're okay with that.
Like 40 something arc minutes across.
Well, and that's not even talking about the refraction necessary to get it down to 0 degrees elevation. If it's at minimum 4,000 miles above us, and it's at most going away 7,000 miles, that's at most 30 degrees angle elevation. You need 30 degrees to get it to 0.
And it needs sideways refraction too, because for me in Sydney, in summer, it should be setting and rising slightly south of due east and west. But in the flat Earth conception of it doing a circle, it should be like northeast and northwest.
Yeah. Hell, in your summers, it rises in the south. Southeast and sets southwest in your summers, which that just can't happen on their sun on a track.
Yeah, unless you invoke extreme bending.
Yeah. Which they seem to want to do rather than just accept it's a ball. And it's like, I don't know. Something's got to be going on.
Well, once things go beyond the horizon, we shouldn't be able to zoom them back in.
We can't.
So you keep saying it's convenient. That it makes sense, but as soon as something goes beyond the horizon and we can zoom it back in,
no, you can't.
If it's the sun, and we can raise it, and we can raise it off the vanishing point and raise it up back into the sky.
You got a
that's
picture?
evident.
You got a video for us?
That was seen too far.
Yeah, we don't believe you can ever. We've never seen that. I've been here I've been with flat earthers for 3.5 years now. I think it's coming up on 4 years maybe. I have never seen that image.
Yeah. I've been here for a while.
I've seen stuff that is unresolvable get brought back into view.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Something like a half set sun, I am quite confident there is no way you could, exactly, like Alpha's posted, where you struggle to resolve it and then you zoom in and bring it back into view.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, right? Particularly with something brightly overexposed like the actual sun. the brightest thing that there is. But I've never seen anything where it's like, here's a ship that is hull first behind the horizon, and now zoom, 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 bang, I can see the waterline on the hull. I've never seen that ever. It's always been, it's barely distinguishable, and now you can see what is really going on once exposure equalizes.
Nothing like that cruise ship, which is, just showing the very top of it and very distinguishable. Zoom in and bring the whole bottom back. No, that ain't happening ever.
That's what I'm saying. Flat Earth would revolutionize optics and perspective.
It would.
Well, it's not about revolutionizing optics. It's about understanding them, which you guys failed to do. And I think that's part of the problem that you guys have with the cognitive dissonance that you have, the thinking that the Earth is a globe. And I've talked to Mackie earlier. He doesn't understand that refraction is just a generalized way of saying what happens in the distance. So a refraction, what type of refraction, right? Because there's different types of mirage. See, this is the part where he like says he doesn't care, no one cares, but when people are trying to figure this out, that's the issue. Scott, you can't continue to be ignorant like that and say that no one cares when some people might care, because they're trying to figure it out. You might not want to figure it out because then it breaks your ball belief, but other people might. So, yeah, it does. Because if you were to identify that it's not just refraction, which was a generalized way that you can say something is happening, if you were to say specifically what type of refraction, because it's not just saying the term, but it's also like, what do you mean by saying refraction?
But I did tell you that it's the kind that bends light over a curve.
Yeah, like I said, that happens to any type of optical phenomena that takes place in the distance, doesn't it?
Well, that's all I need to tell you, though.
Yeah, but answer what I just said. Why can't you just say, yes, that means that light's bending, and it causes different types of natural phenomena. So any type of phenomena that you refer to, whether it being a superior or inferior mirage, right? You're just saying light bends.
Yes.
General. Yeah. So what type of refraction are you speaking of?
The type that bends light over a curve?
Yeah, specifically which kind? What do you see happening in the video or in the image, and then identifying what's happening there optically and being able to say, okay, I see this type of refraction. It's called, inferior mirage. Right?
Why? How does the label help me?
The categorization helps everyone because that's how people identify what's happening. They don't just look at something happening and say, oh, that's just refraction. They actually are able to identify optically what type of phenomena and then catalog it as, okay, this is a specific type. This is what I will say it's towering. Like this one over here is stooping. This one's lowering. And so with every type of phenomena, you're able to say, well, I know what's happening optically. You can't just hand wave dismiss, say we don't care about it because maybe you don't, but other people might, which is why there's definitions for things.
What's the kind that bends light over a curve?
The kind that bends light over a curve? What do you mean?
In order for the black swan to beat the black swan, the light has to bend over the curve of the Earth. What kind of refraction is that?
What do you mean light has to bend over the curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
What'd you talk about, Willis?
You don't
make any sense. I understand what black swan is, but I'm saying, what do you mean bends over the curve? I don't get what that means.
There's a curve to the Earth that should be blocking the bottom of that far platform. We can see the bottom of that far platform. So the light must be bending over the curve of the Earth, and so that we can see the light that's being emitted from the bottom of the far platform. What type of refraction
Not only
is that?
to fit your narrative. Your sliding scale of refraction just suits you when it needs to. You're just disingenuous. It annoys the shit out of me. I cannot listen to you.
It's hard to listen to him sometimes.
That's a you problem.
The problem with identifying what type of optical phenomena is happening is what is wrong with how you're looming. Who said that?
Okay, it's looming.
Yeah,
there we go.
Wait.
It's looming.
Scott. Yeah, I know, but how do you know it's looming? I'm not gonna just accept the guy's answer because he said it. I want to know why it's looming? How did you identify it's looming, Scott?
Because that explains the phenomenon.
I know, but how did you identify it was looming?
Because it explains
This is
the
the
phenomenon.
problem.
Are you denying? Are you denying
This
that
is
it
the
is
problem.
looming? Are you
No, this is
denying
the
that it is
problem.
looming?
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Scott. Why did Scott?
It's
Why
an
did you
open
answer if
forum.
you didn't? If you didn't, I know that. But he co-signed on what you said without even knowing what looming is, didn't he? Didn't he?
Well, I know what it
Yeah,
is now.
that's what happened. No, what is it?
He was describing it. He just didn't
Yeah,
know the
what is
name
it?
for it within.
No,
Yeah.
hold on. Let him describe it. Then
It's
go ahead, describe it.
it's the refraction that makes the object appear higher than it is.
Sorry.
No, it is.
Nope.
That is looming. Yes.
What is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Go ahead and read the definition. Read it.
From where?
I don't know. It's your claim. You're the one that said you know what it is.
Well, it's whatever's making the object appear higher.
It's whatever's making the object higher.
Yeah,
So
whatever they call it.
Whatever they call it.
Yeah.
So you see, this is the problem
It's
with
just a label.
interlocutors. It's just a label, right?
It's
so
just a label.
with us actually saying that we have to specify things, and with you saying it's just a label, it doesn't really matter. You see the problem here?
The concept is the important part, not the label.
What are you talking about?
It's the concept.
It's a concept?
The concept is the important part. If I can explain the concept, if I can explain the light bending, that's all that should matter to you.
No, it should matter how you specify what type of
I did
interaction's
specify it.
happening. No, you didn't. The other guy did. You just co-signed with what he. You co-signed with what he said.
It's
But
like
why
that
are humans? Hold on, wait. Why are humans not allowed to cooperate? Why can't we co-sign what each other say?
Cooperation is great, but if you're assisting the person, not if the person needs assisting and they don't understand what you've just helped them with. There's a difference.
Looming happens in cold weather.
I don't understand.
In cold
So let's just say for example that you had a point, right? And somebody chimed in and said, okay, the thing you're trying to explain is this specific thing, but then they give you the definition, and you didn't know the definition actually was what you were saying. You were probably using a generalized way.
He provided you with the definition. He provided the definition.
No, he didn't. He's using right now.
Specific term.
He did not provide a definition. A definition follows what the specific term is about. So it defines the term. I'm not going to read a text chat if he didn't.
Well, there's the definition.
He didn't describe. He didn't describe it. Yeah, there's a definition. Did he describe it?
See, you got to understand that Miggy's not here to reach a common understanding of the world we live in. He's here to have a battle and defend some belief he has. He's not.
I have it on Google. I can read it.
For the Earth and before 200s.
Yeah, go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Okay. It says, I looked it up, looming refraction. Looming is a kind of mirage observed in very cold regions in which a distant object appears to be hanging midway in the air. It's produced by total internal refraction of light caused by atmospheric refraction.
Okay. So let's go with that. Now that he read the definition, is that what you're saying is happening, Scott?
There's another definition Callie posted up in the chat. It says luminary refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where objects near the horizon appear significantly higher than they actually are due to bending of the light rays in the atmosphere, which is exactly what I said.
Keep reading. Keep reading.
This effect occurs when there is a temperature inversion, meaning the air near the ground is cooler than the air above it. The light rays bend downwards, causing the observer to see the object in an elevated position. Looming can make distant ships, islands, or even the coastline appear as if they were floating above water or positioned higher than normal. Exactly
Interesting.
What I just said.
That's what I said too. That's what I said too.
That's what I said. Okay, so now that the term is defined, let's look at the last sentence there. Is that what you see when you see ships?
Yes.
As if they're floating above the water.
Or positioned higher than normal. The or is not and, it's or. So, either one can be true.
So
they are they are positioned higher than normal.
Higher than normal to what? What is the baseline? The water, right?
To where they actually are.
The baseline is the water.
No, the
That's what
water
it
comes
says.
up.
Yes, no,
No, the
no,
water
sir,
comes
no.
up with
It
them.
says so in the definition. It
Well,
says in it. Don't change the definition to suit what you want. It
I
says so
don't
in the
need to
definition.
Comrade, if I drop you some
Dude, if you can't
supplies
read, it's not my problem,
near there,
man.
would you be able to?
No. You're
Would you be
trying
able
to
to get
make
the
the
being a
definition.
dick.
You're contorting the definition to what you
No,
want
I'm
to make
not.
it sound. It's specifically what it says is above the water. So you're not going to be able to get away from that.
Or
If the ship
positioned
is
higher than normal.
then
Yeah,
then normal than
yeah,
what?
that's fine. Yeah, if we can get it
Yeah, that's fine.
somewhere
No, it's not.
nearish there.
It needs to be above the water.
Typical flat earther. Pick out the part of the definition they want and ignore the rest.
No, this is the definition. You're
Typical
just trying to
flat
skate
earther.
past. You're trying to skate past the fact that you're not being held accountable for the things that you say. Or what? Or what?
Or higher
You're not
normal.
holding him. You're not holding him accountable, right? You're just refusing
All right,
to read.
Shut your mouth, dude. We're gonna go to this guy who thinks that he knows what the definition is, which is it's ludicrous because it says it's above the water. You don't see things above the water; you see them appearing below. Right?
You're
Half
so
of the ship
dishonest.
is half of the ship
You
is
are
disappearing.
so fucking dishonest, man.
Half of the ship is disappearing
The
below the water.
definition's
Scott. Why are you
right
getting
there,
afraid
and
of
you're ignoring half of it.
Yeah, it's above the water. Is it above the water or below?
Or what does or
Or
mean?
what?
What does or mean?
Keep reading. Or what?
It can be either one, right? Or
Yeah, but
positioned higher than normal.
Yeah, what's higher than normal mean?
The
What is
part
higher
after
than
the
normal mean?
or, the part after the or does not carry forth
Yeah,
for the
higher
above
than
the
normal.
water.
All right, then higher than normal to what?
Than where it really is.
Which means what?
Oh my
Yeah?
god.
Which means what? Come on,
It's right
Scott.
there in the definition. You
I
don't
know
understand it?
Yes, I do. It says
What
it's because it was
what is
stated
it
in
you
the
think it
previous slide.
says? What is it you
Well,
think it
it's
says?
looming is something that appears to look like it's above the water line. Of course.
No, that's not what it says.
No. Yes, it is. That's
No.
exactly what
It
it
just says
says.
higher than normal. Where does it say above the water
Higher
line?
than what's normal?
That's
What does
one
normal mean?
option.
What is normal? Higher than normal to what? What's your baseline on normal?
Normal is where it would be without refraction.
You're struggling, Scott. See, this is the problem.
No.
You co-signed to the guy. You co-signed to the guy into looming.
God, you're so
He
fucking
basically
stupid.
He pigeonholed you into this, man. So I'm
Did
not
you fail
gonna
out
blame
of high school? Or did you drop out on your own?
Listen, you can
Do you have any idea how
I mean,
stupid
I'll
you
say
are?
it. It's higher than where it would appear if it were a globe. There you go.
higher than where it would appear if it were a globe. See, why does Scott struggle with that? Because he doesn't want to be held accountable, Callie. Maybe you do, but he doesn't. Why is it so hard for you to just be held accountable?
But it just so happens if you test the conditions of the atmosphere and how much refraction would be happening, so how much the path of light would change, it matches a globe.
So the interesting thing is this, is that you'd have to say that looming is happening either most days or some days. Which one is it? A lot of the times or just a little bit of the time? When is looming occurring?
It's apparently happening every day given standard refraction.
Really? So looming would be an apparent optical phenomena that occurs every day.
Most days, I guess. That's what they call it, standard
days.
refraction.
So standard.
I
How did they
assume
get a
it's standard.
How did they get a standard?
I assume people measured it.
Scott, you're just assuming every day that you come into this chat. You don't hear yourself?
Looming refraction
Everybody
is not typical, but can occur. It is most commonly observed in situations where temperature inversion is present, such as over bodies of water, flat terrain during certain weather conditions. Inversions are more likely to occur during calm, clear nights, early mornings when the ground cools down rapidly, leading to a cooler air near the surface and warmer air above.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I know these terms, but the problem is when Scott co-signs for these, he doesn't know what he's getting himself into. He was happy just to say it's refraction and it's ambiguous. He doesn't have to be held down to a specific term. Now that you said that, he co-signed on it and not knowing that he got himself into a mess. Scott, you didn't. You could have just stick to your refraction, and you would have been fine just to stay there.
You realize that, right? You realize you're a dick.
I do. Sorry, Scott. I don't want to mess up your fun. You go ahead and have some more fun.
But your only goal here is to not understand anything, right? You
No,
get
my
that.
only goal here is to make your life more hard when you're in
I
here.
know,
Like
but
just rough
why?
and hard and terrible.
Why?
I don't know, man. I have it in for you and everybody else who's an anti-flat earther. Don't just be that what it is.
But I'm not an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, you are.
Why do you think we're in a battle?
Well, it's just the nature of the beast, man.
Why do you think you're in a battle with anybody?
You chose one side, I chose the other. How about that?
Why did you choose your side?
Because we can't even agree on terms or definitions or anything with you. Like, it's just ridiculous.
What's the
It's
real
the truth
reason you chose your side, Alpha?
It's the truth, Scott. Like, what else can I tell you? It's the truth.
It's only the truth if you ignore all the evidence.
What evidence, Scott?
Yeah, I'd like to see this evidence. It's fucking.
It's all right, Chubbs.
Yeah.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right as soon as I leave the chat. I'm about to go back to work, so I was listening to him. So I like to ruffle his feathers. He hates it when I do that, but I do it.
All you do is come in and say nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You don't know. What about this?
Scott,
Can you define an atom? Can you show me every molecule that's in the present? No, if you can't,
we're
if you
not
can't show me every molecule, if you can't show me every molecule, then you can't show me anything.
Let's leave that for another day. All right, let's leave that for another day.
It's childish.
Just go back to having a nice chat with eggshells. Like I'm going back to work.
I was having a nice chat with these other people before you came in and did your childish bullshit.
I know.
Yeah, sorry guys, I had to jump out before I was speaking, but I had to get out. I had to go down the shops quickly.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the word you were looking for, AJ, was optical resolution limit. So when he was telling me about the vanishing point, but yeah, I didn't want to jump in and ruin Scott's fun at that time. I wanted to ruin it this time because I was on break. So I'm going back on mute.
Optical resolution limit.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way out. So Scott, go ahead, resume.
Yeah, just come and make sure nobody understands anything.
No, I didn't get the word right, but I think I described it right, Alpha. Or was I just when I was saying that there is a limit? Yeah.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yep, it's a Rayleigh
Hallie just
criterion.
posted.
Go ahead and look at the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, I've got it all listed here. I was going to actually drop it before, but then it sort of went off that topic. Now, as well as our other muscle view of vision as well, and what we can and can't see.
Yeah, but all those formulas, they all have numbers attached to them, right? They all have calculations you can do, which you guys never do for some reason.
That's a low blow, Scott.
You guys never do a calculation. Not one.
You only do calculations. You never take measurements.
Neither do you.
He's a little,
so what's the
he's a
difference?
little butthurt from the last interaction, so you got to excuse Scott.
Yep. Miggy thinks saying celestial sphere solves or explains anything.
It does, dude.
It doesn't explain nothing.
The thing that I don't understand is why the flat earthers
in order to
always
make
say
you think you sound smart. But you don't sound smart when you do it, man.
Let the other anti-flat earthers say something, Scott, so he can feel good about it.
Well, the other thing I don't understand about flat earthers is they always tell you not to look at the sky. They're like, don't look at the sky, don't look at the moon, don't look at the sun, don't make any observations about our solar system or Mars, right? Just make sure you only look down. It's kind of weird.
But then you can't even do that either, because if you try to do something like reciprocal zenith angles, they say that doesn't work either. The only sense you can trust is your lack of sensory motion. You know, that's the only sense you can trust. All the other senses, don't believe them.
The moon isn't a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. The sun is, what is the sun? Is the sun not a sphere?
It'd be kind of like measuring your cock by looking at your missus' pussy. Like, it doesn't make sense.
There's that great scientific argument that I always like to hear.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to break it down for you. But
good job.
Maybe you haven't seen one. I don't know. Fucks me. But you just, why would you look at the fucking
There's that
sun,
math I've been looking
to measure what you're standing on?
Finally,
It's
someone did the
retarded.
equations.
Yeah. But yeah, you look at the moon, it looks like a sphere, looks like a big rock. Nope, can't be. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion,
Look at the
guys.
sun. You know, it's an illusion. You watch the sunset. Looks like it's going down at 15 degrees per hour. Illusion.
Illusion.
Can't be happening.
Look down, guys. Wait, don't look. Just ignore it all.
Yep. Try to do reciprocal zenith angles. You can't use the tools that surveyors use to do that because they imagine it's in some instruction somewhere that it's exceeding their use parameters. So there's nothing you can possibly do to show that the Earth's a globe. They eliminate everything.
Yep. Well, we know. I mean, we know, right? I always thought that people will come here and they try and like do a service by donating their time to people who probably,
that's what I do.
You know, maybe these people have difficult material conditions, right? And they don't have the extra time or resources required to, you know, get like a full education in the sciences and liberal arts, right? And so they never develop strong
So
analysis
you just start
skills.
straight out with the poisoning the well, yeah, and just
No, I'm
talk
not.
garbage.
I'm just
Oh, you
looking
are.
down,
You're
dude.
sitting here
I'm just
saying
looking
that you
down.
don't believe that, people in this room may have a higher education or the
I'm saying
ability to
maybe. I'm
study
saying maybe.
further.
Right? I said potentially. I didn't say it was
Yeah,
true.
it has nothing to do with it.
Maybe.
If you
I
look,
don't know.
all you got to do, look at the top picture is more refracted. Clearly.
Wait, why are we allowed to use the picture? If I take a picture of the Earth from, you know, the stratosphere and and it shows a curve, you guys reject those pictures. You say it's an optical illusion. But here you're showing me another optical illusion, which is supposed to somehow be more valid.
Nakal is a glober.
No, I'm just showing you that the conditions of the atmosphere are causing refraction in the top picture, and in the bottom picture, it's less refraction, and there's bottom-up obstruction. So the refraction that's happening is causing the lifting of the oil rig. It's unobstructing the bottom-up obstruction in the top picture. That's what looming does. Looming is literally the lifting.
Yeah, but the horizon can't loom above the horizon, and there is no type of refraction that can make something appear 10 times
Right here
further
it
than
is.
it should be.
There
Sure
it
there
is,
is.
doing it.
And if you're interested, I can pull up some little thing I've done too that can show you how that works.
You didn't even know what it was. You didn't even know what it was, Scott. You had to have Kelly read it out for you before.
You knew what it was.
I explained exactly what it was.
I heard exactly the answers. I think it's this. It's probably doing that. I'm sure someone else measured it. I'm pretty sure this is how they do it. And yeah, I heard it all.
Why not address it? The bottom picture, right? If perspective is causing the horizon to appear in the vanishing point, right? Look at the bottom image. That's not caused by perspective. Like where the water line is, you think that's a vanishing point right there? Same with the top picture. You think that's a vanishing point where the water line is? There you go.
Callie, I'm sorry, just so we're clear, you are a glober, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm actually, this is the thing that I don't really understand. Maybe I haven't taken much time to look into it, but like I don't really understand is the black swan argument that it's too like
The black swan argument is the oil rigs are used as markers for distance. So I can drop the actual black swan in here for you if you like. Give me 2 seconds. Got it. Pictures.
But the thing I don't quite get about you guys is reliance on the black swan because it contradicts your own positions about limits of vision. Now, either the bottom one is showing our limits of vision with the horizon, or the top one isn't.
So, platform habitat's 9.41 miles. Platform hill house is 6.21 miles. So they're just there for distance markers. They got an observer height of 1 foot, which would dictate off the geometry of the globe that the horizon would be at 1.22 miles. However, in the image here, we see the horizon beyond 9.41 miles. So that's the actual argument. So there's a logical syllogism, or modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth's the radius of the sphere of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Based off the geometry or the curve calculators, not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P.
Yeah, but that ignores refraction.
3959 miles.
But that ignores refraction, and we're talking about optics, so we have to consider
again,
refraction.
You do not have any type of refraction that looms the horizon above
Sure we
the
do.
horizon, and you do not have
Sure
any
we
type
do.
of refraction that can push something 10 times further
Yes, we do.
than what it should appear to be. So what is
Yes, we
that,
do.
Scott?
It's the kind that bends light down.
Oh, it's just the kind that bends light down. So no specifics again.
I can show you an example of
Kind
it.
that bends light around the presupposed ball that you have no direct measurement of to begin with.
No, but you said
refraction. It's perfect.
You said there's nothing that could make the horizon appear further, and that's just incorrect. Of course, there is.
Look at the wobbliness of the
Please tell
platform
me what that is.
habitat.
It's got
Look how
nothing to do with the
wobbly it is.
wobbliness. It has all to do with the horizon 10 times further than it should be.
Yes.
Behind those oil rigs.
Yes,
and there
because
is no refraction that is going to bring the horizon.
There is.
So hold on. So wait, hold on. So let me get this.
Everything is being
What is it? Please clarify.
Hold on.
Everything
Can I,
at the
can, I,
distance
can I?
is being lifted
Can you
up.
help me
Clarify
understand?
further than the type that bends light around a curve that you don't have in the first place.
That's
Hold
all the
on.
explanation you should need.
That's all we need.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So you're saying that theoretically this should have disappeared beyond the horizon a long time ago, right? That it's still too visible, right? Is that the
No.
argument basically?
No, it's got nothing
That
to
we
do with
shouldn't
the visibility
that we shouldn't
of
be
the
able to
actual...
see it.
No. The argument is that the horizon, which should be geometric on a sphere, a physical location you can go to, right, should be, according to the maths, at 1.22 miles distance, but we see the horizon beyond 9.41 miles. So that would mean that we would have a radius. Well, this distance is 10 times where the horizon should be, nearly. Not 10, but...
Oh, because you can see the
up.
horizon behind the platform. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
So then you're saying that... So, for example, if I have a boat, right, and let's just say it keeps going past the platform, way past the platform. Eventually, we can't see it, and you're saying that, no, it's not dipping down below the visible horizon. It's like an inability for us to optically perceive the boat because the plane is flat.
No, nothing to do with any boats. All it's to do with this black swan picture is the horizon is visible 10 times further than what it should be, according to the geometry.
Right, but like that's what everyone is trying to explain here, right? Is that there's like things that you are not factoring in, right? You're not factoring in the
refraction.
The refraction. You're not factoring
No,
in
I'm
the
not
fact...
helping you, buddy.
Wobbliness of the oil rig.
There should be a geometric location, and every time that you bring
No,
that
there
up, you
shouldn't.
just cite refraction because
Who said there should be?
observations. Well, it's got to conform to the spherical shape, Scott. It's got to conform.
It just seems like
it does.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You see, that's the issue.
No, but when we're talking
Then you
about what
just
we
make up this bullshit to fit and make it work for you. I don't know. It's your belief. We just want some sort of actual measurement or something that you can give us that would
No,
make
you
us
don't.
believe too.
No, you
Yeah, no,
don't. You
I would.
reject all
So
our
I would.
measurements.
hang on, no left turn. You asked a question, and you made a statement and said that maybe we're not considering these other factors such as refraction. Yeah. So can you tell me what type of refraction is going to make the horizon appear 10 times further than it should be and then loom above itself?
Could you ask that again? What type of refraction
is
going to
occurring
make
in this image to make the horizon appear 10 times further than it should be, as well as looming above itself?
Yeah, I don't know, because this argument is not something I'm particularly familiar with, right? Like, I would have to look into it. Like, I don't really understand the phenomena that are
Dude,
going on
I
here.
posted the definition literally above the photo. It's literally right above it. I'll post it again. I don't like when you guys act oblivious. I'm sorry.
Can you
I
show me where
literally
it says that looming makes the horizon loom above itself? Because looming is objects looming above the horizon, not the horizon looming above the horizon.
How could it do one and not the other?
If you have a look
How would
into it,
the light discern
looming,
between what's the horizon and what's the, ship or something?
well, the claim is that objects loom above the horizon. As far as I've seen, anything to do with looming, the horizon cannot loom above the horizon. Only actual objects loom above that horizon, because the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth in your the globe belief, and things behind the horizon loom up above the horizon so that they're back in view. Yeah. So the horizon doesn't loom above itself, or it doesn't make the horizon to appear 10 times further than what it actually is.
You see, this is what I don't understand, because like maybe there's like some whatever's happening with the black swan, right? This is just like one phenomena, right? Like what I don't understand is ignoring the shape of every other celestial body in our solar system. I don't understand why you ignore the fact that we can circumnavigate the globe, right? Like there's so much evidence that we we have circumnavigated the globe, hundreds of thousands of times at this point, with like satellites and airplanes and boats. And it's like, how can you ignore all of that and just look at this like one thing in isolation, right? Like it doesn't really make sense, right? It's like, even if this is like, whatever is happening in this photo, right, with this measurement, there are so many other things, right? Like there's so many other things, right? Like you're just hyper fixating on this like one weird thing, which non-flat earthers are not particularly familiar with, and then ignore like everything else.
No, we don't ignore everything else. How did you verify that everything else was spherical?
Well, I can't. I mean, like, I don't know, because I've like been on vacation, right? I've flown from here to Japan,
No, I'm
right? And
talking
then
about your first claim, yeah, that we haven't taken into account that all the other objects in the sky are spherical.
well, just let's forget all the arguments. Let's just focus on like circumnavigating the
No,
globe.
I'm just asking you to. I'm asking you to clarify what you stated. You said that we don't take into account. This is the first point you made. We don't,
Right. Well,
as
you
flat
don't take
earthers,
into
take
you.
into account that the other planets are spherical. Okay, so how did you verify that they were?
Well, it's not what I can verify individually, right? I can't build a satellite by myself, right? I can't build complex mechanical
So
meteorological like instrumentation, right? There's like a lot of like complex machines that I can't build that you acknowledge exist, right? You acknowledge that, for example, like hypersonic jets exist, right? You have no idea how to build one, right? You couldn't even build one if you knew how, because you would need like a lot of, manpower and like
And you just
technology, right?
you're pretty non sequitur to the topic right now.
No,
I asked
but
how
it's just
you'd.
like
I asked how you verified it. Yeah, you've told me you can't. That's all I needed to know. I don't need to know about hypersonic
no.
jets
It's
and all
not
of this
that
stuff. Yeah. So
it's
you
not
and
that
me
I
both look
can't
into the
verify
sky.
it. No.
Both of us just look into the sky and we see lights in the sky that we're told are spherical planets. Yeah.
Right, but you're told that when an airplane flies, okay,
No, I'm still talking
you're
about the planets, yeah, because we've got to cover this first claim first before we move on to the aeroplanes flying and
you're
circumnavigating the Earth.
conflating what you can verify with what can be verified. Right? You're saying that just because you can't verify something means that it cannot be verified, right? More or
No,
less is what you're
I
making the
asked how
claim.
you verified this, yeah, and you
How
said
did
you
I
can't.
verify that I view circular, that the moon is circular and that the sun is circular, and that I can extrapolate
That's
that
not
since we
what you
live in a
said, dude.
three.
Now you're being dishonest. That's not what you said. You said, as flat earthers, we don't
Uh-huh.
take into account the
Uh-huh.
other spherical planets in the
Right.
sky. So
Right.
I asked you very simply, how did you verify that these things were spherical planets? You said, you can't. That's cool.
You can see everything else is spherical, but you can't see the Earth. You can't see any sphericity on Earth.
Well, I just want to know how he verified it for himself. Yeah, he hasn't been able to verify
he
it. So
can't.
it's just a belief.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
So
And he just
okay,
sees,
so
and he
just so
hang
we're
on.
clear.
And
Just
you
so
just
we're
see what we
clear.
all see, yeah?
Just so we're clear, right? Telescopes exist, right? And if you look at, you don't even need a telescope to look at the moon.
You do understand that telescopes, you do understand that you're not seeing 3D objects through a telescope, yeah? They're
So are you claiming that both the Earth and the moon are flat now? Is that what you're claiming?
No, that's not what I'm claiming. I'm asking you how you verified your claim that everything else were spherical planets, and you haven't been able to do that. So that's cool.
No. So you're
my
claiming.
second question
No, hold
is,
on. Don't.
how did you verify that the Earth was a planet like these other claimed planets? Do you understand what a planet
if you're not interested in having a back and forth, you can say that, right? But just let me respond to the.
He's responding to your claims that if he can't verify how to build a fucking fighter jet or whatever and all your other horse shit, that if he can't do it, then why should he believe that? And then
Wait, so you're saying no. Okay, so this is my point. You can't build.
You got yourself tangled up.
You can't build a jet plane. Hold on. You can't build a jet plane, but you acknowledge they exist, right? And you acknowledge that they can be built, right? So now let's just shift focus. You can't send.
No, we're not shifting focuses. We're going to stay on the topic here. And the point of this whole conversation was that you made a statement that we discount the other spherical planets. Now, you've told me that you cannot verify whether these planets are spherical.
I said celestial bodies, by the way. I said planets and celestial bodies.
Yeah, planets and celestial bodies. Cool. Right? So you haven't been able to verify that for yourself. That's cool.
What do you mean for
I
myself?
can't verify.
But why do you say that? Why did you add for myself? You added that in
just
at the end there.
Speaking over the top. We both can't verify it. We both see the same thing. We see lights in the sky. We're told that they're planets. We're told that they're spherical. You're not seeing it through a telescope, through a two-dimensional object. Okay, so that's fine. There's no problem in that. So now my second question to that is, because this is where this leads to, is how did you verify that the Earth, even if I give you these planets, how did you verify that the Earth itself is a planet just like they claim these other planets to be?
Proceed.
Right. So you're saying that.
Just answer that.
I'm trying to. So you're saying that the probability. Okay, because all we can do is make like probabilistic assumptions about our environment, right? And then some things we just say that we basically acknowledge that we accept them as truth, right? Because they're verified beyond any sort of they're verified, right, beyond our ability to disprove it's true, right? So for example, like when you observe the sun or the moon, right, you can't deny that it's a circular object, right? That's established, right? We know that at the
A
very
circular object is
we
not a
know, hold
sphere.
on. We know at the very least, right, that we are looking at a two-dimensional circle. Right? Now,
That's not a sphere.
it's not a sphere, right? But it doesn't take
Correct, but you claimed spheres.
But it doesn't take a lot of necessarily critical thinking to acknowledge that we live in a three-dimensional universe, right? And that when you are looking at things in a three-dimensional universe, right, you can only look at them from one side, right? And so a sphere will obviously appear as a circle, right? Even in any three-dimensional environment, a sphere from any angle will always appear as a circle, no?
Continue.
Right. So it's like, so that's just like one thing, right? That's just like one thing. We don't have to we don't even have to get into
Hey AJ,
we don't even have to get into all of the
What was the
probes.
question?
We've sent so many probes, right?
So
You just waffled on, blah blah blah. Look at shit.
No, because he's saying it's like crazy for me to think that the Earth or that the moon or the sun are spheres, right?
You've just admitted that when we look up, we see a circle. A circle is not a sphere. So from there, what you do is make this huge leap of logic that this circle now must be a sphere that's a planet. Now the Earth must be a planet.
No, I'm not
also
saying it
because-
must be. I'm not saying it
because
must be. I'm
these-
saying it's a probabilistic thing, right?
Well, that's not how you started this
If
conversation.
I'm just
when you said
using
that we
if I'm just using
Dude, don't talk over me because that's not how you started the conversation. You started the conversation with flat earthers don't take into account the other planets and spherical bodies in the sky. Yeah, that was how you started this conversation with a statement. Now, you can't verify yourself these spherical bodies in the sky all of a sudden. We all just see circles. Yeah,
right, but there's a lot of circles, right? So for example, star trails, right?
So now there's a lot of circles, so therefore ball.
No.
And again, my question was, how did you verify that the Earth is also a planet, just like they claim it to be?
But how are you verifying that it's not?
Through natural laws and direct measurements.
Through natural laws and direct measurements. Okay. So if we look at, for example, long exposure shots of the sky, right? Why is it?
How did you verify? Don't reverse the burden of proof here. I shouldn't have even answered that.
I'm taking.
You did. I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. That
you're just cutting me off, right?
No. You did not answer how you verified the Earth was a planet. What you did was reverse the burden of proof and ask me how I verified it wasn't. Yeah. Now,
right. Because
everything that I should. No, that's a burden of proof reversal. I gave you the answer out of courtesy. Yeah. So now answer my question. How did you confirm that it is a planet claimed like the other planets?
Would this be a fair statement? There's lots of circles out there, therefore we are a circle. So if there's lots of humans around here on Earth, there must be lots of humans and things on these planets that you see?
That's not what I'm saying, right? So
same logical fucking conclusion. You're just assuming shit.
No. So from my perspective, right? If everything around me is because I am living in a spherical worldview, right? So if everything, if all the planets and the sun and the moon are circles, right? Which to me, it's quite obvious that they're spheres, right? And we're just looking at like the two-dimensional projection of the sphere, right? And everything seems to fit this geometric criteria. Why then then I would need some overwhelming amount of evidence to make me think that the Earth is not one of those things, right? I would have to have an overwhelming amount of evidence showing me that the Earth is not a sphere, right? If everything is a sphere around the Earth, right, and every celestial, every planet, star, moon that we see is a circle, right? I won't even say a sphere, right? Let's just say it's a circle.
Well, you need to say sphere, yeah, because now you're playing on words, because a circle is not a sphere.
Well, it is and it isn't, right? It's a
No, it's not. A
two-dimensional
circle is a
projection of a sphere.
two-dimensional object, and you have a sphere, yeah? So you don't see a sphere. You can't confirm a sphere. You're claiming a sphere.
No.
But then when you know you're getting backed into a corner with the sphere, you want to turn that sphere back into a circle. That's not going to happen, yeah? You don't have the spheres to begin with, yeah?
We have the spheres, right? We have the spheres.
You don't have the spheres to begin with. You admitted that.
You have circles.
We have imagery.
You have
we
your
have
circles,
imagery.
and
We
then
have people.
And then all you have from there is an affirming a consequent fallacy. If there are planets out there, Earth must be a planet. There is planets out there, Earth is a planet, yeah?
No, but that's just one thing. You're
just
taking one thing.
Consequent with something that you can't prove to begin with, yeah? And you still haven't answered my question. How did you confirm that the Earth is a planet like these other so-called claimed planets that you can't confirm either?
I can tell you how I confirm that the Earth is a sphere, right? Which is what I was trying to say earlier, which is that when you take long exposure photos of the sky.
How did you confirm that the Earth is a planet?
It's not that I have to confirm it, right? You have to show me overwhelming evidence that it's not, right? You have to show me something about the Earth.
I don't have to show you any overwhelming evidence of anything. Stop reversing the burden of proof. I'm asking you to support the claims you've made. It is because you've made claims
it's a planet.
Here.
Tell us how you know it's a planet. How
Even
do you know it's a planet?
You made the statement saying that flat earthers deny that that the sky is spherical. He's asked you how do you verify it's spherical? The stars, sorry. You said flat earthers deny the stars are spherical, the planets. So he's asked you, how do you verify it? They are spherical in shape.
Well, listen. I've offered.
He's admitted that already that he can't. So now I'm asking him the question: how did he verify that the Earth is a planet, as he's claimed?
Not talking.
Like these other claimed. Yes, we are. God. That's what we're talking about. That's where we are right now at this point.
Do you know how you related those planets you can see? So that us, we must be the same. We want to know how you know that. Because is that all it is?
Right. I acknowledge that I may not be able to convince you. Right. I understand that.
It's got nothing to do with convincing. You're not answering the question. You're just waffling on. Answer the question. How did you confirm that the Earth is a planet like these other bodies are claimed to be planets that you can't verify either?
Okay. So if we live in a universe, right? If
not if we live in a universe. How did you verify that the Earth
can't even respond to you, right? I can't even say anything. Do you not? Anytime I say anything, you just cut me off.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question.
We got to cut you off because you're just dodging it. You're just doing it.
But I'm not saying anything. I haven't even said anything.
Man. No left turn. Go for it. I'll hear the story.
I haven't even said anything.
Let's go.
Right. So so if you look up and if you went to school, right, and got so you look up and you see the sky and you have all these celestial bodies, right, and then just fast forward a little, right, we seem to have deduced that we are a solar system somewhere on some arm of the Milky Way, right? Again, this is just from my understanding, right, is that we live in a universe full of galaxies, right? These galaxies are full of stars, and there's all types of phenomena going on in the universe, right? So if we live in a relatively homogeneous universe, all right, and we are just in another galaxy, right, and then in this part of the galaxy we have our specific solar system, right, based around our sun. Right, you have to show me why is this one planet right, unique in this respect, right? Why isn't it like everything else we observe? Because if everything else we observe has certain like criteria and certain like characteristics, right? And now you're saying that we have to override all of our known observations and make an exception for the Earth, right? I think the burden of proof is on you to say why the Earth is not a planet.
Okay,
right?
So let's go through what you just said to me as to how you have verified the Earth is a planet. All right. We'll start with the first one.
It's not about verifying, it's about probability.
Hang on. I asked you how you verified, yeah? Now let's start with your first answer.
This is
if
so
I went to
weird.
school. Hang on. If I went to school was your first answer. So
Well, no,
yes,
no,
I
I'm
went to
telling
school.
you that's how I built my
Dude,
worldview,
now
right?
you need to shut up
You gotta
because I
listen.
shut up.
Yeah. We bit
and
our
I
tongue
let
for
you.
your shit show.
Now be quiet, yeah? I don't need to hear it.
Yeah, listen back to his answer, because you learn from this. Sorry, go on.
So your first answer was, if I went to school. Well, yes, I went to school and they told me that everything was spherical, but you just got an appeal to authority there. So just a logical fallacy. Yeah. If we look up and see spherical objects in the sky. So you just told me 5 minutes ago that you can't verify that any of these objects are spherical, that all we see is a light in the sky or a circle. We don't see spheres. That isn't verified, yeah? Next, you said when we look up, we see galaxies in the universe where we see stars. Okay, so can you tell me, in these galaxies in the universe that you're apparently seeing, how did you see those other galaxies in the universe? And when you've seen these stars in this apparent galaxy that you're seeing, how did you verify that they were spherical when you can't even verify whether anything close to us is spherical, let alone other galaxies? That's my next question for you. So how did you see these galaxies, and how did you come to the conclusion that the stars you've seen in those galaxies are spherical?
And the crux of it, how did you determine that this was a planet also?
Okay, so I'll be
I've just gone through each point, and I'm asking you the question on the last point.
Right, so
What
I'll just be
galaxies
charitable, right, and say that I can't verify any of this, right? I don't have the instrumentation necessary to verify it, right? I've already granted you guys that, right? That I have not verified it, right? So I'm not sure why,
So then
that's
your
fine, right? I'm
conclusion.
happy.
No,
I'm happy
because
to
your
grant that.
conclusion then is we just have to. Your last conclusion was now I need to show you how the Earth is not a planet because I hold the burden of proof to do that. However, you haven't even shown it to be a planet in the first place. You haven't shown anything else out there to even be planets. You've just said, if I went to school and we look up and see spherical things, which you have admitted you can't verify as spherical, you see circles, we then see galaxies in the universe with stars. I have nothing to answer here, man. You've verified nothing of your claims.
Okay, and that's fine, right? I can't convince you on that point alone, right? And I'm not claiming
It's
that
not
I even
about
can
convincing
convince
me.
you.
Not about convincing
Okay,
me.
so let's talk about the other thing I brought up 5 minutes ago, right? Because I think it's also interesting, right? When you take long exposure photos of the sky from different points on the Earth, right? The photographs from the equator, right, show basically the stars, right? They're just streaks, right? They're just long lines in the sky. Whereas the closer you get to the poles, right, especially like, we'll just use the North Star as a concise example, right? It doesn't move, or it just makes like a very little circle, right? So the closer you get to the poles, you can actually see the long exposure shots form circles, whereas near the equator, they just form straight lines.